The Association's pathetic ship turns out to have its cabin in trance the most secure, the captain of the Red Crown scoffed. The fat parrot on his shoulder mimicked, pathetic ship, pathetic ship. The captain of the Poison Blade's gaze fell on the cabin door as he spoke directly. Friends from the Association, at this point, is there still a need to drag out time? If you surrender peacefully, I can promise your safety, and once the ransom arrives, we will let you leave. After these words were said, the pirates turned their backs and laughed sinisterly. The solidly built captain of the Red Crown pirate group also spoke up. We pirates are all after fortune, not interested in killing you all. Surrender and come out, and you could still save your lives. Exactly. Do you think there's another way out? Or do you plan to hide in there until you die of thirst or hunger? Come out, we mean what we say. The group of pirates spoke with sneering smiles. Behind the door of the cabin, Xyligui gripped the longsword tightly, staring intently outside. A silver helmet sat upon her head, her delicate face smeared with dirt. The remaining squad members sat on the ground at either side, trying their best to recover their strength. Hearing the shouts from outside, one of the sailors whispered, "Vice Executive, shouldn't we?" Xyligui's face was cold as she turned and glared, cutting him off directly. The Poison Blade pirate group is on the wanted list for murdering members of the Association. Do you think they would let us go? Opening the door and going out is just a death sentence. Upon hearing these words, the rest fell silent. They sat back down, unsure of what to do. Outside the cabin, as the pirates saw there was still no response, their patience for waiting had run out. The captain of the Poison Blade waved his hand, "Bring over the gunpowder kegs and blast it open." Yes. Several pirates left to fetch the gunpowder kegs. These kegs were normally used for blockading the sea. If pursued by another ship, they would throw them into the water to hinder the pursuers' chase route. Pirates typically carried many, as every day they were prepared for battle. Philippa glanced at the cabin and then at the other pirates, suggesting, "This ship must be quite valuable. What if we blow it to pieces? I say let's take turns trying to break it open, or try from both sides if that doesn't work." The Poison Blade said nothing. But the captain of the Red Crown pirate group, puzzled, asked, "What? Got someone you know inside? Trying to buy time? Damn it. I know your mom." Philippa cursed and waved a hand dismissively. "Go ahead with the blast then, and you two will shoulder the loss when it comes time to sell." The Poison Blade paid him no mind, put it by the door. The pirates began carrying the gunpowder kegs over. They started stacking them by the cabin site. The captain of the Poison Blade wore a cold smile and spoke to those inside the cabin. "I saw earlier, your team is led by an elf. It's been a while since I've tasted an elf's flavor. I won't let you die so quickly. I must at least enjoy." Clang. Mid-sentence, the ship's alarm bell rang out. Suddenly a pirate came running, yelling, "Captain, a merchant ship is coming from behind, heading this way." A merchant ship. They all looked back and saw on the far-off sea surface, a vessel resembling a cargo ship quickly approaching them. "Signal them to scram. I've got important matters here." "Lucky for him," said the Poison Blade. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a series of dull roars came from afar. Streaks of bright red light flashed by. Next second, a pirate ship in view was violently torn apart, whether it was pirates above deck or the ship's body. In an instant, it burst open like fireworks. Boom. The gunpowder inside the cabin ignited, flames rising, enveloping the whole ship. Sinking toward the seabed. Everyone's eyes widened, staring in disbelief at the scene. In less than half a minute, the ship and its men had just vanished. Immediately following, was the second, the third, the fourth. Wherever the bright red flames passed, all the ships were extremely frail. Large pirate ships were blasted into sieves, small speedboats shattered into pieces and sank toward the bottom of the sea. The captain of Poison Blade pirate group was taken aback and quickly took cover behind a barricade, yelling, "What the hell is that? Which powers ships are these? Could it be some kind of special item with attack powers?" One question after another was shouted out. But no one could answer him. Everyone was scared witless by this sudden attack, scrambling to find cover to avoid being hit by flying debris. Whoosh! The next second, another whistling sound of something tearing through the air approached. A rocket exploded near Poison Blade. The blast hurled him several meters away, his legs were gone, and his upper body rolled to a distant place before slowly coming to a stop. He vomited blood profusely. Wu Heng operated the machine cannon, continuously firing at the ships. The 23mm bullets exhibited power far beyond imagination. Even though they couldn't sink a large pirate ship, piercing through the hull and killing enemies was not a problem at all. Those nimble boats used for boarding by the pirates could be sunk with just a few hits. Man and boat shattered together. Indeed, humans are fragile, even though in this world they continuously developed their constitution. They still couldn't resist an attack from such weapons. Ghost Glenda floated nearby. What is this thing you have? Why is its power so immense? The roaring continued by his ear. Wu Heng raised his voice. Machine cannon. If this thing were to be sold, it would definitely be a hot seller among the armies of various countries. They might even fight to buy it, Glenda said. Forget it, it's better for us to use it ourselves. It might not be a good thing if the word gets out. Glenda shrugged. It's just a suggestion, it's up to you to decide. Then she pointed to another ship. That one's close, hit it. Can't do that, that one's ours. In less than 5 minutes, the bullet spot from the military had all been spent. Wu Heng said, go scout, see how many enemies are left. Are the people from the association still alive? Okay. Glenda replied. And flew off into the distance. In the distance, all the pirates were terrified out of their wits. They had never seen weapons that could tear metal apart. They couldn't even see what was coming before people turned into clouds of blood and holes were left in the ships. Fuck, what are you spacing out for? Get on the ship, we're getting out of here. The captain of the Red Crown pirate group cursed and ran towards his own ship. From a distance, Wu Heng saw the man, took out a Barrett from his ring, mounted it on the rail, and aimed. He estimated the man's movements. And pulled the trigger directly. Instantly, strong recoil struck, but his shoulder did not budge. And that burly captain of the pirates, his chest instantly burst into a cloud of blood. He was thrown backward, rolling several times before slowly coming to a stop. Wu Heng put away his gun, reflecting, my shooting seems to have improved quite a bit. At this moment, Glenda flew back. She said directly, found it, the vice executive you mentioned, is it a blonde elf? Yes. Are they still alive? Alive, hiding in the cabin, seems unharmed. Wu Heng also let out a sigh of relief, it was good the person was unharmed. Move closer, take out all the pirates. The ship began to approach, and the skeletons wielding machine guns and rifles began pulling their triggers, raining bullets down. On the deck, the captain of Poison Blade pirate group leaned back in the corner, vomiting blood profusely. Level 12, allowing him a stronger vitality, such that even when a rocket exploded beside him, he didn't immediately die. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he saw Philippa, who was also looking at him and reached out a hand. Save me, I can give you money. The excessive blood loss nearly pushed him to his limit, he could faint at any moment. Philippa glanced at him, then looked up at the ship that was quickly approaching and shooting at the pirate ship. She crawled over and grabbed Poison Blade's half-body, dragging it back. Once dragged to a corner. While Poison Blade was vomiting blood, he said, save me, I can take you away. Oh, okay. Philippa nodded. The next second, a dagger slid out of her sleeve and plunged directly into his neck. Poison Blade's eyes widened, not expecting Philippa to kill him too, and he suddenly erupted with tremendous strength, struggling furiously. Philippa locked her legs tightly around his body. The dagger thrust into the neck continually stirred. Chapter 325, Where are the others? Philippa clenched her legs tightly around the body, her dagger slashing horizontally across the neck. The struggling body gradually lost its strength and went limp. Only a pair of eyes, still staring intently in her direction, refused to close in death. Philippa let go of the corpse and cautiously looked around. Seeing that no one around had noticed, she immediately crouched down, her face alight with joy as she slipped off the space ring from the finger, wiped the blood from it on the body, and put it on her own hand. Then, while carefully watching her surroundings, she started to strip the equipment from the body. Leather armor, leather boots, the dagger at the waist. She picked up the dagger by the hilt and smashed it against the golden teeth in the mouth. Traitor, traitor. Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out from above. Philippa's heart contracted. She looked up sharply to see the green-haired Red Crown parrot standing on the railing, loudly squawking, traitor. Damn, shut up, stupid bird. Traitor, lackey, stupid bird. You motherfucker. Philippa cursed and lunged at it immediately. The fat parrot flapped its wings and flew up, thudding against the overhead beam, then tumbling back down onto the deck. Philippa was startled, it really is a stupid bird. She grabbed her clothes and hurriedly bent down to run toward her own pirate ship. Inside the cabin, amid the deafening roar, the whole ship was shaking violently. The wails of pirates came from outside, and fresh blood seeped through the cracks of the door. Zai Ligui and a few other squad members crammed into the narrow crevice, straining to look outside. Within their fixed line of sight, flames shot up into the sky, and from time to time, pirates were flung into the air. Bodies and limbs strewn about, scattering all over. What kind of weapon is this? Or has a great mage come? It must be the steward leading the team. I just saw that captain of Poison Blade being blasted away. He's probably dead. That's a level 12 fugitive. How could he be dead? Even if he's not dead, he won't live long. That hanging over there is his leg. The squad members discussed in hushed voices. The arrival of reinforcements allowed their taut nerves to relax somewhat. It was as if they had taken a stroll through the gates of hell. But Xiligui's brows were still furrowed. Although she couldn't see who was attacking the pirates, this method of attack felt strangely familiar. Last time, Wu Heng had used a strange apparatus to kill all the attacking pirates. Could it be that it's not Tamilo the steward who has come? But Wu Heng? He was someone who rarely even went to the association, so why would he suddenly appear here? Deputy Steward, the noise outside has lessened. Should we break out? Someone asked aloud with a suggestion. Xiligui glanced outside again and shook her head. Let's wait a bit longer. It's chaotic out there, and if we go out now, we might accidentally hurt our people. Let's see how it unfolds first. Oh, okay. Everyone, eat something. When we go out later, there might still be pirates. Everyone nodded and rested where they were. The cargo ship filled with skeletons rapidly approached. Bullets rained out, relentlessly striking down every visible target. This way. Wu Heng pointed to the left. Bang bang bang. All guns aimed to the left, and a burst of concentrated gunfire ensued. Pirates trying to untie the ropes and cut the hooks were instantly struck dead or wounded. Over here. Attack this ship. Rocket launchers, sink that speedboat. Wu Heng kept pointing at one pirate ship after another, and the skeletons rotated their guns to sweep fire accordingly. Suddenly, in the corner of his eye, he saw Philippa clutching something, climbing back onto her own ship through the net of ropes. Wu Heng immediately directed the skeletons to turn their guns towards other ships. Do you know that person? Glenda floated nearby and asked quietly. She's my informant among the pirates. Today's intelligence was provided by her, Wu Heng said directly. The ghost was intimately connected to her. Many things could be shared with them without any problem. It seems like the people you chose aren't very agile. There was no one else to choose. As long as they're not stupid, they will do, Wu Heng said. His gaze swept over the location of the Iron Barrel pirate group again. Philippa had already climbed back onto her own ship and started directing the crew to break free and cut the ropes. Wu Heng then turned his head and looked in other directions. Only after the ship had broken free and moved away into the distance, did he gesture for the skeletons to fire a couple of random shots. Still, a few pirates were hit. They lay on the deck. With Philippa's pirate ship leaving, there were no more concerns. Under a relentless barrage of gunfire, the decks of all the ships were covered in bodies, with not a living soul in sight. Cease fire. The skeletons, upon hearing the command, stowed away their firearms. Wu Heng led the skeletons and leaped onto a pirate ship, the hulls touching. The deck was littered with bodies, and his feet felt the sticky sensation of flesh and blood. Raising his hand, he cast Corpse Battlefield, transforming the bodies on the deck into skeletons that rose from the ground. They swayed as they picked up the weapons from the ground. Wu Heng walked to the entrance of the cabin and looked down. Whoosh whoosh. Several crossbow arrows, whistling as they were shot up. Wu Heng dodged to one side and threw dancing light skill downwards, barely making out the pirates hiding inside, ready for action. It seems a defensive battle was in order. Thinking for a moment, he took a grenade from his space ring, pulled the pin, and threw it directly into the cabin. Bang. After a loud boom, Wu Heng said, "Kill them all, leave none alive." Clang clang clang. The skeletons, armed with weapons, charged into the cabin. Instantly, they clashed with the pirates inside. Then, Wu Heng continued to the remaining pirate ships, turning the bodies on the decks and ordering attacks on the cabins to kill the remaining pirates. After leaving several pirate ships to the skeletons, Wu Heng proceeded to the besieged guild ship in the center. This ship was not much better than the pirate ships. The railing was shattered, and the deck was full of bodies, dense holes, and huge dents from the explosions. He walked around the deck. He found the captain of Red Crown Pirate Group with a huge hole in his chest and the captain of Poison Blade Pirate Group, stripped to just his underwear. Wu Heng checked the wanted posters, then looked around nearby. Among the scattered limbs, he found 2 legs that seemed to belong to Poison Blade. He took out 2 mats from his space ring, wrapped up the bodies and then directly put them into his space ring. Afterward, he transformed all the other bodies into skeletons. Thud thud thud. Wu Heng approached where the guild members were hiding, knocked lightly, and said, "Xiligui, you can come out now." Behind the door, after the sound of moving items, the door opened. Xiligui, along with her team members and sailors, walked out from the dim cabin. It seemed that everyone was in a sorry state. There were hardly any crew members left. Deputy Steward Wu Heng. "Thank you, Deputy Steward, for coming to rescue us." "Thank you, Deputy Steward Wu Heng." Everyone thanked him, but they still looked with some trepidation at the sea of skeletons behind him. Xiligui glanced around at the situation. The scene was even more tragic than she had imagined, with the deck resembling ruins, covered in bloodstains and various debris. and on the surrounding pirate ships, one could see skeletons dragging out some of the bodies from the cabins. "Where are the others?" asked Xiligui. Chapter 326, Pluck Feathers to Stew Soup. Seeing the curious gaze from Xiligui, Wu Heng was also startled. "What other people?" Shiraz looked at him with confusion. "Didn't you bring a squad over?" There was no time. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiligui and the others all frowned at him. One person, killing so many pirates? The entire sea had been dyed red. Let alone whether the other deputy stewards could do it, even Steward Emilio might find it difficult to boast of coming out alone to rescue someone. This was somewhat too abnormal. Xiligui continued to inquire, "Didn't the steward come with you?" "No, I will explain in detail when we return. You go check this ship first to see if it still can move," said Wu Heng straightforwardly. "Okay." Xiligui nodded. She instructed the others to start inspecting the ship. The battles on the other pirate ships had also ended. Bodies were dragged out of the cabins and laid out on the deck. Wu Heng turned them all into skeletons and then began to move the goods and money from the pirate ships. Several ships were all tied together. A large amount of goods were moved into the cabin on Wu Heng's ship, which, besides the materials, included some gold coins and several large buckets of silver coins. It seemed that the pirates were very fond of using wooden barrels to hold silver coins. The several pirates that had been wiped out one after another all had barrels filled to the brim. A huge amount of materials was piled into the cabin. Apart from the bounties from the association, these ships and the materials in the cabins were already a significant harvest to take back. Returning to the deck, Sharkteeth was leading a few skeletons, retrieving sunken goods from under the sea. There were bound to be losses. But some coins were still salvageable and could be used again. Before long, a squad member came over. He said, "Deputy Steward Wu Heng, we've inspected the pirate ships, and 3 of them can be operational after repairs while the remaining one needs to be towed back. Out of the remaining pirate ships, which were 4 in total, they were definitely to be taken back. The greatest value was in these ships. Then let's tow them back." "Okay," the squad member went down to prepare. Once everything was dealt with, the order was given to set sail for home. The ships formed a convoy, approaching in the direction of Gold and Silver Island. On the deck, the sea breeze howled, and the splashing waves fell like raindrops. Xiligui leaned on the railing, her golden hair fluttering with the sea breeze, and said, "How did you know we were in danger?" "The steward came to pick you up a few days ago. Seeing there was no news, I took the special item for finding people and came out to check," Wu Heng stated directly. Xiligui nodded, "Thank you. If it wasn't for you coming over, we might have been in danger." Wu Heng laughed, waved his hand and said, "What's there to thank for? We're all companions, helping each other is natural. If I'm in danger, you'd surely come to my rescue too." A smile appeared on Shiraz's somewhat dirty face. "That's true, you really are different from other necromancers. The impression you give is different. Take that as a compliment," Wu Heng said, then quickly added, "By the way, the item I use to find people requires an article of clothing or a personal belonging of the target to track their location. I went to your office and took one, but I accidentally broke the door." Xiligui didn't mind at all. "It's fine, just have someone fix it later." "What did you take?" Wu Heng flipped his hand, producing a hairband. "This hairband, I'm giving it back to you." Xiligui looked surprised. "I've been looking for this hairband for a long time. I couldn't even remember where I put it." "Well, keep it with you for now. That way, you don't have to break the door again the next time I'm in danger." "That's one way to do it." Wu Heng put it away again, and Xiligui showed a smile. Wu Heng leaned on the railing and continued, "Don't just head out to sea on a whim, it's too dangerous." Xiligui sighed and said, "The association has set targets for us. Do you think I want this? Now even the ship is broken. I don't know how I'm going to explain this to the steward when I get back." Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, "We just killed 2 pirate captains, one of whom was a level 3 fugitive. When we report it, we will say we killed them together to fulfill the quota first." Shiraz looked up at him. "How can we do that? That should be your achievement. On record, there's a complete difference between a single person killing and a group killing. 2 deputy stewards, plus 2 squads, killed 2 pirate groups. Although the quota was met, it didn't look that impressive. What use is a record, anyway?" "That may be true, but fabricating achievements is not permitted by the association." "Fabricating what?" "You and the squad members participated too. It wouldn't be considered fabricating." Xiligui hesitated, then glanced at the other squad members in the distance. It wasn't quite right that they had almost lost their lives on this venture without reaping any benefits. Ultimately, she nodded and agreed, "All right, thank you." "No need for thanks. I will go and inform everyone, so there are no problems later," Xiligui said, and then she walked toward the direction of the squad members. She briefly explained the situation. All the squad members saluted Wu Heng in gratitude. Wu Heng also nodded with a smile. He didn't say much else. The Iron Barrel Pirate Group. Philippa sat in the captain's cabin, joyful as she took out everything from the space ring. Various supplies, a large bag of gold coins, and 2 whole barrels of silver coins. This filled Philippa with the joy of a bountiful harvest. Being a pirate is effing awesome. Unlike the startup funds Wu Heng had given her, this money was obtained by her own hands through killing and looting. A pirate should live like a pirate. The spoils she lent were not as satisfying as those taken with her own hands. Humming a tune, she put away all the supplies. Then, her gaze fell onto the iron cage on the table. In the cage was a chubby green parrot. Patches of its feathers were plucked, giving it a look of a chicken ready for the pot. Philippa pulled out a dagger with a ring, and slammed it onto the wooden table. Her eyes slightly narrowed, she looked at the parrot with ill intent and said, "Chick, now you have 2 choices, be stewed in soup or roasted." After speaking, she instinctively licked her lips. The green parrot shivered and said in a shrill voice, "Ally, pirate code. Your ally is very hungry." The green parrot flapped its wings, shouting, "No, traitor." "I didn't expect you could communicate," said Philippa with curiosity. She knew the parrot could talk, but she hadn't expected it to understand so much. After thinking for a moment, she continued, "You've seen too much today, you can't be left alive." "Ally. Ally." The parrot shouted ally, shaking its head frantically. "If you were one of our pirate crew, I wouldn't eat you." The wing-flapping parrot paused for a moment, tilting its head as if it didn't understand. Philippa picked up the dagger again. The parrot immediately became alert and shouted in a piercing voice, "Captain, great captain." Philippa drew closer to the cage, staring at the parrot, and said, "If you become my tamed beast and fail, I will pluck and stew you." The parrot spread its wings, pressed against the back of the iron cage, full of fear. Chapter 327, What's that? Give me one. Not until early the next morning, did the fleet approach the harbor, towing the damaged pirate ships. The sight of ships covered in scars making their way to the dock still caused quite a stir. "What's happening? Why are ships flying pirate flags docking?" "Those are the Poison Blade and Red Crown pirate ships. I've seen their flags on wanted posters. They're approaching the Association's harbor, looks like they've been taken down by the Association's folks. The Poison Blade pirate group has been notorious for over a decade. How could they be wiped out so easily? It seems the Association has taken drastic measures, the pirates have been too rampant on the trading routes lately." "That's true." Everyone whispered among themselves. Meanwhile, those who were gathering information quickly left the crowd to pass the news on. Soon, the news that the Association had wiped out 2 pirate groups spread rapidly at the harbor and across the island. Taverns and brothels were all abuzz with discussions about it. They speculated whether it was Emilio himself who led the team, wiped out the 2 groups as a warning to others. In the cabin, Wu Heng ordered all the skeletons to stand by. He then returned to the deck and, together with Zai Ligui and many squad members, disembarked the ship. After informing the ship manager, he called for a carriage and headed back to the Association. Upon arrival at the Association, the team members went back to their resting area, while Wu Heng and Zai Ligui together headed to the steward's office. After knocking lightly on the door, they entered directly. Inside the office, there was only the assistant, Moya. Upon seeing Wu Heng and Zai Ligui stepping in, Moya's eyes widened. Only yesterday, Wu Heng had mentioned receiving intelligence about Zai Ligui being in danger, and today he brought her back? That was incredibly fast. Or was it that Zai Ligui wasn't in trouble at all and had just happened to run into Wu Heng on her way back? "Deputy Steward Zai Ligui, are you alright?" Moya asked. Zai Ligui ran her fingers through her hair and replied, "I'm fine. Some sailors were injured, and there's damage to the ships." "Where's the steward?" Moya said, "I've already passed the message along to the steward. He hasn't come back yet." At this point, Moya became even more curious about how Wu Heng found her and brought her back so quickly. "Even if you had hidden her yourself, it couldn't have been this fast, could it? When can we expect him back?" Zai Ligui continued. Moya replied, "If he sets sail back immediately upon receiving the message, he could return tonight or tomorrow." "Oh, then we will come back tomorrow," said Zai Ligui. "Yes, knowing that you've returned safely will put the steward at ease." Wu Heng and Zai Ligui nodded, then left the office. After leaving the steward's office, they continued down the stone stairs together to the morgue. The corpses they had obtained needed to be examined. Everything was to proceed according to the Association's protocol. In the cold morgue, the coroner was inspecting the bodies on the iron beds. Upon seeing 2 stewards coming down at once, he promptly saluted, "Deputy Steward." Wu Heng took out the wrapped corpses and said, "2 bodies, both fugitives from the wanted list. verify their identities and then stitch up the bodies. Both bodies had met particularly gruesome ends. The captain of Red Crown Pirate Group had a large hole torn open in his chest, while the captain of Poison Blade Pirate Group suffered even more. His legs had been removed from the mast. Stripped completely bare, his neck was deeply slashed, leaving his head hanging. The coroner lifted the two bodies onto the iron bed, took a quick look, and nodded in agreement. "All right, I will notify the reception directly once I have the results." "Great, thanks for your hard work." The pair then headed back. They said goodbye in the corridor and returned to their respective offices. Back in the office, Andre Willow smiled and hung his coat on the rack for him. She said softly, "Master, did you go on a mission yesterday?" "Yes, I went to rescue an association ship." Wu Heng washed his face in a basin to the side. Andre Willow took a towel and gently wiped the water off his face. Sitting down, Wu Heng said, "Wire, help me write a report. The steward might need it later." Andre Willow took out paper and a pen, replying, "Sure, go ahead." Wu Heng thought for a moment and recounted the intelligence he had received yesterday before going to rescue Zai Ligui. The only difference was that he didn't say he killed all the pirates. Instead, he recounted that upon his arrival, Zai Ligui was already fighting with the pirates, and he used skeletons and some machinery to kill them. This was also what he and Zai Ligui had agreed upon. Otherwise, Zai Ligui and other squad members would just hide in the cabin, waiting for the battle to end before emerging. It's difficult to be credited with any merit. Andre Willow wrote down the main content and then began to rewrite it as a report. Wu Heng continued, "Mention our ship's damages and see if we can get some money from the association for repairs." "Ah. All right." Andre Willow nodded. Elsewhere, Zai Ligui looked at the fallen door on the floor and the broken door frame. Her eyes bulged in astonishment. Is this what Wu Heng meant by a bit of damage? It was entirely unusable. Okay. She dismissed the guards at the door and stepped over the door plate to enter. Glancing around, she noticed a drawer half open under the desk. It seemed Wu Heng had taken his headband from there. She couldn't really blame him, since he had been in a rush to save her, and indeed he had encountered danger at the time. She casually pulled the drawer out further, and upon seeing the white chest wrap on top, her cheeks flushed crimson immediately. She had just taken it off and had not had the chance to take it back for washing. He didn't see it, did he? This guy. Deputy Steward Zai Ligui. At that moment, a staff member entered. Zai Ligui put the chest wrap into her space ring and looked up. "What's up? Do we need someone to fix the door?" "Yes, go find someone." "Okay, Deputy Steward." The staff member left. Zai Ligui also took out paper and pen, and began to write about the battle with the pirates yesterday. Closer to noon, Wu Heng stepped out from the association. He had left the report writing entirely to Andre Willow. After all, a report is not an essay exam, clarity of events was what mattered. Besides, the steward was not back yet, and it was uncertain if it could be submitted tomorrow. On this world, messaging was still very primitive. His own radio, however, could transmit messages rapidly. He made his way back to his residence. Minnie saw his return and ran out from the room, launching herself at him. Wu Heng caught her, feeling the bunny girl wrap around him like an octopus. "This move again?" Wu Heng, cradling her buoyant buttocks, walked towards the room. Minnie whispered, "I just missed you a bit." "You can't miss me every day." "Oh my." Minnie nuzzled into his neck firmly and cooed softly. Wu Heng, carrying her, headed to the living room. He said, "Be good, go tell Chef Number 1 to prepare lunch." Minnie hopped down. "Okay, what does Master want for lunch?" "Just whip something up." "All right." Minnie ran into the kitchen. Wu Heng also went up to the third floor and into the room equipped with a radio. He glanced at the skeleton investigator's record book, then picked up the microphone and said, "Philippa, how are things on your side?" Soon, Philippa's voice came through. "It's all right, you killed a few of my crew members, now I have to recruit others." The scene had been chaotic at the time. Besides, aside from Philippa, Wu Heng didn't know which were her crew members, as the skeleton warriors had opened fire indiscriminately. To say a few were killed was to say the others dodged really well, not that they weren't all killed. "As long as you're not hurt, that's good. Other crew members can be recruited again," Wu Heng said bluntly. "Humphrey, those were my capable subordinates, my allies for conquering the seas," Philippa commented, then continued, "What weapon did you use to destroy the ships?" "It seemed quite powerful." She must be talking about the machine cannons. With sufficient ammunition, they could destroy a ship within seconds. "A type of machinery. Install a few on my ship, then I could provide you with more intelligence," Philippa went on. Wu Heng knew instantly what she wanted and replied, "No, and don't stand out too much. Keep a low profile, mainly gather intelligence." Ammunition for machine cannons was a serious issue right now. Wu Hang had only the machine cannons left with no ammunition, and even if he had some, installing them on her ship wasn't a clear-cut decision. Such devices, in the eyes of pirates, were nothing short of magic relics. You, an 8th-level ranger with a relic, how long could you survive? Impossible. Stingy. Philippa muttered and then said, I found a blank envelope on the captain of Poison Blade Pirate Group, with also a blank paper inside. I wonder if it's the kind of envelope you told me to look out for. Chapter 328, not familiar with him. Upon hearing this news, Wu Hang furrowed his brows. Why had these kinds of envelopes appeared again? Or could it be that this time, the Pirates Loan Association ship was also related to these envelopes? Where are you now? The route? We've circled around to avoid being spotted by anyone, and now we're moving away from Cocktail Island, said Philippa. After thinking for a moment, Wu Hang spoke, head to Cocktail Island now, I will be there soon, and we will talk in person. If you come after dark and the other crew members see your ship, how am I supposed to explain? Philippa exclaimed in surprise. I have a way to get there in advance. All right. If you don't make it before nightfall, I will take my leave with my people, and don't blame me for it. I am not without constraints, Philippa sighed. Wu Hang didn't say much more and hung up directly. Downstairs, lunch was already prepared. After a quick bite, he chatted with Minnie for a moment. Then he left his dwelling, found a secluded place, put on the conductor's hat, and boarded the train. He was on his way to Cocktail Island. The Phantom train, on the way to Cocktail Island, only took a little over 20 minutes. Upon Wu Hang's arrival, he waited for 3 to 4 hours before he finally saw the Iron Barrel Pirate Group's ship approaching from a distance. As the ship docked, Philippa disembarked from the deck with the blazing blade in hand, a parrot perched on her shoulder, looking around like a thief. After gesturing for the crew to go back, she headed straight for the center of the island. When she reached a run-down wooden hut in the center, she let the parrot fly to keep watch on the roof. She then pushed the door and entered the room. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Wu Hang seated inside, along with 2 attendants who were well disguised. A smile squeezed onto her face immediately, and she said respectfully and softly, Deputy Steward. Wu Hang nodded. Sit down. Philippa sat on a rock opposite him. Wu Hang continued, Where's the letter? Let me see it. Oh, right. Philippa pulled out the envelope and handed it over forthwith. Wu Hang glanced at the space ring on Philippa's hand, who instantly covered it, looking as if she was afraid it would be snatched away. There was no need to guess anymore. The person who had stripped the Poison Blade Pirate Group of their gear was Philippa herself. Her actions were indeed ruthless. The legs of Captain Poison Blade were blown off, and she almost savagely managed to decapitate the man. Wu Hang didn't inquire about the ring. He didn't lack such things, so he took the envelope and started to examine it. It was indeed identical to the blank envelope he had obtained before, in length, width, and the feel of the paper. Similarly, looking at this envelope did not provide any panel description. This meant that the envelope and the paper were not props or special items but were distributed to these pirates by some other prop. It was as if someone omnipotent at sea knew the routes of all the trade fleets, as well as the movements of the association ships. The person behind this had indeed become a mystery. How about it? Is it the kind you were looking for? Philippa leaned in and asked. Wu Hang nodded. Indeed, it is that kind. However, it's impossible to determine who sent the envelope. You should be more cautious in the future. If you have related intelligence or if you receive such an envelope, notify me immediately. Oh, of course. You can count on me to handle things. Philippa patted her chest confidently. Wu Hang returned the envelope to her as a reference so that she wouldn't forget about it upon seeing it next time. Then he continued, the intelligence was delivered very timely, and you handled it well. This is for you, recruit some new crew members when the time comes. With a flick of his hand, 5 barrels appeared beside him, filled to the brim with silver coins. Pirate bounties, in fact, are not very high. What is most valuable is the wealth and ships that pirates plunder. The amount given to Philippa was not excessive, but she had already received quite a bit the last time she left her post. Seeing Wu Hang take out so much money again, Philippa immediately revealed a smile. Being an undercover was truly delightful. She had acquired quite a sum from the pirates. And now, Wu Hang had given her a pile of money. Her mother lived in that small village and probably had never seen so much money in her entire life. Upon receiving the silver coins, Philippa continued and asked, Lord, how is my mother doing? As for Philippa's mother, Wu Hang hadn't paid much attention to her recently. He said, when you left, I had someone take her out of prison. She wanted to return to the village, but I didn't agree, and she is currently arranged to stay in the association's dormitory. Philippa immediately said, she can't go back. She has always been rather timid by nature. If she were to return, she would be ostracized and bullied by the villagers, and she would not survive for long. Wu Hang understood her meaning. He said, Do your job well, and I will buy her a property on Gold and Silver Island. She can run a small business there and maintain a normal life. That's fine, just don't let her go back to the village," Philippa said. After finishing the conversation about her mother, Philippa leaned forward again, her face filled with curiosity as she asked, "I don't need that device that destroys ships anymore, but what about that small device used by the ranks of skeletons on deck? Can't you give me one of those? I am doing your work for you. What if I'm in danger?" She was referring to a rifle. Wu Heng thought about it. Philippa was now a captain, but her actual strength was indeed lacking, and currently, the blazing blade and the skeletons were protecting her. If she faced danger alone, it would surely be troublesome. He had plenty of rifles and submachine guns, but he was worried they would be circulated outside, and someone might disassemble and reproduce them. After all, freighters and cargo ships had already been made. Firearms and cannons, as long as one researched in that direction, were not difficult to replicate. After thinking, he still took a rifle from his space ring and placed it on the table. Philippa's eyes immediately lit up, and before Wu Heng could speak, she hastily grabbed it. "How do I use this? Is it like a crossbow arrow?" Avoiding the direction of the muzzle, Wu Heng grasped her hand and said, "Don't point the muzzle toward yourself or your comrades. There's a possibility of misfire with this thing, and you would be at a loss if you shot yourself dead." Philippa realized she had been too excited, and chuckled. "Got it." Wu Heng held the rifle, explaining the safety and use methods, and simultaneously said, "The method of use is just like this. Only I have this weapon, so don't show it in public. If someone finds out, they might easily guess the connection between you and me. Damn it. If I can't use it, then why did you give it to me? Use it to protect yourself in case of danger. If someday you really face unavoidable peril, there's no need to care so much. Use the method I taught you, aim directly and fire. Anything below level 15 can be turned into a sieve." Hearing that it could kill targets below level 15, Philippa got excited again. A weapon capable of killing a 4th-tier professional face-to-face. That was indeed a treasure. She smiled and looked up. "Thank you. These are the bullets, remember to switch them out, and also, don't give this weapon to outsiders, not even a single piece of ammunition," Wu Heng instructed again. "I understand. Such a tool, I would be a fool to give it to someone else." Philippa stored away the gun and the bullets. "Alright, that's all for now. After you go back, your bounty will increase. Be more careful in the future," Wu Heng advised. "Got it. You sound just like my mom," Philippa muttered, then proposed, "Can I change the name of the pirate group? The name Iron Barrel is so ugly. Isn't that the name left by your father?" asked Wu Heng. "I'm not close with him. I got on the ship to save my mom in the first place. Don't change it for now, the main job is collecting intelligence, not really expecting you to run a pirate group. Why care so much about the name?" "Fine then, you're the boss, what you say goes," said Philippa. The two continued their conversation for a while and decided to use Cocktail Island as the future meeting spot for exchanging goods. Philippa walked out of the stone house, and the green parrot flew down from the roof. Chattering, it exclaimed, "Man, you like men." "Shut up, you silly bird." "Captain, silly bird," mimicked the parrot. "You're the silly bird," retorted Philippa. Philippa and the parrot bantered as she boarded the ship and left. Wu Heng also left the stone house and, putting on the conductor's hat again, returned to Gold and Silver Island. Chapter 329, Remember What You Said. The night was deep. Crickets chirped outside the window. Wu Heng lay in bed, gently stroking Minnie's abdomen. The bunny girl's skin was taut and vibrant, smooth as silk. His touch glided upward, soft and filling the palm of his hand. Minnie turned to him, her eyes brimming with tenderness, and said in a sweet voice, "Master, it's so good to have you." "Why say that?" Minnie giggled and lay back down, saying, "I just feel very lucky. Out of so many slaves, you chose me. Now I get to eat delicious food, wear beautiful clothes, and even live in a big house, things I never dared dream of." Minnie placed her arms behind her head, seemingly reminiscing. At that time, Wu Heng needed someone to cook and another to handle accounting. Minnie and Andre Willow came forward directly. From the slaves purchased from Slither, they chose to be with him. It was, in a way, a mutual selection. And now, perhaps due to the better food and living environment, Minnie and Andre Willow were becoming more and more beautiful. They were rare beauties on Gold and Silver Island. Wu Heng also smiled. "I'm also very lucky to have chosen you two." "Wu. Master is so kind." Minnie snuggled into his embrace again. Wu Heng patted the girl's waist and hips, held her close, and then continued, "By the way, I have a task for you." "Ah? What task?" Minnie lifted her head from his chest. "On the 3rd floor, there's a room used for receiving intelligence." "Ah, I know that room." Does it need cleaning? Minnie asked. No, that room is an important tool for contact between me and the pirates. When you have time, take a look at the messages recorded by the skeletons. If there's anything important or urgent, remind me in time, Wu Hang said. It was because of the incident where Shiraz had been surrounded by the pirate group. Wu Hang felt it was better to have Minnie regularly check the content to prevent missing any urgent matters. Of course, there were times when he had gone to Zombie World, and Minnie wouldn't be able to find him. But upon his return, he would be able to get the messages immediately. Oh, all right. Minnie immediately agreed, then asked, those pirates, are they very fierce? They're certainly not good people, he replied. Can they stretch their arms out long? Why do you ask? That's what happens in the comic books, and there are those who use 3 swords. That's all fake. Pirates in reality are bad people, be careful around them, Wu Hang continued. Oh, okay. Minnie acknowledged, promptly sitting on top of him. Aren't you sleeping yet? Hee, Bad Fox isn't here tonight, so I won't sleep all night. Wu Hang supported her waist, you're the one with the boundless energy. Hee. The next day, early morning. Andre Willow went downstairs and saw Minnie coming out of the kitchen. Good morning, Wire sister. Andre Willow glanced at her and said, you're being so polite today, you didn't talk badly about me last night, did you? How could I? Wire sister and I are the best of friends, Minnie leaned in. Andre Willow pushed her away with her hand, isn't it the time you were shouting last night how Bad Fox wasn't here and you wanted to play all night? Minnie's expression instantly stiffened as she awkwardly said, that just slipped out unconsciously. You know how I blurt things out when I'm excited. We're the best of friends. I'm not that close to you. Okay, we're the best. I will make you something delicious tonight, Minnie said, hugging Andre Willow's arm and sweetly apologizing. It wasn't long before Wu Hang also came downstairs from upstairs. He glanced at the two of them fooling around and said, Willow, we will go to the guild together later. Yes, master. Breakfast was ready. They sat down together at the dining table for breakfast. Wu Hang and Andre Willow then headed to the guild together. Steward's office. Wu Hang knocked on the door and entered after hearing a response. The elegant elf steward sat behind the desk, not at all looking like she had just returned from the sea. Vice Executive Zai Ligui was seated on a sofa to one side, nodding at Wu Hang as he entered. Sit down, said Emilo. Wu Hang took a seat across from Zai Ligui. Emilo continued, Zai Ligui told me about yesterday's events. You did well to rescue members of the guild and kill 2 pirate captains. I will make sure to note it in your record. Thank you, steward, Wu Hang expressed his gratitude. Although he wasn't too concerned about the record, a positive entry couldn't hurt. Have you written your report? I have. Wu Hang handed the report over to him. Emilo briefly eyed the report and set it aside, then said, Don't go out to sea for a while. I will be organizing an internal inspection in the next few days. Understood, both of them nodded. All right, Shiraz can go back first, Wu Hang, you stay behind a bit. Shiraz stood up, bowed, and left the room. On her way out, she even winked at Wu Hang. After the door closed, Emilo continued, repeat what happened. Wu Hang nodded, repeating the intelligence he had obtained from Philippa, and the rescue mission at sea once more. Emilo pondered for a moment and asked, the pirate girl you arranged, does she know where the pirates got their information from? Being able to accurately grasp the movements of the association's vessels was not something ordinary pirates could do. At the very least, Emilo did not believe that the Poison Blade and Red Crown pirate groups had that capability. It was clear he suspected someone had provided them with intelligence. Wu Hang thought for a while and said, she's not sure either. She said she was out recruiting sailors and then overheard those people's conversation. Then he added, but on the bodies, we found those blank envelopes. Emilo's eyes narrowed instantly. Related to the blank envelopes again? There's a possibility. The text on the envelope has disappeared, and I don't know if the message transmitted has anything to do with this incident, said Wu Hang. Emilo frowned and thought for a moment before saying, I have noted this matter. You and that pirate girl have done well. Tell her to keep up the good work. The association will record this and will also sponsor her future development. Oh, okay. Alright, you can go back now too. I will let you know if there's anything. Wu Hang bowed and then left the room. Back to the steward's office. Andre Willow was bathing the little owl. Seeing Wu Hang return, she smiled and said, the association is all discussing your deeds, aren't they? What deeds? Wu Hang sat down beside her. About how you single-handedly rescued Vice Executive Shiraz and their team, saying your strength is second only to Steward Emilo, Andre Willow said while petting the owl, turning her head to speak. The whole association knows, huh? Yes. Everyone is talking about it. Andre Willow said, her face holding a proud expression. "Discuss it for 2 days, and everyone will forget about it," Wu Hang said, tidying up his things. "Wire, I'm heading home. If there's nothing this afternoon, you should come back early as well." "Yes, master." Wu Hang left the office. As he reached the hall, indeed many people were greeting him from afar. It seemed he had become famous overnight. Nodding in response, he quickly exited the association and headed to his residence. Arriving back at his residence, it was just around noon. He had lunch with Minnie, and then headed upstairs. Even after hearing Minnie say that there was no important information in the radio log, he still went in to check it himself. There truly was no important information, just some trivial chatter. It felt as if Philippa had turned the radio into a tree hole for worries, where she had to speak into the microphone about every small issue. After confirming there was no intelligence he needed, he continued to ascend to the 4th floor and entered the alchemy room. He placed the purchased materials to one side, then went over to the shelf, looking at the finished elixirs. This time, apart from the several types of elixirs that Wu Hang regularly needed, there were also 8 bottles of level 1 corpse core potion. The production efficiency was fairly high. It hadn't been long since he had brought them back from the military market. After taking all the potions, Wu Hang left the room immediately. In the study, he opened the boundary door and headed to Zombie World. Old Factory District, dormitory. Wu Hang let Zhao out to find her mother. He went to the window himself and looked outside. There was construction happening both inside and outside the factory district. Beyond the internal walls and some defensive works, a market was also being built as planned outside. Cranes were digging foundations, and a large number of people were clearing weeds that were knee-high. That was when Chi Hangkai passed by below. Wu Hang took out his walkie-talkie, pressed the button, and said, "Chi Hangkai, come up for a bit." "Received." Chi Hangkai replied and quickly walked up the stairs. Soon, there was a knock on the door. "Enter." The door opened, and Chi Hangkai peered in. Seeing that the room only had Wu Hang and the 2 attendants, she immediately became a bit nervous. With her head slightly lowered, she glanced at the bed to the side and then back at him. "How's life at the base?" Wu Hang asked. "Ah." Chi Hangkai was taken aback, responding instinctively, "Pretty good." Wu Hang looked at her and said, "Do you still remember what I told you about there being an act to taking the corpse core?" Hearing this, Chi Hangkai felt her heart racing. "I remember. If you're willing to stay and can assure that you won't divulge this matter, I can provide you with that kind of corpse core without any side effects." Chapter 330, Come Over Indeed. Chi Hangkai's heartbeat quickened even more. When she truly heard the words "no side effects," her heart skipped a beat, and her pupils suddenly constricted. No side effects? Last time, the other party only mentioned there were some techniques involved. She had thought it merely improved the success rate of consuming the corpse core. But now, what was said was completely different. No side effects meant a guaranteed success. This was too terrifying. Unrestricted enhancement of one's own abilities. For the other party, this wasn't the apocalypse, this was a hunting ground for breaking free from one's own shackles. No wonder the auto repair shop had always been looking for mutated zombies. And no wonder, the other party had displayed so many types of superpowers. Now, they were about to share this secret with her. At the same time as feeling ecstatic, she also understood the implications of the words. This was definitely a secret that could not be revealed. If she disclosed it, she feared she would become one of those skeletons. Forcing herself to calm down, she said firmly, "I swear I will not betray you, and I am willing to do anything for you." "Remember what you said today," Wu Hang said. Chi Hangkai spoke again, "Don't worry, I know how difficult it is to survive now, I will never do anything to betray you." Wu Hang nodded, took out a bottle of elixir, and handed it to her, saying, "This is the purified elixir, drink it straight away, I will watch over you." Chi Hangkai frowned slightly, subconsciously taking the not-so-large bottle of elixir. It wasn't the blood-red corpse core, but rather, a medicinal liquid that looked like it could be eye drops. Chi Hangkai looked at Wu Hang again, confirming that there was no reason for him to deceive or harm her. Moreover, with the conversation having come this far, there was no reason to back down. She opened the bottle cap and tilted her head back to drink. The elixir flowed down her throat into her stomach, dry and with warmth. Then came an accelerated heartbeat, a feeling of tightness in her chest, and a surge of energy spreading rapidly throughout her body. Her muscles and bones throbbed with pain. But soon, all kinds of strange sensations gradually disappeared, replaced by a sense of vitality and comfort emanating from her body. She had experienced this feeling once before. Only, the last time it had been even more painful, like being flayed and having her bones scraped. An experience so agonizing, one would never wish to endure it a second time. Now, after taking the elixir, it ended so effortlessly. It was truly magical. "How do you feel?" Wu Heng watched her and asked. Even though Chi Hengkai had consumed a corpse core before, at this moment, she was drenched with sweat, as if she had been fished out of a river. Her clothes clung to her body, outlining her stiff figure, and the black bra that faintly showed through. Chi Hengkai revealed an uncontainable joy. Very good, I can feel the increase in my body's strength. You have a good constitution, you absorbed it quite quickly. Thank you. A breeze blew through the window, causing Chi Hengkai to shiver suddenly, realizing that her whole body was soaking wet. She instinctively covered her chest, then let go and pushed out her chest slightly. Thump, thump. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Wu Heng said. The door opened, and Zhao's mother, Zhao Yanqiu, entered. Zhao said you were looking for me. Yes, come in, Wu Heng said. Zhao Yanqiu entered the room and saw the somewhat oddly looking Chi Hengkai. Her eyes swept over her body and then took a quick glance at Wu Heng. Deputy Director Chi, Zhao Yanqiu said. Here in the base, they followed the titles common to most other bases. Wu Heng was the director, and as the day-to-day manager, Chi Hengkai was the deputy director. Sister Zhao. Chi Hengkai was even more polite. After exchanging greetings, Chi Hengkai said to Wu Heng, I will go back first. Notify me at any time if there is any action. Yes, you can go back now, Wu Heng replied. Chi Hengkai opened the door and walked straight out. After leaving the room, Chi Hengkai took a deep breath to calm herself down. The fact that he had told her about the elixir signified great trust in her. Perhaps not as much as Li Yaong, but within the bases controlled by King Yama, she undoubtedly counted as a confidant. She walked down the stairs. She still couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Looking up again, she suddenly thought that Zhao Yanqiu must also be there to take the elixir. She must be doing it because of her daughter Zhao, Chi Hengkai muttered to herself, increasingly curious about who this Zhao really was. She managed the entire old factory refuge, and all the survivors had been registered. Only this frequently mentioned Zhao had never made an appearance. It was as if she only existed in everyone's thoughts, never having been seen from the beginning to the end. At this thought, Chi Hengkai felt a chill run down her spine again. A sense of horror inexplicably rose in her heart. It was like watching a horror movie, where all the characters were imagined by the audience and never truly existed. So cold. Chi Hengkai shivered her shoulders and went back to her room to change clothes. Zhao Yanqiu stood in the middle, speaking somewhat restrainedly. Do you have any instructions for me? Zhao also revealed herself in midair, half reclining. HMPH. Mom's always got a temper with me. Zhao Yanqiu looked up and glared at her. Wu Heng said, You've heard about the corpse core, haven't you? The radio mentioned it, something inside a zombie's body. Zhao Yanqiu spoke. Even if she hadn't heard about it before, now that she was in charge of the radio, she naturally knew about the corpse core. Wu Heng spoke directly, I can provide you with a corpse core here, which would be of great benefit to your constitution. Zhao Yanqiu frowned, the success rate of the corpse core is quite low. Zhao interrupted from the side, Uncle's doesn't have any side effects, Mom, so don't worry. Wu Heng also explained, I have an elixir here that has no side effects. Offering it to Zhao Yanqiu was largely a compensation for Zhao. As one of the first ghosts who followed him, although she was a bit mischievous, she had indeed provided him with great help. Whether it was scouting before battles or locating mutated zombies. So now, with an abundance of corpse cores to distribute, Zhao's mother was also included. Zhao Yanqiu looked at her daughter, who was nodding earnestly at her, and agreed, Thank you for your trust. Wu Heng handed her the elixir. Zhao Yanqiu opened the bottle and downed it in one gulp. Immediately afterward, her body started convulsing, curling into a ball and letting out pain moans. Zhao cheered her on from the side, telling her to just hold on a bit longer. After a short duration of pain, there was a sensation of the body being revitalized. Zhao Yanqiu wiped her sweaty forehead, Thank you, I feel like my body has changed a lot. Don't mention this to anyone, not even people within the base, or it could be life-threatening. Wu Heng continued to caution. Zhao Yanqiu's expression grew serious, and she nodded gravely, I won't speak of it. Go ahead with your tasks. Zhao Yanqiu gave a salute again and left the room. Thank you, Uncle. Zhao expressed her gratitude. Why be polite? We're all family here, said Wu Heng. Hee hee. Zhao chuckled happily and did a loop in the air. Wu Heng put on a coat. Zhao, come back first. We are going to the bus station. Oh, okay. Zhao returned to her body. Wu Heng, along with the skeleton, went straight up to the rooftop, climbed onto the skeleton flying dragon's back, and put on a bandit mask as a windbreak. With a light pat on the dragon's neck, they soared into the sky, heading toward the direction of the bus station. Whistling wind filled his ears, and the airflow whipped around the mask like a lash. If his constitution weren't several times stronger than that of a normal person, he might have struggled with these speeds. The journey was a rapid flight. The skeleton flying dragon arrived directly above the bus station. The flying dragon descended into the yard, and the patrolling survivors, carrying strong crossbows, hurried over. Seeing Wu Heng taking off his hood, they immediately lowered their weapons and smiled. King Yama. Did you just come back from a raid? Wu Heng jumped down from the flying dragon and asked, where's Li Yong? Sister Hong is in a meeting. Should I notify her? Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, let her come to my room after the meeting finishes. Oh, alright. He returned to his original room. It was still preserved as it was. He waited briefly. The door opened, and Li Yong, carrying a heavy backpack, walked straight in. Seeing Wu Heng, she stood at the door with her arms folded across her chest, looking sulky. Wu Heng saw her demeanor and felt somewhat amused. He opened his arms and said, come here. You. Li Yong hesitated, glared at him, but still walked over and fell into his embrace. Wu Heng wrapped his arms around her, asking, miss me? Miss my ass. She retorted, yet still snuggled forcefully into his embrace. Wu Heng pinched her cheek, lifting her face, and planted a forceful kiss upon her lips. Chapter 331, You also collect intelligence for me. Li Yong, flushed with annoyance, hammered the other's chest twice before looking up and responding. It wasn't until her jacket had been taken off that Li Yong turned away and said, no, I have to take a shower first, I'm all sweaty. Wu Heng unfastened her chest wrap with one hand, gave her lower back a light pat, hurry up then. Really, you're like this as soon as you arrive. Li Yong held her chest clothing, complaining softly. After she entered the bathroom, Wu Heng also took off his clothes and followed in. Coming out of the bathroom, wrapped in bath towels, the two of them walked out and sat at the edge of the bed. Wu Heng took out 2 elixirs and placed them on the table. The new potions are out, here are 2 for you. Li Yong, toweling her damp hair, arched an eyebrow. Corpse core potions, which hadn't been seen for a while, were mainly due to a lack of reports of mutated zombies nearby. Now, having established a base in the city, that was indeed the right move. Am I taking 2 for myself? Shouldn't some be distributed to others? After all, I've taken it so many times and still haven't awakened any superpower. Wu Heng pulled her into his embrace and said, let's consider others later, you manage things here, you need to have a certain amount of strength. Alright, should I drink them now? Without saying much else, Li Yong opened the potions and drank both bottles in succession. A brief sting in her body followed, after which everything returned to normal. Li Yong could distinctly feel an improvement in her physical strength. Grabbing thin air then opening her palm again, she revealed a mosquito she had squished. Wow, I have the shadowless hand now, Li Yong exclaimed. She washed her hands in the bathroom and came back with a smile, saying, you're so nice. Not angry anymore? Still angry, who asked you to stay away for so many days? Li Yong continued to pout. Wu Heng drew her closer, I've been busy there, also setting up a new market. Moreover, Li Yong went on, the passenger terminal needs more food and strong crossbows, and in the bag I brought, is the gold and silver I've recently collected. I knew I could count on you. Really now? Staying at the passenger terminal until dusk, looking at the time, planning to leave. Li Yong helped him dress, quietly complaining, really, it's like sneaking around, in such a hurry, and even timing the return. Wu Heng laughed at her teasing, you are the official one. What, you really have someone else? Is it Chi Heng Kai? I've had my suspicions about her for a long time, Li Yong immediately said. Wu Heng pinched her face playfully, what wild guesses? Then when will you come again? Li Yong continued to ask. In a few days. What about the food and strong crossbows I need? Let's do this, when the time comes, I will have the convoy deliver them along the perimeter road, it will take just over 2 days, Wu Heng thought for a moment and said. That works. After they had discussed and agreed, Wu Heng picked up the backpack full of gold and silver from the ground and glanced at it. Picking it up, it rustled heavily, weighing at least over 1,000 grams. In a different world, one could live a life of luxury with this. He stored it in his space ring and walked out directly. He mounted the skeleton flying dragon, waved goodbye, and headed towards the old factory area. The flying dragon landed on the rooftop of the old factory area. Wu Heng returned to his dorm, opened the boundary door, and went back to Gold and Silver Island. Back at the place of residence. After dinner, Wu Heng distributed the remaining 4 potions to Minnie and Andre Willow. Both women knew the potion's value. They joyfully accepted it and took it immediately. When the night deepened, they returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, at the association, Wu Heng sat at the desk, checking the latest updates on the fugitive list. Some new pirate groups had been added, along with the usual fugitives. And Philippa, the bounty on her head, had already reached 650 silver coins, had she not just made the list. Given her estimated age, her level wouldn't be too high, and she might even be credited with a third-class merit. Thump thump. The door was knocked, and Andre Willow came in with a woman. "Master, Mrs. Millicent has arrived," Andre Willow said. Millicent was the name of Philippa's mother, a woman not yet 40, with very fair skin and a plump figure. "Master," the woman said in a lowered voice, also quietly calling out. "You can call me Deputy Steward, you don't need to follow their lead," Wu Heng said. It was still somewhat strange to be called master by his subordinate's mother. "Yes, Deputy Steward." Wu Heng continued, "The day before yesterday, I met your daughter, and she wanted me to arrange a job for you. Have you done anything before?" The woman carefully looked up and said, "I used to run an inn for a while, but there weren't many people in the village, so it eventually closed. It simply wasn't viable to open an inn in a village. But it did count as having some experience in doing business." Wu Heng thought for a moment and then said, "If I buy you a shop and have you open a tavern, can you manage it?" I don't know," the woman replied, bowing her head. Gold and Silver Island was different from the village she had previously lived in. This place was a bustling trade center, with a great many sailors and trading groups entering the port daily. Taverns of that sort did quite well here. They would also serve as a source of information for him. After a moment of consideration, he looked up and said, "Let's give it a try. After all, it wasn't easy to leave the village. You should have a better life." The woman's expression briefly paused. "You're right. Wire. Update by N0 of Go.C0 Master." Andre Willow looked over. "Go to the municipal offices and buy a shop. Pick a location that's a bit better, and have someone else make the purchase, not you," Wu Heng instructed directly. "Understood, Master." Andre Willow left. The room was now left with only Wu Heng and the woman standing in the middle. "Sir, how is my daughter doing now?" The woman hesitated for a moment before asking. "Quite well, at least better than you," he replied. Hearing that her daughter was doing well, the woman's face relaxed quite a bit as she quietly said, "Philippa has the temperament of a boy, please be patient with her if there's anything lacking." "No problem, her character is quite good." "Thank you." Wu Heng looked at her and continued to ask, "What is your profession?" "I don't have a profession yet." Hearing this, Wu Heng's brow furrowed slightly. In a world where everyone had a profession, it was quite unusual not to have one at her age. "How old are you?" 38. Wu Heng thought a bit and continued, "Go wait inside for a while." Following his command, the woman walked into a room on the side. Wu Heng called over a staff member at the door and said, "Go to the front desk and get a investigate a profession change scroll." "Understood, Deputy Steward." It wasn't long before the profession change scroll was brought over. After the staff member left, he handed the scroll to the woman. "This scroll is for you, your profession will be investigator. In the future, while managing the tavern, you will also be responsible for gathering information for me." The job characteristics of an investigator revolve around observation and recording. They are often employed in clerical positions and are popular in various forces. It's the kind of profession where, once you change, you won't worry about finding a job. But the downside is clear: as chosen laborers, there's little combat capability, and high-level powerhouses rarely emerge. Seeing the scroll handed to her, the woman immediately showed a delighted expression. Thank you, Deputy Steward." "Go ahead and change professions," he said. The woman tore open the scroll, and a beam of light penetrated her body. As the light faded, her demeanor and state transformed. Her eyes became brighter, and the look in her eyes, no longer timid, gave off an impression of keen observation. Wu Heng said, "As an investigator, your advancement will focus on observation and collection. Although your age of profession change is a bit older, if you pay more attention to your surroundings, you can catch up." "Yes, I will work hard," she affirmed. "All right, do well. Although you're not currently considered part of the guild, you are indeed my informant. Work for a few years, and when you no longer wish to continue, I will help you leave and arrange a new job for you." "Thank you, sir." Chapter 332, Skeleton Cavalryman. He chatted with the woman for a while. Andre Willow came back with the deed. She said, "Master, I've bought a shop at the newly built Commercial Street on Lighthouse Street. The location is pretty good." "That area is quite nice." Wu Heng took the deed and continued to look at the woman. "Come, I will take you to have a look." "Yes, my lord." Lighthouse Street. Inside a newly completed shop. Wu Heng put on an illusion veil and transformed into the form of a plump woman, entering the shop with Millicent. The shop was empty. But the floor space was not small at all. A total of 5 floors, 4 above ground including the hall and the private rooms above. The architectural design appeared to be that of a tavern. Wu Heng handed the deed to her and said, Now this shop is yours. If you have any troubles, come to me, but don't mention your relationship with me to outsiders. I am the deputy steward of the association, with many enemies around me. That would put you and your daughter in danger." "I understand," the woman nodded, then gave a solemn bow again. "Thank you, my lord, for saving me and Philippa from the cell and for giving us this opportunity. It's good that you know what you should do." "Yes, my lord." The two of them took a look around the shop. Wu Hang continued, "First, find someone to renovate the shop, don't worry about the money." "Yes, my lord." After looking around, they closed the shop store again. The rest would be up to her to handle. Getting on the carriage, the woman returned to the association, while Wu Hang got off halfway and went back to his residence. After lunch, Wu Hang found a secluded place, put on the conductor's hat, and boarded the phantom train. In the schedule book, he wrote Netherly City. The train vanished quickly, and when it appeared again, it had already arrived at this port city in the Yoko Kingdom. Perhaps due to the recent instability in the kingdom's political climate, the port's streets had become much quieter. Wu Hang walked straight into a weapons shop he'd never visited before, glanced at the weapons around, and asked, "How much for the strong crossbow?" The owner said with a smile, "This type of strong crossbow is 40 silver coins." The price really had gone up quite a bit. "How many do you have in the store? Do you need a large order?" The owner pondered for a moment and said, "Customer, the store only has a bit more than 10 strong crossbows. If you order in bulk, we can arrange a supply order for you, and deliver within 10 days. Wu Hang frowned and thought it over. Just a few pieces weren't of much use. Moreover, he had ordered 1,000 elven strong crossbows from Starflower, along with a large amount of food. In 10 days, the goods from Starflower should also be about to arrive. So there was no need to order from here. "Never mind, I will look around some more." Wu Hang left the shop and strolled through the nearby stores. The price of food had also increased, but not by a large margin, and there was a quite ample supply. He directly bought more than 200 bags of flour and some legumes. Whether for the passenger station or for trade, it would all come in handy. After a round of shopping, finding nothing else in need of purchase, Wu Hang continued to walk outside. He came to a rather desolate place outside the city. Just as he was about to put on the hat to leave, clop clop clop. The urgent sound of horse hooves suddenly rose from behind. Wu Hang put away his hat and turned to look back, only to see a group of armored cavalrymen quickly approaching from that direction. A line of 12 men followed by billowing clouds of dust kicked up in their wake. Wu Hang stood aside, waiting for them to pass. Suddenly, the leader of the cavalry yanked the reins, and the squad came to an abrupt halt. Seated high on his horse, the man in charge looked down and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Just passing through." "Is there a problem?" Wu Hang replied. The man sized up Wu Hang, his gaze sweeping over the ring on his hand before scanning the surroundings. "Recently, there's been a surge in banditry within the city. Lay down your weapons and submit to an inspection." As he spoke, the cavalrymen encircled them. Wu Hang's eyes narrowed slightly as he took out the deputy steward emblem and hung it on his chest. Scram! All the cavalrymen were taken aback. Their eyes widened a bit as they looked at the emblem. To randomly encounter someone who is a deputy steward out here. What are the odds? The captain of the cavalry was also taken aback. He scrutinized the man before continuing, "I know all the deputy stewards of Netherly City. How come I've never seen you before? You didn't just pick that up, did you?" Then, he continued to command the cavalryman, "Go, take him down." Wu Hang stood his ground, having realized the other party's intentions. No matter what identity he claimed, here in this desolate place, they intended to have their way with him. Even the identity of a deputy steward wasn't enough to deter them. It seemed clear they didn't intend to leave any survivors. Tap, tap, tap. Heeding the captain's order, the cavalryman charged straight at him. Wu Hang immediately took out a heavy machine gun from his space ring and pulled the trigger relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. The violent explosions rang out. The approaching cavalry squad was instantly engulfed by bullets, and both men and horses lay scattered on the ground. The captain, who had just moments ago been indifferent and disdainful, suddenly changed in complexion pale, tugged the reins, and attempted to ride away. In a flash, Wu Hang cast a spell, and a cage of bones imprisoned the lone cavalry captain within it. The man's complexion turned exceedingly ugly. He'd hoped to profit from a lack of witnesses, but he had kicked an iron plate. Not only were all the members of his squad dead, he himself might also die here. As Wu Hang approached, the man hastily said, "Deputy Steward, it was our eagerness to apprehend bandits that led us to offend you." He dismounted and bowed deeply. Wu Hang's brow furrowed. The man truly knew how to be submissive when necessary. Just moments ago, he had ordered his men to kill, and now he was promptly apologizing. Wu Hang spoke plainly, "There's no need for apologies. Just don't be so arrogant in your next life. After that, he dismantled the bone prison, and the skull crusher crushed the captain's skull with a single blow. It was clean and efficient. Wu Heng searched the bodies on the ground, finding some coin pouches, elixirs, and a sealed letter on the captain. Upon opening it, he saw it was a letter requesting troop movement to capture someone. It appeared those cavalrymen had been on a mission to deliver the letter. Just then, he had genuinely suspected that it was a blank letter meant to deceive. He took all the straw mats from his space ring. Wrap up the bodies, use one mat for every 2 human corpses, Wu Heng ordered plainly. There were still too few straw mats. After rolling up the bodies, Wu Heng collected them into his space ring, then continued to pick up spent cartridges from the ground. He put on the conductor's hat once more and returned to Gold and Silver Island. In Zombie World, at an old factory district, Wu Heng was in an open space at the back. He took out several cavalrymen's bodies. Corpse Battlefield was released, and bright white skeletons rose from the ground. In addition to human skeletons, there were also 12 skeleton horses. Chapter 333, Printer flesh fell away, and the stark white skeletons rose from the ground. 12 humanoid skeletons, along with 12 skeleton steeds. Wu Heng looked at the skeletons, inspecting the levels of a few. Skeleton Cavalryman, Level 7, Skeleton Cavalryman, Level 6, Skeleton Warhorse, Level 4, this time it was a new profession, called Cavalry. The highest level was 7, which was of the squad leader who had ordered the attack upon encounter. The levels are a bit low. Wu Heng was somewhat disappointed. But on second thought, these levels were normal. One shouldn't expect ordinary soldiers to be at the level of leaders or key figures. These were part of a cavalry troop, not a leader's squad. Moreover, the pirates recently transformed also had levels around 5. Different professions, but all belonged to soldiers. If there had been a high-level professional among them, Wu Heng wouldn't have killed them so easily within minutes. He continued to examine the attributes of the cavalry. They were closer to warriors, with additions in their specialties: riding mastery, basic swordsmanship specialization, basic lance mastery, intermediate. This indicated that the combat strength of this type of soldier was largely demonstrated in mounted combat. But in Wu Heng's view, against zombies, the advantages of cavalry might not be so clear. Most of the time, zombies would quickly form hordes. At that point, it would be difficult to exploit that kind of mobility with the inevitable surrounding and intercepting. It wasn't a big issue, as being useful in some way was better than not at all, and besides, skeletons didn't need to eat, practically causing no consumption. Put on the equipment on the ground, and equip your own skeleton steeds too, Wu Heng ordered. The 12 skeleton cavalrymen bent down to pick up the equipment on the ground, donning it back on themselves. Then, they continued to equip the horses with leather armor and stirrup saddles. Once fully equipped, they picked up the weapons from the ground and mounted their steeds. The weapons of the cavalry were divided into 2 types, longswords and lances. Sitting astride their horses, they looked quite imposing. From now on, your rider 1, your rider 2, your rider 3, Wu Heng named the cavalrymen in turn. After the naming was over, Wu Heng led all the skeleton cavalrymen back to the large courtyard. Stepping into the courtyard, the imposing skeleton cavalry immediately caught the attention of all the survivors. They stopped what they were working on and stared wide-eyed in their direction. They had already seen skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, and even the flying dragons in the sky. Now a troop of skeleton cavalrymen had been brought back. It was almost like completing an ancient army with different types of soldiers equipped with cold weapons. All the people stood at a distance, whispering among themselves. Chi Hengkai also received the news and came out of the dormitory building. She looked up at the tall skeleton cavalryman and subconsciously stepped back 2 paces. A vague pressure rose in her heart. She shifted her gaze and looked back at Wu Heng. Do we have any plans for today? Wu Heng glanced at the sky. Having returned from Netali City, it was already late in the day. He said, no particular plans for today. Tomorrow morning follow me to the military market. We need to prepare 2 carts of food. Okay. Chi Hengkai agreed and went off to make preparations in advance. Wu Heng led the skeleton cavalry to where the skeleton army was stationed. Then he returned to the dormitory, opened the boundary door, and went back to Gold and Silver Island. The next day, morning. Zombie World. Wu Heng stepped out of the dormitory, and Chi Hengkai had already prepared the vehicles. He got into the passenger seat. 3 military trucks started up and headed towards the direction of the military market. The wall around the market is almost built. Are we going to operate it like the bus station or as a free market like the military side? Chi Hengkai asked while driving. The operations in both places had some differences. The bus station under Liang's control functioned more like a recycling center, where food was exchanged for supplies brought by all the shelters. As for the military market, not only did it allow for the exchange of firearms and ammunition for supplies, but it also provided a market where other people could set up stalls to sell their goods, essentially serving as a platform. Of course, for providing the venue and a certain level of security, the military also charged a fee. What Chi Hankai wanted to ask was whether they should open up the market to outsiders. After thinking for a moment, Wu Heng replied, "I think the way the bus station operates is quite good." "What do you think?" His own side had different objectives from the military market. The military needed operations to maximize the collection of food or other resources. Whereas, on Wu Heng's side, there was an abundance of food. You came with goods, he gave you food, and then you could leave. There was absolutely no need to make the process so complicated. Moreover, the presence of many other shelters in the market increased the burden on security and maintenance within the market. "I think the same, but as for pricing, should we go with the same rates as the military?" Chi Hankai continued to ask. When it came to pricing, careful consideration was still needed. The military market's pricing was based on the resources they needed. It wasn't necessary for his side to follow their lead, but they also couldn't deliberately mark up the prices, as that might convey a provocative and targeted sentiment. Even if he wasn't afraid of the opposition, it was still better to avoid conflict. Modern weapons still posed a certain threat. For firearms and ammunition, we will set the price at 1/3 lower than the military's. For corpse cores and special equipment, the prices will be the same. As for gold and silver, like the bus station, the prices will be reduced by 1/3. Good, Chi Hankai continued, and there's a special profession. In our meeting, we discussed that if other shelters send us a special profession or professional, we can offer them 50 kilograms of food, which will go to the individual if they came on their own. Agreed. So, do we need to go there today to exchange resources? The market is about to open, Chi Hankai glanced at him. We still need to make a trip. Let's first exchange for some ammunition we need, in case the market opens and they refuse to sell to us, Wu Heng explained. Right, Chi Hankai continued, and when we come back, I will have Zhao Yanqiu announce it over the radio. The two finalized their market plans. Chi Hankai also discussed her arrangements for the sentry posts. With all the zombies around the old factory area cleared out, Chi Hankai planned to block some minor paths and arrange sentry posts on two main roads. Whether it was survivors approaching or a horde of zombies migrating, they could detect them early and have time to prepare. Wu Heng had no objections to this plan. He wasn't at the site every day, so some of the security matters needed to be arranged by them. The next several matters all received Wu Heng's approval. Chi Hankai felt somewhat pleased. With the serious matters out of the way, she was all smiles along the way, talking about the interesting events that had occurred within the base. Or, about some of the old members, who was getting together with whom. They had already started living together. Whether it was the bus station or the old factory area, having two women in the leadership role also avoided some severe issues related to men and women. There were no incidents of occupying women or creating comfort rooms and such. They finally arrived at the military market. Wang Qingyang and the others stayed on the truck to guard the supplies. Wu Heng, with Chi Hankai and two skeleton attendants, went directly into the market area. Inside the market, it was still bustling. One after another, stalls were filled with various supplies. Walking through, many stalls could be seen selling homemade detonators and explosives. Looking at the craftsmanship, it seemed quite crude. Folks, need some explosives? Each one's guaranteed to work, perfect for blowing up zombies, one blast, and you will take out a whole bunch, the stall owner shouted as they glanced his way, then patted his chest. You know the open pit mine, right? The explosives used for mining there are all made by me, I'm an old hand at this. Wu Heng took a look and decided to move on. In the other world, thunderclaps that produced explosive and smoke effects were common. Although they were still ignited to detonate, they were much better than these homemade ones. Wu Heng continued to walk forward, looking around until he abruptly stopped in front of a stall. The stall owner was a scruffy middle-aged man, sucking on a self-rolled dry cigarette puff as he smoked. The stall was cluttered with a variety of items, machetes, battle axes, homemade armor, and even a cabinet-sized glass device, about the size of a beverage dispenser. Wu Heng scanned the stall and directly asked, "What's this?" "It's a 3D printer, you young folks should know about it. It can print all kinds of things. If you're interested, I will sell it to you cheap," the man casually said, still puffing on his cigarette. Chapter 334, Inspector Special Envoy 3D Printer. Wu Heng was familiar with such a device. Before the disaster, these devices had a period of popularity as a rapid prototyping technology. In videos, many vloggers would post about the figurines they printed, or more advanced, creating various parts to eventually assemble robot arms, retractable knives, and other gadgets. Of course, The materials were not made of iron but more like plastic. Wu Hang looked at the vendor with a puzzled expression. It would be understandable to search for food or weapons, but what were you thinking, bringing out something like this? This thing can work without electricity? Wu Hang asked. The vendor exhaled a cloud of smoke. No. Then what's the point of bringing it out? If you want it, I will give it to you cheap, the vendor said, avoiding the question. What's the price? 30 kilograms of food, and you get the computer and materials in the truck too. Wu Hang glanced at Chi Hei, who paused for a moment, then grasped the situation and said with a light cough, food is for getting through the winter. What use are these junk items? If you buy it, I will smash it for you. The vendor took a deep inhale, feeling his business was going under, and quickly said, young lady, you shouldn't speak like that. The apocalypse is tough enough, why destroy a man's dream of crafting? Can't eat a damn dream. Wu Hang added, 2 kilograms of food, this thing is useless without electricity. It wasn't that he was deliberately lowballing. In the current environment, the device was no different from trash. Brother, that's not how you haggle. 2 kilograms is too little, it was quite a hassle bringing this here. How about 10 kilograms, and you take it all? The man proposed. Forget it. Wu Hang turned around to leave. The man immediately grabbed the items off the ground and chased after him, shouting, sold. Don't go just yet, take it for 2 kilograms. A man needs his dreams, brother. Wu Hang stopped in his tracks, his face still showing hesitation. What about the computer and materials you mentioned? They are all in the truck outside. Give me the food and I will get everything ready for a straight trade. Wu Hang nodded in agreement. All right then, let's trade at the entrance. Sure. They all exited the market together. Wu Hang had someone pack 2 kilograms of flour in a plastic bag and handed it over. On the other side, the 3D printer, a computer, and a large bag of raw materials were laid out on the ground. Wu Hang passed over the flour. The shabby man even took out a portable scale to weigh it. The weight was slightly over, and his face immediately beamed with a smile. All right, the deal is done. If you do print something, and the materials aren't enough, you can check out the commercial city. There's a store there that sells these materials, the man advised. Wu Hang nodded. Oh, okay. They waved goodbye to each other. Wang Qinggang and the others carried the equipment back to the truck, and Wu Hang and Chi Hengkai continued to look around. Not finding anything of need, they headed straight for the military exchange area to trade for ammunition. They entered the building. The exchange rates on the notice board had not changed. After greeting the worker at the counter, it wasn't long before Captain Yang, who had previously shown them around, descended from the upper floor at a leisurely pace. Seeing Wu Hang, he immediately smiled. Young man, what are you buying today? It hadn't been long, but he still remembered Wu Hang. Wu Hang also smiled. Captain Yang, I'm here to buy some ammunition. Welcome. Captain Yang stepped down and said directly, what do you need? I will have it prepared. We're selling off radios and headsets as well, see if you need any and we can include them in the trade. Wu Hang looked at him, curiously asking, what's the situation? Why are you in a rush to sell this stuff? Captain Yang chuckled, no big deal, just that they're gathering dust in storage. Thought we might as well trade them so they can be of use. Though Wu Hang didn't believe it, he didn't inquire further and instead continued, how many of those machine cannons do you still have? You want more? Yeah. There was a pause from Captain Yang, his tone regretful. Unfortunately, we don't have many machine cannons to spare for sale, but I can give you some shells. How many shells can be traded? 500. Good, then I will take 500 shells and 5,000 machine gun bullets. Hearing the request for such a large quantity, Captain Yang frowned slightly, but since he had already agreed to trade, he nodded. Okay, I will have it prepared. He instructed his subordinates through the walkie-talkie. Wu Hang waited for a while. Once the ammunition was packed, they headed out of the market together. As before, they checked the ammunition and then had Wang Qinggang and others move the food. Captain Yang continued, your place seems to have a good supply of food. We're scrimping and saving, squeezing out some to exchange for ammunition here, Wu Hang sighed. Captain Yang glanced at the other truck covered by tarp and said, we're recruiting survivors from all over. Do you have any interest in joining? I can introduce you. When this disaster is over, your status won't be low, and your prospects and reputation will be much stronger than now. Wu Hang's eyebrows raised, picking up on the other's desire to recruit him. The shelter isn't decided by me alone. I will discuss it with everyone back home, and if there's any interest, we can talk in detail when I come back next time. Captain Yang nodded. That works, I will wait for good news from you, brother. Once the food and ammunition were both checked and confirmed, Wu Hang said, then we will be heading back for now, see you next time. Yeah, see you next time. They waved each other off and the convoy drove off into the distance. After driving a distance away, Chi Hengkai finally asked, I have a feeling he's inviting us to join because of the food. From the mutually beneficial trade to Captain Yang's invitation. Chi Hengkai also noticed something amiss. They had only met twice. The invitation to join wasn't because they recognized their strength, rather, it was more likely because they could provide sufficient food. Yep, Wu Heng agreed. I think we have no need to join them at all. If we hand over the food, it's uncertain how much will end up in our hands, Chi Hengkai reminded more straightforwardly. These days, Wu Heng, the boss, and she his second in command. And the whole base's construction was developing in an increasingly positive direction. If they joined any faction now, Wu Heng would at most be a small team leader, and the status of those under them would get worse and worse. That was the best-case scenario. If the other side took the food and resources and didn't share with them, things would be even more troublesome. Joining the military sounded good, with boundless prospects for the future. But for Wu Heng's side, it meant adding another shackle to themselves. Wu Heng smiled and said, just being polite. When you're on someone else's turf, directly rejecting Captain Yang could also potentially lead to conflict. Chi Hengkai was startled, then realized. Wu Heng never intended to join, it was just that he was at the military's doorstep and worried about what they might do, which is why he tactfully said they would go back to discuss it. I knew it, Chi Hengkai smiled, feeling much more relaxed. But it might not be so easy next time they come. There won't be a next time. After we go back, have Zhao Yanqiu publicize our market. We will start exchanging goods in the next few days, firearms and various military equipment, and drop the price by a third. Understood. The car sped forward, rushing toward the direction of the old factory district. Upon entering the gate, Chi Hengkai immediately assigned tasks to everyone, planning the whereabouts of the guard posts, and had Zhao Yanqiu announce the establishment of the old factory district market. There were no complicated trading methods, as long as you could bring out what was needed here, everything would be exchanged for food uniformly. The folks in the shelter, hearing that they were also going to establish a market, were somewhat excited at heart. It at least represented that their side was now on par with the military shelters, and even richer in resources. While Chi Hengkai was assigning tasks, Wu Heng went to the area where the skeletons were stationed and selected more skeletons to distribute rifles and submachine guns. To serve as guards in the market. You still have to be wary of others. Otherwise, you can't survive long in this world. After everything was finished, Wu Heng went back to the dormitory and returned to Gold and Silver Island. Dazzling sea. On a ship moving with the waves. In the dim cabin, a bright illuminating stone hung. A man dressed in a fitted suit with a Golden Association emblem hanging on his chest attentively read a book at the table. Knock, knock. There was a light knock at the door. The guard's voice followed, Sir Kalima, the captain has arrived. Let him in, said the man as he closed the book in his hand. The door opened and in came a man dressed like a trading fleet captain. He smiled, saluting, greetings, Inspector Special Envoy Kalima. The door closed behind him. The captain brought out an object, placing it on the ground. An invisible sphere enveloped the entire room. Kalima's eyes narrowed and a magic wand appeared in his hand. You don't need to be nervous, Sir Kalima. This is a device that isolates sound. I've come to convey some matters to you, the captain quickly explained while putting on a ring with an eye pattern on his finger. A person from the secret cultivation hall. Kalima's face showed some displeasure as he said, haven't I told you not to contact me while I'm on a mission for the association? If I'm exposed, it's no good for you either. The captain apologized with a smile, please don't be angry, sir, there are some important issues, and the secret cultivation hall need your help. Speak. We need your attention on a person. His name is Wu Heng. Oh? That new vice executive that was just brought up? Yes, the secret cultivation hall promises to compensate you handsomely afterward. Kalima shook his head, Emilio isn't easy to deal with. I hardly have any opportunities to confront him, and if I get caught with any leverage, I will be the one to die. The captain continued, no, you just need to dig up some dirt and pull him down from the position of vice executive. A necromancer can't withstand scrutiny. Kalima's gaze instantly sharpened. If it was just this simple, then it wouldn't be difficult. But he still said, what if I don't find anything? Then you can make him commit a mistake and pull him down afterward. Kalima didn't answer immediately, he closed his eyes, pondering for a while, then said, fine, I agree to your request. Thank you, sir. The captain thanked him, packed up the device, and bowed respectfully, I shall not disturb you further, sir. Dinner will be sent to you shortly. Yes, go ahead. The captain opened the door and left. Gold and Silver Island, residence. Wu Heng came downstairs from the upper floor, Minnie and Andre Willow were sitting in the living room chatting. Seeing Wu Heng come down, they both showed smiles and greeted him. Wu Heng nodded, glanced at the two women, and asked, "Why hasn't Shaunaila been coming over for meals recently? I've heard she's been quite busy recently. What's up, does the master miss Shaunaila, sister?" Minnie came over, hooking her arm into his. "Just curious, since the association knows she lives next door to us. I have a task, and that's to ensure her safety," explained Wu Heng. Minnie was startled, not realizing there was such a matter. "Then let's go over to her place for dinner today," suggested Minnie. Wu Heng thought that made sense and said, "Tidy up a bit, let's go check on her." "Okay." The two women quickly got ready. Wu Heng led them out directly and headed next door. Chapter 335, Modernized Netherworld troop types arriving at Shaynaila's residence. Wu Heng knocked lightly on the iron door. Before long, a crack was opened. The stern-faced housekeeper looked out. "Deputy Steward Wu Heng. Is Lady Shaynaila at home?" Wu Heng asked directly. "Please wait a moment," the housekeeper said, and closed the courtyard door again. Soon, she opened the door all the way. "The lady invites you to come in." Wu Heng nodded and walked in with his two maids. The flower beds were full of blooming flowers, with butterflies and bees fluttering around. The entire courtyard was permeated with a faint fragrance of flowers. They entered the central building. The layout of the living room had changed somewhat since the last time. The sculptures and hanging paintings had also been replaced with different styles. Footsteps sounded. Shaynaila, wearing a beige long dress, walked down the stairs at a leisurely pace. Seeing the three of them, she instantly revealed a bright smile. "What brings you to see me today?" "Came to check on you," Wu Heng said. Minnie chimed in from the side. "Master said he hasn't seen you in several days and was worried something might have happened to you. You care for me so much." Shaynaila then looked back at Wu Heng. "Of course." At that moment, several maids came up with tea and snacks. The coffee table was filled with various styles of pastries. After the maids left, Wu Heng asked, "What have you been busy with lately?" "Indeed, it's been a few days since we last saw you." "Just the same old business consortium things," Shaynaila said with a hint of helplessness. "Run into any trouble?" "Nothing major, it's alright, it's already been taken care of." Shaynaila smiled and continued, "Will you have dinner here tonight? We recently brought in 2 new chefs, and some of the alchemy dishes are quite good." "Sure, then I will impose," said Wu Heng politely. Minnie immediately leaned in, her tone surprised. "Sister, you changed chefs just like that? That's quite extravagant." "It's not always a change, the consortium's chefs are rotated as needed," Shaynaila explained, then turned to the housekeeper. "Prepare dinner." "Yes, lady." The housekeeper went downstairs to give orders, and the group continued to chat in the living room. After chatting for a while, the housekeeper returned to announce that dinner was ready. They sat down at a long carved dining table. Shaynaila and Wu Heng sat on one side, while Minnie and Andre Willow sat opposite them. When they had almost finished eating, Shaynaila asked with a smile, "Busy with lots of things at the association?" Wu Heng was about to answer when he felt a soft little hand slip into his palm under the table, fingers interlocking. Turning his head, Shaynaila retained her smile, giving a subtle wink. Wu Heng was surprised by her boldness and glanced at the housekeeper standing behind Shaynaila. The housekeeper stood to the side as usual, her gaze fixed ahead as if she hadn't seen anything. Seeing that Shaynaila wasn't concerned, Wu Heng naturally stopped worrying and, holding her hand, said, "Busy with the pirates' matters. Oh, be careful with your work. To be in the position of deputy steward at your age is impressive, don't push yourself too hard." Shaynaila tilted her head and spoke softly. "I know," Wu Heng smiled, then continued to ask, "When will the goods I ordered arrive?" The housekeeper glanced behind her before answering, "According to the schedule, it will take 4 more days." "Are you in a hurry?" asked Shaynaila. "Not exactly, just thought to ask." Shaynaila went on, "Will you need to place another order later?" "Most likely. Just let me know when you place your next order. I will give you a total. These last 2 times have been a substantial amount of business. You will get some discount on future orders." "Great." Their palms tightly clasped, they continued to talk about various matters related to the island. After they finished dinner, it was only then that they quietly let go of each other's hand and walked back to the living room to chat for a while longer. As dusk gradually fell, Wu Heng left with his 2 maids. Before leaving, he said, "Come over for dinner when you have time." Shaynaila nodded with a smile, "Sure." Back at their residence, Minnie sprawled on the sofa, patting her belly and complaining about how full she was. The little owl also flew in from the balcony, incessantly chirping. Andre Willow took out some strips of meat from the space ring to feed the little owl, and said, "Master, it seems Lady Shaynaila cares a lot about you." Sitting down, Wu Heng didn't deny it. "Yeah, our relationship is quite good." Andre Willow continued, "Lady Shaynaila is so gentle and beautiful, and she's wealthy too, Just perfect? Minnie also nodded. Yeah, and she's an elf, she can live so long. Wu Heng laughed. Everyone has their own strengths, you two are also great, no need to envy her. Hee hee, Master is so nice, Minnie said. Andre Willow then said, go, prepare the bathwater for the Master. I'm so stuffed, I don't want to move. You will feel better once you move around. Go on, Andre Willow urged again. Reluctantly, Minnie went upstairs to prepare the bathwater. Together, the three soaked in the bath and then went to their rooms to rest. The next day, Zombie World. Close to dusk, the convoy started back to the old factory area, escorted by a large crowd of skeletons. This morning, Wu Heng had led the skeletons out early, and along the main road, they cleared zombies toward the direction of the bus station. Along the way, they made use of skeleton flying dragons to drop bombs and the spear array for carpet-style advancement. Chapter 335, Modernized Underworld Troop Types. The battle's pace and speed had significantly accelerated. Based on the current pace, it would take about 3 to 4 days to clear and open up the entire road. By then, the two bases would be fully connected, negating the need for the long detour. The transportation of resources would also become more convenient. Similarly, as the zombies were cleared, the number of skeletons increased, boosting my experience points continuously. I opened the panel to take a look. Level 13, 127,451, 140,000. I'm still more than 10,000 experience points away from level 14. With the current number of zombies, clearing a wave would allow me to level up directly. If there had been enough time today, I would have wanted to clear another wave, reach level 14, and then return. The convoy returned to the old factory area, the iron gate opened and the vehicles drove into the yard. A crowd of survivors rushed forward, moving items and checking the vehicles. Wu Heng and Chi Heng Kai got off the truck, and just as they stepped into the dorm building, Zhao Yanqiu approached them and said, someone in the base knows how to use that 3D device. The last time at the military market, we exchanged for a 3D printer. We had asked around in the base to see if anyone knew how to use it, if not, someone well-versed in computers would have to learn. It seemed that there really was someone with that skill set. Where is the person? Over here, I will take you there. Wu Heng and Chi Heng Kai followed her there. They reached the door of a dormitory, knocked twice, and then walked straight in. In the room, a young man in his 20s wearing glasses sat. On his desk were a computer and a 3D printer that had been assembled. Upon seeing the three people enter, the young man immediately stood up. King, Sister Chi, Sister Zhao. Zhao Yanqiu asked, have you set up the device? Yes, both the device and the computer are working fine, said the young man as he opened a software on the computer, explaining, you can design the shape and size of the object you want to create here. Then you import it into the software of the 3D printer, and it will start crafting. Seeing how adept he was at operating it, Wu Heng asked, what's your name? Zhang Kai. You can operate both the computer and the 3D equipment? Yes. I had one myself before, although it wasn't as expensive as this one, Zhang Kai replied. Wu Heng nodded and after thinking for a moment, he continued, Zhang Chi, you've seen those skeleton flying dragons outside, right? Ah, yes, I've seen them. The ammunition cartridge in the skeleton flying dragon's chest is made of wood. I need you to make a new cartridge to ensure that during the flight, the cartridge and bullets don't shake around, and also to maximize the ammunition capacity. Can you do it? Wu Heng immediately put forth his request. Sweat beads formed on Zhang Kai's forehead as he said, I will need to measure the dimensions of the flying dragon's chest cavity and the size of the ammunition. Chi Heng Kai will arrange that for you when the time comes, Wu Heng continued. Zhang Kai nodded, then I have no problem, I guarantee I will complete the task. Good, don't worry about the work outside, just focus on this first. Yes. At this, Zhang Kai's cheeks turned slightly red with an inexplicable excitement. Wu Heng nodded, and left the room with Chi Heng Kai. Chi Heng Kai went on, the market will be open to the public tomorrow. I will be there too, no worries, just prepare as usual, Wu Heng replied. Okay. The next day. On the road, an off-road vehicle covered in dried blood was speeding along. Inside sat a man and a woman, with the rear seat filled with various goods clanging continuously as the vehicle jostled. The journey had left them somewhat exhausted. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their complexions were sallow. Bro, do you think it's true what the radio said about exchanging corpse cores for food? It's not a group of swindlers tricking us to go there and eat human meat or something, is it? The young woman in the passenger seat asked. Having heard that the old factory refuge was opening a market, they had taken a long detour to arrive a day early. But on second thought, it was one thing to exchange food for corpse cores, but exchanging unlimited amounts of gold for food sounded suspicious. The more they thought about it, the more it seemed like a scam. Yet they truly needed food. The man driving licked his dry lips and said, "You stay in the car when we get there. I will go inside to check things out. If anything seems wrong, you drive away immediately. What about you? I've consumed a corpse core before. At most, they will just try to recruit me. You're different, delicate and tender, you look delectable." "Crap, you're scaring me," the woman shivered involuntarily. "Alright, hold on tight. We're about to pass through a residential area, and there should be a lot of zombies." The woman gripped the handle beside her tightly. The off-road vehicle charged down the sloping embankment, followed by severe jostling. The pair came from a refuge on the outskirts of the city. The sanctuary harbored not many survivors, just over 30 people in total. In recent days, the radio broadcast said that the old factory refuge was trading food for gold, corpse cores, and various scarce resources. It wasn't just them, every refuge receiving the broadcast was thrown into chaos. Trading food for gold was something they couldn't wrap their heads around. Gold, at this time, was less useful than an axe. And someone was actually trading food for gold. After a brief discussion in their refuge, the siblings decided to come and see for themselves. After all, winter was fast approaching. If they could really exchange for food, arriving early meant they wouldn't risk it running out. If it turned out to be a scam, they would just drive away. It would be nothing more than a wasted trip. Moreover, they couldn't think of any reason why someone would dare to deceive so many bases. Chapter 335, Modernized Underworld Troops, especially the military. Even now, in this apocalyptic world, the remaining modern weapons are enough to destroy a shelter. "We've entered the residential area, be careful," the man said. The SUV plunged directly into the residential area ahead. Immediately, a chorus of zombie howls erupted, and a large swarm of zombies emerged from all directions, charging at the SUV. The man floored the gas pedal and rammed straight into them. In the violent collision, the windshield was covered with tainted blood, and the wipers cleared off the blood and flesh. The SUV seemed about to break free from the residential area. Suddenly, the glass above shattered, and zombies leaped down from the buildings. Bang, bang, bang. They landed on the roof like falling stones. The already bouncing SUV lost balance the moment it burst out of the residential area and onto the main road. It swerved drastically and crashed into a roadside lamp post with a loud bang. The SUV came to a halt, and 200 or 300 zombies streamed out of the residential area, rushing toward them. The siblings inside the car were disoriented by the impact, a ringing in their ears. Barely regaining their senses, they found the SUV surrounded by zombies. Sharp claws smashed against the car body and roof. Bang, bang, bang. The intense pounding made the car body slide non-stop. Even with its reinforced modifications, it would not last long. Damn it. The man kept trying to start the ignition, but the more he panicked, the less the SUV responded. The woman said, "If we die here, at least we can be reunited with Mom and Dad, which wouldn't be so bad." "What are you talking about? We are not going to die." The man quickly crawled under the car, beginning to check what was wrong with it. But tap, tap, tap. Before she could finish, the woman's eyes went wide with shock, staring in disbelief at a cavalry unit charging toward them at full speed. Silver armor, towering steeds, wielding lances. Underneath the helmets were ghostly white skeleton heads, and the battle horses were also made of bone, skeleton horses. They spurred their horses into a frenzied charge, an aura of killing intent surrounding them. "What the hell are these things?" Bro, look quickly," the woman said, still staring intently ahead. In the midst of speaking, the skeleton cavalryman, like lightning, cut through a horde of over 100 zombies, spearing through the undead, lifting them high into the air, and tossing them to the side of the road. Then, the cavalryman circled back and charged again into the zombies, flinging masses of them into the air. After 2 rounds of charging, they also attracted the attention of the zombies. No longer attacking the metal car, all of them turned and charged toward the skeleton cavalry. The siblings' hearts pounded wildly, scarcely able to believe the scene before them. The cavalry consisted of only a dozen or so men, yet they were up against a horde of over 100 zombies. Yet the cavalry continued to ride swiftly through the throng of the dead, repeatedly clearing the zombies and drawing them away from the SUV. And those fierce violent zombies had no chance against the high mobility of the cavalry. It was terrifying. Shocked, the siblings were somewhat frozen in place for a moment. A modified armored vehicle approached from directly ahead. "They are survivors, those skeleton cavalrymen are from the survivor base," the woman exclaimed. The man also thought of superpower. The armored vehicle quickly came closer and stopped. Someone quickly walked over and took a glance inside the car. Seeing that the 2 were still alive, he directly said, "Can your car move? Follow us." The man restarted the SUV, and after several attempts, it finally started up. When things weren't going smoothly, It wouldn't start no matter what. Now, it had started again. They followed the armored vehicle, driving forward. Ahead, the wide road had been turned into a checkpoint. Discarded cars and roadblock bollards sealed off much of the road, leaving only a gap wide enough for 2 cars in the middle. And behind the barricades, survivors could be seen clad in bulletproof vests, along with skeletons holding firearms and wearing leather armor. The siblings' mouths fell open a bit. There were armed skeletons, too. This was some kind of modernized otherworldly troop. At the entrance, 2 fully armed survivors approached. After gesturing for them to roll down the window, they asked, "Which shelter are you from?" "North Station Shelter." "Any injuries?" "No." After a delay of a few minutes to confirm they were okay, the barricade was moved aside. "Just drive in, and you will see the exchange place." "Thank you." Chapter 336, Busy Market. The siblings underwent inspection, and the skeleton cavalryman who had just killed the zombies also returned from behind. He passed by one side of the off-road vehicle. Thick, sticky gore still dripped from his lance. The siblings turned their heads to look back, but they could no longer see a single zombie in the distance. All of them lay on the ground. Such fearsome cavalry. The shock reverberated in their hearts. Although they didn't understand why these skeletons could stand up, it was clear that they were more formidable than the zombies. 12 skeleton cavalrymen had slaughtered so many zombies. It was somewhat terrifying. As the siblings turned to look at the skeleton cavalrymen, the roadblock was moved aside, and the survivor responsible for inspection said, "Follow this road straight ahead, and you will see the trading spot." "Oh, thank you." Coming to their senses, the siblings continued driving the severely deformed off-road vehicle further inside. The road ahead was smooth. Wrecked vehicles and debris were piled up on both sides of the road, and no zombies rushed out at them. They even saw some survivors on patrol, who occasionally glanced this way. Clearly, this area was completely controlled by survivors, free from zombie attacks. "Brother. These moving skeletons, are they superpowers?" The woman in the passenger seat suddenly spoke up. They could patrol alongside survivors, all they could think of was superpowers. "Should be, we've only heard about some superpowers on the radio, we've never seen what they can actually do," said the man driving. The woman looked out of the window at the passing skeleton patrol team. "This superpower is too freakish, each skeleton is like a hitman." The man yearned, "Yeah. It's a pity I've only ever taken a level 1 corpse core. If I could get my hands on a level 2, I'd like to try and see if I could awaken any superpowers." The woman immediately turned her head, speaking sternly, "No way, I've told you, the success rate is so low, how could it possibly be your turn? What would I do if you died? If you awaken a powerful superpower, it would be like skyrocketing to success, at the very least you could make it to a leader's position. Talking about powerful superpowers, how many can take a corpse core and not die? I'm just saying, what are you yelling for? Besides, the zombies are getting stronger and stronger, we will have to try taking corpse cores sooner or later," the man said helplessly. The off-road vehicle continued to inch forward, and gradually they saw the towering walls ahead and the skeletons armed with firearms standing on the walls, even a couple of machine guns pointed outside. "Damn, this place is no worse than the military," the woman exclaimed. Now it seemed, this old factory refuge was in no way inferior to the military. With guns just as plentiful, and so many controllable skeletons, it was highly possible they were above the military. They had never heard before that the old factory refuge was so formidable. How had it suddenly risen to power? "We're here, don't talk nonsense," the man said. Ahead, as directed, they entered the open market courtyard. An announcement board was erected at the entrance, listing the value of various items. 10 grams of gold, in exchange for 10 kilograms of food. 1 level 1 corpse core, in exchange for 50 kilograms of food, an additional 10 kilograms for every 5 cores. A level 1 mutated corpse, in exchange for 10 kilograms of food. 1 level 2 corpse core, in exchange for 100 kilograms of food, an additional 30 kilograms for every 3 cores. A level 2 mutated corpse, in exchange for 30 kilograms of food. 1 rifle, in exchange for 15 kilograms of food, 100 bullets, in exchange for 10 kilograms of food. 1 heavy machine gun. Apostrophe. 1 armored vehicle, in exchange for 300 kilograms of food. Special talents, 1 person can be exchanged for 100 kilograms of food. All the exchangeable items were clearly listed on the announcement board. The siblings peered at it, their eyes growing wider. "Brother, they're really using food to trade for gold. They must have drunk contaminated water, their brains must be damaged." The vehicle had already reached the entrance to the market, there was no need for deception. The listing showed they were clearly planning to trade. "Stop talking nonsense. If your brain is damaged, theirs isn't." The woman chuckled, "I was just saying." It would be great if they really traded. They're buying guns so cheaply, for half the price compared to the militaries, and they're buying armored vehicles and special talents too. Do I count as a talent? Does being able to eat make you a talent? You're sick. After reading the notice, the SUV directly entered the market interior. The two got out of the car and approached a wooden table. We've come to exchange for food. Did you read the notice? The assigned staff member asked. Yes, we've brought some gold jewelry, the man said. Bring it here, we will weigh it. If there's no problem, then you can go get your grain. Oh, okay. Opening the car door again, he handed over a small plastic bag filled with various gold ornaments. After weighing them, it's 104 grams in total. Go over there to get your grain. Okay. They got back into the car and continued to the place where they would pick up the grain. When two large bags of flour were stuffed into the back seat, both of them couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They really gave it to us. Moreover, the warehouse where the other party stored grain was still filled with bag after bag of it. All right, you can go now. The exchange complete, the staff member said directly. Oh, okay. The man in the driver's seat started the car twice and asked awkwardly, can I get the car repaired here? There seems to be a problem. For repairs, go over there. There will be a fee, they were told. Hearing about the fee, the two hesitated again. But considering the condition of their SUV, it might not make it back without some repairs. They still drove to the repair spot for a simple fix. Once the car could be started, some grain was deducted. The siblings drove the vehicle back the way they came. On the way back, the sibling duo still couldn't quite come to terms with what had happened. We just exchanged gold for grain? Besides the danger from zombies on the way, the rest of the process hadn't even taken 20 minutes. They have so much grain, and why do they want gold? The woman pondered, resting her chin on her hand. People always say, save gold for times of chaos, the man suggested. Maybe that's their thinking. But that's in times of chaos, not the apocalypse. Nearly everyone is dead now, what use is gold? Then you tell me why. In any case, we've already exchanged for the food, he said. Yes, that's what I can't figure out either. The siblings spoke in low voices. Suddenly, several vehicles approached head-on, and the siblings tensed up immediately, placing their guns on their laps. Apart from zombies, other survivors were equally dangerous. But the other vehicles didn't stop. They honked their horns as they passed by. They're also going to exchange for grain, the man said. They brought even more stuff. As they were speaking, another military truck and two armored vehicles passed by them from the side. They too were heading in the direction of the old factory district. The military is also going there. Narrowing his eyes, the man watched the departing military vehicles in the rearview mirror before taking a turn towards the direction of the military market. The woman frowned. What for? Well, they aren't familiar with the market there. Let's go to the military and exchange for some heavy weapons. We can take out those mutated dogs at the crossroads and then exchange for even more grain, he proposed. We finally got some grain and you want to trade it away? With over 30 people at our base, how long will these 2 bags of grain last? It's better to exchange for more weapons. While others are still watching, let's exchange for more. In a few days, all those grains might be gone, the man explained. Taken aback, the woman felt that it indeed made some sense. Okay, then let's hurry and make the exchange before the military raises the prices on weapons when the grain is more plentiful, she agreed. That's what I was thinking. In the old factory district, the reception room of the open market, Chi Hengkai came in and said, Leader, Captain Yang has arrived. Following her, the military's Yang Long and 2 other team members in combat gear came in. Captain Yang, we meet again so soon. Wu Heng stood up and shook hands with the visitor. Yang Long smiled and said, Kid, you really had me fooled there. Ah. Where is this coming from, Captain Yang? Wu Heng gestured for him to take a seat. You never said that you were a super-powered man, nor did you mention having so much grain. Chapter 337, Eagle Eye Technique. Yang Long sat down on the chair, revealing an expression of having been deceived. Wu Heng also returned to his seat and sat down. Nobody talks about this kind of thing carelessly. That's true. Yang Long nodded in agreement, and continued, Brother, just out of curiosity, why are you collecting gold at this time? Isn't it a bit too early? It was different from last time outside the military's market. Today, Yang Long spoke more, but his tone was more courteous. This was the switch in roles between the two sides. Wu Heng had to be more discreet at the military market, and likewise, the other party had to restrain themselves here. There happens to be some grain, so we're collecting a bit of gold in advance for use once order is restored. Wu Heng said. Yang Long's expression paused, and in the end, he only said one thing, smart. Captain Yang, Have you come this time to exchange for grain as well? Yang Long nodded. Yes, and I've also brought some gold. The pricing for your weapons and military equipment here, doesn't it seem a bit out of line with the market? Wu Heng understood what he meant. He explained, rest assured, Captain Yang, we only exchange grain, not guns and ammunition. You still dominate the market. Guns and ammunition were even more important to Wu Heng than grain. Grain could be bought at any time, the Wood Elves had elixirs that stimulated plant growth, so there was definitely a sufficient supply. However, ammunition production had not yet been restored. It's just that the prices are too low, it's difficult for us to exchange with you, Yang Long continued. We don't lack guns and ammunition at the moment either, if needed, we would also go to the military side to exchange. Wu Heng said. Yang Long was without recourse. From the defensive forces of the market, they really weren't lacking in guns. So, he didn't dwell on the topic any further. Instead, he continued, brother, tell me the truth, are you going to continue collecting gold later on? Yes, the price remains the same. We will take as much as there is. You're not joking? Not joking. Good, as long as I have brother's word, we won't bother you any longer. Yang Long stood up. Wu Heng escorted them to the door. They climbed back into their armored vehicle and drove off. Outside the market, vehicles from different shelters were still gathered, engaging in grain exchanges. As dusk approached, the market began to grow quiet. After confirming there were no more caravans coming, Chi Hengkai gave the order to close the market. Everyone began to pack up their things and head back to the dormitories in the rear factory area. In the dormitory room. Knock knock. A knock on the door sounded. Come in. The door opened, and Chi Hengkai entered with a backpack, saying, a total of 32 jin of gold, 4 level 1 corpse cores. Hearing this figure, Wu Heng was still quite surprised. 32 jin of gold amounted to more than 530 gold coins in the other world. And this was just the first day's amount. Many shelters were skeptical of this place and didn't come directly. Based on the experience at the passenger station, the amount of gold will keep increasing for a while. The second thing that surprised him was the corpse cores. 4 had been exchanged in just one day. The shelters here are actually exchanging corpse cores. Chi Hengkai said, I was quite surprised at first too, but after talking with the survivors, it actually makes sense. How so? The shelters here all have guns and rockets. They can devise ways to kill level 1 mutated zombies successfully, Chi Hengkai explained. This point was indeed quite convincing. Human strength alone can't contend with mutated zombies. But with modern weapons, they are able to kill level 1 mutated zombies, and humans are best at indirect kills, probably using traps or long-range takedowns. That does make sense, Wu Heng conceded. Chi Hengkai smiled and said, the market has just opened, and some people are definitely still watching from the outside. After a while, we're likely to see people selling level 2 mutated corpse cores. Wu Heng agreed with this view. The market here was better suited for business than the passenger station. Indeed, mobilizing everyone to gather spoils of war was much quicker. The market has done well. For now, slow down on other tasks and maintain the market here, Wu Heng instructed. Understood. Wu Heng continued, that's it for now, be careful in your work. Sure. Chi Hengkai left the room. Wu Heng collected all the gold and corpse cores. Then he opened the boundary door and headed to Gold and Silver Island. He appeared in the 4th floor study. Wu Heng went directly to the alchemy room and placed the 4 level 1 corpse cores on the table. At the same time, on the shelf beside him, there were 2 more bottles of finished elixirs made from level 1 corpse cores. He put them into his space ring and immediately left the room. Coming down from upstairs, Minnie and Andre Willow were fitting a little owl with a vest. The fluffy feathers were tightly bound, making the head look comically large. But it still looked quite cute. Watching the owl getting dressed, Wu Heng was reminded of Yuli, who could transform into an eagle. The armor on her body was a magical item that could transform into various types of armor depending on the form. Seeing Wu Heng come down, the two called out Master in unison. Then, Andre Willow continued, Master, the bounty for killing the pirates last time has been issued, along with a 3rd level merit, which you can collect at the front desk. The 2 pirate groups were the Poison Blade Pirate Group and the Red Crown Pirate Group, which were defeated during the last rescue of Zai Ligui. Call me tomorrow morning, and we will go to the association together, he said. Okay. Then Minnie mentioned the situation with the pirate radio station. Philippa had already started recruiting new sailors and had changed some of the weapons configuration on the ship. Although the pirate group was not strong, the equipment on the ship was definitely not lacking. However, there were no serious intel updates. Minnie was quite willing to check the radio for information every day. After all, she had read many Straw Hat Crew comics and was curious about and yearned for the pirate life. She would enter the room several times a day. After discussing the official matters, Chef Number One's dinner was also ready. The three sat down at the dining table and ate. After dinner, Wu Heng directly gave 2 elixirs to the 2 women to continue increasing their constitution. The women cheered and took the elixirs in the living room. After the effects of the elixir wore off, they did a simple training before returning to their room to rest. The next day, Wu Heng and Andre Willow went to the association together. While passing through the association hall, they checked the rewards available for a 3rd level merit. As Wu Heng's level increased, some of the skills and magical items that he had were no longer of much use to him. After spending a while selecting from the skill books, he found an Eagle Eye Technique skill book that seemed quite decent. Eagle Eye Technique, description: you can create an invisible sensor, place it at a location, and engage in observation and eavesdropping. Invisible sensor, high perception may detect it. When Wu Heng saw the name Eagle Eye Technique, he thought it was an enhancement for vision. Or rather, it was a ranger's skill. Only after reading the introduction in the panel did he realize it was an invisible surveillance camera. Once placed, it could observe and eavesdrop on a specific area. However, it wasn't completely invisible, as professionals with high perception could still have a chance to detect it. "I will take this one," Wu Heng said. The staff nodded. "All right, Deputy Steward." Wu Heng collected the book and then went towards the office study. Entering the room, he opened the door and walked in. Andre Willow was wiping the table. Wu Heng said, "Wire, go tell Moya that I want to handle those 2 corpses I killed myself. Ask her for a transfer certificate." "Yes, Master." Andre Willow wiped her hands and went out the door immediately. Before long, Andre Willow came back. She handed over the transfer certificate for the corpses. Wu Heng took the certificate and went to the morgue, asking the coroner to wrap the bodies in straw mats. He then stored them in the space ring. Once everything was settled, Wu Heng returned to his residence, and continued towards Zombie World. Zombie World. The market had reopened. Several shelters had come to trade food in succession. Wu Heng walked out of the dormitory building and took out the bodies of the 2 pirate captains on the open ground behind the building. He cast bone manipulation skill in succession. The 2 bodies stood up, revealing their levels and classes. Skeleton Thief, level 12, Skeleton Warrior, level 10. It turned out that the captain of the Poison Blade was a thief, while the other was a warrior. A level 12 was already pretty decent. "You will be Poison Blade, and you will be Red Crown," Wu Heng named them after the pirate groups. After equipping the 2 skeletons, they walked back together. Back in the factory area, Chi Hengkai saw him and came up to meet him. "No problems, pretty much the same as yesterday, everyone's abiding by the rules," Chi Hengkai reported. Wu Heng glanced towards the market. On one of the off-road vehicles, a machine gun was mounted. "Poison Blade, from now on you follow her and ensure her safety," Wu Heng commanded directly. Chi Hengkai's expression stiffened, astonished at the tall, slender skeleton with 2 short blades hanging at its waist. Did she now have a skeleton bodyguard? Chapter 338, Pursuing Excitement. Hearing Wu Heng's arrangement, Chi Hengkai's heart leaped with joy. The skeleton possessed formidable combat abilities, and being assigned one as a personal bodyguard also indicated the level of importance she held in the other's eyes. At the very least, she was no longer considered just an ordinary, untrustworthy survivor. The skeleton Poison Blade consciously walked over to Chi Hengkai's side. "Thank you." Chi Hengkai expressed her gratitude with delight. Wu Heng nodded and continued to ask, "How is the market today?" It was quiet in the morning, but now people have started to trickle in. "It looks like there will be more than yesterday," Chi Hengkai said, glancing in the direction of the market. Yesterday's survivors who traded goods would certainly have spread the news somewhat. Over the following days, the number was bound to increase even more. No problems with security, right? No issues so far. The skeletons armed with guns are enough to deter the survivors from outside. Even those from less reputable sanctuaries keep a low profile after they arrive, Chi Hengkai responded directly. "Good, I will leave this side to you then." "All right, don't worry," Chi Hengkai nodded in agreement, then added a reminder, "The pace of food exchange is somewhat fast. At most, it can only be maintained for a week. All the sanctuaries think the people here in the old factory area are foolish, exchanging food in large quantities for fear that it won't be available after a couple of days. Moreover, with more and more sanctuaries coming, at most it could be sustained for another week. Food isn't a problem. Just keep the exchanges going as normal," Wu Heng stated. The goods from Starflower would arrive in the next couple of days. That shipment included the large amount of food he had ordered. The Wood Elves had elixirs that could increase food production, fully capable of meeting the trading needs here. Moreover, a bag of flour that costs just a few coppers was being exchanged for gold. Even if he went to every grain store to collect, he couldn't let the exchanges here stop. Relieved by Wu Heng's assurance about the food supply, Chi Hengkai said, "Okay, then I will get back to my tasks." "Go on," Wu Heng replied. Chi Hengkai headed towards the market. The skeleton poison blade thief followed behind her and left together. Wu Heng also made his way toward the dormitory building. Entering the dormitory building, Wu Heng proceeded to a room on the third floor. He knocked lightly on the door and then pushed it open to enter. The room was somewhat dim, and Zhang Qi, sitting in front of the computer, turned to look. Upon seeing Wu Heng, he immediately stood up. "Your Majesty. How's the design coming along?" Wu Heng walked over to the computer. Zhang Kai made room and enlarged the pattern on the computer software, explaining, "I've measured the inner dimensions of the flying dragon's chest cavity. I'm now creating the appropriate module sizes based on the positions inside." In the software, one could see a pattern of a flying dragon's chest cavity and various modules being formed within it. It looked somewhat like the CAD software learned in school, but it displayed three-dimensional models. "When can it be ready?" Wu Heng inquired. "It might take a few days. After the mold is printed, we will need to test and make adjustments," Zhang Kai promptly said. "Try to speed it up a bit. When it's completed, have Chi Hengkai arrange for someone to test it." Zhang Kai nodded, "Okay." After a brief instruction, Wu Heng didn't linger any longer and left the room. Back in his dorm, Wu Heng released both Glinda and Zhao. One large and one small ghost floated in midair, glanced around, and then set their gaze on him. Both were his ghosts, but they could not communicate with each other due to the language barrier. Only Wu Heng could understand them both. Zhao semi-reclined in the air. "Uncle, if there's nothing for me to do, I will go see my mom." Wu Heng nodded, "Go ahead. The market is open, so if you're bored, you can hang out there, but don't scare people." "I know. When have I ever scared anyone?" Zhao replied and left through the wall. In the room, only Wu Heng and Glinda remained. The latter peeked out the window and said, "Those people below, are they all your slaves?" Glinda had seen Zombie World. On 2 occasions, when searching for mutated zombies over a large area, he would release both Zhao and Glinda to scout. Afterward, Glinda had also asked about it. His answer was that his hometown had undergone some changes and had become what it was now. Due to their contractual relationship, he wasn't worried about Glinda betraying him. If something happened to him, it would not benefit the ghosts residing within his body, and they would even die alongside him. "We don't have the concept of slaves here. You could call them survivors," Wu Heng explained. Glinda commented, "Survivors? Sounds like people who have narrowly escaped death." "You've seen what this world is like, saying they've narrowly escaped death might be quite accurate." "That's true." Glinda agreed, then asked, "Why haven't I seen you catching pirates lately?" "There's been some trouble with the association, and the steward has temporarily instructed us not to go to sea. We will wait some time and see how things develop, and meanwhile, we can take a break," Wu Heng replied. The steward paused the activities within the association to conduct an internal investigation. How they planned to investigate wasn't clear, but things have indeed been rather relaxed recently. He also devoted more energy to this world. The market has been established, and in the original plan, there was still a level 15 remaining. "That's pretty good too," Glinda nodded. "Now that there's a market here, you can go have a look around when you're bored," Wu Heng said outright. It was because there had been no battles for a long time. Glinda had not emerged for quite a while. Wu Heng was thinking of letting both ghosts out today, to get some fresh air. "Sure, I'm quite interested in your culture here," Glinda replied, her figure fading away as she walked through the walls and left. Having released both ghosts, Wu Heng sat down at his desk. He took out the skill book he bought today and started to flip through it. The Eagle Eye technique is a rare skill in the spell world, belonging to the prophetic school. The prophetic faction is dedicated to predicting the future, but many of its abilities are more about uncovering hidden secrets, seeing through deceptions, or abilities related to investigation. The Eagle Eye technique is one such investigative skill. It can create an invisible sensor within the casting range, allowing you to observe and listen to that area. In Wu Heng's understanding, this was akin to a magic-created temporary surveillance camera. Except that after casting, it would become invisible, making it a type of hidden camera capable of real-time monitoring. The book also detailed the features of the skill. When casting, it must be done within the spell's range, but once a complete sensor forms, it's no longer restricted by distance. You can remotely monitor the sensor from afar. This is much more convenient than a camera. For instance, when traveling, you could place a couple of sensors along the way to check if anyone's following behind. This is far more practical than any ordinary camera. Wu Heng continued to read on. Once the sensor is successfully deployed, it has a set duration instead of being permanent. Generally, it lasts for more than 10 minutes, with the duration depending on the caster's spiritual power. The second point pertains to the detection of the invisible sensors. Those with high perception or professions skilled in detection stand a chance at discovering these invisible sensors. They're not completely undetectable. This is similar to ghosts. After a ghost turns invisible, if someone has high perception, they might sense it. This is somewhat akin to the sensors. Wu Hang flipped through the pages one by one. As he reached the final page, a system prompt immediately followed. Skill unlocked, Eagle Eye Technique. He had finally unlocked it. He closed the book and stored it in his space ring. He stretched out his hand and released the Eagle Eye Technique to the side. After a brief consolidation of the spell, a tennis ball-sized spherical sensor appeared before his eyes. And then, within a second, it gradually faded, becoming invisible. But Wu Hang could still sense the location where the sensor floated. Wu Hang connected to the sensor using his spiritual power, immediately accessing its vision and hearing. Seeing himself from another angle felt somewhat strange. With a thought, he promptly released 2 more sensors. They were placed in 2 other spots within the room. Continuing the connection, he could only connect to one sensor at a time, needing to switch if he wanted to view another. It wasn't possible to observe all 3 at once. Indeed, he couldn't monitor them as one would on a security screen with all cameras displayed simultaneously. Upon reflection, this made sense. After all, it was communication via spiritual power. Receiving several visuals and auditory inputs at once could potentially overload a human brain. Overall, the skill was quite decent, and the effect was satisfying. A day passed. As dusk approached, the market closed. Glenda was the first to fly back from the market, hovering in the air. She said, "There was a conflict at the market just now, aren't you going to take a look?" "What happened?" Wu Hang asked curiously. "It's nothing serious, just that one guy went to trade food, and another man was, doing something with that guy's woman inside a metal sheet vehicle. The key moment was when the husband returned and caught them red-handed, and that's when the fight broke out," Glenda recounted. Wu Hang frowned. In such a short time, they still have the mind to do such things? It's about seeking thrills. Don't you think it's exciting to take the opportunity to do such things while the other's husband is away? Glenda remarked. Chapter 339, Do you understand these? Are they still fighting? Wu Hang asked. No, they stopped when your skeletons charged over, and then they left, Glenda continued. Although I don't understand the language of this world. But that kind of thing, you can understand just by watching. Wu Hang looked at Glenda, who was floating in midair, with some curiosity. You know about this too. It's not like I haven't lived before. Glenda floated to the other side and said, You don't understand the life of the nobility. Do you know why those nobles like to hold balls at night? Wu Hang raised his eyebrows, thinking that it was due to a lack of entertainment options, so the nobles often held balls to pass the time. But since she asked that, he doubted whether his understanding was correct. He asked, Why? Because when it's late at night, they can do some secret things with those noblewomen in the backyard. That kind of thrill isn't something you can get from normal interactions. Well, that's not surprising. Aren't they afraid of their husbands finding out? Maybe in the bushes next door, someone else is also working hard to please someone else's wife. That's quite exaggerated. In the eyes of the outside world, the balls were just another form of entertainment that the nobility was keen on, but in reality, it was about seeking excitement. How do you know all this? Wu Hang looked at her suspiciously. Glenda smirked and said, Do you think that because I know so much, I've participated as well? Moving to another position, she added, Although it sounds exciting, I don't like participating in these things. I have had many confidants before, and they would often bring up these topics with me. The things women talk about in private can be quite bold, especially mature women. Glenda gave him the impression of being more of a homebody woman. Even when she was alive, she would read books and take care of flowers. After becoming his ghost, she would do reconnaissance before battles. Even if she was let out, she rarely went out, spending more time in the study, reading books or comics. Claiming that she was eager for such balls, Wu Hang really didn't quite believe it. So your confidants are quite open-minded. Glenda said, Why, do you want to meet them? There might still be a few who are alive, 80 or 90 years old. If you don't mind, I could introduce you when you have the chance. Thanks, but I'm afraid of dentures falling into my mouth. That's vivid. Have you really experienced it? I'm just making it up, don't overthink it. Glenda continued, Do you have any written records of your world's script? I'd like to learn your language and writing. In that aspect, not really. I will teach you when there's a chance. Great. The two chatted for a while, and Zhao flew back in from outside. It seemed like she had a very happy time with her mother, talking non-stop as soon as she returned. After speaking for a while, both ghosts went back into their respective bodies. At the same time, Glenda also shared a scene that entered his mind. Inside the dimly lit van. A man and a woman were entwined together, seemingly in a hurry, speeding up continuously. Suddenly, one side of the van door was yanked open. Both of them were startled, and the figures carrying flour outside were also frozen in place. Then, someone dropped the flour and charged in with a shout. Fighting ensued inside the van. There were people breaking up the fight, others from different caravans cheering on, and some seizing the chance to take photos of the woman. Chaos ensued. The whole market came to a standstill. It wasn't until Chi Hankai arrived with his armed skeleton soldiers that they forcefully stopped the people who were tussling. Who was right or wrong had nothing to do with them. After they went out, they could settle it themselves. They urged the group to drive their van away from the market, and other caravans came forward to trade food. Wu Heng was somewhat speechless. Glenda had found the entangled man and woman beforehand and had watched with interest from the side. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed in the van for so long. After viewing the shared scene, Wu Heng walked to the window and looked outside. The market had already completely shut down, and there were no other incidents on their end. He opened the boundary door and returned to his residence. From the boundary door emerged. Wu Heng descended the stairs. As he reached the third floor, he headed to the radio room to check the message from Philippa. The initial excitement had passed, and now Philippa wasn't repeating everything into the microphone as before. On the record book, only Philippa's formation and arrangements were noted. If there were any danger, she'd still be waiting for Wu Heng to come to her rescue. After confirming there was no important information, Wu Heng turned and left the room. He pondered for a moment. Then, he took a detour to Andre Willow's room and released a spherical sensor in the corner. It wasn't that he intended to surveil the other person, rather, he wanted to test whether such an invisible sensor would be easily discovered. Andre Willow was now a level 7 forest ranger, and a ranger's perception was not to be underestimated. If he could deceive Andre Willow, it meant he could likely deceive squad leader level professionals. If it were discovered immediately, then this skill could only be used in the zombie world, where the inhabitants lacked such strong perception. After setting up the sensor, he went straight downstairs. In the courtyard, Minnie watered the flowers in the flower bed. Upon seeing Wu Heng come out, she immediately rushed over, coquettishly whispering and swaying her pair of ears back and forth across his chin. The two chatted in the living room for a while until Andre Willow also returned from outside. As she took off her leather armor, she said, "Master, Steward Emilio wants you to visit the guild tomorrow." "What for?" "It seems the guild is conducting some kind of inspection." "I'm not too clear on the details, but it's been busy with all that today," explained Andre Willow. "Inspection?" Wu Heng frowned and thought for a moment. An idea came to mind. Emilio suspected that there were pirate spies in the guild and had arranged an investigation. It looked like Emilio's arrangement. "All right, understood." They chatted for a while longer, and then dinner was served at the dining table. They all sat down and began their meal. After dinner, Minnie went to practice boxing with Bodong, and Andre Willow returned to her room for a bit. Wu Heng, sitting in the living room, immediately connected to the magic sensor in Andre Willow's room. The image formed in his mind. Andre Willow walked by without any sign of detection, stripping off the long skirts for domestic wear, and pulled a black lace undergarment from the closet. Standing in front of the mirror, she looked left and right. "I wonder which set the master likes." Muttering to herself, her cheeks began to blush. The fluffy foxtail began to sway. Wu Heng observed through the preset view. It seemed that with Andre Willow's perception, the magic sensor remained undetected. He didn't need to be overly worried when releasing skills around squad leader level professionals. Then, Andre Willow tried on 3 or 4 undergarments, eventually took them all off, slipped on a long dress, and walked straight out of the room. She came downstairs to see Wu Heng and said with a smile, "Master, you haven't rested yet?" As she spoke, she kneeled and leaned into his embrace. Wu Heng looked at her with some amusement and, holding the fox woman, said softly, "Missing me?" Her cheeks tinted with a hint of red. Andre Willow replied, "Of course not, I just saw that you haven't rested and came down to chat with you for a while." Wu Heng didn't call out her little schemes and suggested, "Shall we go to the bedroom to talk?" "Okay." Wu Heng carried her towards the bedroom. The following day, at the guild. In the office, Wu Heng looked at the dwarf captain from Team 3 and asked, "I heard someone came to inspect the guild?" The dwarf captain Olin, after taking a sip of tea, said, "An inspector special envoy from the guild came yesterday." They questioned the guild's staff and professional teams. About 1/5 of the people had issues and were suspended for investigation. "That's serious. Gold and Silver Island has always been a chaotic place. No one believes there are no issues inside," Olin said. Wu Heng nodded in agreement. He continued to inquire, "How precise was this special envoy's inspection with that special item?" Olin answered, "He has a special item that compels people to tell the truth, making it impossible to lie." Hearing this, Wu Heng's heart tightened abruptly. A special item that forces the truth. He had many secrets. If he were made to tell the truth, it could lead to significant problems. Chapter 340, Sincere Clay Doll. Hearing the dwarf's words, Wu Heng became tense as well. A special item that forced people to tell the truth wasn't much different from his communicate with the dead. The difference was that he interrogated the dead, while the other interrogated the living. If this special item were used on himself, indeed, there might be trouble. If the other party asked about any of his secrets and he blurted them out, then things would be more complicated than just catching pirates. Does the vice executive have any questions? Olin saw him deep in thought and asked curiously. Wu Heng shook his head and continued to make small talk. If he asks randomly, wouldn't it be quite awkward if something comes up? Olin smiled and said, I was pretty nervous before too, but he only asked about some association-related matters, nothing personal. What exactly did he ask? Tell me about it. Wu Heng took a sip of his tea. Olin thought for a moment, feeling that Wu Heng had just transferred here and had also eliminated so many pirates. He definitely had nothing to do with pirates, so it seemed harmless to share some information beforehand. He spoke directly. The questions were quite straightforward. First, he asked if I had any connections with pirates, then whether I had ever sold internal association information, and if I had done anything that could damage the association's reputation. Just these three types? Ah, just these three. They also weeded out a lot of people who didn't pass the check, Olin said. Wu Heng nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. He had almost gone to resign just now. If it were only these three questions, there really wouldn't be a big problem. He hadn't done any of these three things. Even if he had, there was no such impression in his mind, so he would also answer no when asked. Feeling much reassured, he continued, isn't the association afraid that the special item doesn't work or that there could be some item that prevents people from telling the truth? After pondering for a moment, Olin said, I'm not sure about that, but if there is, it's unlikely to appear among the staff or regular squads. It's probably a large-scale scrutiny, not that detailed. That makes sense. Wu Heng agreed. The two were chatting. Knock, knock. The door was knocked, and Andre Willow opened it, seeing a staff member poking their head in. Seeing Wu Heng sitting in the room, he said directly, Vice Executive, the steward requests your presence. Indeed, it was his turn to be questioned. He quickly weighed his options in mind, feeling that he should still go and see the situation. Going over didn't necessarily mean it was as serious as he imagined. All right, I understand. Wu Heng said. The staff member left. Olin stood up as well and said, looks like it's your turn. Wu Heng nodded. The two of them left the room together. Olin went back to the squad's rest area, while Wu Heng headed toward the steward's office. He had only walked halfway there when he saw ahead, an elf vice executive Xi Ligui leaning against the corridor wall with her arms crossed over her chest. Waiting for me? Wu Heng asked. Xi Ligui looked at him and said, do you know about the inspection? I do. Wu Heng said, both of us are newly transferred here, do we really need to be questioned about pirates? Shiraz's expression was also quite serious as she said, the association conducts random checks every year. The local steward leans toward one direction, and the inspector's special envoy will question according to that direction, regardless of whether we are new or not. So there's an annual inspection too. Wu Heng looked at the elf with a youthful appearance. What do you mean, then? Since we're both vice executives, we might as well cooperate to prevent the other side from asking some overly secret questions, Shiraz said directly. Wu Heng's eyebrows raised. It seemed she too was quite averse to this method of inspection. How do we cooperate? When one is being questioned, the other should insist on being present. If the questioner asks about something too private, we should interject and be firm. Shiraz looked at him seriously. Xi Ligui's attitude toward him had changed considerably. Previously, upon hearing he was a necromancer, she almost drew her blade on the spot. She had also said she would keep an eye on him and advised him not to get involved in any mischief. Now, it seemed, in the association, Xi Ligui trusted him quite a bit more. She had came to him privately to discuss this matter. Of course, this was also good news for Wu Heng. Cooperation, huh? As long as no personal questions were asked, Wu Heng wasn't worried about anything. What counts as a secret matter? Shiraz glared at him unhappily and said, apart from the association's matters, everything else is private. How come your brain isn't working now? I want to ask for more details, to avoid problems later on, said Wu Heng. Xi Ligui looked up. So, you agree? Of course, with you looking out for me, I feel more at ease. Shiraz said irritably, understood. The two chatted briefly. Without any further delay, they headed towards the steward's office together. After knocking lightly on the door and receiving a response, they walked straight in. In the steward's office, there were 5 people standing. Steward Emilo, Assistant Moya, a tall and thin middle-aged man wearing a purple mage robe, and 2 investigators from the association holding record books. Upon entering the room, the middle-aged man and the 2 investigators also looked over at them. It seemed they were sizing up the two. Emilo said, "This is the Inspector Special Envoy from the association. The others have already been inspected, it's just the 2 of you left." Wu Heng and his companion turned to look at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "They are just some simple questions. The 2 vice executives need not be nervous." The 2 of them remained silent. Emilo said, "Xiligui, you go first. Wu Heng, you wait at the door for a while." Xiligui, being named, glanced back at him. Wu Heng directly said, "Steward, I am a vice executive of the association, and I would like to stay and get acquainted with this process." Everyone in the room looked over. After thinking for a moment, Emilo nodded, "All right, Moya, get him a chair." A chair was brought over. Wu Heng sat down and winked at Xiligui across from him, signaling for her to be at ease. Xiligui glanced at him as well but did not respond. Then she sat down across from the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man glanced at Emilo and Wu Heng. Normally, a vice executive wouldn't be allowed to stay for such matters. After all, for some, it's an honorary position which could involve a lot of issues. Wu Heng had only to mention wanting to see the process, and he was allowed to stay. It was clear that Emilo regarded Wu Heng quite highly. The middle-aged man looked at the elf woman across from him and took out a special item from his space ring, a sincere clay doll with hands clasped in front of the chest and one knee on the ground in a kneeling figure. He placed it in the center of the table. He said, "When it begins, you will feel as though your body is being controlled. Do not worry and do not resist, it will not affect you in any way." Wu Heng, sitting by the side. His gaze also fell on the clay doll. Sincere clay doll, special item, category, special item, effect. The target being gazed upon will answer questions truthfully. Side effect, the controller will lose their ability to speak for 1 minute per question. Description, a priestly special item representing sincere faith, it compels the target to speak the truth. High intelligence and spirit resistance can exempt one from the item's control. It truly was a special item. The target under direct gaze would answer questions truthfully. Would avoiding eye contact prevent control? The cost was that the controller would lose their speech for 1 minute per question. No wonder they usually only asked 3 questions, otherwise, the inspector's special envoy might go days or even weeks without opening their mouth with so many staff around. "Do you have any intelligence connections with the pirates?" the middle-aged man asked. Wu Heng also immediately averted his gaze. He was ready, in case any undesirable questions came up, to speak up, to intervene, or to knock over the clay figure. Chapter 341, Do You Have a Grudge? The inspector's special envoy spoke up, directly asking the first question. Sitting on the other side, Xiligui paused slightly, her expressionless face answered, "No." The middle-aged man continued to ask, "Have you ever sold the association's internal secrets?" Xiligui answered, "No." "Have you ever done anything that has harmed the reputation of the association?" This question was actually quite broad. Wu Heng glanced at Xiligui, waiting to see how she would respond. "No." Xiligui answered once more. "Shua shua shua." Following Xiligui's responses, the 2 investigators standing behind began to make records. Although it was unclear what they were writing, the sound of writing could be heard. During this period of contact, there was a general understanding of Xiligui's character. She was someone with a strong sense of justice, unlike Wu Heng, who joined the association just to have a legitimate identity. She embodied the image of a hero from the tales of adventurers. Furthermore, she placed a great emphasis on formal justice, taking the rules of the association very seriously. "When you were promoted to deputy steward, did you ever falsely claim merit?" the middle-aged man asked again. Wu Heng's brows furrowed slightly. According to the short person Olin, there were only 3 questions in total. But now a 4th had appeared. Moreover, it was unrelated to pirates and was asking about events prior to becoming a deputy steward. Wu Heng glanced at Emilo, noticing no change in him, and he did not speak. Even though it was the 4th question, it indeed concerned matters within the association. Under everyone's gaze, Xiligui spoke flatly once again, "No." The 4 questions were over. The middle-aged man picked up a handkerchief and placed it over the mud sculpture's head, the handkerchief draping down and covering the eyes. He waved his hand to indicate that Xiligui's inspection was over and she could leave her seat. Xiligui still had no particular expression on her face. She stood up from the chair and silently moved to one side. The middle-aged man was experiencing the side effects of the special item. With 4 questions asked, it meant he would be without speech for 4 minutes. The room fell into a brief silence. Wu Heng and Xiligui exchanged glances, with Xiligui shaking her head slightly. 4 minutes passed. The middle-aged man gestured with his hand. "Deputy Steward Wu Heng, please take a seat here." Wu Heng got up and walked over to sit down opposite him. Zai Ligui then sat down in the chair Wu Heng had previously occupied, appearing as if she were there to listen in. Emilio didn't say anything further, implicitly allowing her to stay. "Are you ready?" the middle-aged man asked. Wu Heng's eyes swept over Zai Ligui, and he nodded. "Look into the eyes of the mud sculpture," the middle-aged man instructed, and then lifted the handkerchief from the top of the mud sculpture's head. The moment Wu Heng saw the mud sculpture's eyes, he felt a surge of spiritual power attacking his mind. But it was just an instant rush, blocked by a barrier, separated outside of his own psychic sea. He could still feel the continuous barrage, however. His speciality, Enhance Will, was taking effect. Enhance Will was a superpower unlocked when he consumed the Big Head Corpse core. According to its description, it established a will barrier, repelling undissolving negative effects against personal will. It seemed that the mud sculpture's ability effects were also classified as negative effects on personal will. He kept his gaze fixed, while from the corner of his eye, Wu Heng glanced at the middle-aged man opposite him, who remained calm, apparently noticing nothing. Then, the middle-aged Inspector Special Envoy began asking, "Do you have any connection with pirates?" Wu Heng remained silent for a moment, confirming he was indeed not affected, and felt even more relaxed. Following Zai Ligui's stiff expression, he calmly answered, "No." "Have you ever sold association information to outsiders?" "No." "Have you ever done anything that has damaged the association's reputation?" "No." The middle-aged man's brows subconsciously furrowed, then quickly smoothed out as he continued to ask, "Upon becoming deputy steward, did you ever falsely claim merit?" Sure enough, the same questions as those asked to Zai Ligui. "No." Wu Heng answered. Not to mention he was answering now, even if truly controlled by the special item, he had never falsely claimed any merit. All his merits were earned by capturing fugitives. Although most of the time he killed enemies using modern weapons, the method used wasn't important. The association hadn't stipulated that one must use specific weapons to kill. Wu Heng felt somewhat relaxed inside. If he had known there was no threat to himself, there was no need to have been so worried before. With the 4 questions answered, he just waited for the other party to conclude the questioning, so that he could leave the place. The middle-aged man took a sip from his teacup but chose not to end it there, instead asking another question. "You hail from the Yuko Kingdom. Have you ever conducted illegal necromancy experiments?" Wu Heng's heart tensed. This question had already gone beyond the scope of the association. He controlled his expression, not letting his pupils change. Wu Heng still answered flatly, "No." "No?" The middle-aged man's eyebrows began to crease significantly. He even glanced at the other party's gaze to see if it maintained contact with the clay figure. A necromancer, so young and sitting in the position of a guild's deputy executive, could he truly follow the rules that strictly? How is that possible? Thinking this, he spoke again. "Have you ever done anything contrary to the guild guidelines?" "Damn." Wu Heng cursed inwardly. That question was too broad. An external affairs operative, even the steward Emilio wouldn't dare claim to have adhered completely to the guidelines. Does this man have a grudge against me? Is he trying to make me confess to a crime? Wu Heng was just about to answer no. Zai Ligui stood up abruptly, covered the clay figure's eyes with her hand, and said, "Inspector Special Envoy, do you know Wu Heng? Why are your questions so targeted?" The questioning was terminated. "You." The middle-aged Inspector Special Envoy entered a state of speechlessness, suddenly standing up with his eyes wide, unable to open his mouth while making noises. But staring with reddened face, his anger was evident. Meanwhile, the 2 investigators standing behind continued to take notes. They had no intention to speak up or intervene. "What are you causing a ruckus about?" said Emilio with a hint of reprimand, then continued, "The inspection for you 2 has ended. Apologize to Mr. Kalima." Zai Ligui apologized with a bow. "My apologies, Inspector Kalima." The middle-aged man was still somewhat angry. Emilio stated plainly, "That's enough, the 2 of you may leave. There will be some personnel changes in the guild soon. You will take turns being stationed at the guild." "Yes." The 2 bowed and promptly left the room. They hastened away for some distance. Wu Heng said, "Thank you." Though he hadn't been affected by the special item's influence, he was moved by Zai Ligui's assistance. She had covered the eyes of the special item cleanly and decisively. "Thank me for what? We had an arrangement," Zai Ligui said, then continued to ask, "Do you know that inspector?" "Never seen him." "Then why did he ask you so many questions?" Zai Ligui inquired. This was something Wu Heng found strange as well. He also had his suspicions about the man's intentions. His manner of questioning was clearly aiming for him to reveal some wrongdoings. "If we didn't pass the inspection today, what would happen?" Wu Heng asked. Zai Ligui pondered for a moment, We would probably be subject to an investigation, but certainly suspended for a time. Suspended? Wu Heng's brows were still furrowed. Zai Ligui smiled and said, "Anyway, the two of us passed the test. That's a good thing, isn't it?" "Indeed." Wu Heng thought for a moment and then said, "Let me invite you to lunch at the tavern as a thank you for helping me out." "Okay, consider it a celebration for passing the inspection." 6 minutes passed. The inspector's special envoy recovered from his speechless state. His complexion was still somewhat flushed, and he solemnly stated, "Steward Emilo, guild members must cooperate with inspections. Interrupting and intervening does not comply with the rules." Emilo glanced at him and replied, "I will discipline the two of them, Inspector Calamity can rest assured." "Discipline? Interfering with an inspection is a serious violation of the regulations," the man continued. Turning to him, Emilo said, "Inspector, your questions must not touch on personal life or secrets, otherwise, the person being inspected has the right to refuse to answer. You should know this, shouldn't you?" The man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Do you think there is something wrong with my questions? Don't forget, it was you and the guild that requested an internal investigation. The investigators have recorded everything, whether there is an issue or not, we can have it reviewed by those above." HMPH. The man snorted coldly and then added, "Tomorrow I will inspect the member profiles. Have them prepared in advance." "That's possible." The man collected the clay figure and left the study directly. The two investigators also closed their notebooks and after bowing, departed. In the tavern's private room, a variety of sumptuous dishes were brought to the table in front of the two. Zai Ligui said, "Just eat a little, there's no need to order so much." "It's rare for me to treat you, eat more," Wu Heng replied courteously and then asked, "That special item's effect is quite peculiar, somewhat similar to my winch eye?" Zai Ligui explained, "Such special items are of the auxiliary type, not of much use in actual combat. Indeed, the truth isn't of much use on the battlefield. Not like that. This special item doesn't control your body but makes you answer with your true thoughts. If you're unwilling, simply not looking into the clay figure's eyes or covering your own can easily break its effect," Zai Ligui stated. "That's true. It's down to the guild's arrangements, otherwise this special item would hardly be effective on ordinary squad members." Chapter 342, You can attend if you have time. To put it simply, this special item, to take effect, requires cooperation. That is to say, the association mandates member cooperation, otherwise, who would honestly sit there and stare into the eyes of a clay sculpture? If there's no cooperation, it's difficult to produce any effect. The cost is not significant, a moment of silence for 1 minute per question. "When you put it like that, it indeed seems pretty useless," Wu Heng agreed. Zai Ligui chewed on a piece of meat and continued, "This inspection actually has some benefits for us too." "How so?" "It's nothing much, just that passing this inspection will be recorded in our files, which can help with our promotion to steward in the future." Zai Ligui glanced at him. The appointment of a steward isn't just about accumulating merits. Character and passing inspections are also vital factors. That did make sense. If it were just about accumulating merits, the positions of the association's stewards would be occupied by those with high combat abilities. That would not be good for the various regions. You might even get a guy cloaked in the association's identity in some places. But that's just one aspect. Human nature is hard to control. For instance, the former steward of Blackstone Town, Yazd, concocted a conspiracy to extend his own life. He caused the deaths of people in Mining Village and nearly took over Wu Heng's body. Even if one passes the initial inspections, it's hard to ensure they won't be influenced by other factors later on. Wu Heng continued to look at her. "Do you really want to become a steward that much? Don't you? Becoming a steward means presiding over the association, a status second only to the city lord. I don't believe anyone wouldn't want to sit in that position. If I say I don't want to, would you believe me?" "No." Wu Heng smiled and didn't say much more. He really wasn't too interested in being a steward. The position of a vice executive suited him just fine. There wasn't much work to do, and if there was, it was the assistant's job to complete it. This allowed him some time to manage Zombie World. "Why don't you find an assistant?" After finishing talking about the inspection, Wu Heng broached a new topic. Zai Ligui replied, "There's no suitable candidate. I've already written home, and someone should be coming over in a little while." "Finding someone trustworthy is essential. Gold and Silver Island isn't exactly a safe place. I see you're always accompanied by 2 attendants wherever you go. Scared of danger much?" Zai Ligui glanced at the 2 figures standing nearby. Unlike other professions, a necromancer's combat strength comes largely from their necromancer attendants. Only after them come spells and mechanical attacks. "Jealous?" Next time you kill a fugitive, I'll help you turn them into a skeleton that can serve as a guard by your side. Xyligui pursed her lips. Thanks, but I'm not used to having people, let alone the undead, follow me everywhere. You're still young, not understanding the benefits of necromancer attendance. I'm old enough to be your grandmother. Hey! Why are you still insulting people? The two finished eating and directly left the tavern. They headed together towards the association. Returned to the office study. Andre Willow was propped on the desk, combing an owl's feathers. Wire, have you eaten? I have, Andre Willow responded, and then asked, Master, did the inspection go smoothly? It went well, nothing to worry about, Wu Heng said. That's good. Wu Heng sat down at the desk and instructed, there'll be some personnel changes in the association soon. When you do anything, keep the skeleton attendants close. Understood. Andre Willow's current skeleton attendant was Blood Axe, a level 14 beast warrior. He had a towering figure, wielding a long-handled battle axe. The original level 12 blazing blade had been reassigned to the pirate mistress Philippa. Wu Heng continued, by the way, you weren't notified about undergoing an inspection either, were you? Nope. Do I need one? I don't know, but if they tell you that you need to be inspected, don't go just yet. Let me know in advance. Sure, Master. After chatting with Andre Willow in the office for a while, Wu Heng left directly. He left the association and looked around. He went straight to the Snake Badge Consortium opposite the association. In the VIP room of the Snake Badge Consortium, a man dressed in formal attire bowed respectfully, Good afternoon, esteemed guest. Wu Heng handed over his emblem, take a look at the task I posted, is there any result? Of course, guest. The staff member bowed and left the room. It wasn't long before he came back. He said, guest, we have collected a level 12 blacksmith's corpse, a level 13 flying dragon's corpse, as well as the formation architecture flame furnace for you. Wu Heng's eyebrows raised. There was nothing particularly unusual about the collection of the two corpses. After all, he hadn't come here for some time. But the completion of flame furnace was ahead of the estimated time by quite a bit. He had ordered 2 formation structures in total, the flame furnace and the water elemental well. One was a furnace for smelting metals, and the other was a well that condensed water elements from the air into drinkable water. Fine, where are the items? The staff member took out a pouch for storing space, saying, guest, the corpses and the building are all inside here, how would you like to take them away? Wu Heng didn't actually have such a large storage space. He said directly, lend me the pouch for now, I'll send it back to you tomorrow. The staff member immediately responded, guest, I'll arrange for someone to go back with you. Once you take out the items inside, you can return it to us. That works. The staff member continued, guest, you will need to pay 6,750 silver coins to complete this transaction. Agreed. Wu Heng took out the corresponding amount. After the staff member took the payment, in addition to the pouch he handed over, there was also a ticket bearing a purple snake head. He explained, guest, in half a month we will be holding the year-end auction on a cruise ship. If you have time, you are welcome to participate. There will be treasures, famous weapons, and some special items for sale. An auction? This world has such a thing as well. All customers can participate? Of course not, only guests whose transaction volume reaches a certain quota are eligible. No more than 30 people from Gold and Silver Island. Alright, I'll see if I can make it. Wu Heng took the pouch and left. The Snake Badge Consortium arranged for a staff member to follow him back to his residence. Returning home. After speaking to Minnie, Wu Heng went straight to the zombie world. He arrived at an open space, took out the corpses and the huge furnace covered with formation patterns, then returned to Gold and Silver Island to hand back the pouch to the staff member. After retrieving the pouch, the staff member left with a bow. Returning to the zombie world. Wu Heng looked at the 2 corpses on the ground. The blacksmith's body was in a coffin, while the flying dragon was wrapped in a large grass mat. He instructed the skeletons to place the 2 corpses aside. He cast the bone manipulation skill. Skeleton blacksmith, level 12, skeleton flying dragon, level 13, chapter 343, get him down. 2 skeletons stood up from among the broken flesh. They shook their bodies and walked to one side. Together with those in front of him, there were a total of 5 skeleton blacksmiths and 5 skeleton flying dragons in the old factory area. The number of skeleton blacksmiths wasn't small. In a minor city within a different world, it was enough to sustain the operations of a blacksmith shop. As for the skeleton flying dragons, although there were already 5 of them, their primary method of combat on the battlefield was still dropping bombs. Their way of fighting was somewhat monotonous. He had thought about developing new tactics, but there hadn't been any significant breakthroughs. Killing hordes of zombies and dropping lazy dog bombs was indeed the simplest and most efficient method. Therefore, that had always been the practice. The two skeletons walked over to one side, and Wu Heng's gaze fell on the flame furnace above. The entire furnace was a dark iron cylindrical object more than 3 meters in diameter, with a 1-meter oval depression in the center. It looked like an especially thick metal water tank. All around and on top, there were deeply etched complex runes, and with its round shape, it resembled an altar even more. Having dealt with the burial grounds formation patterns before, Wu Heng found nothing unusual. It was these patterns that gave special effects to structures. Having taken a brief look, Wu Heng picked up the walkie-talkie and pressed the communication button. Chi Heng, come to the back of the factory area. Received. Before long, Chi Heng walked over briskly. Wearing a stab-proof vest with the walkie-talkie hanging on his chest, he looked somewhat imposing. After walking over, he glanced at the two skeletons and then at the dark iron furnace. He frowned slightly. He didn't recall seeing this thing before. After a sweep with his eyes, he drew back his gaze. Any instructions? Wu Heng said, the workshop you prepared last time, is it ready? There's still quite a bit of space left in the workshop. What do you need it for? Wu Heng glanced at the furnace beside him. This is a furnace. I need it placed in a workshop to melt metal. Oh, no problem. There's a lot of space over there in the workshop. Get a vehicle to transport this over, and then have someone melt 500 grams of gold. I'll need it later. Understood. Chi Heng promised and immediately took out his walkie-talkie to delegate the task. In a short while, a crane truck drove over. It lifted the flame furnace and hurried towards the direction of the factory's warehouse. Upon reaching the workshop, the flame furnace was positioned in its spot, and the molten gold was brought over and poured into several nodes on the furnace. To activate the pattern effects, Wu Heng continued, have the skeleton blacksmiths work here from now on and increase the production of solid iron bullets. Understood. Chi Heng responded. After the blacksmith skeletons were brought over as well, Wu Heng and Chi Heng walked back together. No problems at the market, right? Wu Heng asked. Chi Heng, following at his side, answered, no, Captain Yang from the military came again yesterday. He wanted to talk to you about exchanging military equipment for grain. Since you weren't there, I told him we have no plans to adjust the price. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. Yang Long brought up this issue again? Why are they so eager to sell things? Are they really short on food, or do they have other plans? It was somewhat puzzling, but it didn't greatly concern his own side. Grain was the only real currency now, nothing was more important than food. As long as you control the food, if you really need something, you can always trade for it later. Don't adjust the price, Wu Heng stated flatly. That's what I thought too, Chi Heng nodded, continuing, yesterday we obtained some more gold and corpse cores. I've had them brought over. Wu Heng waited in the room for a while, and Chi Heng brought the gold and corpse cores. Over 5 kilograms of gold and more silver this time, about 20 kilograms. As for corpse cores, there are 3 level 1 corpse cores and 1 level 2 corpse core, Chi Heng said. A shelter dealing in level 2 corpse cores? Are the level 2 corpse cores from the military? No, they were exchanged by a place called Valiant Shelter. They said they pre-planted explosives and blew up a mutated zombie. Planning ahead is indeed one method, Wu Heng remarked. Chi Heng laughed as well, saying, he told me about it himself and then offered to sell some of their explosives too. It felt like he came for advertising. Quite smart. Yes. Wu Heng collected all the gold and corpse cores and continued, in the next few days, produce more solid iron bullets. We'll open up that road in the county. Okay, I'll have them speed up the production, Chi Heng said. The two chatted for a bit. Chi Heng went back to his own work, and Wu Heng returned to Gold and Silver Island. Back at his residence, Wu Heng delivered the corpse cores to the alchemy room and then went downstairs. Andre Willow was on the first floor feeding the little owl, while Minnie was cleaning the vases on the bookcase. Seeing Wu Heng coming downstairs, both women greeted him at once. The little owl turned its head too, chirping twice. Wu Heng nodded and asked, Wire, any issues with the guild? No issues. Nothing happened after you left, and seeing there was nothing to do this afternoon, I came back, Andre Willow said. Good, it's always better with no problems. Wu Heng still felt some concern. He feared the inspector's special envoy, unable to find fault with him, might target Andre Willow instead. But it seemed that the person hadn't taken such action. Minnie put down the vase she was holding and chimed in, there's also no news from Philippa Zen, just purchases and some matters related to arming the pirates. Chapter 343, Get him down. Wu Heng nodded. Pay more attention. Sure. After dinner, Wu Heng returned to the study. He released 2 ghosts, letting them do their own tasks. He himself sat at the desk, mulling over today's events. The Inspector's special envoy held a unique functional position within the association. He was responsible for supervising and inspecting the association's branches everywhere, seeking out spies embedded within the organization. Wu Heng was certain he had never seen this middle-aged man before. Why then was the man's questioning so targeted? Is it personal grudge? Or is it targeted at my profession? Two conjectures surfaced in his mind. 1. The man bore some grudge against him, possibly a friend of someone he had killed. The second, a stereotypical bias against the profession of necromancer. The question he asked had involved necromantic experiments, clearly focusing more on the necromancy aspect. But the man's purpose was also clear. He intended to make Wu Heng give self-incriminating answers, to get him suspended from his position as deputy steward. Find an opportunity to check his motives as well. After all, Wu Heng had many enemies. It would be prudent to understand his true intentions. Knock knock. As he thought, there was a gentle knock at the door. Minnie's voice came through. Master, your bathwater is ready. Wu Heng got up to open the door and headed for the bathroom to wash up. The next day, at the association, Wu Heng sat in the study yawning while flipping through the latest batch of bounty notices. The bounty for Philippa had reached 650 silver coins, which, aside from not having a third-level merit, was almost the same amount as a Tier 4 fugitive. The higher the bounty, the more notorious she became among the pirates. It also increased her personal danger. Even if the association didn't capture her, some mercenaries and bounty hunters would make her their target. Low level, high bounty. Who wouldn't be tempted? After sitting for a while, there was a knock at the door. Andre Willow opened the door to find the steward's assistant Moya peeking in. Deputy Steward Wu Heng, the Inspector's special envoy, will be visiting the archives to review files today. If you have time, please accompany him, Moya said. He wanted me to accompany him to check the archives? He needs to check the archives? If needed, he has the right to view them. What should I do if I go with him? Wu Heng continued. You just need to accompany him there, Moya said, closing the door and continuing. After all, he's the association's Inspector's special envoy. For appearance's sake, we must facilitate this. Since Xiligui tends to be too direct, the steward asked you to accompany him. Fine. I promise not to hit him. Moya gave him a look and said, don't be late at the archive room. Without the association assigning someone to escort them, they can't get in. Oh, and his name is Kalima. Sure. After Moya left, Wu Heng gathered his things and also stepped out. The archive room. The middle-aged Inspector special envoy from yesterday and two investigators were already waiting outside the archive room. Seeing Wu Heng approaching, the middle-aged man was momentarily startled, then his expression returned to normal. Deputy Steward Wu Heng. Inspector Special Envoy Kalima, Wu Heng smiled. Well, let's not waste time. Wu Heng nodded, glanced back at the staff members, and took out his keys to unlock the archive room. In the dim room stood rows of wooden archive shelves. The middle-aged man walked in and began to scrutinize files based on dates and association personnel. Wu Heng stood not too far away, watching him conduct the inspection. After contemplating, he placed an invisible sensor at a distant rear position to remain undetected by the mage, leaving it far enough to get an overhead view of the records the middle-aged man was examining and the notes being taken by the two investigators. Then he returned to the door. Using the sensor's perspective, he observed the contents of the files being reviewed by the other party. It was evident that the man was examining the archives of other association members, including those of himself and Xiligui. This went on until noon. The middle-aged man finally came out of the archive room, still solemn. I've finished checking. Deputy Steward, you can attend to your own matters now. Wu Heng instructed the staff to lock the door. Very well, you're free to go. Having said that, they went their separate ways. After parting ways, Wu Heng went straight to the steward's office to report the situation here and Imulo. Then he returned to his own study. After sitting at the association for a while, Wu Heng left the association and returned to his residence. He told Minnie where he was going and headed directly to Zombie World. On the open ground outside the dormitory building, stay still. Wu Heng commanded outright. The skeleton flying dragon, which had been thrashing constantly, calmed down slightly and stood on the ground. Wang Qinggang and several others were assembling some 3D printed components inside the chest cavity of the skeleton flying dragon. Zhang Qi, holding the blueprints, stood below and directed the work. Piece by piece, they fit everything inside and secured it in place. It was like a large plastic toy, the chest cavity completely filled up. Seeing that the setup resembled the blueprints and that the magazine fitted seamlessly with the chest cavity, Zhang Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead as well. Turning to Wu Heng, he said, Your Majesty, wrapping it in another layer of leather on the outside will make it even more durable. Wu Heng looked on, quite satisfied. Although the color was somewhat flashy, The work was indeed done quite well. The material was lighter and filled the space better than a wooden box ever could. Good, Wu Hang nodded. Zhang Kai smiled at that. Wu Hang then instructed Chi Hengke, have the tannery craftsman make a coat to wrap it in by tonight. We'll test it out tomorrow and see how well it works. Got it. Chi Hengke nodded. With this matter concluded, Wu Hang continued his stroll around the market. He glanced at the shelters exchanging materials. After finishing his walk, he returned to the dormitory and let Zhao and Glinda out again. Zhao went to see Zhao Yanqiu. Wu Hang took out a dictionary and began teaching Glinda some of the language and writing of this world. The afternoon sunlight was still glaring. A carriage creaked its way to Lighthouse Street. At the corner of the street, a tavern with open doors had two scantily clad women leaning against the entrance, sizing up the passing customers. As the carriage drew closer, the eyes of the women lit up, both fixating on the carriage. If a man were to alight, they would pounce on him at once, displaying all of their assets. The carriage stopped at the tavern. Kalima, dressed in a long purple robe, alighted from the carriage, accompanied by his guard. A customer, do you need some service? Just one look at you and it's clear you have energy to spare. Another one, bearing her chest, offered, would you like a glass of fresh milk, or perhaps I could drink yours? The two women had just approached when they were stopped by the guard. They stumbled back as a result. Kalima, expressionless, entered the tavern and went straight upstairs. Stay outside, Kalima told the guard. The guard nodded and stood watch at the entrance. Kalima pushed open the door and entered. The private room was small, with a circular wooden table and 4 chairs. Sitting in the seat facing the door was the captain who had arrived on the cargo ship. Inspector Special Envoy Kalima, the captain stood up, smiling and giving a small bow. Kalima made a gesture for silence. The captain took out a soundproofing device and placed it in the center of the room. A faint light barrier enveloped the room, blocking the spread of sound. Mr. Kalima, you must have brought good news, haven't you? The captain sat down again, his smile unwavering. Kalima sat opposite him and shook his head. There's no good news. This guy is clean, and I haven't found anything wrong with him despite questioning. The captain's smile froze for a moment as he frowned and said, he's a necromancer and has been promoted consecutively, how can there be no issue? Are you having second thoughts, or are you dissatisfied with our terms? Kalima let out a scoff and replied, I will handle what I promised you, but when I say there's no issue with him, I mean it. Did you ask him if he's conducted necromancy experiments? A necromancer would certainly do so. I did, and he hasn't. What about stealing corpses or live experimentation? I asked, following Echo Kingdom's laws, he hasn't done it. This. The captain fell into a brief silence. How is that possible? That's the way it is, I can't do anything about it, Kalima said. The captain furrowed his brows and continued, perhaps we can find a way to remove him from his position. Chapter 344, aren't you selling? Hearing the other party still didn't plan to give up, Kalima furrowed his brows even more deeply. He said, what exactly do you want to do? Very simple, just let some bad things be traced back to him. Kalima narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the other person, that's your business. If Wu Hang really had a problem, as an Inspector Special Envoy it would naturally be his duty to remove him, while also doing the Secret Cultivation Hall a favor. However, if the other party had no issue, getting him involved in framing a deputy steward was not something he would do. The association system was strict, with many ways of checking. If it was found out that he had done such things, he would likely stir up a huge trouble. The captain still maintained a smile, saying, this matter, of course, has nothing to do with you. You only need to perform your duties when the time comes. Kalima looked at him and said nothing. Then the other party waved his hand, and a wooden box appeared on the table. The lid opened, revealing neatly stacked gold coins. Dazzling and eye-catching. Kalima pondered for a moment, then reached out to take the wooden box and emphasized, I only act according to the rules. Yes, according to the rules of the association. Then, let's leave it at that for now. Kalima nodded, stood up, and walked outside. The captain put away the soundproof tool and walked him to the door, saying, Sir, take care. As soon as the ship is repaired, I will immediately inform you. Make it quick. If it takes too long, I will take another vessel to leave, Kalima said indifferently. Absolutely. Kalima went downstairs, with guards following closely behind as they left. Exiting the tavern. 2 ladies soliciting customers subconsciously stepped back 2 paces. Watching him get into the carriage and depart. They only then carefully spat out and cursed quietly. Zombie world. Your language is really quite interesting, Glinda floated in the air, murmuring her admiration softly. Although Glinda was a ghost, her intelligence attribute was not low. Learning languages and scripts, she was quite fast. Wu Hang had only taught her some basic things, and she was already able to utter some complete sentences. Although her pronunciation was somewhat strange, and it carried a certain intonation, like that of a bard in a tavern, you learn quite fast. I estimate after a while, you'll be able to watch movies with Zhao, Wu Hang said. While Zhao watched cartoons and movies, Glenda would also watch along. But without understanding the language, she could only grasp the overall meaning. She probably wanted to learn the language, related to her desire to watch movies. Glenda nodded and replied, "Thank you, I really like your culture." "If you like it, then you can get in touch more in the future," Wu Hang said. "Sure." Not long after, Zhao floated back from outside as well. "Zhao!" Glenda called out with a smile. Zhao turned her head, her semi-transparent face showing a hint of surprise. "Wow! Aunt Glenda can call my name now." Glenda nodded with a smile. Wu Hang explained, "I taught her some basics, she can't say too much yet." "Teach me, I want to learn that too," Zhao said excitedly. "Didn't you say you didn't want to study?" Wu Hang asked. "This doesn't count as studying, just tell me some simple things," Zhao continued. "Well, that's fine, we'll see next time," Wu Hang said. It was getting late. Wu Hang let the two ghosts return inside him, opened the boundary door, and returned to Gold and Silver Island. He first went to see the alchemy room. No corpse core potion was made yet, it looked like it would take some time. Closing the door, he went downstairs. Minnie and Andre Willow were sitting in the living room chatting. Wu Hang walked down, sat on the sofa, and the two women leaned on him, one on the left and one on the right. Andre Willow said, "Master, the harbor has sent over the list of ship maintenance and docking fees. They charged a total of 3 gold and 72 silver, of which 12 silver coins were for the docking fees of the ship. So expensive. The pirate ship captured last time was battered beyond recognition. After coming back, it definitely needed repairs and maintenance. The money for repairs was one thing, but the docking fees were not small either. He had just docked for a short while, and they charged 12 silver coins, a bit more, and he could buy a strong crossbow. Didn't I, the deputy steward, get any benefits?" Wu Hang said. Ms. Moya came to collect the money." "Moya, Then never mind." Wu Hang wrapped his arm around the two women, pondering, and said, "Right now the ships are in our hands, but they are of little use. We won't need them for half a month, and they require maintenance." He currently had 7 ships. 1 cargo ship, the rest were 6 pirate ships. He actually only needed 2, the others were not necessary. Forming a merchant group was impractical, and he had no plans to go out to sea frequently. Keeping them docked in the harbor would only continuously consume money. Shawnayla suggested to rent them out, but he did not find anyone willing to rent the ships. "Give them to that pirate mistress. She's always complaining that her ship is too small. Give her a few more ships, and she can go harass other pirates' behinds," Minnie suggested from the side. Wu Hang was taken aback, looking at her and saying, "Don't learn from her, always using foul language." Minnie hugged his waist and said, "No, I just repeated her exact words." Wu Hang nodded, his mind mulling over the matter. Philippa was not of high level, and with 1 ship along with a few of his skeletons to protect her, surely there wouldn't be much problem. If he really parted with several ships, she might find them difficult to control. "She doesn't need that many, I'll ask other people later. If it doesn't work out, I'll just sell them directly," he said. The few sat in the living room chatting for a while. Dinner was served, and they ate together before heading back to their rooms to rest. The next day, the port. On the cargo ship of the Starflower Merchant Group. "Deputy Steward, we have a total of 50,000 sets of leather armor, 3,000 one-handed axes, 3,000 longbows, 1,000 strong crossbows, and 5,000 bags of food, all here," said the steward in charge of the cargo. Wu Hang picked a few items to inspect and nodded. "Not bad, move them to the hold of my ship." The steward glanced at Shawnayla nearby, who nodded her approval. Workers were promptly called over to begin transferring the supplies. The hold buzzed with activity, and Shaynala continued, "Do you need to order anything else?" "Yes, I need to place more orders, striving to be the largest client on the island." Shaynala gave him a look and said, "I don't know what you need all this for." Still, she handed over an order form to him. Wu Hang took it, entering an adjacent cabin, with Shaynala and her butler following. "Right, can I place an order for plate armor?" As the level of the undead rose, their killing power increased as well. Moreover, there was indeed quite a quantity of leather armor, and Wu Hang thought to order some sturdier protective gear. "Yes," Shawnayla turned and said, "Bring over the list of armors." Soon, someone brought over a list featuring various styles of armor. Wu Hang glanced over and took a liking to a plain set of plate armor, leather on the inside with a layer of iron plate wrapped around the outside. The price for a complete set was 92 silver coins. Wu Heng began to fill in the order form, then handed it to her. 20,000 sets of plate armor, 20,000 one-handed axes, 20,000 longbows, 5,000 strong crossbows, 30,000 bags of food. Shayla frowned even more deeply. Looking up at him again, she said, "Tell me, what exactly are you doing with all this? I'm really buying it for someone else. Are you involved in the conflicts over at Yuko?" Shayla asked in a hushed tone. "No," Wu Heng continued. "Would you not sell to the Yuko kingdom if they placed an order?" "We would sell." "Then you talk as if it's forbidden to sell." Wu Heng leaned in a bit closer and whispered, "Really, I'm not involved in their mess. There's a city lord friend inland, he doesn't have many channels to buy weapons, it's more convenient on this side." The quantity ordered this time was several times more than before. It was also because a large amount of gold was recently exchanged. He could now make larger purchases, rather than going back and forth, which was more troublesome. Shayla took another look at him and said, "Now you truly are our biggest client. Remember the discount you promised last time?" Shayla passed the order to the butler at her side and directly said, "A down payment of 30%, with an 8% discount on the price." "Yes, madam." The butler and the fleet steward began to calculate the price. Soon, they had completed the tally, and Wu Heng paid the deposit and left the hold. Once all the goods were moved to his own ship's hold, Wu Heng placed skeletons to guard the door, and opened the boundary door to start transferring supplies. This time, the arrival of food supplies resolved the issue of food shortage at the old factory market. Now that the new food was delivered, the exchange could continue. After everything was moved, Wu Heng rode the carriage back to his residence, and again, he went towards the zombie world. Zombie world. Wu Heng distributed new equipment to the skeleton army. He also told Chi Hengkai that new food supplies had arrived. Hearing this news, Chi Hengkai also revealed a smile. In this world, there was nothing more comforting than receiving ample food supplies. After the skeletons were equipped with their new gear, Wu Heng instructed Chi Hengkai to prepare vehicles, as they were going to test the new bomb bay installed on the skeleton flying dragons. Chi Hengkai nodded and immediately went down to prepare. Before long, 2 military trucks were parked outside the back gate of the factory area. Wu Heng sat in the co-driver's seat. The convoy, flanked by a throng of skeletons, left the old factory and headed towards an unclean main road. Upon reaching the main road, the sound of the skeleton army immediately drew the attention of the zombies. Loud, ear-piercing roars quickly spread, as a swarming horde of the undead gathered in the middle of the road. "Ready," said Wang Qinggang and others. Wu Heng nodded and directed Big Head Skeleton, "Have the skeleton flying dragon drop bombs over the horde." The skeleton flying dragon leapt into the air, soaring towards the area where the horde was concentrated. Upon reaching the airspace above the horde, the bomb bay doors opened in an orderly fashion. Black solid iron bullets fell in rows, like a cloud covering the sky. Boom boom boom. The iron bombs rained down on the horde like a torrential downpour, the ground shook, and dust billowed up. The charging horde was instantly engulfed in dust, disappearing in large swaths. Wu Heng and the others stood behind the skeleton lines, observing the overall effect. The current bomb bay was not like before when a bunch was thrown down all at once, but rather released in rows, covering a wider area along the path. Therefore, the damage to the horde was even greater. At this moment, the skeleton flying dragon descended from the sky once again, and Wang Qinggang checked the leather-wrapped bomb bay. "No problem, it's quite sturdy," he said. "Good, then continue reloading and prepare to clear the second wave," Wu Heng said. Wang Qinggang and the others nodded, rapidly loading iron bombs into the bomb bay. The skeleton flying dragon took off again, following the advancing horde and dropping another round of iron bombs. Boom boom boom. The sound of explosions rose again. The ground trembled. Summon creature, skeleton flying dragon's level has increased to 14, constitution +1, your level has increased to 14, intelligence +1, perception +1, chapter 345, 3 people. I was just 10,000 experience points away before, but I've been so busy with market affairs these past few days that I didn't have the chance to level up. Now, after 2 volleys of solid iron bullets, my level directly jumped to 14. One step closer to the goal of level 15. I opened the panel to check the experience points needed at this point. Name, Wu Heng, level, 14, 2,724 165,000, attributes, strength 34, agility 28, constitution 37, intelligence 37, perception 24, charm 28. The 165,000 experience points still gave me a shock. But on second thought, it didn't seem like that much. The entire zombie world was like a dungeon for farming experience. 165,000 might seem like a lot, But considering the volume of zombies now, reaching it didn't seem so difficult. It wasn't just about reaching level 15. As long as killing zombies continued to yield experience, level 18 and even level 20 were just a matter of time. At level 18, one becomes one of the top existences in the other world, where even those who have committed heinous crimes would be forgiven by various powers. And level 20 is the pinnacle for professionals, known as heroes. It's said that the leaders of the association are at level 20, having become heroes. That's enough for the association to become a world police force. So, in the other world, strength is the ultimate truth. All sorts of thoughts flashed through my mind. Wu Hang closed the panel and glanced at the horde of zombies charging at us again. He gave the command, "Archers, fire." Whoosh! A rain of arrows fell from the sky, clattering as they plunged into the zombie crowd. A large number of zombies turned into hedgehogs, falling to the ground in droves. The zombies that had made it near us by now were only about 1,000 in number, mutilated and hanging with arrows. Spear array, advance. Rustle rustle. The standing spear skeletons marched neatly forward, killing any zombies that hadn't fallen. Wu Hang followed from behind, starting to cast Corpse Battlefield, to convert the corpses strewn all over the ground. With each step, he turned most of the bodies into skeletons before giving the order to move on. Heading to the next section of road to continue clearing out the zombies. Pushing to open up the entire road as quickly as possible. It wasn't until dusk approached that Wu Hang finally sat back in the truck. Returning to the old factory district. On the way, Chi Hankai said, "I estimate that in another 2 or 3 days, we should be able to clear out the entire road." Let's get this road cleared out in the next few days," Wu Hang said directly. Chi Hankai nodded and continued to make conversation. "In the past couple of days, we've recruited a few special skilled workers, including doctors, electricians, and equipment repair technicians. We've brought in a total of 6 people and provided them with some food according to the terms." "No superpowered men joined us?" "No, superpowered men are scarce, and I guess most of them have established their own small powers and become leaders," Chi Hankai replied. "Yes, that makes sense. In today's world, superpowers hadn't shown overwhelmingly lethal effectiveness. More often, it represented the luck of the few, given the extremely low success rate. Once a superpower was awakened, one's thoughts wouldn't just be about surviving and seeking basic needs. Undoubtedly many would want to establish their own power. Being a local emperor was definitely much better than living under someone else's roof. The likes of Chi Hankai, who brought their entire shelter to join another, were in the minority. At least for now, Chi Hankai was the only one who had joined me. Other shelters were trying to collect gold to exchange for food and had no intention to join. The two continued to talk about the market and base matters. The convoy finally made it back to the old factory district. The skeleton army and the vehicles entered the yard through the back gate. Chi Hankai directed others to arrange some work. Wu Hang also reorganized the patrolling duties of the skeletons, and only when evening deepened did he take his skeletons back to Gold and Silver Island. I had a simple dinner. Stepping out of the courtyard, it had already grown dark. Out of habit, I glanced at the neighboring house, where a faint light still shone behind the curtain of Shawnaila's study. She was burning the midnight oil again. I folded a paper crane and, casting, animate object, sent it flying toward the window, where it slipped into the room. Soon, the disheveled Shawnaila poked her head out of the window. She looked over in this direction and then gestured towards the rooftop. Wu Hang nodded and quickly climbed up to the roof. Upon reaching the rooftop, Shawnaila took 2 steps back and with a running start, leaped forward, jumping directly to the opposite roof, staggering a few steps and crashing into his arms. Wu Hang opened his arms and tightly enclosed her waist. He had no intention of letting go. Shawnaila broke free from the embrace, slapped the back of his hand hard, then sat down on the roof with him. "Staying up late to work on your drawings again?" Wu Hang asked. Shawnaila leaned into his embrace, "Just checking the accounts." Wu Hang continued, "You haven't come over here for meals for several days now. Minnie misses you." "Only Minnie misses me?" Shawnaila said, "I saw you today, didn't I? And I can't always be running over to your place anyhow, it wouldn't look good." "What's wrong with that?" "It's perfectly normal for neighbors to interact frequently." Shawnaila glanced askance, her hand on Wu Hang's that was around her waist. "You call this normal neighborly interaction?" "No one else knows." Shawnaila pointed at the house across the way. "That over there is where that adultery scandal broke out, and the husband caught them in the act. I don't want people starting rumors about me. If we're discovered, I'll just marry you." Wu Hang's hand around her waist tightened again. Shawnaila's cheeks turned a shade rosier, and she rolled her eyes at him. "You're quick to work out such convenient plans." "What? You're not willing?" Shawnaila gave a doting look, speaking softly. "Of course, I am." Hearing you say that makes me so happy. Wu Hang smiled, his hand caressing her chin, turning her face toward him. Gazing down into her beautiful jade-like eyes. Shaunaela's gaze became evasive. What are you doing? Just talking is fine, you can't just. The next second, Wu Hang leaned down and kissed her. The struggling Shaunaela gradually began to grow limp. She gave the other's shoulder a light tap and then wrapped her arms around their neck. Wu Hang gently lifted the sleeping gown and softly explored the other's body, smooth and silky, like caressing polished silk. Eventually, he grabbed a fistful of soft flesh. Shaunaela felt uncomfortable being touched all over, turned her head away, and said, "All right, we had an agreement, don't go too far." "But you just said you were willing." Shaunaela said with a smile, "I am willing, but given my status, the Waddles will never agree to me really marrying you, so I said I'd be your lover when I reach level 15. It seemed to make sense. Shaunaela largely represented the official commerce bodies of the Wood Elves. How could they possibly permit her to divorce her current husband and be with a human man? Shaunaela had thought of this earlier, hence the suggestion to be lovers. Wu Hang thought for a moment and nodded. "No matter, it's enough that we have each other in heart." "You're such a good boy," Shaunaela complimented, lifting her head to peck his lips lightly. The two leaned against each other and chatted for a while, gently feeling each other's bodies. Shaunaela's face grew redder and her body softer. Just as the two were about to come together, the stern-faced housekeeper also arrived on the rooftop. Without speaking, she looked towards the two of them. Shaunaela's face flushed, she adjusted her sleeping gown, and said, "It's late, let's chat next time." "Okay." Shaunaela leapt back across and, along with the housekeeper, descended from the rooftop. Wu Hang watched them leave, and went downstairs to rest. Elsewhere, in a private room of a tavern on Lighthouse Street, the steward of the Stagcross Sea Commerce Association was on top of a woman, vigorously moving his hips. Muttering at the same time, "Who knows where Starflower found such a rich patron, bringing in so much merchandise, damn it." The woman on the bed hummed softly, her hands pressing against the man's chest. "My lord, focus, stop thinking about other things at this time." The man nodded and said, "Then scream louder, I like to hear you scream." Blush spread across the woman's face as she said, "It's so dark, screaming too loudly will disturb others." "What's there to fear? The other rooms are filled with people from our association. Scream loudly, I like to hear you moan." "Stop it." The woman gave a light punch and then, moving with him, began to scream loudly. Just as the two were in the heat of passion, and the sound was getting louder, a voice came from the living room. "Such good spirits." The man, caught up in the moment, quickly withdrew and turned to grab the weapon by the bed. Whoosh! A flash of cold light passed, and a dagger precisely pierced the man's wrist, blood gushing forth. "Ah!" The woman screamed loudly. Another dagger was thrown, piercing the woman's throat. The completely naked woman, in a face full of horror and shock, fell into a pool of blood. The man looked at the woman's corpse, fear beginning to show in his eyes. Only then did three figures emerge from the darkness, standing in the silver moonlight at the window. "Gentlemen, we can talk slowly about whatever it is. Are you facing some difficulties? I can offer substantial wealth." A voice from beneath the cloak said, "No need, your death is the best outcome." As the man was about to shout, the voice fell. The three figures rushed forward, immediately killing him. Wiping the weapon clean, they leapt out of the window and left. The next day, early morning. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of knocking followed by Manny's voice, "Master, someone from the association is here, please come over now." Wu Hang sat up and glanced at the clock beside the bed. It was a little past 6 a.m. It seemed the association had encountered an issue. "All right, I know." After getting ready, he came downstairs to see Andre Willow already dressed and waiting at the door. The two didn't stay for breakfast but went directly to the association. Upon reaching the association's main hall, they saw team leader Olin approaching quickly. "Vice Executive, the stewards are waiting for you in the morgue." "Wire, you go to the study first." Andre Willow nodded and headed to the study. Wu Hang continued to ask Olin, "What happened?" As they walked, Olin said, "A steward from the Commerce Association died in a tavern on Lighthouse Street. The association wants our help investigating." "A Commerce Association steward? They stay in that part of Lighthouse Street?" Olin explained, "Many commerce associations are just docking temporarily, staying in nearby inns is the most time-saving method." "Oh, I see," Wu Hang nodded. They made their way to the morgue. In the chilly room, filled with the association's personnel, Steward Emilo, Vice Executives Iligui, Inspector Special Envoys, coroners, investigators, and several team leaders were present. There were more people than dead bodies. "Steward." Wu Hang entered. Emilo nodded and said, "2 people died last night, it's quite serious, You perform when shy to see what's going on. Wu Hang nodded, motioning the coroner to step aside. He turned towards the first corpse and cast, "Communicate with the dead." The body on the iron bed slowly sat up, the white shroud falling away, revealing the naked body. Wu Hang glanced at Emilo, indicating that he could start questioning. Emilo looked at the body and asked directly, "Who killed you?" The body answered, "I didn't see them, they covered their faces." Scratch, scratch, scratch. The several investigators present started taking notes. Emilo continued, "What traits did your killers have?" There were 3 people. The leader was a man in a black cloak, of medium height, his hair was black through the gaps under the cloak. There were 2 others, one had a human build with Xiuangdao, and the other was tall, holding a long-handled warhammer. Chapter 346, How do you explain this? The leader had black hair, and the 2 behind him, one holding a long-handled warhammer, and the other wielding Xiuangdao. Upon hearing this answer, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Then, they all turned their heads in unison. Looking towards Wu Hang, who stood to the side, and his 2 attendants standing behind him. One was tall and holding a battle axe, the other of average human height, holding Xiuangdao. Exactly the same. This. Is the case solved? Did I get the answer just by speaking with the dead? Wu Hang was also taken aback and took another look at the corpse. He had indeed never seen this person, let alone killed him. The crowd's gazes turned towards him, but Wu Hang had no response, he simply stood still. Emilo glanced at Wu Hang, then turned his gaze back to the corpse, about to ask the 3rd question. "Do you remember anyone with these features?" The body was silent for a bit. "No." Emilo continued, "What did they do before they killed you?" The corpse answered, "They stood in front of the window and said, 'As long as I'm dead, that would be the greatest benefit.'" The final question. After pondering for a moment, Emilo asked again, "Who do you think benefits the most from killing you?" "My several sons, my few deputies." After answering 5 questions, the corpse lay back down on the iron bed. And the scene remained silent. Many still occasionally glanced towards Wu Hang. A corpse is different from a living person, people can lie, corpses recount only what they have seen. And among the 5 questions, the most indicative clue still pointed towards the association's vice executive. Emilo looked at Wu Hang once more. "There's also a female corpse, let's ask her as well." Wu Hang didn't say much, and again cast Communicate with the Dead, as the corpse sat up from the iron bed. The white cloth covering it fell away, revealing a linen shirt on the corpse. It must have been dressed after the autopsy. Wu Hang stepped back, and Emilo directly asked, "Do you recognize the person who killed you?" "No." "What features did the person who killed you have?" The female corpse answered, "It was quite dark at the time, I only know there were 3 people, 2 of normal stature, and 1 very tall, speaking with a man's voice. A person's observational abilities are linked to their own level and characteristics. The woman was obviously of low level, and combined with a dark environment, she didn't get a good look at the whole affair." Emilo nodded, stepped aside, and pointed towards Wu Hang. "Was it those 3? The body turned its head, looking in that direction. "They look very similar." Emilo looked at Wu Hang. "Say something." Wu Hang directly faced the corpse and asked, "Is it this voice?" The body hesitated, then answered, "Not very similar." 1 question remained. Emilo asked again, "Who are you most suspicious of?" "My husband, or the family of Jermaine." The 5 questions concluded, and the corpse lay back down. Both bodies have been examined. Everyone present began to speculate as well. It had been spread throughout the association these past 2 days that Wu Hang, a necromancer, hadn't conducted any necromancy experiments. Unexpectedly, a case related to him so quickly arose. Especially since it occurred during the inspection of the Inspector Special Envoy. "I'm afraid it might be a bit difficult to handle. Coroner, cover the body again." Emilo said directly, "Keep this matter confined for now. The Stag Commerce Association will have Xiligui follow up on it, as well as any subsequent investigations." "Yes." Xiligui nodded, sweeping a glance at Wu Hang, who was silent on one side. Emilo continued to address the others, "Let's leave it at that for now, everyone go back to your own tasks." The group nodded and left together, heading outside. Wu Hang did not follow them out but said, "Steward, I would like to take a look at the autopsy report." "Came to my study after you're done." "All right." All the others left. Wu Hang took the autopsy report from the coroner and started examining it. The male body had been pierced through the wrist by a dagger, and judging from the force and penetration, it was caused by a thrown weapon. The fatal wound was on the neck. The female body also had a dagger thrust through the neck, again from a thrown weapon. Of the 3 assailants, 1 was skilled at throwing daggers. "Where were the bodies found?" Wu Hang asked. The coroner replied, "In the Inn of the Lighthouse Street Tavern." "At the scene, were there any other discoveries?" The coroner thought for a moment and said, "The second squad conducted the scene investigation. You can take a look at the investigators' records for the details, but I heard that the other members of the caravan said those two were very loud last night, and nobody knows how they ended up dead." Wu Heng noticed the coroner's expression and guessed what very loud implied. Handing back the report book, he said, "Thanks." After speaking, he left the morgue directly. And then he walked towards the direction of the steward's office. In the corridor, Wu Heng thought about what had just happened. Someone deliberately lied the clues to me, even under the circumstances of communicate with the dead. The whole affair wasn't difficult to surmise. Someone had impersonated him and his skeleton attendant to kill the victims, making sure the victims clearly saw the costume before they died. Then, when the association used communicate with the dead, the clues would point to himself. Why do this? To muddle the investigation with a murder, or to frame me deliberately by killing someone? Wu Heng slowed his pace again, pondering in his heart. That inspector would likely use that honesty tool on me again, but that's not a big issue since I didn't commit the murder. Secondly, some investigations might be conducted on me. At worst, I'll just quit. It won't affect me much. Unlike at the beginning, with his current strength and resources, quitting as vice executive wouldn't matter. He could always return to London City and become the city lord. There, his level 14 strength would rank among the top, and he wouldn't be afraid of others causing him trouble. But this feeling of being schemed against was rather unpleasant. It always felt like a conspiracy was in the making. If he continued as vice executive, he would still have the support of the association. His status was assured wherever he went. He arrived at the steward's office. He knocked lightly on the door and walked straight in. The same people from the last inspection were inside the room. Steward Emilo, Assistant Moya, Inspector Special Envoy Kalima, and 2 investigators. Seeing Wu Heng walk in, Steward Emilo directly said, "What do you think about the corpse's response just now?" Wu Heng responded, "I'm not sure about the killer's motives, but it's clear that this is a case of framing." "Share your thoughts," Emilo said. "The evidence clearly points to me, but that's the most obvious mistake." Wu Heng paused slightly, then continued, "As a necromancer, I understand the dead better than anyone. If I wanted to kill someone, they wouldn't get a second chance to speak." Chapter 347, It's my turn to save you. If I were the one behind this, the person would have just disappeared, not ended up in the association's morgue, with a second chance to accuse me. Both the investigator and Assistant Moya began to record something on paper. Emilo asked again, "Who do you think would do this? It might be pirates, or it might be the accomplices of the fugitive I previously killed." "Currently, I have no clues," Wu Heng answered. He had been contemplating this matter on the way. Being on the pirates' hit list myself, and the secret cultivation hall, once the scene of a fugitive's murder, were both possibilities. Who could claim they didn't have enemies when working at the association? Emilo glanced at the documents in his hand and spoke again. "Where were you last night?" "At home." "Is there anyone who can testify for you?" "Last night, I returned from Zombie World quite late. Minnie and Andre Willow had already gone to rest, and I was chatting with Shawnayla on the rooftop, watching the night sky. But, I couldn't disclose anything about Shawnayla. Being seen with Shawnayla in the wee hours was a much graver matter than killing a fleet manager. My 2 maidservants can testify. Testimony from family and maids tends to carry less weight. Do you have anyone else?" "No, that's all," Wu Heng answered. Their back and forth went on, with the investigator taking notes in the background. Once the questioning seemed sufficient, Emilo looked toward the inspector's special envoy and said, "It seems someone is deliberately framing him." At Novelban at Emilo still had a fair amount of trust in Wu Heng. It wasn't that he believed Wu Heng wouldn't kill a trade fleet manager, but rather that he believed Wu Heng wasn't foolish enough to kill someone and then have the body delivered to the association, letting a Wenchai trace the clues back to him. Inspector Special Envoy Kalima nodded and said, "Anyone capable of such planning must be someone close to Deputy Steward Wu Heng, or at least someone familiar with you." Emilo also nodded in agreement. Kalima continued, "But now, the evidence clearly points to you, and I can't turn a blind eye as I'm inspecting Gold and Silver Island. You'll be suspended and asked to go home and rest for a few days. Once we have evidence to confirm you're not involved, you can return to your position. What do you think, Steward Emilo?" Emilo, with his hands crossed on the table, pondered for a moment before asking, "Wu Heng, you okay with this?" "Yes, I'm fine." "Then, take a few days off, and wait for Xyligui's news." "All right, I'll head back now," Wu Heng said. After Emilo nodded, Wu Heng walked straight out of the study. Wu Heng nodded and walked straight out of the study. Passing through the corridor, he saw Xyligui leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. "What did they say?" Xyligui asked. "Suspended for investigation, waiting for your results," Wu Heng replied. Xyligui looked directly at him, asking, You didn't kill anyone, did you? Nonsense, have you ever seen me kill with a flying knife? I didn't think it was you either, Xyligui said as she flipped her hair. Speaking of which, lately, it feels like a lot of things haven't been going your way. It might be good to have a few days off. What do you mean? Wu Heng stood beside her. Thinking for a moment, Xyligui said, I can't quite put my finger on it, just wait for my news. I will surely investigate and clear your name. I'm counting on you for everything, don't worry, this time it's my turn to save you, Xyligui affirmed. Great. Xyligui smiled, patted his shoulder lightly, well, I'm off to get busy. I'll inform you of any intelligence. Alright. Back in the study. Andre Willow was sitting at the desk organizing documents, while the little owl chased bees around the room. Upon seeing Wu Heng come in, Andre Willow smiled and asked, Master, would you like something to drink? No need, let's pack up, we're starting our vacation, Wu Heng said directly. Andre Willow, who was about to prepare tea, paused mid-motion and asked curiously, what happened? Wu Heng briefly recounted the morning's events to her. He also told her they were now on vacation, waiting for results from Xyligui, before returning to their positions. How could they do this? Andre Willow said, somewhat indignant. Wu Heng just smiled, it's nothing serious. Pack up any valuables and important documents. We're going to rest at home for these few days. Despite her indignation, Andre Willow, as an assistant, had little she could do. She began to pack up their belongings and then set off to leave with him. Employees greeted them along the way. Probably by the afternoon, the notice of suspension would be sent out. Then, the rest would learn of the situation. At lunchtime, Wu Heng recounted the morning's events at the dining table once again. Aside from Minnie and Andre Willow, Shainala was also seated on one side of the table. After listening to Wu Heng's account, Minnie angrily said, why should this happen? It's obviously a frame-up. Is the association blind? Wu Heng replied, it's okay, a few days of rest isn't bad. If I really quit, we could go back to London City. It's not that serious. As a vice executive of the association, you won't be dismissed on false charges that easily. It doesn't matter whether it was you or not. Just compensating with some money could make the issue go away, Shainala said bluntly. She knew best whether or not this had anything to do with Wu Heng. Last night, they had been wrapped up in each other. How could he have had the time to kill a manager of some common mercantile group? Was a manager more attractive than her? I won't go, Wu Heng said with a smile. Shainala's cheeks reddened, and she rolled her eyes at him. After chatting for a bit, they began to eat. Taking a vacation wasn't really an issue. Recently, there had indeed been some matters to attend to in the zombie world. After lunch, as soon as Wu Heng returned to his study, someone knocked on the door. When he opened it, Shainala, dressed in a gorgeous, form-fitting long dress, came straight in, threw herself into his arms, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him. Wu Heng wrapped his arms around her waist, responding to the kiss while closing the door with his foot. The two embraced for a long time, before they slowly parted. Feeling a bit better now? Shainala asked, still draped over his shoulder, her face flushed with embarrassment. Hearing her words stirred some emotion in Wu Heng. She had taken the initiative to comfort him, fearing he might be feeling down. I feel better in my heart, but my body is somewhat uncomfortable, Wu Heng said as he sat down, pulling her to sit in his lap. Sitting sideways on his leg, with one arm over his shoulder, Shainala said, shall I get someone to help you out a bit? This issue shouldn't be too hard to resolve. Wu Heng looked at her in surprise. What kind of heavenly lover was this, even thinking of pulling strings for him? No need, I also want to rest for a few days and spend more time with you. We are both quite busy. There's not much to accompany, Shainala said, a little coyly. Wu Heng pulled her to straddle him, leaning on his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll be fine. One job less, you're not the vice executive anymore, but I can still support you, she declared. What about before I reach level 15? I'll still keep you, let you be my manservant. Madam, you're a bit perverse. Wu Heng lifted her onto the desk. Bowing his head slightly, he kissed her again. Before long, Minnie's voice came from downstairs. Sister Shainala, are you done talking? Come outside and play. Shainala turned her head, licked the moisture off her lips, swallowed, and shouted, coming soon. Hurry up. Okay. Shainala looked back at him, stroking her cheek. Level 15, huh? I'm waiting for you too. It's coming soon. Shainala hopped off the desk, straightened her clothes, and walked straight out the door. Shainala went downstairs. Wu Heng picked up the books that had fallen on the floor and placed them back on the desk. He sat down in his chair again, dwelling on the day's events. Everything had happened so suddenly. It left him somewhat unable to react. Being slandered sure doesn't feel good. If someone else had blamed the incident on him, then they surely had a purpose. And it happened during an inspection. They wanted me dismissed. If that's the case, their goal has been achieved, he mused. If I were the person behind all this, what would I arrange to happen after my enemy's dismissal? Wu Hang pinched his brow. The dismissal was surely just the first step, and there would be other actions to follow. Over the next few days, he would have to be even more cautious. Sigh. My life really is like walking on thin ice. With these thoughts in his mind, Glenda flew straight back through the roof of the house. Hovering in midair, she said, "Not long after you left, that inspector's special envoy left with his entourage and went to a tavern on Lighthouse Street." Chapter 348, Conch Tavern following me outside? When Wu Hang left the association, he left Glenda there to observe everyone's movements. Who would send out the news when he was framed and dismissed from his position? Glenda drifted in another direction, continuing. The first to leave was Zai Ligui. She took 2 squads with her, there should be no problem. The second to leave was the inspector's special envoy. He went with his followers to Black Crow's Nest Tavern on Lighthouse Street. What for? Wu Hang asked. He harbored considerable doubts about this inspector's special envoy. Just as Zai Ligui had said before, ever since the association started its checks, it felt like many things were targeting him. Wu Hang had felt the same. And there was one more point of suspicion. At the steward's office, to verify whether it was Wu Hang who killed the couple, they could have simply used a sincere clay doll to ask him. He had even thought about the excuse on the way there. But the other party didn't choose to use it that way and instead had Emilio follow the association's procedures to inquire and record. Then, using the authority of an inspector's special envoy, proposed a suspension to rest. I'm not clear on what he did, I didn't follow inside. There was a sense of repulsion there, Glenda said, adding, sorry. No problem. Wu Hang responded. The other party must be of a high rank to sit in the position of inspector's special envoy. Forcefully tracking and investigating could instead alert the other party. Do you need me to go out and continue watching the others? Glenda asked. No need. Glenda reached out towards the bookshelf, and a book flew over, half floating in the air, flipping its pages. Black Crow's Nest Tavern. Haha, Mr. Calamity truly keeps his word. In just one day, he lost his association status, the captain of the cargo ship said heartily. Calamity moved the cup in front of him aside and said, it's just a suspension. He can't continue his duties but is still considered part of the association. We're well aware of that. There's a big difference between being on duty and off duty, the other party continued. Arrange the fleet to leave the island as soon as possible. I don't have time to deal with these matters, Calamity asked again. 3 days, and I'll take you away. Calamity nodded in satisfaction. All he needed was to leave the island. The rest was no longer any of his concern. Moreover, he had made a good deal of money from this trip. Calamity continued, when I came here, there should have been a ghost following me. Wu Hang might have become suspicious of me. The captain was startled, frowning. Did he discover you? It's probably just suspicion. The records show he's been promoted for less than a year. No matter how talented, he's only at the level of a small team leader, not dangerous to me, Calamity stated plainly. The captain also nodded. I will make arrangements on my side too, to prevent him from troubling you. That would be best. Calamity stood up again and left the room, heading straight out. In the study, Glenda hovered in the air, the pages of the book in front of her flipping one by one, glancing sideways. Are you very worried about this matter? She asked. Wu Hang slumped in the chair. I'm just thinking about the other side's purpose for framing me. What's there to think about? The objective is quite clear, Glenda spoke. To bring you down from the vice-executive position. Yeah, I'm thinking, after they bring me down, what will they do next? That's hard to say. But one thing is for sure, they are wary of the association identity. Think about it, who would most want to do this? Pirates wouldn't do this. They don't care whether you're from the association or not when they act. The biggest possibility is those wealthy but rule-abiding members of the secret cultivation hall, but they should be busy dealing with Lilith and not be able to trouble me so soon. Because of the incident last time, detaining a young girl for a blood feast, many blame the Blood Clan. Wu Hang deliberately wrote an exaggerated letter to Lilith, emphasizing the other party's crimes and the reactions of the local residents. Moreover, the news that came back was that the Blood Clan had begun to investigate and clear up members of the secret cultivation hall everywhere, and it seemed to have caused quite a stir. Recently, the secret cultivation hall hadn't been troubling him. To deal with you, they just need to send a few people over. Why all this trouble? Glenda said. Wu Hang's expression tightened. You're right. But I'm not bad either. It won't take long for me to surpass those leaders of theirs. This, Glenda didn't deny. The rate of Wu Hang's growth was indeed astonishingly quick. Sometimes, She also felt that choosing to follow Wu Hang was the most correct decision she had made. Glenda continued, actually, to be reinstated is not difficult either. It just depends on whether you're willing to do it. How so? You go to the association first, then arrange for 3 people with a similar appearance, then kill someone, proving it wasn't you. That naturally clears your name. Then, when you investigate the murderer, you'll naturally sit back in your position as vice executive. Glenda glanced at him. If you become vice executive again, any of their future plans will be overturned. At Novelban at Wu Hang frowned slightly, a look of surprise in his eyes as he glanced at her. If someone used physical characteristics to frame him, he could also prove his innocence in this way. And with many skeletons at his disposal, it wouldn't be hard to find skeletons with the same height and build. Chapter 348, Conch Tavern 2. The drawback is that I have to kill another person. And the person must have a certain status, to quickly draw the attention of the association. What's the matter? Can't accept it? Glenda asked. Wu Hang shook his head. It is also a method, but there's no rush. If it really is hard to investigate, then we can use this method. As you wish, I'm just offering a suggestion. Glenda handed the book back and reminded him again, don't trust anyone, unless they are like your 2 little maids, who first signed a contract. To say such things, it's not like you at all. Glenda floated to the opposite side of the table, looking directly into his eyes and said, I don't want you to become the next me. Understood. Wu Hang nodded, glanced at the sky, and continued, you come back first, let's go out for a bit. Glenda nodded and returned to his body. Wu Hang looked out the window, glancing at the courtyard, where 3 women were playing shuttlecock. Wu Hang opened the boundary door and headed to the zombie world. After stepping out of the dormitory building, Wu Hang directly went to the steel foundry workshop. Upon entering the main doors of the workshop, a wave of heat hit him in the face. A giant flame furnace poured out, with molten red iron flowing along the grooves. The ironsmiths and helping skeletons below immediately sprang into action. Using tools, they poured the molten iron into molds to create solid iron bullets. The production with the flame furnace greatly accelerated the speed at which the blacksmiths smelted iron. And in this world, there is no shortage of iron resources. It should be considered the easiest resource to find and in tremendous quantities. At that moment, Chi Hangkai came from behind and stood by, saying, the efficiency of the furnace is quite high. We have already stocked over 10,000 iron bombs in the warehouse, which is enough for normal use. It doesn't sound like much. Being made while being used, it completely meets the current demand. Have the bullet chambers for the other flying dragons been produced on Jonkai's end? Wu Hang asked. They have been produced, and I heard they are still improving them. Chi Hangkai replied. Wu Hang nodded and continued, bring the car over, let's go clear some zombies. Glenda's idea was different. Wu Hang felt that the fundamental solution to troubles was to strengthen oneself. Reach level 15, and you are among the top echelon of powerhouses. Those who wanted to trouble you would have to weigh their own strength. Reach level 18, and even if you truly killed someone, no one would care about it. The island master of Gold and Silver Island was originally a pirate and eventually received immunity. Chi Hangkai was surprised, not expecting there was still the task of clearing zombies now. Oh, okay. After agreeing, he immediately went to prepare. Shortly after, the vehicle was ready. Wu Hang sat in the passenger seat, leading the skeleton army, and left the old factory district directly. Main thoroughfare. The earth shook. A mass of zombies filled the entire main road. Like rolling waves surging quickly toward the location of the skeleton army. Noise filled the ears, and the air was laden with the stench of blood. Zhao, in her invisible state, flew back from afar and whispered in his ear, Uncle, there's a big guy inside, and a crawler. Wu Hang looked into the distance. The number of zombies was too many, a dark mass. He could vaguely see the silhouette of a giant zombie, but it wasn't important. He took out the walkie-talkie and asked, Wang Chenggang, are you ready? The walkie-talkie's reply, 5 skeleton flying dragons, all loaded. Watch the distance, don't get injured. Roger that. Wu Hang looked back at the big head zombie and gave the order directly, send out the flying dragons, drop bombs over the zombie horde. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The ear-piercing howls rose. 5 huge figures soared from behind, heading toward the direction of the zombie horde. Arriving quickly above the mass of zombies. They opened their bomb bays in succession. Black iron bombs obscured the sky. Like a huge iron net falling from the sky, smashing into the ground. Boom boom boom. The violent explosion sounded, the earth trembled, and the sky seemed to spin. Dust billowed into the sky. The coverage area reached over a kilometer. As the dust gradually scattered, the entire main road was pitted and ragged, with flesh and blood turning to mud. At Novelban at only a scattered 1,000 zombies, with bodies in tatters, stood up from the ground. And the big guy zombie and crawler that Zhao spotted were also riddled with gaping holes, swaying unsteadily. Looking at the skeleton army in the distance, they turned and slowly retreated backward. Battle Axe Squad, charge and kill all targets. Rustle rustle. A great mass of axe-wielding skeletons burst out of the skeleton lines instantaneously. With battle axes in hand, they charged. In the blink of an eye, they knocked down the remaining zombies, with axes forcefully chopping down. Once all of the zombies were chopped down, they continued pursuing the staggering big guy zombie, riddled with cuts all over, battle axes slashing through skeleton gaps at the opponent's body. Bang! Gunshots resonated, and the crawler climbing the building via its body had its skull shattered, tumbling down from the rooftop. The axe-wielding skeleton surged forward again. Their battle axes did not cease cleaving. Watching the skeletons clean up the remaining zombies around the nearby shops, Wu Hang glanced at his experience points. Level 14, 24,750 out of 165,000, the experience points had increased by more than 20,000. The efficiency was indeed high. Continue to clear 5 or 6 times more, and leveling up would be around the corner. He closed the panel. 2 second-level mutated zombie corpses were dragged over. Flesh was a blur, their bodies pierced by fist-sized holes. The sight was miserable. Wu Hang cast bone manipulation skill, and as 2 skeletons stood up, he found 2 second-level corpse cores within. Chapter 348, Conch Tavern 3. After storing them in the space, he began to release the corpse battlefield along the road. In the midst of corpses everywhere, skeletons rose up one after another. Joining the ranks, he gulped down several elixirs in succession, transforming all the bodies on the entire street. When the transformation was nearly complete, Chi Hangkai and the others drove the vehicle over. Wu Hang climbed onto the truck, and the great army started to return. On the way, Chi Hangkai said softly, "Further along the road is the city center roundabout, where the busiest sections are. The horde of bodies will probably be even larger there." Cleaning further along the road leads to the city center roundabout. Malls, large chain supermarkets, cultural palaces, and commercial streets are all gathered there. Most importantly, a row of gold shops. "Let's prepare in advance, next we're going to clean up that area," said Wu Hang directly. This section could not be avoided, and considering the current strength of the skeleton army, there wasn't too much pressure. They could completely steamroll through it. "Okay," nodded Chi Hangkai. Returning to the old factory area, the sky had already darkened. He left the remaining tasks to Chi Hangkai. Wu Hang directly returned to Gold and Silver Island. Back at his residence, the sky had darkened as well. He had Chef Number 1 prepare some dinner, and he ate a simple meal. Walking out to the courtyard, he glanced at Shawnaila's room, where he saw no light today. "So early to bed today," muttered Wu Hang. He had wanted to have another nightly meeting with the Wood Elf lady tonight, but she had apparently gone to sleep. In the courtyard, he rearranged the skeleton layout. The skeletons guarding the front and back doors on the 4th floor balcony had their machine guns replaced and mounted on the stone railing. In case of any danger, they could also retaliate immediately. After arranging everything, Wu Hang returned to his place and headed upstairs. The next day, in the morning, a carriage slowly stopped in front of Conch Tavern. "Madam, we have arrived at the tavern," said the coachman softly. Wu Hang put on the illusion veil, turning into a stout middle-aged woman, and slowly got out of the carriage. Before him was a newly opened tavern. The sign was fresh, and there were no women offering kisses at the door. After paying the fare, Wu Hang walked directly into the tavern. Inside it was quiet and empty, with few patrons and just 2 barkeepers cleaning. "Guest, we haven't opened yet," said one of the barkeepers softly. Wu Hang took a quick look around and said, "Where is the boss, Millicent?" "I'm her friend." "Oh, please wait, the boss is in her room upstairs, I'll call her out," said the barkeeper immediately. "No need, just tell me which room, if it's convenient. I'll take you there." The barkeeper led the way upstairs, to the furthest room, and knocked lightly. After getting a response, the barkeeper said, "Madam, a lady here says she's your friend." "Ah. Let her in." The barkeeper gestured for her to enter. Wu Hang placed an eagle eye technique sensor by the door. Then he walked in. Upon entering the room, he saw Millicent sitting at a desk, seemingly doing the accounting. Unlike her initially disheveled appearance, she now wore a light blue dress, her skin was fair, and her long hair was tied up. She gave off the vibe of a pleasant farmer's wife. Millicent was the mother of the pirate mistress Philippa. Since Philippa wouldn't let her return to the village, Wu Hang bought her this property and set up a tavern for her. Millicent opened a drawer beside her, revealing a dagger, and frowned as she asked, "Who are you?" The sensor confirmed the barkeeper had left, and no one else was on the entire floor. He reached up and removed the illusion veil from his head, revealing his true face. Millicent was taken aback and quickly realized who it was. She knelt on the ground, respectfully exclaiming, "Deputy Steward. Get up, you don't need to make such a grand gesture from now on," Wu Hang said, sitting down. "Yes." Millicent stood up but remained somewhat restrained by his side. Wu Hang continued, "Lighthouse Street, have there been many merchant caravans coming to port lately?" Chapter 349, Kill Someone. I hear that recently there has been a number of ships docking at the harbor, and the number of people at the tavern has been slowly increasing too, Millicent said, pouring him a glass of water and standing respectfully at one side. Then she stood properly to one side. "I can tell you're running it quite well," Wu Hang praised. "You could tell from just walking in. Although the tavern's business couldn't compare with those on the main street, it seemed to be doing pretty well. From early in the morning, the bartenders were cleaning and changing kegs." Millicent's reserved expression showed a hint of pleasure as she whispered, "Thank you, sir." Wu Hang gestured for her to not stand and wait until she sat down beside the bed before continuing, "Are there many people staying at the inn?" "Some, but not many." Wu Hang nodded. "Have you noticed anyone suspicious?" Millicent frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "The tavern has just opened for business, and I haven't noticed anyone suspicious." Previously, Millicent had been asked to keep an eye out for the wanted notices posted by the guild. There were general descriptions of appearances. Wu Hang continued, "I need you to help me keep an eye out for a few people. If you see anyone approaching, notify me." Millicent nodded, "Yes, sir." "There are 3 individuals. The first one is close in height and has black or dark hair, the second one is almost 3 meters tall and carries a long hafted warhammer, the third one is of average height and wields Xiuangdao," Wu Hang described again, following the description given by the corpses. After listening carefully, Millicent looked at him with a bit of confusion. If she remembered correctly, the previous 2 personal attendants of the deputy steward had these exact features. And with the first one having dark hair and a similar height, it sounded like he was investigating his own people. But she had no intention of questioning the tasks assigned to her. She agreed immediately, "Understood, sir. I'll pay close attention. They will certainly employ disguises, and I'm not quite clear on what they originally look like. If you find anyone who is close or similar in physique, alert me right away." "Yes." Wu Hang was quite satisfied with Millicent's attitude. Then he took out a tablet and pulled up a picture of Inspector Special Envoy Kalima, "And there's another person who looks like this." The photo was taken by him at the entrance while he was investigating the guild's documents. Although it was only a profile, the facial features were quite distinct. And considering he always wore a mage robe, he was easy to identify. Millicent took the tablet and looked at the person's face on it. Wu Hang added, "He is from the guild, and I suspect he is involved in a case. After you see him, just keep an eye on whom he contacts and recount it to me afterward." Millicent nodded earnestly, "I've got it, sir." "Do your best," Wu Hang went on, "select 3 private rooms and 2 guest rooms. I'll arrange some setups. If any suspects come, put them in those rooms and listen to their conversations." Millicent seemed a bit puzzled and carefully asked, "Sir, do you mean to choose a few empty rooms?" "Yes, you pick them out first, and then I'll explain later." Millicent got up, "Let me show you." Wu Hang readjusted his illusion veil and followed her out of the room, heading to the private rooms next door. The private room had a round table, a side cabinet, and some potted plants as ornaments. Wu Hang took out an eavesdropping device he had scavenged from an electronics shop and installed it against the back of the side cabinet. In this world, such a device wasn't feared to be discovered. Even if it was found, no one would think it was an eavesdropping device. Then the 2 went to the other private rooms and guest rooms. After all the devices were in place, they returned to the previous room. Wu Hang took out a new tablet, connected it to several eavesdropping devices, demonstrated how to operate it, and said, "This is a type of eavesdropping device. In the future, when you have suspicious individuals, place them in those particular private rooms and use this to listen in on what they say." Once connected, a faint electrical sound could be heard from the tablet. Drawing nearer, one could faintly hear footsteps, as well as the sounds of bartenders opening doors, moving tables and chairs, and cleaning. "That fat woman who came earlier, what relation is she to the boss? She's so fat." The voice came clearly from the tablet. Millicent was astonished that the device could actually pick up the voices from the remote private rooms but also looked at the man beside her cautiously. She explained in a low voice, "They always talk nonsense like this, please don't blame them." Wu Hang didn't say much, it was just a disguise, after all. And the tablet continued to convey the conversation of the 2 men. "Look at her, the boss is truly a beauty. It must be so comfortable to sleep with her in one's arms. Many of the tavern's visitors come just for the boss. Yeah, I'm afraid one day someone, in a drunken fit, will make a scene right here in the tavern." Millicent's face began to turn red. With wary eyes, She carefully glanced at the man beside her and whispered in explanation, "This is common in the tavern. Some guests talk nonsense after drinking, but thankfully, we've never had any trouble here." Wu Heng nodded and went on to explain various functions and how to access certain photos. Millicent learned quickly. She mastered how to use the device in no time. "You can use this for now. If it stops working, come find me." Chapter 349, Kill Someone. "Thank you for your generosity, I will keep it safe." After closing the tablet, Wu Heng continued to ask, "Are there any difficulties with the management?" Even though the tavern was established to gather information, poor management, or only making superficial efforts, would still arouse suspicion from others. It would be best if, like the Old Barrel Tavern, it was a very popular tavern on its own, and secondly, it dealt with some information-related tasks. After pondering for a moment, Millicent said, "There's a gang that has came to collect protection fees twice, and also, the tavern's menu is limited. It is very hard to find higher-level chefs, and finally, there are some who like to cause trouble after drinking." All three issues were not hard to resolve. But it was not good for him to deal with them directly. Wu Heng said, "Wait a few days. After some time, I'll arrange for someone to come and help you." "Okay, my lord." After expressing her thanks again, Millicent continued to ask in a low voice, "Philippa hasn't caused you any trouble, has she?" "Don't worry, she's doing well. Recently, she even helped the association capture 2 fugitives, and her merits will be recorded in the files." "Then she is not in any danger, is she?" "There is no danger, you don't need to worry." According to the news from Philippa, the Iron Barrel pirate group used the money they obtained last time to fully arm themselves. Besides equipping the ships with ballistae, they also recruited quite a number of crew members. They couldn't compare to the major pirate groups, but they were not forces that ordinary powers could bully either. Millicent showed a tender smile and bowed again, "Thank you for taking care of her. Work hard, and you and your daughter will have a better life in the future." "Thank you, my lord." After explaining everything, Wu Heng also got up and said, "That will be all for the matters. Just keep an eye on things here, and notify me if there is any news. You don't have to do anything dangerous." "Understood." Maintaining the image of a plump woman, Wu Heng opened the door and walked straight out. Millicent escorted him all the way to the tavern's entrance and saw him off onto a carriage, waving her hand and saying, "Come visit when you have time." Wu Heng let down the curtain, and the carriage left. The bartender came over. He asked curiously, "Boss, is that a friend of yours?" Millicent glanced in the direction where the carriage had disappeared, turned her head to him and said, "Both of you, go wipe down the cellar and keep yourselves busy." "Ah. But we do have things to do. Get going." Seeing that Millicent was indeed getting angry, the two dejectedly went down to the cellar to clean. Millicent returned to the rooms and rearranged the listening devices. Association's contraptions are truly magical. The carriage creaked and clattered on its way. It returned to the central district and stopped at the central plaza. Dressed as a woman, Wu Heng paid the fare before entering the association's hall, crossed the long corridor, and headed towards Vice Executive Zai Ligui's office. Seizing a moment when the corridor was empty, he took off the headscarf and changed back to his original appearance. He knocked on the door lightly and pushed it open to enter. The elf vice executive, with a youthful face, was frowning at the documents in hand. Looking up and spotting Wu Heng, she appeared somewhat surprised. "What brings you here?" "I had nothing to do at home, so I came to see you," he replied. Zai Ligui glanced at him disapprovingly. "You never come to the association usually, and now that you have a vacation, you start coming here instead." Wu Heng smiled and sat down on a nearby sofa, asking, "Any leads?" "We've found some, but nothing that's favorable for you." Zai Ligui gathered the documents and tapped them on the desk. "Could you share some details?" "Not much to say. First off, we questioned other people from Stag Commerce Association. They said the steward was arguing loudly with that woman that night, and indeed, they heard a scream in the end, but no one thought it would be trouble," Zai Ligui explained with a blush. This matter had already been heard by the coroner. It was just mindless screaming, and even the final scream of murder was taken as a sign of enjoyment. Zai Ligui gave him a glance and continued, "There's only one person's footprints at the window, and the shoe pattern doesn't match any of the three. We suspect that besides the victim, there was a fourth person present. Two of the association's teams are continuing to investigate other people from the Commerce Guild and those from the tavern. They should bring in new leads tonight." "A fourth person? How come the more they investigated, the more people became involved? And there were no significant breakthroughs?" It wasn't surprising, after all, the person died just yesterday, and now it was early in the morning, so there definitely wouldn't be many leads. Wu Heng chuckled, "Well, thank you all for your hard work. You're still able to laugh." Aren't you afraid that without any evidence, this matter will forever be blamed on you? Wu Heng remarked. How could that be? Why not? If they catch the person, the most direct evidence would be against you. The murderer certainly won't be able to hide for long, Wu Heng continued. By the way, I want to discuss something with you. What is it? Wu Heng said straightforwardly. I want you to take a team and search every tavern. I suspect the person framing me is hiding in one of the taverns. Zai Ligui frowned. Do you want to kill us with exhaustion? There are so many taverns, and the association acting too tyrannically will affect our image with the residents. Just the Lighthouse District, the few taverns on a main street. Just say we have found useful leads and are conducting a search. When other commerce guilds see how diligently we are working, they will trust us more, Wu Heng suggested. Chapter 349, Kill Someone. Zai Ligui still frowned, lost in thought for a moment. She said, I'll talk to the steward and ask for more teams to come and help. Okay, then I'll head back first. Wu Heng stood up and left the steward's office, while Zai Ligui also took the organized files and headed out towards the steward's office. Corridor. Wu Heng stood still for a while, then heard the ghost Glenda's voice. There's no one in his room. Wu Heng hummed softly, then walked towards the direction of the association's dormitories. Having served as the vice executive of the association before, even though he was suspended, he didn't encounter anyone stopping him on his way. He went straight to the third floor, to the dormitory door of the Inspector's Special Envoy Kalima. Seeing no one around, he used a bronze key to slightly open the door and inserted a listening device. He then closed the door again. Glenda flew into the air, controlling the listening device as it flew towards the top of the canopy. What are you doing here? Suddenly, a voice came from the location of the stairs. Kalima, accompanied by guards, had returned from downstairs and looked at him with suspicion. Wu Heng's heart tightened, but he still said, Inspector Special Envoy, I came to find you, not realizing you had gone out. Kalima eyed him with suspicion, then glanced at the door. What do you want with me? You could use that special item that makes people tell the truth to ask me if I've killed anyone. Wouldn't that clear up my innocence more quickly? Wu Heng said directly. So it's about that. Kalima smiled, then continued to explain, with this incident, the Stag Merchant Group is also paying attention. Our own word that we've done nothing won't prove anything. We need to catch the murderer or produce substantial evidence. Just one of our internal special items won't suffice. They wouldn't accept that. What's there not to accept? Just show them the effect of the special item. Kalima looked at him, still calm. Don't rush, take a few days to rest. Trust the association, and trust that Zai Ligui and the others will find the murderer. Wu Heng hesitated, then said, all right then, I'll go and talk to Zai Ligui again. Yes, you need to stay calm. Then you're busy, Inspector Special Envoy, I'll be heading back. Okay. Wu Heng descended the stairs, while Kalima watched the direction he left in, then opened the door and entered his room. The room was empty. Kalima, holding his magic wand, cast several detection spells in succession. His brows slightly furrowed, really came to ask about the special item. Doubt filled his heart, and he cast spells in every corner again and checked some of his belongings. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he sat down on the bed, his face thoughtful. Exiting the association. Glenda flew back from afar, directly entering his body. The images from inside the room were also shared in his mind at the same time. Glenda had placed the listening device on the beam at the top of the room and then hurriedly flew out through the window. To avoid being detected by the other party, Wu Heng took out the device and put on headphones to eavesdrop. He could hear the sound of the robe fluttering and soft murmuring. Besides that, there were no other sounds. The scavenged listening device was an old model, or was it just like this? The size was still rather large, like a power bank, with a transmission line attached. Not as small as a button like in the movies. Otherwise, he could have thought of a way to place it on his body or on some personal item. Let's see if you are involved in this matter. At the Black Crow's Nest Tavern, on the second floor in a private room. The door was pushed open, and a man wearing leather armor and a sailor hat entered. His bare arms bore the marks left by a hot iron brand. Leader Jis greeted the room warmly. The branded party leader, a level 15 warrior. The man swept a glance around the room and went straight to the point. What do you want with me? To kill someone. Who? Wu Heng, you must have heard of him. The man's gaze narrowed instantly as he looked at him and said, are you insane? He's the vice executive of the association. Killing him would put me on a wanted list. Not anymore. Chapter 350, It's not my fault. It seems that this gold and silver island is just so-so, bringing down a vice executive in no time. The tattooed man rested one leg on a chair. Inside the private room, a man dressed in a captain's attire. He wore a smile, occasionally twirling a thick ring on his index finger. Looking at the other party, he said, It's just a suspension pending investigation, the rest is up to you. Since I promised you, I will naturally take care of the matter, the tattooed man nodded, leaning back and asking, where is the information? Handwritten materials were passed across from the other side. He said, he hasn't been with the association for a year, so his level shouldn't be high, but be careful of the two attendants by his side, they seem quite high level. The tattooed man looked up at the man opposite and inquired, any background? As far as we know, no significant background. He comes from a small town in the Yoko Kingdom, with naturally high talent. The tattooed man nodded, threw the materials back, and stood up saying, wait for my news. Sure. At the doorway, the tattooed man turned back to remind, make sure the money is ready. Of course, it's not our first collaboration. The tattooed man opened the door and walked straight out. In the office study. After his own suspension, the study had been emptied. But the key was still in Wu Heng's hand. Some things in this world weren't managed all that strictly. Wu Heng sat on the sofa, wearing headphones, eavesdropping through the installed bugs. These devices had a certain distance limitation. Not like radio waves, which can transmit normally over such long distances. Through the headphones, he could hear the sounds of chairs being dragged, objects being moved. It seemed like they were searching for something. Then, conversations between Kalima and others followed, all ordinary talk, unrelated to what he wanted to eavesdrop on. How is it going? Found any clues? Glenda floated nearby and asked. Nothing, they hardly spoke at all, Wu Heng said. Putting the bug in his room didn't seem like the right place. But such devices were somewhat large and hard to place on the person. His residence was the best location. Could it be unrelated to him? Glenda speculated. Maybe, but I always feel there's something off about him. We need to stay cautious. Right. Wu Heng opened a boundary door, summoned a skeleton investigator, and placed it in a seat to continue monitoring the other party. Everything, useful or not, was to be recorded. After setting it up, he exited the room again. He locked the door behind him. Back at his residence, Minnie and Andre Willow were directing skeletons to air out the bedding. Both were maids in name, but most of the work was done by skeletons, with Andre Willow serving as an assistant to the association, and Minnie acting as a housekeeper. Hearing the door open, they both turned and saw Wu Heng return, greeting him with smiles from afar. Minnie ran over quickly, burrowing into his embrace, snuggling up. Master, why did you go out so early in the morning? I didn't even see you. That's because you were still in bed. Minnie looked up to argue. Not at all, I got up very early today. When I came downstairs, you were sleeping soundly, and Wire was finally able to rest without getting up early, so I didn't disturb you. You're so kind, Master. Minnie praised without reservation. Andre Willow also came over and asked softly, Master, any progress on the matter? Wu Heng shook his head. Shiraz is leading the investigation, but so far, there's no solid evidence. Andre Willow frowned slightly. Vice Executive Shiraz will surely find the culprit. Yes, Wu Heng nodded. Minnie listened curiously beside them, and asked, who is Vice Executive Zai Ligui? Another Vice Executive of the association, from the elf race. She's very beautiful. Andre Willow replied. Who is more beautiful, her or Sister Shainila? Andre Willow said, they have different kinds of beauty. Vice Executive Shiraz looks younger, while Lady Shainila has that mature kind of beauty. Minnie, somewhat suspicious, glanced at Wu Heng. Master, who do you think is more beautiful? Both are beautiful. Elves are naturally good-looking. Minnie continued to probe, are they more beautiful, or are Wire and I more beautiful? Andre Willow also looked up expectantly. Wu Heng smiled and hugged the two of them tighter. Both are beautiful, everyone has their own unique beauty. What a way to dodge the question. Minnie complained somewhat dissatisfied. Wu Heng patted her head, and said, all are beautiful, but I prefer you two more. Hee hee, I knew it. Minnie hugged her waist and whined softly. Annabelle also showed a face full of joy, her cheeks flushed with red. Master, does the bedding in your room need airing out? Andre Willow asked. Yeah, take them out for airing too. Andre Willow nodded, gave Minnie's bottom a firm smack, and said, stop clinging to the master, come upstairs with me to tidy the room. Really now? Minnie rubbed her bottom, muttering as she followed upstairs. Wu Heng then followed behind and said, by the way, don't go out these days. If you need to buy something, have Sean Ayla assist you with the purchase. Oh, all right. The two nodded. Then they went to the 4th floor to tidy the bedroom. Wu Heng, on the other hand, went to the 3rd floor to the room where the radio was kept. He picked up the skeleton investigator's notebook and gave it a glance. It already contained quite a bit of content. Today brought up a dread croc turtle over a meter long. They say this stuff is good for men. Should I keep it for you to bring back? Save you some worry for when you get older and your body isn't working well. The dread croc turtle's gone, sold it to an old noble by the shore. I'll dredge up another for you next time. Damn it, we've been attacked by Yako's fleet, those chits. We were just passing by, and they attacked us without a reason. Can't stand this, I'm telling you, they attacked first, I'm just retaliating. Apostrophe, docked at shore, restocking some supplies, got time to visit my mom. Apostrophe. Damn it, two stupid pirate groups started fighting. Do pirates have poop for brains? They only know how to fight. Wu Hang skimmed through it. Sure was a lot of content. Though there's no useful information, being attacked by the kingdom's fleet, and pirate infighting, seems like a lot is happening. Thinking it over, he still picked up the receiver and asked, Philippa, are you there? Why are you speaking at this time? Philippa's somewhat muted response came through the radio. Wu Hang asked, is it inconvenient to speak now? Inside the radio. After two high-pitched curses of stupid bird. Philippa's voice followed, no, I was just lecturing the crew, if you'd spoken a moment earlier, they would have heard it. Wu Hang frowned and said, don't let the crew into your room. It's dangerous if someone discovers anything. You haven't had any news for a while, how was I supposed to know you'd suddenly speak up? Philippa retorted, but then added, okay, I won't let them in anymore, it won't be good if they actually hear you speak. Wu Hang said, there are so many cabins, arrange for a conference room. Big fleets all have separate meeting spaces and it looks more official. Makes sense, I'll have someone prepare one tomorrow. Wu Hang continued, how's everything on your side recently? Not bad, plenty to eat and drink. Wu Hang leaned against the edge of the desk and asked, you mentioned two pirate groups fighting, what happened? Philippa said, the plan was to head out to sea with two pirate groups to see if we could spot any merchant convoys passing by, but yesterday they started fighting each other, even with casualties, which delayed things. A feud, huh? Nothing to do with me, eh? It's Babuzzy's woman who hooked up with another pirate captain. I spoke out against it, feeling it unfair how humiliating it was to be a pirate and still so oppressed, and then they went at it that night. Chapter 351, Burst Potential. Wu Hang frowned. Look at you, are you standing up for fairness? This is provoking trouble. The captain named Babuzzy had been suppressing his anger, planning to let this incident slide. With what you've just said, who can hold it in anymore? Especially since they are all fierce pirates, it would be strange if they didn't fight. The last two pirate groups definitely won't be able to cooperate either. It didn't involve you, did it? Wu Hang continued to ask. Don't worry about that, I won't help either side, Philippa said. Wu Hang was speechless, is that what I meant? But it was clear to hear that things were developing quite well for Philippa. Moreover, she had gradually integrated herself among the pirates. Why did you decide to go to sea with pirates? Philippa replied, isn't his to provide you with clues? When I go out to sea, I'll tell you the routes, so you can capture them. So, it was for our side. It seems she hasn't forgotten her responsibilities. Wu Hang directly said, there have been some changes on Gold and Silver Island, you don't need to take risks to gather intelligence for now. I'll notify you when you can continue. Munching on something, Philippa mumbled, they'll probably fight for a while, and I'm in no rush. By the way, can killing pirates count as merit? Killing pirates can blow your cover. If you bring back the pirate bodies, I'll give you a bounty according to the reward offered, said Wu Hang. Alright then, I'm not short on cash right now, Philippa said. Wu Hang pondered for a moment, then asked again, besides the infighting among the two pirate groups, do you have any other intelligence? Philippa thought for a bit then said, I inquired about the blank envelope matter. They said such envelopes could appear anytime, and at first, the others were quite scared, but later they found the intelligence provided was very accurate and tailored to the various pirate group locations, resulting in great hauls for the pirate groups. All of them have received it? Most pirate groups should have received them. There's also a rumor among pirates that the Pirate King, not bearing to see pirates chased around like rats, is helping everyone out, Philippa mentioned. The Pirate King? Apart from comics, Wu Hang had never heard this name before. There really is a Pirate King among pirates. It's an old tale. The Pirate King possesses the power to control the seas and holds the right to dominate the ocean. People in coastal regions have all heard this story, Philippa explained. Wu Hang took note of this matter, planning to investigate further when the opportunity arose. He then asked, regarding living conditions and personal safety, are things okay on your end? Philippa spoke up right away, it's all pretty good. When I have the chance to return, bring me some more money. I've almost spent it all, and I still want to recruit a few capable crew members. Wu Hang reminded her, the money I gave you last time was enough for several voyages for a major merchant fleet. You don't know how expensive it is being a pirate out there. The ship needs repairs, sailors cost money, and then there's various weapons and gear. You wouldn't want me to be in danger, right? Philippa responded. Wu Heng, feeling helpless, said, alright, we'll sort it out the next time we meet. Thanks a lot. Philippa changed the subject and continued to ask, how is my mother doing? I only just came back from your mother's tavern this morning, and it's running quite well, Wu Heng stated. She really got the tavern up and running? She isn't being bullied, is she? Your mother is not as vulnerable as you think. In a while, I'll arrange some people to help her and ensure her safety, Wu Heng reassured her. Both the mother and daughter were gathering intelligence for him. They counted as his subordinates. Some basic needs must be met. Thanks. Take good care of her for me, and I'll gather information about the pirates for you, said Philippa. Right, I've been a bit busy lately, you take care too, Wu Heng instructed. Got it. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. Let me know if anything comes up. Will do. After ending the communication, Wu Heng walked straight out of the room. Things seemed to be going fairly well for Philippa, and her personality was quite suited for pirates. Plus, Wu Heng even suspected that she might be more suited for a career change as a bard. Just a few words, and she could get two pirate groups fighting. It matched the bard's trait of affecting people's emotions with words and voice. Leaving the room, he continued up to the 4th floor. Minnie was in the bedroom, changing the bed sheets. Wu Heng glanced at her, then went straight to the alchemy laboratory to take a look. Several alchemy skeletons were still busy with their own tasks. And on the shelf next to them, several bottles of finished elixirs were neatly arranged. Wu Heng walked over, his eyes instantly brightening. Strength-enhancing potion. High-efficiency reinforcement potion. Besides the usual healing and spirit elixirs, there were also 6 bottles of level 1 corpse core potion and 3 bottles of level 2 corpse core potion. All were obtained either from market exchanges or by killing zombies during this period. They had all been made in these few days. Wu Heng collected the elixirs and went straight to the study. He took out 3 second-level corpse core potions and placed them on the desk. This matter still brought him a certain amount of pressure. Especially since he still had no idea what the other party's purpose truly was. Now that the second-level corpse core potion was ready for use, it could also be used to enhance his own attributes. With improved attributes, threats posed by enemies could be greatly reduced. Having decided, he opened a bottle of the potion and consumed it in one tilt of his head. The sour liquid flowed into his stomach, followed by a warmth spreading throughout, then came the stretching pain in bones and muscles. This pain was not a side effect caused by the virus. Instead, it was discomfort that ensued from the forced modification of his body by the potion. Even so, the pain was still quite intense. As the pain gradually subsided, the system prompt followed closely on its heels. Strength +3, Constitution +2, it was still an increase of 5 points. In terms of levels, that equated to an increase of 5.5 levels. The effect was indeed significant. Sitting in the chair, he rested for a while, waiting for the sweat on his body to evaporate. He continued with the second bottle. The tearing sensation of his bones and muscles undergoing forced stretching was the same as before. He clenched his teeth and endured, as the prompt appeared. Strength +2, Constitution +2, Agility +1, unlocked ability, burst potential. Upon hearing this prompt, Wu Heng's eyes instantly widened. He had finally awakened a skill. Burst potential, engages in explosive enhancement of the body, improving physical condition and reducing pain perception as well as negative effects on oneself. Wu Heng read the skill's description. He frowned again. This ability. Hadn't he seen it somewhere before? Recalling seriously, in the zombie world, when he was in the prison and killed Chen Jinglong, his attributes seemed to include such a skill. Once released, his whole body would turn red, unleashing power several times greater than normal. He could jump down from the 4th floor without any injuries and still run off into the distance. To think I've awakened an identical ability. Seems like a mage like me has no use for it though. A mage like himself, who stood behind skeletons, would probably have no use for it. Who cares, better to have it than not. He sat in the chair and rested some more before taking out the 3rd bottle and drinking it as he had done with the others. Strength +1, Constitution +2, Agility +1, only a 4-point increase. The effect of the second-level potion is starting to diminish. Based on the experience with first-level corpse core potions, the effects would gradually decrease after a certain amount was consumed. Now the same situation was happening with the second-level corpse core. He opened his attribute panel to take a glance at his attributes. Attributes: Strength 40, Agility 30, Constitution 43, Intelligence 37, Perception 24, Charm 28. Well, his strength and constitution had once again surpassed his intelligence. He closed the panel and lifted his shirt in front of the mirror for a look. His muscles were more well-defined. It was the sensation of muscles filled with power. He recovered for a moment. Wu Heng stood in front of the window and called out, "Minnie, Wire, come in. Coming. Came the sound of running footsteps. Minnie and Andre Willow entered directly after opening the door. What is it, Master? Minnie asked directly. Wu Heng took out several potions and said, here are a few potions, 3 for each of you. Drink them all up first. So many? Minnie exclaimed in surprise. Andre Willow's expression was also one of astonishment. Wu Heng nodded. Thank you, Master. Both ladies took 3 bottles each and began to consume them. Outside the courtyard, a figure holding a rapier and cloaked in a cape stood in a gloomy corner, eyes fixated on the distant building. Before long, a translucent bird flew back from afar. It dove straight into the scroll that the man opened. The next second, the center of the blank scroll revealed an image, showing a 4-story building, the garden pool, and the arranged skeleton guards. HMPH. So many skeleton attendants, no wonder someone who holds the position of vice executive is not that simple. Chapter 352, Ronin the balcony, the courtyard, and some hidden spots. The number of skeleton attendants even surpassed the guard count of a normal noble's residence. Moreover, they were all necromancer attendants. The man leaned against the wall, recalling the intelligence he had previously received. Coming from a small town and becoming a professional in less than a year, the highest level wouldn't exceed 10. Just the number of necromantic skeletons in the courtyard was enough to overturn all the previous intelligence. Intelligence is as unreliable as ever, he murmured. His gaze swept across the gate opposite the street, as he contemplated his next move. After a brief moment of thought, he closed the scroll in his hand, hefted the sword, and turned to leave. Inside the study, Wu Heng handed out a few bottles of level 1 corpse core potion to 2 maids. Thank you, Master. The 2 nodded their thanks, with faces full of joy. This potion was a rare treasure. It was also because of this potion that their strength was far superior to that of other professionals of the same level. Andre Willow was an ordinary assistant at the association, but her combat strength was definitely not lower than that of an average squad captain. Minnie was the same, although she had the shortest time since her job transfer, her attributes were also not low. What she lacked was practical experience. But that wasn't a big problem, she would accumulate it gradually. As her attributes improved, her training would yield better results. Just drink it up, Wu Heng instructed. They drank down 3 bottles of elixir in succession. Their bodies received a certain enhancement. Any problems? Andre Willow said, feels quite good, it's just not as evident as before. Minnie replied, not at all, I think it's great. It's because Wire is at a higher level. Once the body reaches a certain strength, the effect of the potion will diminish. Minnie has just changed jobs not long ago and can still take it many times. Oh! Minnie exclaimed, and then looked at Andre Willow. Wire sis, if it's not effective for you anymore, give those potions to me in the future. No way, diminish doesn't mean no effect. Stingy. Minnie pouted. Wu Heng smiled and said, there will be more potions in the future. I know. I'm just teasing Wire sis, she's always so serious, Minnie said and pinched Andre Willow's waist. The latter's body jolted, and as she watched Minnie run away, she smiled and said, Master, Minnie and I will continue cleaning the rooms. Right. Let the tamed beast be responsible for the guard duty of the residence as well. Understood. Andre Willow nodded and also went downstairs. Soon, laughter and pleas for mercy from Minnie could be heard from the first floor. Wu Heng released Glenda and Zhao to circle the building and inspect. After confirming there were no enemies or dangers, he opened the boundary door and headed to Zombie World. The association. Zai Ligui came out of the steward's office, her expression as somber as ever. On her way back to her office, she said to the passing staff, notify all off-duty squad captains to come to my office. Yes, Vice Executive, the staff member responded, hurrying off. Zai Ligui returned to her office and began to don her armor. Soon, the door was knocked and several squad leaders came in one after another. Vice Executive, you wanted to see us? A squad leader asked. Zai Ligui glanced at the group and said, you squads are to come with me and search through the taverns and inns on Lighthouse Street. The squad leaders frowned at one another. Is this regarding Deputy Steward Wu Heng's case? One captain inquired. Yes, we have information that the criminal stayed on Lighthouse Street, Zai Ligui confirmed. This Lighthouse Street is crowded and diverse, and there are many taverns and inns. It'll be tough for us to cover everything, another captain commented. The dwarf captain stroked his beard, just asking around isn't going to take long, it's not like we have to bring all the guests back for questioning. A female captain, who was clearly dressed up, said, Vice Executive, I have a dance party tonight, with so many taverns on Lighthouse Street, will it delay for a long time? As Zai Ligui continued to fasten her long sword at her waist, she replied, the steward has approved this, Everyone must participate in this operation and cannot be absent. Her gaze fell once more on the female captain. What's so good about a dance party? Once this is over, I'll have Wu Hang dance with you. The female captain's eyes lit up. Really? Realizing her slip, she quickly recanted. No. I didn't mean that. I won't go to the dance party, and I don't need Deputy Steward Wu Hang to dance with me. Chuckles erupted from the other captains. After Zai Ligui was fully equipped, she headed straight out. It won't take long. Your dance party tonight won't be affected. Bring your teams and gather at the door. Yes. The squad members dispersed, and after assembling at the door, they moved towards Lighthouse Street. Zombie World, the old factory district. Wu Hang stepped out of the dormitory to casually survey the newly established market. More and more shelters were coming to exchange materials, forming a long queue down the road. Many survivors got out of their cars to chat and smoke, each dressed in a style that bore the marks of a wasteland. At that moment, Chi Hengkai approached from behind. How come you didn't call me? Nothing special, just looking around, Wu Hang replied. Chi Hengkai walked beside him and added, more and more refugees are coming to exchange materials, and we've recently recruited many special professions. I plan to use the wasteland behind the courtyard before winter to build more warehouses and workshops. Behind the courtyard lay a vast stretch of land, overgrown with weeds taller than a man. Winter is coming soon, that's a lot of work. Start building now, and if it's not finished, we'll continue next spring. Chapter 352, Ronin Wu Hang had no objections. Sure, you arrange it, we can make use of the warehouses, as well as the nearby residential areas. The military came by again yesterday, wanting to discuss the pricing of military equipment with you. Since you weren't there, I put them off, Chi Hengkai said once more. Wu Hang wasn't in the mood to consider the military's affairs at the moment. He directly said, let's not worry about this for now, we'll talk about it later. Alright. The two chatted as they walked along. Chi Hengkai continued to speak of matters related to the old factory district. Meanwhile, outside, the people from other refuges were all eagerly looking in this direction. Most of them had seen Chi Hengkai, the leader of the old factory district and an awakened individual. But they had never seen Wu Hang. Hey, dude, who's that with your leader? A survivor asked the person handling registrations, handing over a cigarette. Who are you referring to? The survivor said, the guy next to leader Chi Hengkai. Oh, our leader, Chi Hengkai, is our vice executive, the registration staff replied. It wasn't a secret. The military was aware of this, and such was the positional arrangement within the old factory district. The survivor frowned and said, darn, you've got several awakened individuals. The worker smiled, waved his hand, and said, it's your turn to exchange for rations, go on in. Oh, right. The survivor drove in. And the others gathered around again, continuing to inquire. They had originally thought Chi Hengkai was the strongest person in the old factory district, but it now seemed that the district's strength surpassed their expectations. At the very least, the number of superpowered individuals was no fewer than 2. Wu Hang and Chi Hengkai made a round through the market and then went through the factory buildings. Chi Hengkai asked, when will we clear the roundabout? In a couple of days, wait for my word. Okay, Chi Hengkai nodded. Wu Hang chatted with her for a bit longer, then returned to his quarters and then back to Gold and Silver Island. Gold and Silver Island. Wu Hang lay in bed, staring at the canopy above. In his mind, he pondered his current situation. Upon arriving on Gold and Silver Island, it felt like the number of enemies had skyrocketed. Firstly, there was the matter of the Stag Merchant Group's ship manager's assassination, which led to his suspension from the association. To be reinstated, he had to find the real culprit or more direct evidence to prove his innocence. Currently, there weren't any direct leads. The second point was the impending danger. The enemy's intention to remove him from the post of vice executive definitely meant more plans were in store. Zai Ligui had mentioned Ronin today, who had coincidentally arrived on the island at this time. One couldn't help but suspect that he was after Wu Hang. A level 16 professional with a history of assassinating a vice executive posed a certain threat. The last issue was the pirate's bounty and what Philippa had mentioned about the White Envelope and the Pirate King. These still posed a threat to him, but clearly had nothing to do with this affair. The likelihood of the pirates planning this was basically non-existent. The most dangerous is still that Ronin. Bold enough to kill a vice executive and not end up on a wanted list, seems like an old-timer, Wu Hang muttered to himself. Waiting for him to come to me is too passive, it's best to draw him out and confront him face to face. I am not necessarily afraid of him. Wu Hang mumbled. He released the 2 ghosts again. Hovering midair. Wu Hang said, there's a lot of trouble lately, help me keep an extra eye out at night. Ah. Master, you really are worrying, Zhao said. Glenda, still smiling as usual, said, don't worry, We don't need to rest. Thanks for the hard work. The two ghosts flew out of the building, beginning their vigil. Wu Heng also closed his eyes to rest. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Heng, accompanied by the skeleton attendant Bloody Hand, had just stepped out the front door when he saw the iron gate next door also opening. A lavishly decorated carriage, under the protection of numerous guards, slowly rolled out. The carriage stopped beside him, the curtain was lifted, revealing the pale and beautiful visage of Shainala. Shainala was as beautiful as ever, with exquisite and stunning features, and skin as smooth as if it were made of cream. If the modern world hadn't been hit by the virus outbreak, taking her back with him, Wu Heng was sure she would overshadow all the popular stars. Just hosting a live stream and sitting there would surely bring in big donator rewards. Why are you wandering around again? Shainala said softly. I'm heading to the association. Where are you off to? Wu Heng asked. Shainala replied, some merchant group matters. Oh. There are quite a few new faces on the island recently, be careful. Shainala smiled, thank you for the reminder, Vice Executive, I'll be cautious. Sure, take care. Wu Heng waved. Shainala nodded, briefly blinked quietly, and let the curtain fall back into place as the carriage slowly pulled away. Their relationship had to remain distant in the public eye. Wu Heng stepped out onto the street and hailed a carriage parked at the curb, climbing directly inside. The carriage moved slowly, heading towards the central district. He first visited the association to inspect the skeleton in the office, responsible for monitoring. There was not a shred of useful intelligence in the entire record book. The only useful piece noted that he would leave the island with the fleet in 2 days, heading for the next association outpost. The man was planning to leave. Are you sure he has nothing to do with it? Though doubtful, there had been no substantive evidence found on him thus far. He ordered the skeleton to continue recording. Wu Heng exited the association and made his way to the opposite building of the Snake Badge Consortium. Wu Heng donned a veil and left the association. Along the way, Glenda's voice rang out beside him. Someone is following you, a high-level professional. Wu Heng quickly turned his head and saw a figure standing behind him. A flowing robe over leather armor, a sword in one hand, and the other arm bearing tattoos of various patterns. Ronan, Karam. He had followed me here. Was he going to make a move right here on the street? Such audacity. But inside, Wu Heng felt a slight sense of relief. At least a frontal assault was preferable to being ambushed from behind. You wanted to make your move in broad daylight. I'm only suspended, not dismissed. Wu Heng stood his ground and fixed his gaze on the man. The man across him unbelted his robe, withdrew a heavily tattooed arm from his sleeve, and said, Did you know I would come for you? Wu Heng smiled, Ronan Karam, I'm aware of you. Karam narrowed his eyes, Were you deliberately waiting for me? Not particularly. Wu Heng continued, We have no grudge against each other, do we? Does a rank 5 professional really need to go after a vice executive like myself? Karam tied his robe around his waist and bluntly stated, I'm just doing it for the money. Don't blame me. As his voice fell, Karam turned into a blur, rushing forward rapidly. Wu Heng's body retreated as the white bone armor formed simultaneously. At the same time, the skeleton attendant Bloody Hand unsheathed his Shuangdao and charged at the approaching Ronin. Clang. The ear-piercing clash of metal rang out. Their respective weapons collided, sparking in the air. Immediately, Karam dodged with heightened alertness, throwing himself to the side. Almost at the same moment. Boom, boom, boom. A hail of bullets hit where he had just been, scattering sparks on the cobblestone road. Dodging bullets? Is that what a close combat professional is supposed to do? Surprised, Wu Heng quickly turned the gun towards him, firing once more in the assailant's direction. Karam kept rolling, planting one hand on the ground before releasing a thick cloud of smoke around him with a whoosh. Screams filled the street. The crowd scattered in every direction, fleeing the area where the two were fighting. Wu Heng kept firing into the smoke. Then, suddenly, the whistling of slicing air came from behind, and Karam unexpectedly appeared midair, slashing at Wu Heng's neck with his long sword. A jolt of alarm shot through Wu Heng, adrenaline flooding his system. He dove forward. At the same time, Glenda's figure emerged, her pointing finger targeting Karam's forehead midair. A moment of confusion flashed in Karam's eyes, and Wu Heng took the opportunity to widen the gap between them. He rose to his feet. One hand on the ground, he released the breath of death. Thick dark clouds enveloped the surroundings, and the negative attributes of necromancy magic began to pervade the area. Karam started to feel an itch in his throat, dizziness, and his face turned an unhealthy yellow. Meanwhile, the earlier evaded skeleton attendant lunged forward with blades raised, aiming for his opponent. Karam hastily tore apart 2 scrolls. The negative effects on him vanished in an instant, and looking towards Wu Heng, he said, Of all the vice executives I've killed, You still lack something. As the words left his lips, Karam's tattoo-covered arm braced against the ground, his lips muttering a spell. The next second, the tattoos began to rise. The black patterns detached from the arm, speeding along the ground toward Wu Heng. A host of snakes coiled around Bloody Hand's legs, and swarms of black rats and ghosts surged towards Wu Heng. Chapter 353, You Can't Possibly Be a Mage. The black tattoo, creeping along Bloody Hand's body, clung to the bones. The bones rattled, and movements began to stiffen, each step taken as jerky as a marionette's. Meanwhile, the remaining insect rat ghost faces bypassed Bloody Hand and charged straight in Wu Heng's direction. Seeing this, Wu Heng inwardly cursed. He had thought they were tattoo enthusiasts. He hadn't expected that their whole bodies were fake. As various things charged at him, Wu Heng continued to back away while firing his submachine gun at the ground. Bullets pitter-pattered on the ground, sparks flying everywhere. But they had no effect on the insect rat ghost faces formed from the tattoos. Bullets are useless? Wu Heng narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to condense another spell. Whoosh! The sound of flames burning rose. Fireball spell was hurled instantly, exploding on the ground with a bang, causing the tattoo to shatter and the spreading flames to form a sea of fire. At the same time, Karam had already rushed to the skeleton Bloody Hand's front. He sidestepped a slash and struck out rapidly with his longsword. Amidst a dazzling display of sword light, arms holding a curved blade fell off, a forehead was pierced by a thin sword, and the next second, an entire skull was shredded to pieces. Wu Heng's expression grew even grimmer. This Ronin is only level 16? How could he kill Bloody Hand so easily if he is only level 16? Bloody Hand's soul fire extinguished, his body crumpled into a pile of bones. Tat tat tat. Karam didn't stop moving on, charging again in this direction. He ran through the burst flames and the gradually taking shape bone prison. He moved with swift agility. Suddenly, the charging Karam changed his expression, stopped abruptly, just as he turned his body. A spray of blood erupted from his ribcage. Bang. Afterwards, a faint sound of a gunshot followed. The force of the bullet caused Karam to lean forward, just as Wu Heng turned the strange device in his hands. With a roll on the spot, his hand against the ground, a puff of smoke billowed, obscuring his figure. Far away, on the rooftop of a building, Andre Willow was lying prone with a sniper rifle, aiming distantly ahead. But the sudden rise of smoke obstructed her view, and for a moment she lost sight of the target. Andre Willow reached for the headset on her head and asked, "Minnie, where have you taken the skeleton to?" Minnie's voice came through the headset, almost at the combat zone. "I can already hear the sounds of fighting. Bloody Hand is dead, the master needs support on his side, move faster," Andre Willow urged. "Got it, I'm on it," hurrying. During breakfast, Wu Heng had discussed this matter with them. Instead of passively waiting for the enemy to search for an opportunity to find him, it was better to lure the enemy out. Thus, they could make early arrangements to take advantage of their own strengths and kill the hidden enemies. Only, the enemy seemed even more eager than the three had discussed. Having agreed on this plan in the morning, an attack occurred by noon. Furthermore, the location of the battle was a distance away from their residence. Upon receiving the notice from Little Ghost, they immediately proceeded with the original plan. Andre Willow was to provide long-distance sniper support while Minnie was to bring the skeleton for assistance. The goal was to catch all the enemies in one fell swoop. In the combat zone, in an instant where smoke filled the air, the sound of a blade cleaving the air once again rose from behind. Wu Heng's heart chilled as he knew the opponent had appeared behind him again. Without giving it a second thought, he rolled forward. A streak of sword light crossed where he had just been. The stone slab on the ground had a clear-cut mark on it. Karam landed, his toes barely touching the ground before his form leaped out again, like a leopard pouncing on its prey. The gunshot wound on his body seemed not to have much effect on him. "Now let's see where you can hide," Karam said with a cold voice. His thought process was clear. The reliance of a necromancer was on magic and necromancer attendants. Without these, even the slightly lower-level warriors couldn't defeat him. Facing him now, there was no strength left to fight back. In his eyes, the target was already a dead man. The distance closed. The longsword in his hand charged up, ready to strike directly. Clang. The next second, a deafening clang of metal resonated. Karam's fierce sword strike was as if it had hit a solid rock, a massive rebounding force numbing his palm. How could this be? Suddenly looking up, his eyes reflected surprise and incredulity. He saw the mage before him, holding a winged sword, firmly catching his full force blow. Is this a power a mage could possess? Karam's face showed shock and bewilderment as he questioned in disbelief. "You're not a mage. Every profession has its own rules. Mages specialize in knowledge while warriors diligently train. A mage could not possibly possess such strength." Wu Heng didn't speak. Instead, he He unleashed his newly unlocked ability, Burst Potential. Instantly, his body began to swell, veins bulging, skin reddening, and eyes bloodshot. He kicked toward the opponent's abdomen. Next, he executed Greyhawk swordsmanship, his swordplay swift and firm, assaulting the opponent with various attacks. Intermediate swordsmanship, coupled with Greyhawk swordsmanship. For a moment, this made Karam's face filled with horror, as he clumsily defended against the moves. Suddenly, the coat hanging off his body stirred to life, and its two long sleeves wound around the neck like pythons. Karam encircled his longsword close to his body to slice off the sleeves. At the same time, he ducked to evade the downward slash aimed at his head. Bang! Another gunshot, another shoulder bursting with blood. Damn it! Karam cursed, his body instantly retreating. His teeth gritted, he was just about to attack again, when a voice rang out. "Master, I am here to save you." From the distance, Minnie shouted, stepping back twice, "Skull Crusher, take the skeletons forward." Clatter. Skull Crusher, wielding a long-handled warhammer, charged forward followed by more skeleton attendants. Karam gritted his teeth and, working his mouth and hands together, tore open a scroll. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, a series of fire missiles shot out from the scroll, hurling towards the front. Flames rose, thick smoke billowed. "He's got away." Glenda alerted. Wu Heng's expression sharpened, he dodged the blockading flames and chased forward. And a host of skeletons followed behind him. Ahead, the recently fierce Karam, clutching a sagging shoulder, dashed into a side alley. His escape angle was deliberately chosen to avoid Andre Willow's line of fire. After crossing two streets, Wu Heng suddenly stopped. Up ahead was a dense crowd, the perpetrator had darted into it and disappeared from sight. At the same time, the state from Burst Potential wore off, and a wave of dizziness overtook him, making him somewhat unsteady on his feet. "We lost him, he must have used something." Just now there was a blur, and he vanished, Glenda said regretfully from ahead, leading the way. All that effort to lure the enemy out. And to think they lost him when he was in their grasp. Next time, luring him out won't be so easy. No matter, he won't get away. Wu Heng took a healing elixir and a spirit potion, tilted his head back and drank them down. At that moment, Skull Crusher, along with the skeletons, also made it over, followed by Minnie. "Master, are you all right?" Minnie hurried over, looking him over. Though the combat had seemed fierce and his strength appeared not to fall short of Karam's, his close combat skills were still far behind that of his opponents. All over his body, there were many injuries, although they were mostly superficial wounds. "I'm fine." Minnie helped him, whispering, "Master, did I arrive too late?" "No, you were just in time. Let's head back." "Oh, okay." They returned to the battlefield, where thick smoke was still rising, and fires blazed in a few places. Fortunately, this area was a main thoroughfare, wide and expansive. Otherwise, the blaze might have become uncontrollable. Wu Heng looked around, found the cut-off sleeves and the bloodthirsty twin blades, along with the armor dropped by Bloody Hand, and stored them in his space ring. This time, the greatest loss was the death of Bloody Hand, a level 15 skeleton attendant. The regret made his heart bleed. "Minnie, have the skeletons put out the fire and then collect the bullets," Wu Heng commanded. "Oh, okay." Minnie nodded, then directed the skeletons to action. At this time, the guard team that had been wary of approaching some members came over. Wu Heng explained what had happened and also mentioned the guild appropriately. The guard team didn't say much further. When the scene was almost cleaned up, Wu Heng had Minnie lead the other skeletons home while he and Skull Crusher swiftly headed towards the guild. At the guild, Wu Heng lightly knocked on the door and entered after receiving a response. Steward Emilio was still seated behind his desk, looking at some documents. "When you're on duty, you're never to be seen, but when you're told to rest at home, you become all diligent." Wu Heng ignored the uncommon teasing and went straight to the point. "Steward, I was just ambushed on the road by Ronan, Karam." Emilio's expression turned serious behind the desk, and even the assistant Moya, not too far away, looked somewhat distressed. Chapter 354, Evil Sword. The association was already investigating the reasons behind Wu Heng's framed suspension. Today, he faced an assassination attempt. What flashed through both their minds was a well-planned, dark conspiracy. Emilio put the document aside. "How can you confirm the assailant was Karam? Have you seen him before?" Wu Heng shook his head and said directly, "Yesterday, when I was chatting with Shiraz, the vice executive, she mentioned that Karam had arrived on the island and also described some of his traits, including how he had managed to kill a vice executive and escape punishment." "Go over the whole event with me in detail," Emilio said directly. Wu Heng took a deep breath and recounted the location of the battle and its outcome in detail. Actually, there wasn't much to say. He had been followed on his way back from the association, and a fight had ensued. However, when Wu Heng mentioned that the other party had fled seriously injured, Emilio showed a hint of skepticism. You left him seriously wounded, and then he escaped into the crowd? Yes, he moved very quickly, and there were too many people around at the time to finish him off, Wu Heng explained. Emilio's gaze turned even more astonished. Karim had a great reputation outside for having killed a vice executive without being put on a wanted poster. No one below the 6th rank could survive being targeted by him. Yet Wu Heng, a newly appointed vice executive, not only managed to escape, he nearly killed his pursuer on the spot. If it were someone else, Emilio might really think the attacker was just worried about losing face, but Wu Heng had no shortage of accomplishments in the merit rankings for killing 5th-rank professionals. Such strength had long surpassed the expectations of a vice executive. Coming from him, the authenticity was not to be doubted. Emilio nodded and said directly to someone nearby, Moya, issue a wanted poster for Karim and also notify the ports to screen for Karim and prevent him from leaving the island. Yes, steward. Moya nodded, entered the data into the steward's records, and went out immediately. You could tell that Emilio was also quite enraged. To come such a long way just to kill a vice executive, how audacious. Emilio continued, it seems that the framing and suspension were meant to set you up for this assassination. Wu Heng nodded, there's no second explanation. Let Shiraz continue the investigation. No matter whether he finds the culprit or not, once we capture Karim and interrogate him, I'll reinstate you, Emilio said decisively. Thank you, steward. Wu Heng thought for a moment, then added, Steward, I acquired a piece of the assailant's clothing during our fight, which could highly likely lead us to him. Emilio understood his meaning. Give it a try, I'll accompany you when the time comes. All right. Wu Heng immediately took out the tracing locket from the space ring and the assailant's fallen cuff. He dropped a drop of blood on the locket's position and then brought the fabric close to it. The inanimate skeleton head suddenly came to life, biting off a piece of the fabric and began to chew on it. Then, a gloomy blue ghost burst out from the skull, struggling as it rushed towards a direction. Steward, it's effective. Wu Heng looked up. Emilio got up, put on his leather armor, and said, prepare the carriage. Yes. Inside a private room in a tavern. Karim, wrapped in a heavy cloak, barged in. His face was pale, and his body emanated a faint smell of blood. The gunshot wound had almost caused him to lose a limb, and the negative effects of necromancy magic caused his wound to become inflamed and suppurated. The efficacy of the healing elixirs was also significantly lessened. Upon seeing his state, the captain in the room stood up abruptly. What happened? Karim glared at him angrily and said, Did you dare to deceive me? Sensing Karim's intent to kill, the captain's complexion changed and he quickly asked, What do you mean? That kid is a high-level professional, Karim said angrily, taking a step forward with his sword. The captain retreated in fear and immediately explained, What benefit would there be for me to deceive you? If you were killed by him, I would also be investigated by the association. Would I involve myself as well? Karim continued to stare coldly at him, silent. The captain, now suspicious, asked, Are you saying that his rank is very high? Karim said, He has strength entirely equal to mine. How could he possibly be a rookie who has been transferred less than a year? Either you set me up, or the person who sold you the intelligence deceived you. The captain's eyes widened somewhat. His mind raced through all the intelligence he had collected. Then he continued to counter, Impossible, I received information from the secret cultivation hall scattered across various places, tracking his whereabouts in each city at every moment. How could it be? Humphrey. Go back and investigate for yourself. Get me a boat to leave the island. If the association catches me, you won't escape either, Karim retorted. Seeing his expression, the captain offered no further persuasion and simply said, Here's the boat ticket for today's departure and the agreed payment, to the last coin. But I also hope you won't disclose this matter and go somewhere far away. Karim pocketed all the money and said coldly, If I find out afterwards that you've lied to me, I'll come looking for you again. With those words, he turned and left. The captain stood there, his expression ugly. At the port. It was still the busiest part of the island, with large and small boats filling the docks and workers hauling all kinds of goods. Karim straightened his hood and quickened his steps towards the dock corresponding to his ticket. But just as he stepped onto the gangway, Karim's face suddenly changed, and he looked back towards the way he had come. He saw a carriage from the association slowly stopping at the side of the road outside the port, and two figures, one after the other, stepped down. Aside from Wu Heng, adorned in a robe, there was also an elf steward with golden hair and splendid armor. It's Steward Emilio. Why has he come to the port? Is there another fugitive around? He's so handsome. Dude, as a man, isn't that inappropriate for you to say? Gender shouldn't stand in the way of our true feelings. On the gangway, Karim watched the two approach with an unsightly expression and eyes full of fear and regret. Clearing his throat, he said, "What, are you a child? Can't win so you run back to mommy?" Wu Hang replied, "Are you scared? Where's all that bravado from before?" Karim looked at Emilio and said, "Vice Executive Emilio, Wu Hang has been suspended, and we only have some minor disputes. According to the association rules, you have no reason to make a move against me." Emilio's face was expressionless as he bluntly said, "The guild has issued a warrant for your arrest. Come back with me to undergo some investigation." Karim glanced down at the port and swept his gaze over the adjacent sea, saying, "This place is crowded. Aren't you afraid that your actions against me might affect the other people here? You can try." Karim's expression hardened as he turned and ran towards the ship. Below the ship, the Emilio figure's hand produced a golden longsword, and he aimlessly waved it in the direction of the fleeing figure. Several crescent light blades, as bright as daylight, instantly flew before Karim. Before he could unleash any skills, they struck his body, bursting into a big splash of bloodlight. Then, a second sword was swung once more. The fallen body, head separated from torso. Dead? Wu Hang watched the scene in surprise, his eyes wide. Calling Emilio, he also feared that the other party would escape, and he wouldn't be able to catch him. But he hadn't expected it to be so easy to kill him. He had drawn his gun, but there was no time to claim the kill. "Go collect the body, we're heading back to the guild," Emilio said, then walked towards the carriage. "Okay." Wu Hang hurried onto the cargo ship, kicking the rolling head back into place. He fumbled around the body, finding a thin sword and a space ring. As for the armor on the body, it had already been chopped to pieces by the sword light just now. Wu Hang's eyes settled on the body of the single-edged thin sword. Nebula Evil Sword, Special Item, Category, Special Item, Effect, Touching Mist, appears behind the target simultaneously. Side effects, affects the mentality of the holder. Description, a cursed sword passed down through generations. Every master gains power but ends up dying by the sword. Thought it would be teleportation, turned out it's the sword's ability. Before, in the mist, Karim could instantly move behind him. He thought it was a Ronin skill. Now it seems it was entirely the sword's ability. What was more on the Ronin was the real battle experience. Wu Hang walked to the body and took off the sword sheath from his waist, sheathing the evil sword. He took out a mat, rolled up the body, and put it into the space ring. Then, carrying the spoils of war, he boarded the carriage. Lighthouse Street. Zai Ligui led the team members. Still in the inn on Lighthouse Street, they conducted their search. The team members knocked on the rooms of the inn's guests, asking for names and occupations, as well as how many were traveling together. The innkeeper whispered to Zai Ligui, who stood beside her, "Vice Executive, in a small place like this, how could we have criminals living here? It must be the establishment across the street, jealous of our good business, slandering us." Zai Ligui remained silent, one hand on the hilt of her sword, stationed at the staircase. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, the room at the very end had no response to the knocking. Two team members came over and said, "Vice Executive, no one is opening the door in that room." Zai Ligui looked at the incessantly chattering innkeeper and asked, "Someone is staying here?" "They are, they even ordered dinner not long ago. How could there be no one?" After saying this, she too knocked a couple of times, shouting, "Guest, are you there? Guest, are you still there? The guild's people are checking. Please, open the door." After standing at the door and shouting for a while, it remained unopened. Zai Ligui directly asked, "What kind of person is staying in the room?" "A dwarven gentleman, who seemed quite decently dressed." "What profession? How many people?" "Not sure about the profession, just one person." "Definitely has nothing to do with the killer you're talking about," continued the innkeeper. "In terms of height, he completely differed from the target the guild was seeking." "Open the door, let's take a look." The innkeeper hesitated, but finally took out the key to unlock the door. The room was empty, the bed in disarray, and there was unfinished food on the central wooden table. It seemed the person had truly left quite suddenly. "They must have left through the window," commented a team captain after glancing at the window, then turning back. "Record the features of the dwarf and check them against the warrants when we get back," Zai Ligui instructed. Seeing the guild investigating, the person had straightaway fled. Even if it wasn't related to this case, there was likely some issue. The team members began to question the innkeeper about the dwarf's appearance while Zai Ligui led the team to the next inn. The bustling streets were crowded. A dwarf shrouded in a linen hood mingled with the crowd, quickly moving away. Along the way, he saw a guild carriage passing by head-on and cautiously stepped aside, shielding his hooded head. After walking some distance, he finally looked back at the direction of the inn and the disappearing carriage. Guild members are everywhere. He hesitated for a moment, deep in thought. Leaving the busy street, he headed towards a quieter area. After crossing 2 blocks, His gaze eventually settled on an inn called Parrot Snail. It wasn't very crowded and the shop had a decent decor. He walked in, approached the counter, and asked, "Any rooms available?" "Yes, how many guests, and for how many days?" "Just one, for 3 days. There's a single suite on the 3rd floor, 360 coppers for 3 days." The dwarf paid the money and said as he went upstairs, "Prepare some dinner, and bring it up." "Certainly, guest. Please wait briefly upstairs." Chapter 355, Winchai is a bit wasteful. Emulo's actions had no impact on the port. Once the association's carriage left, the workers continued their previous duties while quietly discussing the recent events. The captain of the ship that nearly had Karam board rushed out of the cabin, wiping sweat from his brow and asking the crew about what just happened. After inquiring about the situation, and confirming that the association had taken the body away, he still called everyone out to re-verify each person's identity. Aboard the carriage, Wu Heng took out the evil sword and space ring, saying, "Steward, these were found on the body. According to the association's rules, spoils of war are to be chosen first by the person who contributed most." Even though Wu Heng had wounded the target and provided information on their whereabouts, it was still Emulo's 2 strikes that secured the final victory. Emulo sat opposite, glanced at the items, and said indifferently, "Keep them for now, let Moya tally them when we get back, and then we'll split the spoils." "All right," Wu Heng nodded, placing both items inside his space ring. Then, he continued, "Steward, this Karam seemed familiar with the association's rules, and now that he's dead, could that cause any trouble? After all, there was still an inspector special envoy on the island. He may seem inconsequential, but he has inspection duties over associations everywhere. If he were to take issue, it could indeed pose some problems." Emulo said, "An incumbent steward has special authority to deal with local emergencies. Killing him was within the rules." "That's good to hear," said Wu Heng with a nod. The carriage moved on, and the two casually chatted. They reached the front of the association. Both men disembarked. Emulo said, "Take the body for a post-mortem examination." "Oh, all right," Wu Heng nodded and walked towards the morgue up the stone steps on one side. In the cold morgue, several bodies were laid out. Among them, the Stag Merchant Group steward's and his lover's bodies were still placed in their original positions. As many things were still under investigation, the bodies had not been sent back to the Merchant Group. Seeing Wu Heng approach, the 2 coroners stood up and saluted, "Deputy Steward." His suspension notwithstanding, the respect from everyone remained unchanged. No one could tell when he might be reinstated. The title remained the same. Here's a fugitive killed by the steward, named Karam." "Verify his identity," said Wu Heng, bringing out the body wrapped in a straw mat. The 2 coroners nodded and together lifted the body onto the metal table. The head rolled out of the straw mat, tumbling to the side. The coroners retrieved the head. They then started to unwrap the mat and began the post-mortem examination. Wu Heng sat down on a wooden chair by the door, watching the coroners work and pondering his next plan. The turn of events had been fairly favorable. He'd managed to draw out the hidden enemy and killed them directly, eliminating a potential danger. However, the loss was not small, having lost a level 15 skeleton attendant. Level 15 skeletons were rare commodities and were previously used for personal protection. To have one killed outright was quite troubling. Glancing at the body being examined, he contemplated in his heart. Tap tap tap. Footsteps echoed from the stairway. Assistant Moya, accompanied by 2 association investigators, descended the stairs. He glanced at the morgue and then fixed his gaze on Wu Heng, saying, "The steward said you were planning to conduct a wenchai, so I've brought the investigators to you." "Wenchai?" By performing the wenchai, there was a high probability of discovering who hired him to came to the island to kill. Similarly, it could provide a breakthrough to identify the Stag Commerce Association's killer. But as a necromancer, much of his power came from collecting bodies. Even though Karam was slain by Emulo's 2 strikes, he had demonstrated extraordinary strength and battle awareness in the fight against him. A bloody hand level 15 warrior, himself a mage, and Andre Willow sniping from a distance, yet under these circumstances, he managed to kill Bloody Hand and then escape the scene. Using this body for just questioning felt like a waste. Quickly pondering in his mind, he stood up and said, "Assistant Moya, may I have a word with you privately?" Moya followed him to one side. Wu Heng said, "I intend to hold off on the wenchai for this body. There are some speculations I need to verify first." Moya frowned. With Karam dead, the person behind the scenes might get the news and choose to leave the island quickly. Wu Heng nodded, "Give me half a day. If it doesn't match my speculation, I'll immediately proceed with the wenchai." Moya continued to look at him, pondered for a moment, and said, "Why do I feel like you're not at all worried about whether you can be reinstated?" Wu Heng was taken aback. "How could I not be? The association is my family. This matter, I will discuss it with the steward," Moya reminded again. You also need to consider, if the culprit flees or if we ultimately can't find the one who killed the stag magic pointer, your situation will become quite troublesome. Understood. Wu Hang continued to take out the loot found on the body, saying, this is from the body's loot, the steward asked me to hand it over to you, to be divided equally later. Moya took it, saying, I'll go back and sort out the items inside, and come back tomorrow to take away your other half. Okay. Wu Hang nodded. Then I'm going back first, to talk to the steward about this. Moya said, then noticing that Wu Hang had returned to his seat on the wooden chair, asked, you're just going to stay here? Nothing much else to do, might as well keep watch here, Wu Hang said. Moya raised an eyebrow, understanding his meaning. He was afraid someone from the association might come to tamper with the body. All right then. I'll head back first, contact me if anything comes up. Wu Hang nodded, and Moya left directly with 2 investigators. About half an hour later, the coroner finished examining the body and had sewn the severed head back on. But it was just a surface stitching, the bones were fractured, which looked a bit misshapen. Deputy Steward, the body examination is complete, we can confirm it's Karam. Wu Hang stood up and said, proceed with the regular documentation, this body is very important, I need to take it away first. Okay, Deputy Steward. The straw mat was rewrapped, and Wu Hang retrieved the body into the space ring. He took large strides and left the morgue. Walking out of the association, he carried Skullcrusher with him toward his residence. Returning to his residence. As soon as he opened the iron gate, the skeleton guards in the courtyard all turned their skeleton heads towards him with quite an oppressive feeling. Spread out a bit. Wu Hang ordered directly. The skeleton guards moved out a distance, spreading throughout the courtyard. Minnie and Andre Willow rushed out of the room quickly. Master, are you alright? Master, are you injured? Both women began checking on him, one on each side. At the scene, when Bloody Hand disintegrated into a pile of bones, it had really scared them both quite a bit. I'm fine, not a scratch on me. Wu Hang said. Seeing that he was truly unharmed, the 2 maids finally breathed a sigh of relief. Minnie asked, what happened to that bad person? He's dead, caught him at the port, he nearly managed to escape. Wu Hang walked back to the house with the 2 women. Wow, Master, you're amazing. Minnie exclaimed. Not me, the steward did it, he killed the man directly, Wu Hang explained. Back in the room, seeing the 2 were quite concerned about the incident, he briefly recounted what had just happened. When they heard that Emilio had decapitated the enemy with 2 strikes, Minnie and Andre Willow still showed some surprise. After all, Karam had managed to kill a level 15 Bloody Hand and escaped under sniper fire while surrounded by many skeletons. It had already shown a strong combat and survival capability. For such a person to be killed by the steward in just 2 strikes, that was a bit too exaggerated. Steward Emilio seems to be more powerful than Gomez the steward, Andre Willow commented. Gomez was the steward of London City. Much more powerful, you could probably defeat Gomez as you are now, Wu Hang replied candidly. Gomez's level was probably around 12. Although Andre Willow's level was somewhat lower, after consuming so many elixirs, her attributes might not be lower than Gomez's. Add some firearms to the mix, and she would have a chance to kill him. No way. Andre Willow leaned in shyly. Minnie continued to ask, Master, have you been reinstated yet? Not yet. I'll see how things go in a few days. If there's really no other way, I'll have to interrogate this body. Oh, okay. Minnie nodded and continued, what would the Master like to eat tonight? Let's celebrate your victory. It was so cool when you were chasing that bad guy with a sword. Just prepare something simple, the matter isn't over yet, so stay inside for now, Wu Hang instructed. Oh, alright. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit tavern, a noise-canceling device was deployed. The inspector's special envoy Kalima, with a grim expression, said, the person sent to assassinate Wu Hang is dead? That useless Karam got himself killed at the port by Emilio, said the panicked captain. Damn it, Mr. Kalima, we need to leave quickly, or the association will come looking for us. Kalima kept staring at him, speaking coldly, does anyone else know about our dealings? Chapter 356, quick smell. The other party's eyebrows furrowed instantly, eyes alert. Mr. Kalima, what do you mean? If only you know about this matter, then you can't leave the island as soon as possible. I am leaving now, and Emilio will immediately suspect me. Kalima sat down opposite. Oh, rest assured on that point, only I know about our affair. I've already arranged for a ship to leave the port and will be departing soon. The captain spoke directly. Kalima nodded. In that case, I'm relieved. Of course, I am a businessman, the most. Before he could finish, a streak of silver white lightning violently struck. It hit him squarely in the chest, sending a swath of furniture behind him toppling. The captain's chest was scorched, the lingering effect of the lightning causing his body to still twitch. Next, a second arrow of flame instantly pierced his brow, leaving a charred hole. Trickles of fresh blood slowly oozed out. Kalima stepped forward, searched the body, and took the space ring off it. Blame your careless workmanship for this. If you didn't die, you would have implicated me sooner or later. He took out a straw mat, wrapped the body in it, and then stored it in the space ring. Casually tidied up the private room. Picked up the soundproofing device from the ground, and left without further ado. Leaving the tavern, he boarded a carriage and slowly departed. At his residence, in the study, Wu Heng sat at his desk, reading a novel. Before long, Glenda phased back through the wall from outside. She said, "Just as you thought, not long after you left the association, Kalima took a carriage and left, heading to the last tavern. When he left, I took a look inside the private room. There was no one there. Seems like he killed someone, and carried the body away." "How can you be sure it was him who killed someone?" "The room clearly had evidence of someone else having a meal, and unless the person could become invisible to escape, they were killed by him. If I were Kalima, to kill without leaving evidence would be the best outcome," Glenda said analytically. Wu Heng nodded. "Let me see." Glenda re-entered his body. This time, Glenda's tracking kept an even greater distance. She hovered high above, remotely watching the carriage's movements. Then, after Kalima left the tavern, she became invisible and entered the private room to investigate. Inside the private room, there were indeed traces of another person. But after Kalima's departure, it was empty. Wu Heng sat in his chair, organizing the entire affair in his mind. He said, "That means, Kalima believes I will interrogate the dead and killed the person who knew about his involvement beforehand, so when the person can't be found later, there's no way to connect the incident to him." Glenda nodded. "Smart. Kalima is quite decisive." "Indeed," said Wu Heng. "Meaning that even if someone exposes his murder in the tavern, it'd still be a lesser crime than colluding with outsiders to frame the vice executive of the association. What do you plan to do next?" Glenda continued. "If our speculation is correct and the person behind this has already been killed by Kalima, even if I carry out Wenshai, the person is already dead, and can't testify. This won't lead back to Kalima." Wu Heng tapped the back of his chair as he spoke. "Tomorrow, I'll go to the association to see, and then decide the next step based on the situation. You should take a lesson from this incident. Not all in the association are good, even if the association was founded with good intentions. Everyone has their own interests," Glenda reminded. Wu Heng smiled and replied, "When I first joined the association, the steward at the time taught me a lesson." "All right then." Glenda floated aside, glanced at the books on the desk with a bit of reproach. "Next time you read, could you not just toss my bookmark anywhere? I have to start looking all over again. Page 64, I've got it memorized for you." Glenda's finger flicked, turning the pages to 64, she hummed lightly and resumed her reading. Wu Heng, meanwhile, continued to ponder at the side. "Now it seems, even Wenshai makes it difficult to escape the fact that he has killed. Master, it's time to eat downstairs." At that moment, Minnie's voice called from downstairs. Wu Heng stood up and walked down to the lower floor. In the living room on the first floor, the sound of women chatting could be heard. Just as he stepped down to the first floor, Minnie came running over, tittering, with a piece of off-white fabric in hand, bringing it to his nose. "Master, have a smell." Wu Heng smelled it instinctively, sensing a faint warm fragrance. "What is it?" "Nothing, it's Sister Shainala's. Doesn't it smell nice?" Minnie said. Minnie. Shainala was sitting in the living room, hearing this remark, turned her head to glance over. Seeing what was in the other's hand, she shouted and dashed over in a blush of embarrassment. Minnie laughed heartily, clutching the piece of fabric in her hand and running all over the living room. In midair, a white-feathered little owl also circled overhead, chirping along. Wu Heng walked into the living room, looked at Andre Willow, and asked, "What's going on?" Andre Willow replied, "Sister Shainala came for a visit. Minnie gave her 2 bras that you brought from home, and that one was the bra Sister Shainala had just taken off." "Ah. That's what I thought." Wu Heng was stunned, then took another look at the item in Minnie's hands. It really was a bra, and not a small size at that. Minnie really was particular, keeping the good stuff for herself. The two played around for a bit, and then the dinner was served. Shainala snatched back the bra and tucked it into her space ring. A few people sat down at the dining table and began to eat. Shainala looked up at him and said, "I heard from Minnie and Wire that you ran into danger today. Are you hurt?" "No, I just lost a skeleton attendant." "Who was the enemy? Do you need my help?" Shainala offered bluntly. Shainala might not show much advantage in direct combat in terms of physical strength. But as the leader of her own trade guild, there were many ways she could operate to deal with certain people. Wu Heng said directly, "No need, after the enemy fled, I told the steward, and he took care of it by killing the person. With Emilo in action, that person definitely wouldn't survive. Wu Heng grew interested and asked, is the steward that powerful? You must have heard that pirates dare not land on the island, and few even venture close to its surroundings. I have. They say it's because Steward Emilo is in charge of Gold and Silver Island. Shayla considered her words, then continued, the guild will never trust a former pirate to be island master of a key maritime trade hub, so they placed Emilo here. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. Is the steward stationed here also as a deterrent to the island master? Yes, you could say that. How high level is he? Wu Heng inquired. I'm not sure about that, but Emilo has been renowned for a long time. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered the news he had heard. It seemed to all make sense. Emilo wasn't just on Gold and Silver Island to deter pirates, but also the pardoned island master. After dinner, they chatted together in the living room for a while. As the sky gradually darkened, Shayla went home, and Wu Heng, along with 2 women, also returned to his room to rest. The next day, at the guild, Wu Heng continued to instruct the 2 women not to go out, then hopped the wall to Shayla's place before he himself left his residence and headed to the guild. First, he went to his own office to check the records of the skeleton investigator. After finding no useful information, he walked back out. In the corridor, he saw Zailigui decked out in armor, about to head out. Seeing him, she frowned and said directly, come with me for a moment. Wu Heng followed her aside. What's up? You killed Karim? Zailigui eyed him with wide eyes, looking inquisitive. Wu Heng responded, the steward did. I used a special item to lead him there. No, Moya said that you severely wounded Karim yourself, Zailigui continued questioning. Karim had landed on the island. While she had warned Wu Heng, she also harbored some worries herself. If she were to face Karim, it would be tough for her to be his match. And now, to think he had been severely injured by Wu Heng and ultimately killed by the steward. I set up an ambush, many people attacked him at once. He was indeed formidable, but not very clever, explained Wu Heng. Zailigui frowned and glanced at him. For real? For real. So where are you off to now? I'm going to split the spoils from yesterday's kill. You. Zailigui started, then waved her hand in dismissal. Alright, go on then. I'm taking people to find your murderer. Thanks, I'll definitely repay you someday. Zailigui rolled her eyes at him and continued toward the outside. Wu Heng also headed to the steward's office. Chapter 357, Controlling Spouse. Zailigui left, and Wu Heng directly headed to the steward's office. He knocked on the door lightly and pushed it open to enter. Emilo was still sitting behind the desk, organizing documents. He looked up at him and asked, why didn't you perform Wenshai yesterday? There were some other clues, so I wasn't in a rush to perform Wenshai, Wu Heng said. This involves framing a vice executive of the association, which is no small matter. Don't delay the progress of the case, Emilo reminded him as he set the documents aside. This was referring to his not having conducted Wenshai on the body. I understand, Wu Heng continued to explain. This body was brought to the island from the cargo ship after I was suspended, so the crucial clue is still the murderer who killed the Stag Merchant Group manager. Do you have any leads now? Only some fragmented clues, still investigating. Emilo glanced at him and said, I'll give you 1 day. Understood. Alright, go divide the spoils of war with Moya. Okay. Moya walked over from the side. He waved his hand over the coffee table. The spoils from yesterday were laid out in turn on the table. Weapons, armor, various items and scrolls, a bag of gold coins, a large number of silver coins, and a book. The variety was not lacking, and the number of gold coins far exceeded the silver coins. 2 special items, 6 magic items, 13 scrolls, and 1 book, Moya said from the side. Wu Heng's gaze fell on the special items. Besides the Nebula Evil Sword, special item, he had seen yesterday, there was another, the Thug's Arm Guard, special item. Thug's Arm Guard, special item, effect, wearer's movements become more agile, side effect, decrease in sanity, description, strength should be confronted head-on. The second special item was beneficial for mobility, but the cost was high. The loss of sanity. Such special items that affect one's mental state can be quite fatal. Fighting isn't just a contest of physical strength, it's also about mental engagement and strategic battles. The emptier the mind becomes in a fight, the more fatal it can be. The Nebula Evil Sword is quite famous, with the ability to appear behind a target during combat, while its side effect inflicts psychological effects on the user. The second one, the Thug's Arm Guard, can make the wearer's movements more swift during combat, with the side effect being a tendency to act impulsively, Moya softly introduced as he saw him looking at the 2 special items. Wu Heng nodded and looked at the magic items. There were many types of magic items, 2 of which were still single-edged long swords, with the magic effects being sharpness and armor penetration. The rest of the magic items were namely a space ring, 5 cubic meters, veiled cloak, firestone ring, and magic sensor. There were a fair number of items, but they weren't of much use to him. His gaze continued to move, passing over several single-use magical scrolls, and finally landed on the last book, Magic Tattoo. When he was fighting Karim, the other party's tattoos manifested a rather strange fighting method. Moreover, moving close to the ground, physical attacks were hardly effective against such tattoos. It seemed like it had to do with this book. Did he tattoo himself? A hand tattooing the other arm? Moya had given a general introduction, mainly about the special items and magic items, and continued, the most valuable here is the evil sword. Special item weapons are rare and expensive. My suggestion is to count the evil sword as one lot and the rest of the special items and items as another lot. Wu Hang frowned. The value of this evil sword was so high. One item could match the value of all the other items. I have no objections. Alright, you choose first. Moya said. Wu Hang immediately responded, then I won't stand on ceremony, I'll take this evil sword. He possessed a few special items, but their effects were more auxiliary in nature. For instance, the corpse wrap's invisibility effect, the veil's illusion effect, and the tracing locket's person tracking ability. Once in combat, they could hardly make a significant impact. And this evil sword, even if he wasn't very skilled in swordsmanship, being able to use it to suddenly appear behind an enemy could still be quite threatening. It could at least give one's opponent a scare. Moya didn't say much more and collected the other items, passing the evil sword to him. Yours. Thank you. Wu Hang took it and also stowed it in his space ring. The trade was concluded. Wu Hang stood up. Steward, I have made my choice. Alright, hurry up and resolve the matter with the Stag Commerce Association. Got it. Wu Hang nodded and left the office. After leaving the steward's office, Wu Hang directly went to his own office. He picked up the records of the skeleton investigator. I glanced at them, with no important entries. It seemed like Calamity stayed in his room and didn't talk much. He took out the newly exchanged evil sword and observed it carefully. He drew the long sword from its scabbard. The blade was sharp, exuding a fierce intent to kill. In the open space, he practiced a couple of swordsmanship movements. He muttered, I wonder how strong Emilo really is? As he said this, Wu Hang suddenly startled, and his hairs stood on end. For a moment, he indeed had the idea of challenging Emilo. He had grown too bold. A man whose presence alone deterred pirates from approaching the shore, placed by the association on Gold and Silver Island to intimidate the island master. Why had he thought of challenging the man? Then, his gaze fell on the weapon in his hand. Side effect, influences the holder's temperament. Could it be what this meant? Had the weapon influenced him? I have enhanced will, how could it still affect me? He tossed the weapon onto the table. Chapter 357, Control Couple. This thing is truly sinister. If I had gone to find Emilo with a sword in hand, maybe things would have been okay. At most he would have thought I'd gone mad, beaten me up, and then investigated the reason. If I had challenged some other formidable person, I might have died without even knowing how. Knock knock knock. Just as Wu Hang had sat down at his desk, the door was knocked on. Come in. The door opened, and a woman clad in a grey cloak with her head bowed entered. She came in quickly and then took off her hood. Millicent, Philippa's mother. Deputy Steward. Millicent bowed respectfully. One could see that Millicent was in good spirits. Her mental state had also improved significantly since before. What's the matter? Asked Wu Hang. Being an information scout, it was actually quite dangerous for her to come directly to me. If someone tailed her or if she were recognized by anybody, it would be easy for others to investigate. The lady informed him, today, a dwarf guest checked out. While we were cleaning his room, we found these. Millicent took out several items from her side bag. A black wig, some torn cloth strips, and various wooden sticks that looked like parts of something. Black hair? Dwarves? The dwarves were of small stature and didn't match the three people who had imitated him at all. But clearly, this was related to the matter. You said he checked out? Where did he go? Wu Hang asked directly. Millicent replied, he headed towards the port. It seems he plans to leave the island. Wu Hang nodded and began to put on his leather armor as he spoke. Do you know which ship? I don't know. You did well on this matter. Go back for now, and I'll find you after I've dealt with this issue, Wu Hang told her directly. Yes, sir. Millicent put on her hood and left. Wu Hang, after getting ready, also left with Skullcrusher in hand. Taking the association's carriage, he headed towards the port. On the way, Zai Ligui and her team were still inquiring at the taverns. The carriage stopped, and Wu Hang poked his head out. Zai Ligui, we have a lead. Zai Ligui looked up and frowned. What lead? Get in first. Zai Ligui opened the door and got in. Wu Heng shared the intelligence he had received with her. He didn't mention Millicent, he only said that the intel pointed to a dwarf and a black wig. Zai Ligui nodded, pulled aside the curtain, and said to her team outside, "Let's go, to the port." The carriage began to move again, heading towards the port. They finally arrived at the port. The group headed to the area where the ship's management was located. Seeing how formidable the association people looked, the ship's manager grew nervous. "Gentlemen, what can I do for you?" he asked. Zai Ligui said, "Did any ships leave the dock today?" "What times?" "Several ships left the dock this morning." "And what about the ships that are about to leave, which ones are they?" The ship's manager immediately flipped through the logbook and said, "Dock 5, 7, 9, in the afternoon, it's dock 11. After listening to all the details, Wu Heng's mind raced, and Glenda and Zhao flew out of his body, invisible, and headed towards the corresponding dock numbers. Zai Ligui also ordered, 1 team per ship, look for a dwarf, in a blue-gray robe, wearing a hood. Yes, the teams quickly dispersed, heading towards the cargo ships. Soon, Glenda and Zhao flew back from a distance. They entered his body directly. The next second, Glenda's vision shared through their mind showed the dimly lit cabin. The dwarf sat on the wooden bed, legs propped up, waiting for the ship to sail. His eyes were constantly scanning the cabin door, looking somewhat vigilant. "That's him." "Dock 7. Wu Heng called out. Everyone hurriedly followed and boarded the ship together. Inside a single room in the cabin, the dwarf was sitting on the wooden bed, arms resting on his knees, quietly waiting. Whenever he heard footsteps in the corridor, he would anxiously look at the door. He had heard about the incidents of the past few days. The association had been intensifying their investigation recently, and the person who had hired him had also disappeared. "Just need to get away from here, and I'll be safe." The dwarf took a deep breath to calm himself down. But he still regretted getting involved in this mess. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps arose once again. The dwarf's heart tensed immediately. And just as he was intently listening, bang! A loud boom. The door was forcefully kicked open. The team members blocked the doorway, weapons pointed at the intruder. The dwarf's face changed drastically, but he forcibly maintained his composure and asked, "Gentlemen, what seems to be the issue here?" "I believe this is the room I booked." Wu Heng sized him up and asked, "You don't recognize me? Or do you think the association wouldn't find out about you here?" The dwarf's expression shifted, and he thrust his hands forward, spreading his fingers wide. 2 exaggerated big-head puppets charged directly at them. Suddenly, the puppets opened their mouths wide, one spewing black grease, the other shooting out flames. Whoosh boom. Instantly, an explosion sounded. Inside the cabin, flames erupted. The team, trying to avoid the blaze, scattered in all directions. The dwarf's fingers moved again, and another canine puppet emerged from the space ring. Riding on its back, he ducked his head and charged out. "You imbeciles, go catch Eld if you can, don't waste your efforts on me," yelled the dwarf. The dwarf roared as he rode the puppets back, quickly dashing away. Meanwhile, the fire continued to spread within the cabin. Wu Heng watched the retreating figure, immediately drew his rifle, and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. Bullets whistled out, striking the target with precision. Blood sprayed, and the dwarf fell off the puppet, struggling to stand back up, his fingers still attempting to manipulate the controls. Chapter 357, Controlling Spouse. Zai Ligui's footsteps lightly tapped, and his figure turned into a black shadow that shot out, knocking the dwarf flying once again. The longsword was pressed against the throat. "Damn it. I give up," coughed the dwarf, speaking loudly. The equipment on his body was removed. The person was also detained by the squad members. "Disperse the crowd, organize personnel to put out the fire, 1 squad come with me to bring the person back," Zai Ligui ordered again. "Yes." 1 squad left with the captive, while the rest began organizing people to put out the fire. In the dim cell, Emilo, Moya, Kalima, and 2 investigators came down from upstairs. Wu Heng stepped forward and recounted the recent events. The group's gaze also fell on the dwarf in the dungeon. The dwarf flipped over to sit up, his eyes looking outside. "Humphrey, coming to see your daddy? I have the right to come and go from the island freely. You've captured me for no reason. I will report you to the association," the dwarf shouted loudly. He had already confessed on the ship, but as soon as he arrived at the association's dungeon, he immediately recanted. Wu Heng glanced to the side. Emilo, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke directly, "Kill him and question the corpse." Clearly, this matter had exhausted his patience. Hearing these words, the dwarf's face instantly changed, saying, "Emilo, are you mad? The association doesn't allow the murder of innocents. Kill him." Emilio said directly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows flew through the iron bars. In an instant, they pierced through the dwarf's body, who fell to the ground with a face full of shock and fear. Wu Heng immediately cast Communicate with the Dead, and the corpse sat up from the ground. Who killed the stag magic pointer 4 days ago? Wu Heng asked. Me. How did you carry out the killing? Wu Heng continued to ask. The corpse answered, I manipulated 3 puppets to imitate your appearance and killed the target. With this questioning, the entire world's threads became completely clear. The reason there were 3 people. It was actually the dwarf controlling 3 puppets, imitating Wu Heng and the skeleton attendant's appearance. And since the lighting was dim at the time, it was very difficult for the corpse to discern more clues before death. It was easily directed towards the only necromancer of the Gold and Silver Island Association. In the investigation, the footprint of a single person that Zai Ligui mentioned, with a smaller size, was also because the dwarf attracted the puppets and escaped alone. It was all the dwarf's doing, but the direction of the investigation was always towards 3 people. The investigators behind him kept recording non-stop. Wu Heng continued to ask, why frame me? The dwarf answered, Ewald promised to give me a sum of money. How did he speak to you? He told me to imitate your form, and I didn't have to worry about the rest. The last question. Wu Heng thought for a moment before continuing to ask, reveal the full identity of this Ewald. Ewald, captain of the Orochi. After answering the final question, the corpse collapsed back onto the floor with a bang. The dungeon fell quiet once more. Emilio spoke directly, inform the port, the Orochi cargo ship is not to leave the post, search for this Ewald. Yes. Everyone nodded. Emilio, you should pay more attention to Gold and Silver Island, these people even conspired against the deputy steward, Inspector Special Envoy Calamity said with a smile. Emilio nodded, I was only focused on the affairs of the pirates before. It seems I really should manage local security. Calamity continued looking at Wu Heng, saying, the investigation has been clarified, and effective immediately. Wu Heng's position as deputy steward is restored. Thank you. Wu Heng expressed his thanks in a formal gesture. It was me who suspended you, carrying some professional prejudice, Deputy Steward Wu Heng, I hope you don't hold it against me, Calamity said with a sigh. How could I? We all act according to procedure. Calamity nodded and left with Emilio towards the outside. Wu Heng and Zai Ligui followed from behind. Zai Ligui said, this Calamity isn't so bad after all, he even apologized to you. Yes. Chapter 358, Skeleton Road and Wu Heng went to his office with Zai Ligui. He produced the space ring obtained from the dwarves. This time, capturing the dwarves involved Zai Ligui and various squads, plus there were several who suffered minor injuries. The spoils of war needed to be divided. Items were taken out one by one. 2 big head puppets, 3 humanoid puppets, some materials and parts, carving tools, daily necessities, gold coins, silver coins, a book, types of ghost puppets and detailed runes, and the space ring. Are these puppets valuable? Wu Heng asked. The 2 big head puppets, one could spray oil, and the other could breathe fire. Their modes of attack were quite strange, and within the parts set aside, one could also see a device for firing crossbow arrows. It seemed they could be changed out. The other 3 humanoid puppets were probably meant to imitate Wu Heng to assassinate the stag manager. One of them even had a long-handled hammer made of wood. It was relatively rough. Puppet masters are quite rare, so they might not be easy to sell. We could hand them over to the guild in exchange for some merit. Zai Ligui stood up and checked the construction of the puppet. She lifted the outer layer of armor. The inner construction of the puppet was indeed more complicated than that of a skeleton, which only had a simple skeletal structure. Eroded runes could also be seen on the puppet's framework. It was a profession that required high manual and intellectual abilities. We'll ask the squads about it later. If no one wants them, we'll exchange them for merit. Zai Ligui also nodded in agreement. The 2 gathered the remaining items. They divided them according to value, to share with the squads later on. This dwarf puppet master did not lack money. Even though there were quite a few participants, everyone could get a share, which was more than the reward for a common fugitive. It turned out to be worth the effort. After the spoils were distributed, Zai Ligui also left immediately to continue with her own matters. Afternoon. The squad sent to capture Captain Ewald returned. As expected, the person was missing. No trace of him was found, neither in the cabin where he resided nor on his ship. It was as though he vanished from the world altogether. The ship's vice-captain and some key members were taken to the guild for investigation. The merchant fleet's ships were also temporarily seized and were not allowed to leave their posts. Emilio was very assertive in this matter, and if they really found the captain, he would probably kill him and perform wenchai. The investigation continued. At Novel Bennett, of course, they would never find this person. He had already been killed by Kalima, and unless Wu Heng killed him to perform Wenshai himself, it would be hard to find out where the person was with the local investigative methods. And Wu Heng wouldn't do that. If he really did, he might easily get himself involved again. Steward's office. Steward, you wanted to see me? Wu Heng walked in as he pushed the door open. Putting down the documents in his hand, Emilio said, "We didn't find that person. If he's not on the run, he's been silenced. He will appear on a wanted poster, so he won't be much of a threat to you. I rely on the steward's arrangements." Wu Heng replied, and then continued, "I want to investigate Captain Yule's background. I'm curious about his motive for harming me." Emilio said, "I'll have someone look into his family and background. An assassination attempt on a vice executive of the guild doesn't just end because the person can't be found." "All right, thank you, steward. With this investigation, the case of the stag manager's murder is closed, and the body will be returned to their merchant fleet in time." The body had been in the morgue for several days already. It was indeed time to send it back. "I have no objections. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll notify you if there's any progress on this matter." "Okay, I'll head back then." Emilio nodded, "Go ahead." As Wu Heng walked out of the steward's office, he headed back. On the way, it just so happened that he ran into Zai Ligui. "Where are you going?" Zai Ligui asked. "Heading home. Have you just finished your work?" "Yes." Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, "How about I treat everyone to dinner tonight as a way to thank all of you? The guild is quite busy now. It wouldn't look good to go out for a celebratory dinner as a group," Zai Ligui bluntly replied. "Then let's do it another day, when there's time." Zai Ligui nodded. Wu Heng continued to ask, "When is Kalima leaving?" "I just heard him tell the steward that his ship ticket is for tomorrow." "Oh, I thought he was planning on settling down here. I don't really like him either." The two chatted as they walked. Zai Ligui returned to her own office. Wu Heng, on the other hand, left the guild and headed to his residence. Upon returning to his residence, Minnie and Andre Willow came out from the room to greet him. Minnie asked, "Master, how did it go today?" "It's settled, the matter has been investigated clearly." "Wire, you can return to the guild tomorrow," Wu Heng replied. "Okay, Master," Andre Willow nodded. Minnie, hugging his arm, asked, "What about the bad person who framed you? He's no longer a threat. Was it a former enemy?" Minnie continued to probe. "I don't know him, a captain of a merchant fleet. It's very likely related to the secret cultivation hall or pirates," Wu Heng explained. "Oh. I thought it was an old enemy." "It's unlikely." The three of them entered the living room together. Minnie brought some fruit from the kitchen and said, "Then, can I go out to buy some things tomorrow? It's not good to always trouble Shayla to help." Wu Heng nodded, "Sure, when you go out, take the skeleton attendant with you. If there's any danger, run back home." "Hee, got it." Minnie chuckled and forked 2 slices of cut fruit into his mouth. Chapter 358, Skeleton Ronin Crisis Resolved. Wu Heng and the 2 ladies also relaxed quite a bit in their hearts. Otherwise, there had always been a sense of crisis weighing on their minds. They chatted about what to have for dinner to celebrate. As the 2 ladies prepared, Wu Heng headed upstairs. Passing through the 3rd floor, Wu Heng entered the radio room to check it. After confirming that there were no messages from Philippa, he went straight to the 4th floor. After a quick wash, he opened the boundary door and went to the zombie world. Stepping out of the dormitory, he headed directly to the backyard. He took out Karim's body, had the skeletons unwrap the straw mat, and stripped off the armor. The armor on Karim looked quite good. However, the breastplate had been pierced by Emilio's sword, leaving a gash. It seemed to be scrapped. After all the equipment was stripped off and set aside, Wu Heng released the bone manipulation skill. Necromancy magic enveloped the corpse, flesh began to fall off, and white bone slowly emerged. Then, a ghostly blue soul fire rose from the eye sockets, and the skeleton sat up from the ground. Skeleton Ronin, level 17, level 17. Not level 16. Just 1 level short of 18. No wonder he had been so arrogantly causing chaos everywhere. Once he reached level 18, even if he got killed, he might be forgiven for his crimes due to some reason. But now he was his own skeleton attendant. His own strength had indeed increased. After emerging from the rotting flesh, Wu Heng began to inspect the skeleton's attributes. Skeleton Ronin, level 17, attributes, Constitution 25, Strength 28, Agility 32, Intelligence 18, Perception 28, Charm 7, Traits, Hollow Skeleton, Intermediate Soul, Battle Dancer, Expertise, Leather Armor Expertise, Advanced, Single-Edged Sword Expertise, Master, Basic Sword and Blade Expertise, Intermediate, Abilities, Swordsmanship, Precise Strike, Agility Speed, Sharp Splendor, Intuitive Dodge, killing finish, Wu Heng examined the entire profession's skills. He raised his eyebrows slightly. From an overall perspective, Ronin belonged to an agility-based melee profession. In terms of characteristics, high agility, and decent strength and perception. Apart from various combat abilities, Wu Heng focused on Battle Dancer and Intuitive Dodge. Battle Dancer moves agilely, wields the sword swiftly and precisely, masters conventional sword and bladed weapons, agility +5, perception +3. It increased agility and perception. Intuitive Dodge, intuition that allows danger to be sensed and dodged appropriately. Whether it was his own machine gun fire or Andre Willow's sniping from a distance, Karam could instinctively make dodging maneuvers. Especially for the long-range sniping, although he didn't avoid the bullets, his actions helped him to evade vital areas. Dodging sniper bullets, even movies wouldn't dare film that. Wu Heng was quite satisfied with the skeleton's attributes. It's just that the abilities of the tattoos and the release of the fog were no longer there. From now on, you'll still be called Karam, put on your armor. Wu Heng said. At Novelban Karam went to one side and began to put on the stripped-off armor. After he was fully suited up, Wu Heng took out the Nebula Evil Sword and handed it to him. Use this weapon. The skeleton took it and held it in its hand. Wu Heng watched it for a while to make sure there were no changes before taking it back with him. The side effect of the Evil Sword was to influence the user's character. Logically speaking, a skeleton attendant should be devoid of these things. And the Evil Sword's ability to blink behind the enemy when touching the mist, that would be seen how to integrate later. With 2 skeleton attendants in tow, he returned to the yard. Chi Hengkai also approached from not far away. Her eyes scanned Karam with some curiosity. Previously, Wu Heng had brought with him the twin-blade skeleton, whose combat style was quite ferocious. Now he had changed bodyguards. After several glances, she retracted her gaze and said, "Yesterday, the military came and sold us a batch of military supplies." Wu Heng's brow furrowed. The old factory priced military equipment quite low, and the other party had attempted to negotiate with them several times before. They wanted to increase the ratio of food exchanged. However, Wu Heng had been busy with other things recently and hadn't paid much attention to this matter. So they had sold a batch already? What have they exchanged for? Wu Heng asked. Radio equipment, communication headsets, and some bulletproof vests, helmets, and the like. The prices were set for outsiders, they came to trade, so we just exchanged at the normal rate, Chi Hengkai explained. Military gear was definitely better than what civilians had. But in large quantities, it wasn't of much use. Do you know why they are selling so much to the outside? Chi Hengkai thought for a moment, then said, "It feels like they're going to leave this place. Besides exchanging food with us, they're also recruiting a few superpowered men safe havens." In conversation, they vaguely expressed they could provide a safer location and asked if we would like to join. Leaving? Before winter completely blocks the roads? After hearing Chi Hengkai's words, Wu Heng immediately thought of this possibility. It was entirely probable. Finding a more suitable refuge for survival, or regrouping with the main force. Both could be reasons for them to choose to leave. That meant they had brought everything they wouldn't need, or had excessive, here to exchange for food. Luckily, he had agreed to give more food previously. Otherwise, the other party would have probably brought everything here en masse. Wu Heng continued, "We can start by getting some information from them. As for joining them, there's no need. We're still quite safe and stable here, and we don't know the situation over there." "Okay, I'll inquire some more later." Chi Hengkai nodded and continued, "Do you want to prepare to clear the zombies?" Chapter 358, Skeleton Ronin. "In a couple of days, I'll see when I have time." "Oh, great." The two walked around the factory area. After confirming that there were no issues, Wu Heng returned to the dormitory. Chi Hengkai went to take care of her own business. Gold and Silver Island. Wu Heng walked down the stairs. Minnie's eyes widened as she pointed at the skeleton following behind him. "It's him, the one who killed Bloody Hand." Karam had distinct physical characteristics. Even without facial features, one could recognize him immediately by his body shape and attire. Andre Willow also looked up and recognized the skeleton. Wu Heng nodded. "After I killed him, he turned into a skeleton, which was just right to fill Bloody Hand's position." "Wow." Minnie walked around and added, "It's also a way of atoning for his past actions." "Hey. Minnie's really speaking with some standards nowadays." With a smile and her head held high with pride, Minnie said, "I've been reading books lately." Andre Willow chimed in, "But they're all novels." "Go away. Sister Wire, you're so annoying," Minnie complained. Soon, dinner was served. It was prepared to be more lavish than usual to celebrate Wu Heng's reinstatement. At Novel Bennett after dinner, the three of them trained in the courtyard before returning to the room together. In the bathroom, Steam rose. Wu Heng luxuriously soaked in the tub, exhaling deeply. As he lay back on the edge, his mind involuntarily pondered the remaining matters. Only Kalima left. The only one still alive and tied to the matter was Inspector Special Envoy Kalima. During the day, he even apologized to me. He acted as if he knew nothing. At that time, I wished I could just expose his deed and have Emilo check his space ring, perhaps the body was inside. And he's still pretending. No, what if he knew the ghost was tracking him and wasn't afraid to confront me? Thinking about it further, it actually seemed plausible. Being a mage and an Inspector Special Envoy of the Association, he might not be able to stop a ghost from tracking him, but it was very likely that he'd noticed the ghost. Getting prepared in advance, he wasn't afraid of me revealing anything. Cunning old fox. We'll see which ship you board tomorrow. Squeak. The bathroom door opened. Minnie and Andre Willow, wrapped in bath towels, walked in directly. Their beautiful arms, collarbones, and straight legs were exposed. Master, it's been a while since we bathed together, Minnie approached from behind and wrapped her arms around his neck. We can bathe together anytime. Wu Heng smiled. Andre Willow also came over and gently scrubbed his arm. After a while, Wu Heng whispered, "Wire, get in." Andre Willow's cheeks flushed as she nodded lightly and stepped into the tub, sitting face to face. When she sat in the tub, the bath towel floated up, revealing large areas of skin. Wu Heng grabbed under her ribs and shuffled her towards himself. Andre Willow then lay on top of him. Minnie giggled curiously, "Sister Wire, does it feel good? Stop talking nonsense." After a while, Wu Heng also pulled Minnie into the tub. When they were nearly done, he carried the bunny girl clinging to his body to the bedroom. The next day, Wu Heng and Andre Willow went together to the association. Andre Willow was back at work, acting as an assistant. Wu Heng was there to send off Kalima as he left the island and to confirm which ship he would board. Upon arriving at the association, Wu Heng never found the person he was meant to see off. He directly knocked on Ziligui's office door. After pushing the door open, Ziligui looked up. "What's up? Isn't today Kalima's farewell day?" Wu Heng asked. Ziligui responded, "He's gone. He changed his plans at the last minute and left port this morning." Gone? Chapter 359, Tracking. He heard the other party walk away. At first, he was taken aback, then he quickly realized what was happening. He was surprised by how cautious the old man was. He had lied about the time he was leaving the island, deceiving everyone in the association. Wu Heng grew even more suspicious, wondering if Kalima was aware that the ghost was tracking him. Otherwise, with most of the people involved in this already dead, he wouldn't have taken such extreme measures. "What's wrong?" Seeing his odd expression, Shiraz asked in confusion. "Oh, it's nothing, just thought I would send him off." "I didn't expect him to leave early," Wu Heng said as he walked in and sat down on the sofa. Shiraz said, "Maybe there was some change in plans?" "The association's fleet?" Wu Heng asked. "He probably boarded a ship from one of the merchant groups. They've been closing down the port for the past couple of days, and it has delayed many ships' schedules. A lot of them left this morning," Ziligui explained. "Oh." Wu Heng nodded. It sounded like Ziligui wasn't aware of which ship he had left on either. With a smile, Ziligui said, "You seem to dislike him quite a bit, yet you took it seriously. In my profession, getting on good terms with an Inspector Special Envoy is never a bad thing." Wu Heng turned and added, "You are already doing very well in your achievements, you don't need these extra efforts. The association's promotions are out of his reach as an Inspector Special Envoy." "Yeah, you're right," Wu Heng continued. "Anyway, since he's gone, it's done. I was just asking. I'll head back now and treat you to a meal some other day." Ziligui responded softly. Wu Heng left the room and headed back. As he walked through the corridor, Wu Heng swiftly pondered over the matter. Kalima's early departure had indeed disrupted his original plan. It wasn't just a matter of whether he could catch up in time. He was also unclear about which ship the other party had boarded. Moreover, as Ziligui mentioned, the port had been closed for the past couple of days, affecting many of the fleets. With no leads at all, it was simply unrealistic to check each one. Emilo likely knew the vessel and route he had taken, but with Emilo's way of thinking, if he tried to gather information himself, it was easy to reveal something that would attract their attention and make the situation even harder to deal with later. This old fox. If only he wouldn't run. Wu Heng clenched his teeth. But it seemed that he truly had no way to handle the situation. Even if he could bring out a missile from the modern world right now, he wouldn't know whom to target. He returned to the study. Andre Willow was there, wiping bookshelves and furniture with a burlap cloth. The little owl was chasing insects around the room. Seeing Wu Heng return, Andre Willow immediately smiled. "Master. Have someone come in to clean," Don't do it yourself, Wu Heng walked in. It's alright, there's not much to do anyway. Didn't you say you were going to the port to send someone off? How come you're back already? Andre Willow continued to inquire. He left early, I didn't make it in time, Wu Heng replied. Then, his gaze fell on the direction of the desk, where the skeleton investigator responsible for monitoring and recording was located. He walked over, picked up the record book, and his gaze slightly tightened. Unlike the sparse 2 or 3 entries from the previous days, the past few days' entries were a bit more substantial. You go to the port, see the captain of the T-Saint cargo ship, and arrange the sailing quarters. My lord, isn't the fleet scheduled for tomorrow noon? We've stayed on Gold and Silver Island a bit too long, it's time to leave early. Alright, I'll go now. Don't mention this to anyone, I don't want to disturb others. Understood, my lord. Prepare the carriage, don't delay. The record ended here. Wu Heng was also somewhat surprised by the record in his hands. The monitoring device, which hadn't been very useful, had recorded important information on the last day. At the very least, he was no longer without any clues. Now he knew which ship, the T-Saint cargo ship, the other party had taken. What's wrong? Andre Willow looked up. Nothing. Wu Heng put the record book away and said, I'm going out for a bit. If anyone asks, tell them I've gone to investigate a fugitive. Of course, master. Andre Willow nodded. Wu Heng left the association with the skeleton directly. He hailed a carriage and headed to the port. The carriage stopped at the port. Wu Heng paid the fare, stepped down from the carriage, and stood on the roadside, looking toward the port. The port was still bustling and busy, with workers moving cargo and fleet crew standing on wooden crates, recruiting sailors. Originally, Wu Heng had planned to go straight to the old tavern to gather information. The female prophet, controlling all the workers at the port, would definitely have news about the T-Saint cargo ship. But as the carriage arrived at the entrance, he changed his mind. The female prophet herself traded in information, and her profession as a prophet endowed her with some special abilities. Asking her directly was likely to tip her off to something. That would leave another potential risk for himself. Thus, the carriage didn't stop and directly reached the port. Standing still, Wu Heng looked around and saw several members of the association approaching from not far away. He had met these people before, they were from the 5th team, and the leader was a woman. Deputy Steward Wu Heng, are you here to investigate Yule? At the association, the murder of the Stag Merchant Group's steward had been settled. But Yule, the man, had been placed on the wanted list, and squads and some mercenary groups were searching everywhere for him. It seemed that the 5th team was still investigating this matter. Actually, that made sense. A captain who had just been put on the list was somewhat easier to handle than those fugitives. Wu Heng nodded. Yes, any leads? No, it's as if he's disappeared into thin air, the female captain said with a sigh. Wu Heng thought for a moment. Let's go, follow me to the ship management to check. Yes. The captain responded and followed Wu Heng towards the direction of the ship management office. A group of people came over menacingly. The ship manager, who had his feet on the table, immediately stood up. What can I do for you, lords? Wu Heng straightforwardly said, the association is investigating a fugitive. Show me the records of the ship fleets entering and leaving the port. These past few days, the port had been sealed off due to the murders by Emilo. The ship management office was aware that a fugitive was being searched for. Hearing this, they immediately brought out the logbook. Lord, these are the records. Recording a ship fleet's arrival and departure from the port was mandatory. Aside from ensuring that your ship isn't a pirate vessel, it also served as a form of protection for the fleet. If one were to go missing, they could trace a general area based on records along the way. And not simply disappear on the sea. Wu Heng took the log and flipped through it to find daytime departures. He found the records of the T-Saint cargo ship, its destination, and its sailing route. After quickly scanning through, he memorized the details. Then he handed the logbook to the 5th team's captain. Focus on inspecting the ships that are about to depart. Yes. The 5th team took the logbook. Wu Heng continued, you handle the checks here, and I'll go visit the taverns. The 5th team hesitated, but ultimately nodded and agreed. Leaving the ship management area, Wu Heng first went to his own ship. Inside the cabin, he took out a tablet to confirm the sea area and routes. Based on the cargo ship's speed, he might very well catch up with the other party if he left from Cocktail Island. He pondered for a moment. Several times the idea of letting the other party go surfaced in his mind. But he was unsure whether the other party might pose a threat to him after leaving. If he simply let the other go, countless possibilities could arise later on. A crafty Inspector Special Envoy was more daunting than brittle pirates. Skull Crusher, you stay. Shark Teeth, come with me. Wu Heng instructed the skeleton in the cabin. The skeleton boxer Shark Teeth emerged from among the skeletons. Taking Shark Teeth and Karam with him, he promptly left the cabin and the port, heading towards a distant location. Reaching a more secluded spot, Wu Heng took out the train conductor's hat and put it on his head, boarded the train, and set off for Cocktail Island. Night fell. A light fog hung over the sea surface. Wu Heng stood on a single-person wooden boat, with Karam standing behind him and Shark Teeth propelling the boat forward from beneath. The entire boat raced through the water like a speedboat. The speed was fast, but the waves caused the boat to sway incessantly, making it rather uncomfortable. In the distance, a cargo ship could be seen moving slowly forward. On the ship named T-Saint, silhouettes with torches in hand could be faintly seen moving back and forth on the deck. Seeing this, Wu Heng immediately halted the boat's progress. If they approached so conspicuously, they might end up in a direct confrontation. After thinking for a moment, he released Glenda the ghost. "Have you found him?" Glenda asked directly. Wu Heng gestured towards the cargo ship in the distance. "He should be on that ship. Go scout the deck, but don't enter the cabin. I suspect Calamity might detect you." "Okay, can do." Glenda concealed his form and flew towards the direction of the cargo ship. Inside the cabin, an illuminating stone lamp was set up on the wooden desk in the room. Calamity bid farewell to the wealthy merchant who had come for a chat, his gaze shifting to the attendant. "You may also go back to rest. I'll call you if there's anything." "Yes, my lord," the attendant replied and left. Calamity closed the door, then sat back down at the table. He started to examine the contents of another space ring. With each item he reviewed, a smile spread across his face. The secret cultivation hall folks really are rich. When I get back, this should be enough to buy a manor. Then, his smile faded. Muttering to himself, he said, "The detailed information on this kid could probably fetch a good price at the secret cultivation hall." Chapter 360, Skeleton Mage. Before long, Glenda flew back. She said directly, "There are 5 patrollers on the deck, and 2 rangers on the mast, all looking for places to slack off and sleep." Wu Heng nodded. "Let me see." Glenda entered his body. The images were shared with his brain. The angle of observation was from above, looking down from the air. The entire deck was clearly visible. There were 5 people patrolling on foot, holding torches, and 2 rangers on the mast. By the time Glenda was about to leave, 3 of the patrolling sailors had already carefully made their way to a corner and lay down to sleep. The remaining 2 also seemed to be looking for a place to rest. He let Glenda out again. "What's the plan?" Glenda asked. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, "Calamity has a special status. She will definitely be arranged in a separate room, which should not be hard to find." As a vice executive, when he was with the merchant fleet heading to Gold and Silver Island, he had also been arranged in a separate room. Even the best single room. Calamity, as the inspector's special envoy, would certainly receive the same treatment. "And then?" Glenda continued to ask. "2 possibilities. One is to board the ship carefully, then kill and retreat safely, and the other is to expose oneself, kill everyone here, and finally sink the ship to destroy the evidence," said Wu Heng directly. Of course, his preferred choice was the first option, to stealthily get in, kill, and leave. And he had several modern weapons in hand. Killing a mage at close range shouldn't be a big problem. However, once a fight broke out, disturbing more and more people, it would be difficult not to engage. "You would kill everyone?" "I don't believe it," said Glenda. I wouldn't do that unless I absolutely had to." Wu Heng also didn't want to, but if it became impossible to get out of the situation, he would have to go through with it. The forensic methods of this world were relatively backward. But there were also many strange investigation tools and special items. There was still a certain risk. If his killing of the inspector's special envoy were exposed, he would definitely be wanted by the association. Then, he would only be able to hide in Zombie World, wait until he reached level 18 before coming back to negotiate terms with the association. Glenda said, "Since you've thought it through, you can go up from the side of the ship. I'll throw down a rope for you." Wu Heng nodded. "Good." Having said that, he immediately leaped into the sea and, together with Karam, gripped Shark Teeth and quickly approached the direction of the ship. Splash! 2 tamed beasts flew in this direction. Shark Teeth took Wu Heng and instantly dived into the sea, avoiding the eyes of the tamed beasts. Underwater, they moved swiftly and reached beneath the hull of the ship. Then a rope descended from above, landing on one side. Wu Heng took out the illusion veil and disguised himself as a female mercenary. Accompanied by Karam, he climbed aboard the ship using the rope. The ship was silent. Only the lapping of the waves made noise. The sound was like thunder. 3 meters away, 2 sailors were leaning against a corner sleeping, and between the sounds of the waves, their snoring could be heard. Wu Heng quickly looked around. Seeing no one had noticed, he quickly entered the cabin. The cabin was also empty. Wu Heng led the way, observing each room one by one. From the style of the room doors, One could generally discern the grade of the private rooms. Wu Heng inspected them one by one. Creak. Suddenly, the door of a room ahead opened, and a burly man in linen clothes, holding a basin, walked out. He paused in his steps, staring straight at the two sudden figures. Wu Heng's eyes also narrowed. He recognized this man. He was Calima's attendant. The attendant's brow furrowed slightly, scrutinizing them carefully. An illusion? Whoosh. As he spoke, Wu Heng cast the fog skill. The dense fog instantly filled the corridor. Before the attendant could react, a whooshing sound came from behind him. A blade suddenly sliced through the air towards him from the rear. Just as the attendant thought to turn and dodge, a ghost appeared before him, pointing at his brow. After a momentary dilation of his pupils, he immediately swung a wooden basin backward, even as a rapier pierced through the basin and simultaneously through his skull. Wu Heng waved his hand. Karam kicked open the door of the adjoining room with a single foot. He charged straight in. On the bed, Kalima sat up in panic. Wu Heng pointed a flashlight at his eyes, causing Kalima to instinctively shut them. Karam closed in instantly, his long sword shattering the defensive barrier and piercing through the heart. Kalima's eyes widened, his palm continuously trying to summon lightning. But his attempts failed repeatedly. His body gradually went limp. Wu Heng took out a straw mat for Karam to wrap up the body. Meanwhile, he stood tensely at the door, listening carefully to the sounds outside. The recent skirmish seemed to have caught no one's attention. The corridor remained silent. Once the bodies were wrapped up, Wu Heng stored the two bodies, along with the blood-stained sheets and bedding, into his space ring. He continued to the attendant's room to collect the shed armor and weapons. After dealing with everything, he hung "Do Not Disturb" signs outside the two cabin doors. Cautiously, he left the cabin and leaped into the sea. Gripping on shark teeth, he quickly made his escape. The entire assassination was smoother than he had imagined. Even as the target died, Wu Heng was checking to see if the person was real, wondering how he could be so easy to kill. But ultimately, it was Wu Heng who killed him. And he hadn't alerted anyone else on the ship. Having left the cargo ship's vicinity, he took out a boat from his ring. With Shark Teeth's assistance, he quickly left the area. The next morning, Wu Heng returned to Gold and Silver Island and brazenly entered the guild. First, he went to the steward's office to report on the investigation of Yuld, then he visited Zai Ligui for a chat in her office. After making an appearance at both locations, he headed back to his own office. Inside the office, Andre Willow was feeding strips of meat to the owl. Seeing Wu Heng come in, she put the strips on the table and came over, asking, "Master, have you had breakfast?" "I have. Anything new with the guild?" "Nothing much, it's the same as usual. Just the verification of bounties claimed and some approvals. With Wire's help, there's not much for me to do as a vice executive." "Not at all. I'm far less capable than Sister Moya," Andre Willow said with her head lowered. Wu Heng ruffled her ears and continued, "I'm heading home now, you should also go back early tonight." "Understood, Master." Wu Heng left with an air of confidence, and Andre Willow continued feeding the little owl. He returned to his residence. Many had gone over to Shainilla. Wu Heng went directly to Zombie World. In the open space behind the training ground, he took out all the bodies. There were 2 in total. The attendant and Kalima. Wu Heng had the skeletons strip the bodies of their gear, and then he cast the bone manipulation skill. Skeleton Warrior, level 14, Skeleton Mage, level 15, Chapter 361, Ordinary Evolutionary Zombies. Wu Heng watched the 2 skeletons stand up, his brows slightly furrowed. The attendants actually all had level 12. This Inspector's Special Envoy's status isn't low at all. Normally speaking, for a steward stationed in a remote, politically stable location, level 12 would be the standard. Here, they were merely attendants. He took a brief look and then his gaze settled on the Skeleton Mage. Skeleton Mage, level 15, level 15, attributes, Constitution 27, Strength 15, Agility 17, Intelligence 37, Perception 28, Charm 20, Traits, Hollow Skeleton, Advanced Soul, Magic Sensing, Curse Study Scholar, Master Caster, Origin Magic Theory, Feats, Cloth Armor Proficiency, Advanced, Staff Mastery, Advanced, Short Sword Proficiency, Intermediate, Arcane Echo, Knowledge of Souls, Knowledge of Hunting, Tireless Focus, Spell Artisan, Skills, Life Extension Technique. Wu Heng frowned as he looked at the mage's panel. The attributes were the template for a mage, high intelligence, with perception and constitution as the second highest attributes, while strength and agility were his obvious weaknesses. Of course, a mage's role isn't reliant on strength. Traveling by carriage, with guard attendants by your side, clearly the configuration of a noble master. Among the traits, the appearance of a curse study scholar indicated a mage from the curse school. Wu Heng's attention was mainly drawn to Origin Magic Theory. Origin Magic Theory. You understand the commonalities of the roots and the basic essence of magic in foundational theory, allowing you to comprehend everything through the perspective of arcane magic. All learned skills and spells increase by 1 rank, and spells from your own sect greatly reduce mana consumption. Learned skills and spell levels increased by 1 rank. It seemed that Kalima was not an ordinary individual indeed. He continued to look further down. His skill set was somewhat dismal. Only 1 life extension technique. Once a mage class is transformed into necromancy, all skills from other sects disappear. Only necromancy sect magic is left, and the life extension technique belongs to that sect. All other skills were not retained. From now on you're called Wooden Basin Attendant, and you will still be called Kalima. Wu Hang named the 2 skeletons and then moved aside to start putting on their original armor. Wu Hang continued to take out 2 space rings to inspect. Not just Kalima's, but the Wooden Basin Attendant also had a space ring. First, he opened the ring belonging to the Wooden Basin Attendant to take a look. Various daily necessities, water, food, extra weapons and armor prepared, and pouches filled with coins. Then, Wu Hang continued to check the contents of Kalima's space ring. Besides some life essentials that weren't present, there were quite a few magic items inside. Soundproof pot, curse magic wooden staff, energy gathering rope, sincere clay doll, special item space ring, 5 cubic meters. He first looked at the soundproof pot. Soundproof pot, description, an item etched with soundproofing runes, capable of isolating the propagation of sounds to the outside. The soundproof pot's shape was more like a spiral-shaped vase. It was etched with complex runes all over. Regardless of the design, such soundproofing items were rare on the market. Curse magic wooden staff, description, a magic item made of special wooden roots, etched with arcane backflow. Curse magic light, increases curse school spell effects by 17%, a wooden staff for casting curses. The provided effect seemed not too high. His spine staff increased necromancy magic effects by 23% and also provided 2 spells. The curse magic wooden staff, etched with 2 amplifying effects runes, only increased spell effectiveness by 17%. After all, his own was exchanged for 3 levels of merit, close to a special item in rank. The next item was a magic robe, energy gathering robe, which could reduce the spiritual power consumption of casting spells. This one should be a spare, as he already had one on his person. Then staring into the eyes of sincere clay doll would make one speak the truth. The last one was also a space ring, which Wu Hang examined further with his spiritual power. Nothing much inside, just 2 pouches of gold coins and a gold ring with an eye pattern. Secret cultivation hall? Wu Hang had seen such rings before. Members of a secret cultivation hall would always have one to prove their identity. Was Kalima a member of the secret cultivation hall? Impossible. How could the association allow a member of the secret cultivation hall to serve as an inspector special envoy? Then, Wu Hang thought of another person. The captain that Kalima had killed. This ring belongs to him. Which meant that this whole affair was yet another trick by the secret cultivation hall. Like a persistent plaster, people keep coming to trouble him, and they never seem to run out. Moreover, the headquarters of the secret cultivation hall elude discovery. Write a letter to Lilith. Ask her to increase the crackdown on the secret cultivation hall? For what reason, though? Make something up? If discovered, it would very easily break the trust we've established. Wu Hang pondered while putting away the various items he had taken out. After packing away all the items, he took the 2 skeletons and walked back. He brought Kalima back to the dormitory. Wu Hang took out all his necromancy books and said, "You don't have to do anything else, just read these books and learn the skills as quickly as possible." The skeleton Kalima sat down at the desk, took out a book on the decay ray, and opened it. Wu Hang closed it again, took out Bone Command Technique, and said, "Start with this one." Kalima took the Bone Command Technique, and started to read it carefully. With Kalima's intelligence, and having attained level 15, learning these skills should not be difficult. It was just a matter of time. Once he had arranged everything here. Chapter 361, Ordinary Evolutionary Zombies. Wu Hang glanced at the time. It was still early, so he took out the walkie-talkie and directly called Chi Hankai. Stepping out of the dormitory, he had just reached the entrance when Chi Hankai hurried over from outside. "What are your orders?" Chi Hankai stood to the side. Wu Hang directly asked, "How is the preparation for cleaning the central square going?" "No problem. We've accumulated a decent amount of solid iron bullets over these days. Assuming each flying dragon carries 2,000, we can toss about 20-something rounds back and forth," Chi Hankai answered while standing to the side. The clearing of the main roads had been nearly completed. Only the central square area was left. As long as it was cleaned up, the road to the bus station could be connected. The plan had been set long ago, but his suspension had delayed it several days. Now that the issue was resolved, it was time to open this road. Wu Hang simply said, "Tomorrow, we'll go clear the central roundabout. Prepare everything that needs to be prepared." "Understood." Chi Hankai nodded. The two stood at the entrance and discussed the recent news. At the same time, they planned the future construction of the old factory area. After chatting for a while, Wu Hang also returned to his dormitory, glanced at the still studiously reading Kalima, and opened the boundary door to head to Gold and Silver Island. Dining room. The three sat at the table eating dinner. Wu Hang picked up a piece of fish and put it into his mouth, glanced at Andre Willow, and asked, "Wire, there's nothing going on with the association, right?" "Nothing much. The highest priority is the change in the bounty list, which I've already taken pictures of," Andre Willow replied. Information transmission in this world was relatively slow. Even if the cargo ship noticed Kalima's disappearance or death, it would report to the association at the next port of call. By the time it was communicated to Gold and Silver Island, it might be several months later. It would be tough to investigate the matter clearly. All he needed to do was to not reveal any of those tools. "Come back earlier next time when there's nothing else going on," Wu Hang said. "It's already pretty early, any earlier would be noon," Andre Willow said softly. "Oh, is that so? Coming back occasionally at noon wouldn't hurt." Andre Willow smiled. "Got it, Master." Minnie also joined in, picking up a piece of seafood and offering it, saying, "Master, eat this, I heard it's very nourishing. Eat more, you'll have more energy tonight." As Wu Hang was fed, he muttered, "The way you say that, it seems like you're not quite satisfied." "Not at all, more energy means you can punish the little fox tonight," Minnie said as she put another piece in his mouth. Andre Willow, sitting next to them, rolled her eyes. "You're the one always clinging to the master, yet you keep mentioning me." After dinner, they chatted in the living room for a while, then went back to their rooms to rest. The next day, Wu Hang first visited the association. Although he didn't believe news about Kalima's death would reach here, he still checked. Discovering that no news had come through, he retrieved the eavesdropping device from the association's dormitory, then went straight home. Opening the boundary door, he headed to Zombie World. Skeleton Kalima was still sitting at the desk reading a book. Wu Hang glanced at her, took out the walkie-talkie and asked, "Chi Hankai, are you ready?" "Soon," a reply came through the walkie-talkie. "Ready, we can leave at any time." "Good, wait for me to come downstairs, and then we'll set off," he said. "Roger that." Wu Hang went downstairs, and the convoy was already waiting at the entrance. 2 military trucks and an off-road vehicle. A round window had been cut into the top of the off-road vehicle's co-pilot seat, through which a skeleton protruded its upper body, operating a heavy machine gun. Over at the old factory area, firearms were still handled by the skeletons with shooting specializations. Ordinary survivor patrols, on the other hand, were equipped with heavy crossbows. Wu Hang made some adjustments to the skeleton army, then he opened the truck door and climbed into the passenger seat. The convoy started, protected by the skeleton army as it left the factory area and moved towards the target direction. City Center Roundabout. Connecting 4 main roads, this was also the busiest section of the city. Surrounding the area were malls, large supermarkets, the Workers' Cultural Palace, and mobile phone streets. A small pedestrian street near the auto repair shop had already gathered a large horde of zombies, so the number here was definitely greater. The skeleton army escorted the vehicles forward. After clearing 2 small zombie hordes along the way, at the end of their vision, they could see the roundabout and the dense figures of zombies. Moving forward might attract the horde's attention, Chi Hankai said. Wu Hang nodded. "Stop the vehicles, let everyone start preparing." "Sure." Chi Hankai picked up the walkie-talkie and gave out orders. Wu Hang focused his mind, releasing Zhao and Glinda, instructing them to scout ahead. Soon, 2 ghosts flew back from far away, entered their bodies, and shared what they had just seen. The roads circling the roundabout and extending in 3 other directions were swarming with zombies. Underneath the zombies' feet lay roads crammed with scrapped cars. It seemed at the outbreak of the zombie crisis, this section experienced severe congestion, with all the cars crashing into each other, forming a graveyard of vehicles. Among the horde, several mutated zombies could be seen. Big Guy, Crawler. No big head zombies were spotted, but since big heads were rather cowardly, it was very likely they were hiding in some buildings around the area. After Wu Hang watched the shared footage, his attention was drawn to some odd zombies. They were the same size as the regular zombies, with skin still withered, but no longer decomposing and in disrepair. Chapter 361, Ordinary Evolutionary Zombies. It looked more like a dried corpse without any fat. These zombies were scattered sporadically among the crowd of corpses. They didn't wander aimlessly like the other zombies but instead turned their heads to search for targets and pushed away any zombies that got too close. They seemed to possess some level of intelligence. New type of zombie? Or an evolved form of the ordinary ones? Chi Hankai noticed his expression and asked, "What's wrong? Is there any update on the zombies from the radio station?" "Yes," Chi Hankai recalled, then said, "several types of zombies were updated. There's one called Spatter Zombie, which sprays out a thick liquid, and another called Plague Ghost, which emits a dust virus. There's also a third-level zombie known as the 1,000-foot monster that's said to be composed of many limbs." "What about ordinary zombies?" The main station said that in some places, ordinary zombies have started to develop a certain level of intelligence, but they haven't released more information than that. Wu Heng nodded. It seemed very likely that the zombies mixed in there were the evolved type mentioned by the radio station. If all zombies evolved to have intelligence, it would be an even greater disaster for the survivors. "You stay in the car, the zombies are more numerous today. Tell everyone to be careful," Wu Heng instructed. "Oh, okay." Chi Hankai nodded and picked up the walkie-talkie to issue an extra warning. After getting out of the car, after preparing the skeleton army in formation, Wu Heng gently patted 2 mutated dogs and said, "Go lure those zombies over here." The 2 mutated dogs wagged their bony tails incessantly. Upon hearing Wu Heng's command, they bolted straight out. At a distance of 100 meters from the zombies, the nearby undead all turned their heads to look. They were stunned at first, then let out deafening roars. Almost simultaneously, nearby zombies also roared in response, wave after wave, layer by layer, spreading outwards. The skeleton hounds turned tail and ran, while the horde of corpses quickly gave chase. The teeming mass squeezed into the middle of the road, jostling and pushing against each other, like a surging black tide, desperately chasing after the fleeing skeleton hounds. The ground began to tremble, and the roar of the zombies was thunderous. The skeleton hounds that had their tails held high now tucked them and ran with their heads down at full speed. The zombie tide surged forth. The ground shook, and ear-splitting screams mixed with the stench spread out, akin to the inferno of the living. Chi Hankai, Wang Qinggang, and others, looking at the dark mass in the distance, couldn't help but turn pale with shock and fear. The number far exceeded their initial estimate. If any shelter were faced with this, it would likely be overwhelmed in an instant, regardless of walls, iron bars, or artillery fire. It simply couldn't hold back so many zombies. The numbers were too great. Could these skeletons hold them off? Everyone suddenly became unsure. Wu Heng watched the approaching tide of corpses from afar, his eyes slightly narrowed. He turned to the big head skull behind him and said, "Skeleton flying dragons, take to the air, release the iron bombs." Hoo. 5 skeleton flying dragons instantly shot into the sky. Reaching the area above the zombie horde quickly, their bomb bays opened, and the dense iron bombs fell like black raindrops. Boom boom boom. In an instant, explosions rang out, and thick smoke billowed into the sky. The iron bombs dropped by the 5 skeleton flying dragons instantly cleared the entire road. Limb remnants and rotting flesh littered the ground, with blood flowing everywhere. More of the zombie horde, stepping through the mangled flesh and blood, continued to charge forward. They filled the entire road once again. They roared as they charged. Behind, Wang Qinggang and others constantly scanned the distance while reloading their magazines. They wished they had more hands to stuff the magazines in faster. The 2 scouting ghosts, having returned, spoke softly in their invisible state. "There are more zombies coming from the right, a large number." "Uncle, there are also zombies rushing over from the left," said another. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed instantly as he quickly surveyed both sides. Tall buildings obstructed the view, but the sound of running footsteps could still faintly be heard. "There must be a big-head zombie," he concluded. Chapter 362, 4-legged zombie. Behind the buildings on both sides, the dense running sounds and the zombies' growls became increasingly clear. The fact that the horde could choose to bypass meant that a big-head zombie was nearby. It was very likely hiding in the nearby buildings. "I'll take a look," Wu Heng said. 2 ghosts directly re-entered his body, and 2 images emerged in his mind. Behind the buildings on both sides of the main road, a massive swarm of zombies was pressing towards this area. The type of evolved zombies with withered muscles, seen earlier, were also mixed in with the horde. They moved quickly and nimbly, starkly different from the regular zombies. Even though they didn't possess human-like intelligence, they had some low-level consciousness. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to control their bodies so flexibly. After observing, Wu Heng released the 2 ghosts again. He instructed, "Glenda, continue to observe the movement of the horde from the air. Remind me if there's anything special. Zhao, go find the hidden mutated zombies, especially the big-head ones." Glenda nodded and flew straight up into the sky, while Zhao also responded and flew off into the distance. Both ghosts were assigned tasks. Wu Heng continued to issue orders to the skeletons, mobilize the skeletons to blockade both side roads and stop the approaching horde. Rustle rustle. A vast number of skeletons sprang into action. Two spear rays broke off and quickly headed towards the few branching paths on both sides. The spears advanced, forming a defensive line. Wu Heng also released the eagle eye technique at various points in the formations, placing several sensors to monitor the entire battlefield. Soon, the horde that had been behind the buildings crashed into view. Like floodwaters released from a dam, they slammed into the defensively posed skeletons. The zombies, tumbling and squeezing through, overwhelmed the front line of skeletons beneath them. More axe-wielding skeletons were called into action, rushing toward the zombies that breached the defense line. They clashed fiercely with each other. Meanwhile, the main road, which had just been cleared with grenades, was once again overrun with a tide of zombies. With claws bared and stampeding over scattered limbs and filth, they continued to charge forward. At the rear of the group, Wang Qinggang and the others anxiously replaced the magazines on the skeleton flying dragons. Even though they had followed the skeletons to clear out zombies on many occasions, the sight of an endless horde from all directions still made their hearts tremble. Not shaking or screaming out loud meant that, among the survivors, they were relatively strong-willed. "Brother Kaiyang, can we really kill them all?" a survivor asked with a trembling voice. This number was overwhelming, and not just for zombies. Even if they were rabbits, it might take days to kill them all. The other survivors who were also changing magazines simultaneously turned to Wang Qinggang. He had come from the auto repair shop and often spoke about past battles. Right now, everyone wanted to hear his opinion even more. Wang Qinggang looked up at the distance and said, "The skeleton army is no smaller in number than the zombies. The king and Shi Hengkai aren't afraid, so what are we worried about? But we don't have superpowers. Don't worry, I followed them all the way here from Kixin district. The skeletons have never lost a fight, and they can't lose this time either. But the numbers." Crackle. In the midst of their conversation, a burst of static came through the walkie-talkie. "Wang Qinggang, when will the magazine be changed?" Wang Qinggang's expression froze, and he freed one hand to press the walkie-talkie. "Almost done." Then, they wiped sweat from their foreheads and hastened their work. Shi Hengkai also jumped down from the truck, leading his skeleton guards to help with the magazine change. At the main road location, the horde of zombies spread rapidly from the main road like a wave. Wu Heng released a white bone armor on himself and continued to watch the rapidly approaching zombie swarm. "Archers, fire at will," Wu Heng ordered directly. The densely packed archers began to draw their bows and notch their arrows. Whoosh! Arrows flew out like a howling gale, swarming the skies like dark clouds. Then, with crackling sounds, they fell among the horde of zombies. Large swaths of zombies were turned into pincushions by the arrows, their bodies knocked to the ground by inertia, tripping up the zombies behind him and tumbling into heaps. Yet more zombies stepped over their fallen comrades, continuing their frenzied charge forward. Wave after wave of arrows rained down. Zombies fell in batches. After several volleys of arrow fire, Wang Qinggang's voice came through the walkie-talkie, "Ready. Let the flying dragons attack." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of the air being torn apart rang out. 5 skeleton flying dragons soared into the sky, flying head-on towards the charging swarm of zombies. The mutated zombies mixed in with the horde stopped in their tracks, looked up at the strange creatures in the sky, picked up stones from the ground, and hurled them into the air with all their might. The next moment, the sky darkened again. A mass of blackness, accompanied by stones, fell from above. Boom boom boom. The ground shook, and thick smoke billowed into the air. Wu Heng instantly crouched, as dust and debris clattered against the white bone armor. Looking up ahead, the dense mass of zombies had cleared, leaving only a few scattered ones, their bodies mutilated but still not dead. One of them was a level 2 giant zombie, with several bloody holes in its body. The body swayed, slowly falling backward. "Go, kill the remaining zombies, then come back." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A massive axe-wielding skeleton surged past the spear ray, charging towards the zombies ahead. They pounced on the remaining zombies, and their battle axes kept falling, chopping at the zombies. Even the level 2 mutated zombies fell to the ground amidst the chaotic hacking. Dragged backward by their corpses, they quickly retreated behind the skeleton defensive line before the next wave of zombies arrived. Wu Heng connected to the eagle eye techniques left at various intersections to observe the situation. On the right-hand path. Crash, smash. Glass shattered above, and a mass of zombies leaped down from the building. They crashed directly into the ranks of skeletons. Like dumplings being dropped into a pot, they overturned a swath of skeletons. At the same time, at the intersection, a level 2 mutated big guy charged into the spear array like a madman, swinging its arms wide. The original formation was broken as it led the zombie horde in the charge. "Red Crown, Barrel Attendant, go kill that mutated zombie and help the skeletons reorganize their formation." 2 skeleton warriors, pulling out their weapons, quickly charged towards the mutated zombie ahead. Lifting their long swords again and again, they knocked the frenzied mutant to the ground and chopped off its head. The warriors' battle always concluded with a beheading. It appeared to be a professional habit. After the mutated zombie died, they started to kill the zombies who had broken through the defense line. Forcefully driving them back, they reformed the defensive line. Meanwhile, the corpse of the second mutated zombie was also dragged over, placed to one side. At that moment, Zhao returned from the distance. She said, "Uncle, I found the big head monsters. There are two, right by the shopping mall. There's another big monster inside, with 4 legs, really ugly." Wu Heng looked in the direction Zhao pointed. Far off by the shopping mall was a facade of black glass curtain walls. "Let me see." Zhao slipped into his body, and the vision was shared. Behind the third-floor glass curtain wall of the shopping center stood 3 mutant zombies. 2 big-head zombies knelt on the ground, facing outward. One bloated zombie, with 4 stout legs, petted the head of a big-head zombie like one might a small dog, watching the charging horde outside. Level 3 Mutant Zombies. Chapter 363, Might as well go rob another Level 3 Mutant Zombie? Even the main base had not collected much intelligence on Level 3 Mutant Zombies, and here I have already encountered 3 different types. And this Level 3 zombie seems to have even higher intelligence. The way it strokes Big Head Zombie's skull feels like something a normal zombie wouldn't be capable of doing. Next, Wu Heng began to consider how to kill these 3 mutant zombies. I've encountered 2 big head skulls before. Their primary ability is controlling hordes of zombies. They are slow-moving and don't possess great combat power themselves. Their reliance is entirely on the other zombies. Without the zombies, they are not much of a threat on their own. As for what abilities this level 3 zombie has, I'm not too clear, but judging from its build, it's not weak in combat. If I let the skeleton infiltrate and try to assassinate it, the risk is quite high. If it's not successful, it's unlikely to return. The best method would be to kill it from a distance. I took another glance at the distant shopping mall. The distance is somewhat far. The main battlefield. The battle still rages on. After the third wave of bombing by the skeleton flying dragons, the horde of zombies stopped their blind assault, lingering in the distance, roaring and shrieking endlessly toward us. Occasionally, a zombie would charge forward, teeth bared and claws swinging. Then it would retreat back into the crowd of zombies, continuing to roar. Glenda descended from the sky above and said, "Those zombies have stopped attacking, and the zombies on both sides have also retreated." Indeed, upon realizing that a head-on charge would not lead to victory, they did not continue to come over. Instead, they blocked off one of the roads at a distant roundabout. Chi Hankai walked over from the rear. Glenda quickly disappeared from sight. "The zombies from behind have decreased, there aren't many left," Chi Hankai said. Wu Heng, through eagle eye technique, could also check. The zombies at the road entrances on both sides were almost wiped out. Aside from those still ensnared, the rest had retreated further back. "No worries, they're barricading the front, there aren't many zombies left, it's not a big problem," Wu Heng said directly. Chi Hankai nodded, "Yeah, we'll definitely be able to clear this path." Wu Heng nodded and looked down at 2 second-level mutated corpses at his feet. With bone manipulation skill released, 2 tall skeletons stood up. Wu Heng had them step aside, then picked out 2 second-level corpse cores and put them into the space ring. After the skeleton army reformed its ranks, Wu Heng ordered, "Advance." Clatter. Clatter. The sounds of bones grinding and feet stomping the ground rose. The skeleton army, stepping in rhythm, advanced rapidly. Meanwhile, the horde of zombies in the distance became increasingly agitated, howling non-stop. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Flying dragons swooped down from above once more, a shower of iron bombs cascading down. The bombs covered the horde of zombies below. Huge swaths of zombies once again vanished. The remaining zombies, no longer just howling where they were, went mad and charged forward again. Braving a sky full of arrows, they crashed into the ranks of the skeletons. Wu Heng took out a Barrett from the space ring. He propped it on the roof of a wrecked car, aiming toward the distant shopping mall. I might not have been sure due to the distance before. But now the distance was definitely within Barrett's range. "Zhao, go and point out the position of the 4-legged monster," Wu Heng instructed directly. "Okay, uncle." Zhao replied, swiftly flying toward the front. She then appeared at a spot outside the third-floor glass curtain wall, pointing to a position behind it. Bang! The gunshot exploded. A massive force transmitted from my shoulder. The next second, the glass curtain wall burst violently, and the 4-legged zombie, watching from behind with its bloated large body, exploded abruptly. Blood and flesh flew in all directions. Half of its body disappeared. The 4-legged zombie looked down at its missing parts, eyes full of shock and disbelief. Looking up again. Phew. The right side's two legs shattered once more, with only a faint explosion sounding in the distance. The four-legged zombie showed terror, stumbled to the ground, and began to crawl away to one side. Phew. Then, its abdomen burst open again, with only one arm struggling to crawl forward, trying to move away from the window and into a farther position. Wu Hang took aim from a distance. Zhao quickly flew outside the curtain wall, pointing out locations while in flight. With the sound of gunfire and shattering glass, the entire chest of a big-headed zombie exploded, and its pus-filled head was flung away. Zhao continued to fly, rapidly pointing out another location. Wu Hang estimated the speed of movement and pulled the trigger again. The bullet flew out, and the last big-headed zombie burst open and died instantly. In the distance, Zhao peeked inside and took a look. Then she gave a far-off okay gesture. Wu Hang also gave her a thumbs up. On the battlefield, the fight continued. The attacking zombies turned back into beasts, pouncing into the ranks armed with spears. As they were impaled by spears, they reached out their arms trying to tear at the target in front of them, teeth bared and claws flailing. Attack, encircle the remaining zombies, and speed up the process. The skeleton troops instantly dispersed. The spears pushed forward, and the axe-wielding skeletons from both sides chopped down the remaining zombies. The battle became even more intense. Night fell. The entire land was engulfed in darkness. The headlights of the vehicles lit up, providing illumination. The whole area looked like a battlefield after a bombardment. The road was pockmarked with iron bombs thrown by the side, street lamps were down nearby, and cars were emitting thick smoke. The skeleton army fought their way to the bottom of the shopping mall. Only scattered limbless zombies crawled slowly towards them, to be swiftly dispatched by the axe-wielding skeletons, who cleaved their heads in two. Standing at the base of the shopping mall, Wu Hang directly said, "Skull Crusher, lead the skeletons inside, kill all the zombies there, and bring out the corpses." Skull Crusher, carrying the warhammer, trod over the shattered glass on the ground and led the skeletons inside. Amid scattered roars and the sounds of fighting, it gradually quieted down. Numerous zombie corpses were carried out. Among them were two big-headed zombies' skulls and the upper body of a bloated four-legged zombie. These corpses aren't complete. In the light, Wu Hang frowned at the corpses. To reduce the difficulty of combat, Wu Hang resorted to using a barret, and the effect was significant. One shot to kill a big-headed zombie, a few shots to shatter a four-legged zombie. The fight was easier, but it presented some difficulty when it came to converting the corpses. Clean up the battlefield, collect all the arrows, and a few of you go back into the mall and search to see if you can find any limbs. Wu Hang continued to give orders. All skeletons began to move. Cleaning the battlefield, a few skeletons re-entered the mall to collect limbs. Wu Hang then turned his attention to Chi-Hankai. "It's too late, rest in the vehicle for the night, and scavenge the area nearby tomorrow morning." Chi-Hankai nodded, "Okay." Orders were passed down, and the survivors began to organize their belongings, preparing to rest. The next day, 3 armored vehicles slowly advanced in the distance. A man in a camouflage uniform said with some worry, "Command has us scout the Turntable Gold Shop, but what are they thinking? There are so many zombies here. It's better to attack the old factory directly and snatch food from them instead of trying to take gold from zombies." Another person in the passenger seat said, "We're just scouting, not really attacking. The lives of the other brothers matter too. Instead of fighting the undead for gold to exchange for food, we might as well go directly to the old factory area and take it." "Bring all the armored vehicles," continued the man. "Maybe Command doesn't want to spoil relations with the old factory area." Before the sentence finished, the armored vehicle suddenly stopped. "What's going on?" "Zombies." His brows furrowed in concern. "Ahead, are those skeleton soldiers? Have they taken over the turntable?" Everyone paused. All looked forward, and silence fell in the vehicle. Chapter 364, Is This Also a Profession? On the road ahead, skeletons clad in leather armor and wielding weapons were patrolling along the road. Further away, there still was a vast army of skeletons, cleaning up the battlefield or transporting the scrapped vehicles that blocked the road. What's going on? What happened to the horde of zombies that used to infest this place? Why have they all turned into skeletons now, and with the cleaning up of the battlefield, has a battle just ended? What in the world is going on? Could it be those bone soldiers from the old factory district, wearing the same armor and weapons? One of them said outright. Even if they couldn't believe that a super-powered man could control so many skeletons, the armor and weapons on them were indeed the same as the training skeletons from the old factory district. This definitely couldn't be explained by coincidence. It made the group more convinced that these were the skeletons from the old factory district. How can there be so many skeletons? There are more of them than zombies, right? Did the old factory district launch an attack here? Wasn't it said that there were tens of thousands of zombies here? How could it have been overrun? I was wondering why it was so smooth driving up here. Turns out the zombies have all been killed. The road they had come on was carefully selected after several reconnaissance missions. Along the way, they had encountered hardly any zombies. They thought they had chosen the route correctly, but now it seemed like the horde had been completely wiped out by those skeletons. The roundabout was definitely the most dangerous area in the city, densely populated, and there might even be high-level mutated zombies. And it was just taken over by skeletons? How many zombies must have been killed? Even the military refuge, which had control over plenty of weapons and ammunition, didn't dare to come here to clear out the zombies. Don't provoke them, let's retreat for now and contact the base, the team leader in the vehicle ordered in a low voice. Despite the surprise, he still kept himself calm. The nature of their mission had changed now, and they needed to bring the intelligence about this place back. Oh, okay. The driver responded. After contacting through the radio, the 3 armored vehicles began to turn around. But just then, there came a heavy sound of running from up ahead. The faces of the people inside the vehicles instantly turned sour. 2 towering skeletons, 3 meters tall with broad skeletons, charged towards them with thousands of ordinary skeletons and surrounded the armored vehicles before the convoy could finish turning around. Even though these skeletons were only wielding cold weapons, the armored vehicles could have forcibly broken out. But the blockage was so tight that it still gave a strong sense of oppression. What do they want to do? The team leader stared outside, clutching the radio in his hand, hesitating whether to really order a breakout. During his hesitation, the encircling skeletons made way for a path. Uchiha, dressed in a camouflage bulletproof vest and followed by a lanky skeleton with twin blades hanging from its waist, walked out directly. Glancing at the armored vehicles, he twirled his finger at the glass. The air went silent for a few seconds. Either deciding to get out of the car or lowering the window, the faces of the people inside were revealed. Uchiha spoke directly. Which refuge are you from? Leader Chi, from the military refuge. We've met before at the market. The team leader squeezed out a smile. Uchiha sized up the other party, not having much of an impression. But judging by the other party's equipment, they should be from the military refuge indeed. Of course, there was also a possibility that they were impersonating another refuge. Armored vehicles, they had some as well. But it didn't really matter which refuge they were from. What are you doing here? Uchiha asked again. The team leader said, don't get the wrong idea, Leader Chi. We were ordered to explore the movements and the situation of the zombie horde. We didn't expect to encounter so few zombies on the way here, so we just drove over. Uchiha nodded, not really caring what the other party was here for. With the current number and fighting capacity of the skeleton army, even the military with all its modern weapons couldn't pose a threat to him. Guns and machine cannons could be powerful, but skeletons weren't stationary targets, they wouldn't stand still to be shot at. Unless they really pulled out some missiles. Otherwise, there really wouldn't be any refuge that could defeat the old factory district. Looking through the window again, he said, this roundabout has been taken over by us, and we will arrange troops to guard it in the future. Don't come near without something important to avoid misunderstandings and danger. Understood. We don't have any other intentions and will bring this matter back with us, the team leader said. Good, we need to continue cleaning up the battlefield, so I won't keep you any longer, Uchiha said. He waved his hand and the blocking skeletons cleared the way. The team leader smiled, Leader Chi, then we'll be heading back. Congratulations on taking over the central area for the old factory district. Thank you. The convoy turned around and left for the distance. After they'd gone a certain distance. Only then did someone say, this Uchiha, he really has the momentum now, huh? With so many troops, anyone would have momentum. True. What's going on with the old factory district? How can a superpower control so many skeletons, even more than zombies? Superpowers are quite mysterious. It's not strange for anything to happen. Now it seems that the old factory district's development will far exceed the other refuges. Now that they've taken over the central roundabout, they might become the first refuge to successfully reclaim a city. It's a bit terrifying. It doesn't matter anymore, we'll be leaving before winter anyway, so we won't have much contact with them. That's true. Elsewhere, at the entrance to the shopping mall, Wu Hang looked down at the corpse on the ground, his brows slightly furrowed. After daybreak, he personally led the skeletons back into the mall to search again. He had the skeletons bring down the parts of Barrett's shattered body, flesh and bone together. When transforming skeletons, necromancy magic does some repair on the corpse. However, such repair is limited, and severely damaged parts cannot simply regenerate out of thin air. In front of him, the body of the four-legged third-level zombie had somewhat tougher flesh, so the severed limbs could still be collected. As for the other two second-level big heads, only the heads and lower parts were preserved. The chest area was completely smashed, impossible to gather up. While feeling a bit of regret, he reminded himself to use Barrett less next time if he wanted to preserve the bodies. Such anti-machinery weaponry, the bodies of ordinary zombies simply couldn't withstand that power. If the corpses were destroyed beyond use, it would be a loss. If they couldn't be collected, it was also fine. He glanced at the corpses again and directly released the bone manipulation skill. The flesh of the third-level zombie fell off like hot wax, and a tall skeleton stood up from within. About 4 meters tall, with a pelvis connected to 4 legs, standing like a crab. The upper body retained a human shape, with broad and thick bones and exceptionally wide palms. After inspecting its appearance, he directly checked the skeleton's attributes. Skeleton 4-legged warrior, level 15, attributes, Constitution 38, Strength 40, Agility 25, Intelligence 18, Perception 15, Charm 8, traits, hollow skeleton, basic soul, quadruped, specialties, biological aberration, constitution mutation, form mutation, quadruped. This unit possesses special limbs that allow for rapid movement in rugged environments. Biological aberration, Constitution +2, Strength +5. Constitution mutation, Constitution +3. Form mutation, Agility +3. Wu Heng's brows raised as he looked at the 4-legged warrior's attributes. With a strength of 40 points, it surpassed warriors of the same level. A constitution of 38, agility of 25, those were not low either. But the remaining 3 attributes were somewhat lackluster, not as outstanding. From now on, you'll be called Quad, stand to the side. Wu Heng said. The huge skeleton moved aside and stood obediently. The movement of its 4 human-like legs looked a bit strange together. Wu Heng searched through the broken flesh on the ground and found a 3rd-level corpse core. With the corpse core encased in a plastic bag, he placed it into the space ring. He continued the transformation on the bodies of the big head zombies nearby. The transformation was completed relying on the number of bones, despite the incomplete bodies. Skeleton Spirit Demon, level 8, after the transformation, Wu Heng's brows raised. Although the bodies were incomplete, the combination of the two still resulted in a skeleton spirit demon, which retained the trait to command zombies. This point was quite satisfactory. Not as much of a loss as he had thought. Continuing his search on the ground, 2 second-level corpse cores were found and placed into the space ring. After the transformation of a few mutated zombies was complete, Wu Heng continued walking towards the side. On the parking space marked ground, over 100 bodies were neatly arranged. The skin-withered evolved zombies. According to Chi Henkei, these types of zombies had been mentioned at the headquarters, being a change that occurs after normal zombies evolve. Their flesh was no longer decaying and degenerating, dry but apparently tougher. Moreover, in action, they possessed some low-level intelligence, capable of making some judgments. Wu Heng, curious about this type of zombies, had skeletons carry them over while cleaning the battlefield. After a quick glance, he directly released the corpse battlefield. The ash-white circle of light spread out. All corpses lying nearby were transformed into skeletons at once. They stood up from the ground. Skeleton Warrior, level 5, the evolved zombies were level 5 skeletons. Wu Heng looked at the zombies' attributes. Apart from the increase in strength, constitution, and agility, their intelligence reached 6, indeed suggesting some intelligence. But, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about these skeletons. Their evolution seemed so close to the ranks of Otherworld. Professionals reaching level 5 marked the transition into the second tier, where the professional characteristics and capabilities significantly improved. Zombies, on the other hand, followed this pattern as well, with level 5 being the watershed between ordinary zombies and evolved zombies, starting to show clear physical and intellectual changes. Zombies as a profession? Damn it. Chapter 365, directly handed to you? Analyzing it this way gives one a chilling feeling. But upon closer consideration, there are substantial differences. No. It must be because of the way my panel calculates levels. If attributes reach a certain level, they are counted as the corresponding level. Other people don't have panels and can't discern any level attributes. What Wu Heng sees in the levels after zombies are transformed is evaluated by the system panel based on attributes. It does not necessarily imply any correlation between the two. Thinking this way, it does seem to make sense. Having all the skeletons stand to one side, Wu Heng continued to crouch down and rummage through the broken flesh. Then, Wu Heng's gaze suddenly sharpened. A first-level corpse core. A corpse core, very similar to a first-level corpse core, was picked out and rolled to the side. He picked it up with a plastic bag over his hand. It wasn't much different from the corpse core in the head of the mutated hunting dogs. Is this a corpse core energy yield? If evolved zombies could have corpse cores, then first-level corpse cores would be common. He continued to search through the remaining flesh. In the end, a total of 9 first-level corpse cores were found. From more than 120 bodies of evolved zombies, only 9 were recovered. Not everyone has one, the ratio is so low, but it's better than none. The chance of evolved zombies producing corpse cores is good news for himself. It would allow for a greater increase in strength of his companions. For other survivors, it's a mixed blessing. The availability of corpse cores is higher, but the living environment is also more dangerous. After collecting all the corpse cores, Wu Heng, holding the spine staff, walked directly into the battlefield area. Next to the piles of corpses, he unleashed Corpse Battlefield. One by one, skeletons rose from the ground, and with the sound of bone friction, moved to the side. The number of zombies killed in yesterday's battle was staggering. Even using Corpse Battlefield in batches, it took from morning until noon to convert them all. The high-intensity use of magic also caused a headache from mental fatigue. It seems I need to hurry and teach Kalima, Corpse Battlefield, to help with the conversion of skeletons. Once all are converted, the number of skeletons in the entire area reached an astonishing level. Tap tap tap. Footsteps approached, and Chi Hankai walked over. Looking at the newly converted skeletons around, she said, "Those 3 armored vehicles belong to the military. They said they came here to gather information. I told them to leave. The central hub connects to the main roads throughout the city. Since it's conquered by us, we definitely need to keep control in our hands," Wu Heng, after drinking 2 bottles of spirit potion, said decisively. If another shelter had taken it, it might be a different story. But now that his people have gone through so much effort, it's crucial to maintain control. Especially since the nearby area is the most prosperous business district, the resources are certainly abundant. I understand, and with so few of them, they couldn't control this area anyway, Chi Hankai responded. Wu Heng nodded in agreement. Chi Hankai continued as she glanced at the main road on the right. Over there is a whole street of gold shops. I took a look just now, and there's no shortage of gold and silver jewelry. Besides establishing a route to the bus station, the gold shops on this street were another reason why Wu Heng had to seize this area. Whether one could live a richer life in the other world depended on how accommodating these gold shops were. Let's go have a look, Wu Heng said directly. Chi Hankai and several skeleton attendants followed him, and when they passed the convoy, Wang Chenggang and others also went over. Together, they headed toward the gold shops. After walking about 200 to 300 meters, they arrived at the entrance of the first gold shop. The signage was battered and the ground scattered with broken glass. Entering the shop, some glass displays were shattered, and various gold ornaments were strewn about the counters and the floor. But the quantity of gold was definitely not small and was the most abundant compared to the gold shops he had previously ransacked. Collect all the gold. I'll take it with me later, Wu Heng ordered directly. Wang Chenggang and others took out bags and began to break the displays, bagging the gold jewelry inside. Wu Heng led Chi Hankai upstairs. Beyond gold, the second floor had some jade jewelry, primarily pendants and bracelets. In the other world, jade was not as valuable as gold. But well-crafted pieces should still fetch some money. Collect it all, Wu Heng took the lead and started looting. Everything was packed into the backpack. Once all was collected and they went back downstairs, the others also handed over the collected gold. Wu Heng took it from them, holding bags of varying sizes with at least 70 to 80 kilograms of weight. It was already a considerable haul. Let's move on to the next one. Having packed up the items, he led the rest towards the next shop. Before the virus outbreak, everyone said brick-and-mortar stores were struggling against online shops, resulting in large numbers of closures, yet only the gold stores kept increasing in number. Walking down the street, one would see nothing but splendidly decorated gold shops. Having looted from the beginning to the end, they could gather at least 20 kilograms and at most over 80 kilograms of gold. This harvest was indeed astonishing. Wu Heng guessed that he must now be the person with the most gold on Gold and Silver Island. He even contemplated opening his own gold jewelry store on the island. He could sell these items for a better price. After plundering the gold stores, they all headed towards the direction of the shopping mall. Chi Hankai said while walking, "We still need skeletons to guard this area. I will have people from the old factory come over in the afternoon and search through it again meticulously." "You arrange the personnel. There are still many resources here," Wu Heng nodded. "Then I'll arrange for people to go back later." Wu Heng thought for a moment, then added, "The roads are basically clear now. Transport a batch of food to the bus station, and then inform Liang that the road is clear." Understood. With the road open, it was only a 40-minute trip from the bus station to the roundabout. Transportation would also become somewhat more convenient in the future. After finishing the conversation with Chi Hankai, Wu Heng found a relatively clean manager's office in the mall, ordered a skeleton to guard the door, opened the boundary door, and returned to Gold and Silver Island. Gold and Silver Island. Wu Hang stepped out, and everything here was still unchanged. He opened the window and looked outside. Minnie was training in hand-to-hand combat with Pudong. Every punch and kick was now visibly powerful. Unlike when she first left London City, Minnie looked as if she had bloomed. Her figure was becoming taller and fuller, and her face and skin were even whiter and more delicate. From a handsome village girl, she had completely transformed into a delicate city miss. What a person looks like indeed has a lot to do with their living environment. Minnie. Wu Hang called out. Minnie, who was training, looked up and immediately smiled upon seeing Wu Hang. What is it, master? If you're not too busy, could you prepare some water for a bath for me? Of course. Minnie immediately ran upstairs to prepare the bathwater. Meanwhile, Wu Hang walked out of the room towards the alchemy room across the way. Inside the room, several alchemy skeletons were busy with their own tasks. Wu Hang placed the collected corpse cores on a shelf on one side. This time, the harvest wasn't only gold, but also higher-level skeletons, as well as a collection of corpse cores. 1 third-level corpse core, 4 second-level corpse cores, and 9 first-level corpse cores. It was truly the most he had ever harvested at one time in history. It looks like these alchemy skeletons were about to be busy again. After placing the corpse cores down, Wu Hang spoke to the alchemy skeletons and then left the alchemy room, heading downstairs. Minnie gave instructions to the skeletons to fill the tub with water, and when she saw Wu Hang coming downstairs, she continued to have the skeletons carry water while saying, Master, that pirate mistress came looking for you before, when you weren't here. When did this happen? Wu Hang asked. This morning's message. It was recorded by the skeleton investigator, Minnie replied. Alright, I'll have a look. Okay, once the bathwater is ready, I'll call for you. Minnie, you're such a good girl. Minnie bashfully responded, am I? Entering the radio room on the 3rd floor. Wu Hang walked over to the skeleton investigator, picked up the logbook, and glanced at it. Aside from the usual length of nonsense, the latest few entries were all about Philippa asking if he was there and about the news of a blank envelope. Seeing the mention of a blank envelope, Wu Hang raised an eyebrow. Has she fished this piece of information from some pirate again? He picked up the handset and said directly, Philippa, are you there? Soon, a message came back, yes, why are you only now speaking to me? Oh. He was being questioned in return. I was out on business this morning. Are you talking about the news of the blank envelope? Wu Hang went straight to the point. Philippa's voice also dropped a lot, as though she was wary of something, and said, when I got up this morning, I found a blank envelope under my pillow. It was as if I'd seen a ghost. It was delivered directly to your hands? Chapter 366, Huge reward. Hearing that Philippa had also received a blank envelope, Wu Hang's brow furrowed as well. She had been placed among the pirates primarily to collect information on their movements and plans, including those pertaining to blank envelopes. During this period, she had indeed been inquiring about the blank envelope. Now, it had been delivered directly into her hands. What was written on it? Wu Hang asked once more. Philippa spoke with a casual tone. What else could it be? Just that the Water Chestnut Trade Group's fleet is passing near our route, telling us to get ready to intercept and rob their supplies. Also, your bounty has been raised to 500 gold coins. Wu Hang was startled, and his frown deepened. Shit. I've been raised to 500. 500 gold coins, for a vice executive like myself, it corresponds to a level 12 fugitive. A bounty is normally priced at a few hundred silver coins, and you've set it at 500 gold coins. They were overvaluing me far too much. How about you join me in staging a play, so we can make this money? Philippa's voice came again. How would we stage it? We'll spread the word that I killed you, and then wait and see who comes to deliver the money. If we announce my death to the outside world and no one pays, what then? Philippa said, if no one pays, then just forget it. Later you can say you came back to life, and there's no loss for us either. If we do that, wouldn't others realize we're just acting? You'd be exposed as well. There was a pause from the other end, then a voice said in surprise, you've got a point. Don't worry about that for now, let me think about what to do. As for the trade group passing by, what do you think? Wu Hang continued. Philippa crunched away at some food as she spoke. There's been some rumors in the pirates recently, claiming that the association has been implanting a lot of spies among us. I'm worried they'll suspect me. Moreover, the pirate group hasn't been active lately and the crew has been complaining a bit. I was thinking about conducting a raid. Has anyone suspected you? Wu Hang leaned on the table. Just worried that they might suspect me, but so far, no one suspects the captain. Despite some issues leaked among the crew, Philippa explained. Only I and Emilio knew about Philippa's situation. Emilio was a steward, and he wouldn't leak this sort of information to the pirates, nor had I disclosed it. It's very likely that other association branches had placed spies and inadvertently let slip some information. The associations in coastal cities were all assigned missions to capture pirates. Engaging spies and buying intelligence was not out of the ordinary at all. The important thing now was to prevent the pirates from suspecting Philippa over this matter. "Did you fall asleep?" Philippa, seeing his silence, spoke up again. Wu Heng said, "You can't go looting merchant ships on your own initiative, or it will be difficult for you to land in the future." "Shit, I'm a pirate, hey." "You're a fake pirate. Then what should I do? Should I take the crew out fishing?" Philippa's tone showed some dissatisfaction. The crew was recruited, and all the equipment on board was prepared. Not allowing them to fight was just nonsense. "You will follow the instructions in the letter and rob as usual, and then I'll arrange some matters to let them go," he instructed. "You really think I'm a theater actor or something, to act however I want?" Philippa continued. Wu Heng said, "If a real fight breaks out and people are killed, hang the flags of other pirate groups." Okay, I got it," Philippa agreed, then continued, "About the money you said you were sending me, when will it arrive? I've been a little strapped for cash recently, and I'm afraid to spend anything." Wu Heng was somewhat speechless. This one is a gold-swallowing beast. Out of all my maids, Philippa was the biggest spender. I could give her buckets and buckets of silver coins, and in just a few days, she'd still be clamoring that she's out of money. But I rely on her to gather intelligence. I can't just not pay her. Once this is over, I'll arrange for a disguised trading ship to come your way so you can rob it. The supplies will be placed on the ship as well, Wu Heng said immediately. "Oh, that's a good plan. That way, I can also boost my prestige outside," Philippa said cheerfully. "I'll arrange it then, don't talk about it outside for now." "Understood, I've always been careful in my work. Think about what you'll need in the next few days so I can prepare it." "Sure." Philippa agreed, then continued to inquire, "How's my mother doing?" "She's doing quite well. The tavern is running smoothly, and she even helped me capture a fugitive." "She's that amazing?" Philippa's tone was somewhat skeptical. "She's not as weak as you think, quite thorough in her work. You're not falling for her, are you? If you became my dad, well, that wouldn't be too bad, it would be easier to ask you for money." Wu Heng was somewhat speechless, her way of chatting was really quite uninhibited. "Stop talking nonsense." He got it. "Well, I won't keep you, I still have things to do here." "Okay, take care of yourself." "Got it." After ending the communication, Wu Heng also put the receiver back in its place. Leaning against the edge of the desk, he pondered the information Philippa had relayed back to him. The blank envelope appeared under the pillow once he woke up from sleep. Such a method of delivery was truly difficult to trace back to any pattern. How did they confirm Philippa's location? Was it based on the pirate ship, or the captain's identity? There were two messages conveyed by the letter. One was about one's own bounty, which had reached an astronomical figure. This made him even more suspicious that it was the secret cultivation hall playing tricks. After all, it was members of the secret cultivation hall who instigated the plot against him to resign and the assassination from behind the scenes. Even if the adversary died at the hands of Kalima, the outside world might not know, and it would surely be attributed to oneself. But this was just speculation. Whether it was the secret cultivation hall or not was still uncertain. In the intelligence, the secret cultivation hall was an organization formed by a group of wealthy merchants, so saying they relied on pirates to issue bounties seemed a bit far-fetched. The second point was about spies within the pirate group. It definitely wasn't leaked from his side, but he also feared that Philippa would root it out. There are many things that can't be dug too deeply into. Especially because Philippa had brought people out from Gold and Silver Island, and if one were to really scrutinize, there were quite a few discrepancies. Given Philippa's character, she probably wouldn't let people get suspicious, he said. Philippa's temperament was too much like a pirate's. It wasn't an act, it was natural. Standing there, her personal image was that of a pirate thug. I'll go to the association tomorrow, but I should still inform Emilio, he decided. After making up his mind, Wu Heng walked straight out of the room. At the door, Minnie saw him come out and said, "Master, your bath water is ready, and yesterday Sister Shayla brought some petals. Would you like to use some?" "Petals? What are they for?" "After bathing, you'll smell nice. Sister Wire and I both used it yesterday, and it was quite effective," Minnie said with a smile. "Keep it for yourselves to use. As a man, it would be hard to explain going out smelling like flowers," Wu Heng said as he walked into the cubicle and started removing his armor and coat. Minnie helped him take off his clothes, and as she undressed herself, she said, "It smells so nice." When Minnie had removed her clothes, revealing her slender and toned figure, Wu Heng embraced her as they walked into the innermost bathroom. They sat together in the tub, with Minnie leaning back in his arms. He softly stroked the bunny girl's flat, smooth belly and her increasingly full figure. Enjoying the smoothness of the young girl's skin, it was like caressing a warm, smooth piece of jade. If it had been the old him, Wu Heng wouldn't have dared to even dream of such a life. Having power, young maids, and the ability to change oneself. Any one of these was something he used to yearn for in novels and movies. Now he not only possessed them, but things were getting even better. Minnie turned around to face him, sitting in his arms with her arms on his shoulders, and asked softly, "What are you thinking about, Master? You're not being serious." "Just thinking, meeting you all was truly wonderful," he replied. With a smile, Minnie cradled his face and said, "That's not true. Wire and I should be the ones grateful for being bought by you. Sometimes I wake up from sleep, afraid that all this is a dream, and that you didn't buy us. We're both very lucky." Minnie smiled and leaned in for a kiss. As dusk approached, Andre Willow returned from the association, with a tiny owl perched on her head. Seeing Wu Heng sitting on the sofa, she too smiled. "Master. Is there any big news at the association?" "There isn't, just the usual." Wu Heng nodded. It seemed that word of Calima's deed hadn't reached Gold and Silver Island yet. Based on that ship's voyage, even if someone discovered Calima was missing, they would have to wait until docking to pass the message to the local association. Then, after inquiring and investigation, they would disseminate the news further. By the time it reached Gold and Silver Island, quite some time may have passed. By then, it would be even harder to trace anything back. As long as he didn't reveal any special item from Calima, there shouldn't be any problems. If all's well, dinner will be ready soon. "Just wait a bit," said Wu Heng. Andre Willow nodded, took off her jacket, and leaned into his embrace. They chatted about some amusing stories she had heard. The next day, Wu Heng and Andre Willow went to the association together. He first sent Andre Willow to the steward's office, while he went to the vice executive's office. After a light knock, he stepped directly inside. Inside the room, 2 employees were reporting on matters, and he stood aside and waited. After the employees left, only Emilo, Moya, and himself remained in the room. "What brings you here so early today? What's the matter?" "The bounty for me among the pirates has been raised to 500 gold coins," he revealed. Emilo was taken aback, and from a distance, Moya also looked over in confusion. To think that killing a vice executive warranted such an exaggerated amount of reward. Chapter 367, Reopening the Mall. "Who told you that?" Emilo asked. "Philippa." She received a blank envelope with 2 pieces of information. The first was about ships from the Water Chestnut Trade Group passing near the route, telling her to plunder them. "The second was that the bounty on my head has gone up to 500 gold, Wu Heng said before describing the conversation he had with Philippa in greater detail. Emilo listened silently. Then he asked with a slight frown, "Was there any specific news in the letter?" "No, Philippa only mentioned that when she woke up, the letter was under her pillow," Wu Heng replied. After thinking for a moment, Emilo said, "You don't need to worry about the bounty. Don't go out to sea for a while, and be careful in your daily life. It shouldn't be a big problem." Wu Heng nodded. On the island, he wasn't really worried. Pirates, no matter how wild, would not come ashore to kill him. If he needed to go to sea, he would use the Phantom train, and no one would be able to track him. Emilo continued, "About the plundering of the trade fleet, what did you tell that pirate girl?" "Now, there's a rumor among pirates about informants. I told her to get close to the trade group and cause trouble, allowing the fleet to escape," Wu Heng answered. The reason he was being more detailed with Emilo was mainly because Philippa would eventually need Emilo to speak on her behalf in order to be pardoned on shore. Being clear now saved them from a lot of trouble later on. Emilo nodded. "Good, just be careful about the extent. Don't cause too much harm." "All right." Emilo went on, "Lately, pirate activities have started to pick up again. It might be related to the envelope you mentioned. There might be new orders coming from above in a few days, so pay attention and collect more information." "Understood." Wu Heng agreed, then said, "Steward, I'll be heading back now." Wu Heng opened the door and left the study directly. This situation was tricky, with him being priced at a hefty sum by the pirates and the association about to set new targets. It was an all-out war between him and the pirates. He returned to his room. "Master, you have a letter," Andre Willow said. "Oh, who's it from?" Wu Heng walked into the room and sat at the desk. "I don't know, you should open it and see." Wu Heng picked up the envelope on the table, broke the seal, and shook the letter out. Letters transmitted through the association had all been inspected. No magic traps or poisons would be found inside. After opening the letter, he saw neat and delicate handwriting. "Deputy Steward Wu Heng, it's only been a few months since we parted ways in Blackstone Town, But to think that you've advanced from being a captain to a deputy steward. When I heard Steward Slate mention it, it felt like a dream. Although it's a bit late, I still want to congratulate you on becoming a deputy steward. I asked around. Not many people know much about Gold and Silver Island, only some descriptions I've read in books. It's said to be an island where pirates trade in illicit goods, and it's quite dangerous too. You always handle things more seriously and cautiously than us, but take care and make safety a priority. Life here is tolerable for me, though my accomplishments feel modest compared to yours. I've been considering the possibility of transferring back to Blackstone Town. It's where I am more familiar and seems to suit me better, even if it means being a team member again. Take care of yourself, and I feel proud to have been a teammate and grown alongside you. Wishing you all the best in your career and life. Kevina. Kevina. A member of the 5th Squad from Blackstone Town. Even though he didn't spend a long time with her before he was transferred to London City, during his time with the 5th Squad, there was more of a feeling of mutual support and reliance among team members, and they were more like the comrades in adversity from the Association Squad stories. Back then, he got along quite well with Kevina, especially remembering how every morning on his way to the association, she would prepare a hot cup of tea for him. While in London City, Wu Heng had written to her a couple of times, but after corresponding just twice, they had lost touch. However, he had heard some news from Slate that she wasn't given much attention in the association she was assigned to, and was even somewhat ostracized. Thinking about it, it made sense, given that she and he had been exceptionally promoted at the time. He had the other world for rapid leveling and firearms to exceed his enemy's capabilities. Kevina didn't have these advantages. On her own, as a young woman, things were actually quite difficult for her. Master, who sent you the letter? Andre Willow, holding a cup of tea, came over. Kevina. Never heard of her. Is she a friend of yours, Master? Andre Willow leaned on his shoulder from behind. A former squad mate, congratulating me on becoming a deputy steward, Wu Heng said. From the letter, he could feel the helplessness in the other person's emotions. Happy for Wu Heng's promotion to deputy steward, yet feeling powerless about her own situation. Oh, is she also a captain now? Yes, a captain who was promoted with me, but it seems she's not having an easy time out there and wants to transfer back to Blackstone Town. After thinking for a moment, Andre Willow said, if she was a teammate and you had a good relationship, perhaps you could transfer her to Gold and Silver Island. You have a trusted squad, and she could receive some support. Hearing Andre Willow suggest this, Wu Heng's eyebrows lifted. It seemed like a viable solution. He was closer to the 3rd Squad, but it wasn't a matter of trust. It was simply cooperation in capturing fugitives. Kevina wanting to transfer back to Blackstone Town clearly indicated she no longer wanted to stay where she was. It could be a good move to bring her over to his side. As a deputy steward, he did have the privilege to recommend squad members, and he could help her. At the same time, he would have a squad he could trust. That makes sense, you're smart, Wire. Andre Willow smiled and whispered softly, I learned from you, Master. Wu Heng nodded, taking out a piece of stationery from the drawer. He wrote a reply to Kevina directly. The content was simple. He described the situation on Gold and Silver Island, which was no longer just a small island where pirates traded goods but had now been transformed into a bustling maritime trade center, even more prosperous than the mainland. The latter half mentioned that he had just arrived on Gold and Silver Island and didn't have a trustworthy team under him, suggesting that she could also help him if she came over. He phrased it subtly to avoid making her feel like he was deliberately helping her. After checking the letter twice to ensure there was nothing inappropriate in the wording, he sealed it in an envelope with wax. Wire, take this to the front desk and mail it out. Wu Heng handed it to Andre Willow. Andre Willow took it and said, Master, may I write a letter to my kin in London City as well, to report that I am safe? Of course. Wu Heng thought for a moment and then added, ask Minnie tonight if she wants to write one too. Doesn't she have 2 friends in London City? Alright, I'll write mine first and then teach Minnie how to write a letter tonight. He sat with Andre Willow in the room for a while. Then he left the association and hailed a carriage, heading for Lighthouse Street. The carriage stopped outside the Conch Tavern. Wu Heng entered, wearing an illusion veil. Compared to last time, the tavern was noticeably busier. In broad daylight, the first-floor hall was filled with numerous patrons drinking and chatting. There were a few more waitstaff than before. Millicent, in a beige top and light blue long skirt, was dressed loosely, but her voluptuous figure was still hard to hide. Philippa really didn't inherit any of her physique advantages. Upon seeing a familiar figure enter, Millicent was initially startled, then, after instructing a staff member, led Wu Heng upstairs. After entering the room, Wu Heng took out the soundproof pot and placed it in the middle of the room. A faint barrier enveloped the room. My lord, what is this for? Millicent looked at the soundproof pot. It's for soundproofing, so our conversation isn't overheard. Oh, my lord thinks of everything, she noted. The tavern seems to be doing well, Wu Heng remarked. Millicent quietly said, a few days ago, when the association was searching Main Street for fugitives, many people found it bothersome and came over here. The crowds have been growing, and the rooms are now all full. It seems that the recent search by Zai Ligui and her team actually helped the tavern's business thrive. Wu Heng nodded, continuing, you did well with the intelligence last time. It played a significant role in the progress of the entire case. It's what I should do, Millicent replied with happiness on her face, still humbly thanking him. Wu Heng continued, you mentioned last time about the lack of a high-class chef. Take this money and use it to hire a few skilled ones. With that, several large bags full of silver coins came into view. The bags were opened, and the shining silver coins made Millicent's eyes widen instantly. Even though she had dealt with pirates, she still came from a village and was a country person at heart. Seeing such an amount of silver coins suddenly belonging to her was somewhat unsettling. This is too much, she exclaimed. Run the tavern well, and live a better life for yourself, Wu Heng advised. Oh, okay, thank you so much, my lord, Millicent thanked him, bowing deeply. Her loose clothes draped downward, revealing her exaggerated fullness. Keep it safe and don't let others see it. If they get greedy, it could be dangerous for you, Wu Heng warned. I'll hide it under the bed, she replied. Millicent opened a hidden compartment under her bed and placed all the silver coins inside. Wu Heng continued, keep running the tavern for now, and in a few days, I'll arrange for 2 skeletons to protect your safety. There's no need, my lord. The tavern has many people coming and going. Having those things would easily draw unnecessary attention, she responded. Keep them in your room, and don't take them out. Oh, all right. The two talked in the room for a while. Wu Heng asked her to continue eavesdropping on the people in the tavern. After all, with his bounty posted, some pirates might risk coming ashore. After talking for a while, Wu Heng put on the illusion veil again and left the tavern. He took the carriage back to the center, got off, and walked back to his lodging. After returning, Wu Heng and Minnie had lunch together. Then they went up to the 4th floor. He opened the boundary door and headed to Zombie World. Outside the mall, there were already many vehicles from the refuge parked. A large group of survivors from the base cleared out junk cars, set up checkpoints, and moved supplies. Taking out the walkie-talkie, he called Shi Hengkai directly. She responded quickly, Great King, we are in the 2nd floor hall. Could you please come over? Wu Heng went downstairs immediately. He then saw Chi Hengkai, Li Yaong, and others all gathered around a long table. Li Yaong and Kai Tsai had also come over. We've discussed and decided to make use of this roundabout, to reopen the mall, they said. Chapter 368, Snake Badge Auction. Wu Jingwang was in his 40s, with short hair, thick eyebrows, and a square face. He had the look of someone very capable and efficient. Before the apocalypse, he must have also held an important position. Wu Heng, after listening to the other party's words, looked puzzled again. The invitation for the old factory district to enter the military shelter had been raised before, last time by Yanglong and Chi Hengkai. At that time, the market had just been established, and the old factory district was selling food to the outside, displaying an abundance of supplies. This time they sent a different disaster relief commander, likely the scouts that left yesterday had taken the news back. You're leaving this place? Wu Heng asked in return. Wu Jingwang did not hide the truth, nodding as he said, honestly, we will leave here before winter comes, withdraw all our forces and meet up with a provincial rescue team, and at the same time, we'll take a few cooperating shelters with us. It seemed, just like Shi Hengkai had guessed, they were offloading supplies in preparation to leave this place. Wu Heng glanced at Chi Hengkai, Li Yaong, and a few others, and spoke very directly, thanks for Commander Wu's good intentions, but we are used to living here and don't want to leave yet. Wu Jingwang continued, the strength of the zombies is constantly increasing, and the living space for survivors is gradually shrinking. Only by uniting can we have a better chance of survival. We can plan our own development without the idea of joining any forces, Wu Heng said even more directly. Food and military power, the two most important things, neither was in short supply for him. Moreover, Wu Heng was confident that he would be stronger than any other shelter. How could he possibly give his hard-earned development to others? Wu Jingwang's gaze hardened slightly as he said, Leader Wu should think of the greater good, and the future of humanity. With a smile, Wu Heng replied, Commander Wu, why not bring your people to join the old factory district? We also have a plan for building a fortress and unified development. This. Wu Jingwang started to say something several times but eventually did not continue. After a moment of contemplation, he revealed a smile again. It was just a suggestion. Since Leader Wu has his own plans, I won't insist. Wu Hang nodded, then continued to ask, when do you plan to leave? The exact time has not been decided yet, but Leader Wu would need to keep it a secret for us. Of course. Wu Jingguang thought for a moment, then continued, the pricing of the military equipment from the old factory district, isn't it a bit too low? Perhaps you could raise it a bit. Wu Hang sighed softly, his tone resigned, we have so few people, we can't use so much equipment. Even if we did collect it, it would just gather dust in the warehouse. Food is more important. Military equipment is more sophisticated. Properly stored, it can still be used in the future without a loss. After thinking for a while, Wu Hang said, let's discuss it then and see if we can make some adjustments. Wu Jingguang nodded with a smile. How is the provincial area developing? They are gradually reclaiming key areas and also planning to take back military industrial enterprises. Then it seems it really is better than small places like ours. Yes, after all, it is a key strategic location. Once ammunition production is restored, I can get you connected so we can exchange what we each need. Wu Hang also nodded with a smile, that would be best. Those bone soldiers outside, are they your superpower? They really are quite amazing. It was an unintentional awakening, and I took a lot of risks at the time, Wu Hang answered. Wu Jingguang continued to ask, which corpse core did you consume to manifest this ability? Wu Hang did not answer but just shook his head slightly. Haha, sorry for the many questions, Leader Wu, please don't take offense. The few of them sat together for a while. Each tried to probe and gather intelligence about the other. Wu Jingguang was interested in Wu Hang's superpower and the food sources of the old factory district. Wu Hang was inquiring about some matters in the provincial area. After chatting for a while, Wu Jingguang got up and said, then we'll head back for now. If you need anything in the future, let's keep in touch. Of course. Wu Hang nodded, seeing the several people out downstairs. They got into a military transport vehicle and drove off into the distance. Watching the vehicle fade away, Kang Tsai spoke with some dissatisfaction, damn, a rescue team? Haven't seen them rescue anyone, now they're planning to leave first, and they even want to freeload off us. Wang Qinggang also chimed in, recently, they've been frequently going to the market to exchange for food. It looks like they are preparing to leave, planning to swap for more food and go. Yes, that's probably why, Chi Hangkai agreed. Once the vehicle completely disappeared, Wu Hang spoke up, let's go, let's return to the meeting room to discuss. The few nodded and went back to the meeting room. Aboard the military armored vehicle. Those skeletons, they truly are a superpower, Wu Jingguang began. He was somewhat incredulous to hear about such an ability at first. Now, seeing the teeming skeleton army, he was not only convinced of its existence but was also astonished and a little fearful of the superpower. It should be his superpower, that Chi Hangkai manages the camp, but the real power lies in his hands, Yang Long said. He is capable, but it's a pity he doesn't have a vision for the bigger picture. Such a waste. Wu Jingguang sighed softly. Should we keep contacting him? Yang Long didn't comment on Wu Hang but asked directly instead. Wu Jingguang shook his head, no need, the railway side is almost ready. In these few days, we will exchange all the supplies for food and leave here to meet up with the provincial area. Once our military production is restored, that will be when he comes to us for an exchange of resources. Chapter 368, Snake Badge Auction. You understood. In the meeting room, Chi Hangkai said, we've discussed this before, and plan to make them all by the Ferris wheel. The new marketplace sits a vast border area and centrally located, which makes it more convenient for the surrounding shelters to come and exchange materials. The establishment of each shelter was always away from densely populated central areas. Positioning the market in a central area, indeed, serves the surrounding regions well. Moreover, the buildings here are ready-made, the roads are wider, and there is a complete set of parking lots. There's basically no need to rebuild anything. Once food supplies are transported here, the market can be opened. Okay, you handle it, Wu Hang agreed. Alright, I'll have people plan out the area this afternoon to open it to the public sooner, Chi Hangkai said. Wu Hang continued to look at Li Yaong. How are things on the county side? There's no problem in the county, but we've pretty much scavenged all the materials there. It's also hard to find much gold in the other shelters. Let's keep the bus station for now and start moving the focus of development to this side as well. Alright. Then, a few of them discussed the production of equipment. After everything nearly was talked through, they all dispersed to attend to their matters. Wu Hang returned to the manager's rest area upstairs. Soon after, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. The door opened, and Li Yaong entered directly. After closing the door, she tossed her backpack aside and lunged forward, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a heavy kiss. Then, her hands moved to undress him. Wu Hang turned his head and said, "There's no need to rush, can't you stay the night?" "I don't have time, the transport team back to the bus station is waiting, I came up to deliver the gold to you, and I have to go back down soon." "So rushed? You're a hands-off manager, of course you wouldn't feel it." After finishing her statement, Li Yong, somewhat shyly, looked at him. "What, don't you like this?" "Of course, I do. I wanted to spend the evening with you, but since we're pressed for time, let's make it quick." Wu Hang stripped her in a few moves, tapped the desk beside him. "Hold on tight, don't fall." Li Yong, who was just now full of ardor, suddenly became a bit bashful. She braced herself with her hands against the desk. After a soft moan of deep affection, Li Yong lay somewhat drained on the desk. "Next time I'll stay with you longer, I have a lot to do when I get back today." "All right," Wu Hang said smilingly. Li Yong rested for a while, then began to dress, asking, "You don't have someone else, do you?" "What someone else?" "Like Shi Hankai?" Li Yong looked at him. Wu Hang gave her bottom a solid smack. "No, stop guessing." "Really? You've held out for so long?" Li Yong fastened her back hook and continued, "I understand the situation now. You're the leader, if you have someone else, I won't blame you, but you can't forget about me. Don't worry, it's only you for me here, stop with the wild thoughts. Really, if there is someone you like, tell me, and we'll get along peacefully." Li Yong put on her jacket and said before leaving, "The backpack contains the gold from recently." "I know. Bye. Bye." Li Yong opened the door and left, heading downstairs. Wu Hang also picked up the backpack and looked inside. It was filled with various gold and silver jewelry, totaling more than 30 kilograms in weight. After putting everything away, Wu Hang also dressed, opened the boundary door, and returned to Gold and Silver Island. At the residence, Wu Hang went downstairs, just reaching the first floor. He then saw Andre Willow teaching Minnie how to write a letter. It wasn't that Minnie couldn't write. It was about the format and the content that needed to be in the letter. Both their homes were in London City, and they should write back to report their safety. Seeing Wu Hang come down, Minnie ran over and sat him down on the sofa. "Master, look at the letter I wrote." Wu Hang picked it up and glanced at it. "It's good, it shows you miss your friends and you don't hide your bragging." "Hee, Wire taught me," Minnie said happily. "I didn't teach you to write about how big the house is, or about the pool and the banquet," Andre Willow immediately emphasized. "But I want to tell them, they would be happy to know I'm living well," Minnie said earnestly. Wu Hang nodded. "Yes, that's okay, send it out through the association's mail tomorrow." Yep. Minnie sealed the letter with wax. Andre Willow continued to say to Wu Hang, "Master, this afternoon, the Snake Badge Consortium sent a message saying the auction is starting the day after tomorrow. They will be at port number 7 to board the guests from the island." "An auction?" Had it not been mentioned, Wu Hang would have forgotten about it. The last time at the Snake Badge Consortium, they indeed mentioned this to him. It was an auction organized by the consortium, where they would be selling some rare items. Wu Hang currently had money, quite a lot of it, and even felt he was the person with the most cash on Gold and Silver Island. Going to buy some items to enhance himself was indeed necessary. But he was wanted for 500 gold coins. The steward had even told him to avoid going out to sea. Could there be any danger? After Minnie finished sealing the letter, she asked, "What's this auction about?" "The Snake Badge Consortium's event, they're selling stuff." "Oh, are you going?" Minnie inquired. "Not sure yet, there are a lot of enemies lately, it's a bit risky," Wu Hang said frankly. "True, one can buy anything with money, so if we don't go, we don't go," Minnie remarked and then, looping her arm through his, added, "Master, I bought a lot of nourishing food today, I'll make it for dinner." Chapter 368, Snake Badge Auction. Feeling he could fight again, he nodded, Okay then." After dinner, the trio conducted a simple training session in the courtyard. Then they all returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, Wu Hang made another trip to the association. He checked if there were any special situations and also inquired about the consortium auction. This matter wasn't a secret. Even the regular team members knew about this. After staying at the association for a while, Wu Hang went back to his residence and took the boundary door to Zombie World. As planned, they began to repair the shopping mall. They intended to establish it as a new market. Wu Hang asked Shi Hankai to prepare the truck, leading the skeleton army to continue clearing out the zombies in the surrounding neighborhoods. The large-scale zombie tide had been mostly cleared out, attracted by the noise during the last cleanup at the roundabout. Still, there were leftovers that formed small-scale swarms of zombies. But for the fully formed skeleton army, there was no threat whatsoever. The skeleton army steamrolled through, wiping out swathes of zombies. After the battle, Wu Hang checked his attributes. Level 14, 157,877 165,000, the experience had reached 157,007. Almost 2 more battles with zombie swarms would allow him to reach level 15. As a 4th-tier mage, it wasn't just about fulfilling his promise to Shayla, but also about enhancing his own power. Having more ability to handle risks, his physical state also reached new heights. In short, the higher the level, the more advantageous and beneficial. Once all the bodies were dragged over, Wu Heng released, Battleground of Remains. Then he took the passenger seat, surrounded by the skeletons, and returned. Wu Heng said, check the surroundings for any zombie swarms, and clean them up in the next few days. Chi Heng, preparing the vehicles, thought for a moment, then nodded and said, there's a trade city to the north of the main road that should have a considerable number of zombies. Note it down for next time, that's where we'll go. The convoy returned to the mall. After reassigning the skeleton soldiers, Wu Heng went back to Gold and Silver Island at dusk. Another day passed, at the harbor. Wu Heng, wearing the illusion veil and carrying Karim, showed up at the dock. From a distance, he could see a mid-sized cruise ship moored at the port. The Snake Badge Consortium's emblem was emblazoned on one side of the ship. Esteemed individuals wearing fine attire were boarding the ship with company, not just guards. Many had brought female companions, indicating a fair amount of trust in the Snake Badge Consortium. Wu Heng followed the crowd onto the ship. At the gangway, staff members checked invitations. After confirming the invitation, he was handed a room number. Madam, this is your room number. A staff member will explain the boarding process to you in due course. Wu Heng's current appearance was that of a middle-aged woman. Taking the number, he boarded the ship directly. He found his room based on the number and quietly waited there. Soon, the ship set sail, leaving the harbor. There was a knock on Wu Heng's door, and a staff member walked in. After giving a bow, they said, guest, in 2 hours, we will reach the consortium's Sanya cruise. The auction will be held at midnight. For the rest of the time, we provide entertainment and dining facilities. If you have items to exchange, we also have a mutual trade market, where every guest can trade for the items they need on site. So, it seemed the current vessel was just for transportation, the actual auction was not on this one. Wu Heng nodded, showing his understanding. The staff member then brought out 2 cloaks and said, this cloak is etched with concealing runes that can hide your identity, which can save you a lot of trouble after trades. Chapter 369, Trade Fair, Concealment Cloak, Description. A cloak etched with various runes that can mask the wearer's face, block special marks, and perception. The Snake Badge Consortium really spares no expense to provide such magical artifacts to everyone attending the auction. Concealing the user's face and figure, it can also block certain applied marks and perception. It's a rather nice item. Even outside, it's quite rare. My own illusion veil might not deceive everyone, but the consortium's offering of this item is quite considerate. Do the guests require any further information? The staff member continued to ask. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, how long will the auction last? The auction starts at midnight and will probably end between 4 and 5 in the morning, when we will transport the guests back to the city from whence they came, the staff member replied. It wouldn't last too long. It's just one night, without holding up the next day's schedule. Can you guarantee safety? Wu Heng asked again. The staff member spoke with great confidence, please rest assured, guest. We have powerful individuals on board to deal with any potential threats, and there are other fleets escorting us from the outside. The Snake Badge Consortium's auctions have been held for over 150 years, and with regards to safety, you can be completely assured. After these 2 questions, Wu Heng smiled and nodded, thank you, I have no further questions. If you require anything, you can ring the bell here, and when the ship draws near to the Sanya liner, someone will come to notify you. Alright. The staff member bowed again and then left the room. In modern society, Wu Heng had never attended an auction. The only thing he knew about them came from TV dramas, or some videos he had seen online. The Snake Badge Consortium's auctions seem a bit different. They pay more attention to the safety and privacy of their guests. Even if the bidding process is the same, with everyone wearing cloaks, no one knows who bids on what. They place even greater emphasis on customer experience than the association does. Not sure if I'll encounter anything I need. There was still some anticipation for the auction. It was about a 2-hour journey. There was a knock on the door. Guest, we are nearing the Sanya liner. Please gather your personal belongings and come out to board. Understood, Wu Heng answered. The footsteps at the door grew faint. Wu Heng took off his illusion veil and replaced it with a black cloak. The way of wearing it was not like a cape that one drapes over from the back but more like a raincoat. You have to pull it on over your head to cover your entire body. Wu Heng glanced at Karim beside him, who was also wearing a cloak. Enshrouded in the dark robe, Even the face at the front was blurred. You couldn't make out any features at all. This artifact is really quite useful. Once everything was ready, he opened the door and stepped out of the room. In the ship's corridor, there were quite a few people waiting to go out. Most were cloaked to hide their faces, and some only wore it over their bodies, not covering their heads, revealing their true faces. It seemed they were not worried about being recognized. In front of Wu Heng, two figures cloaked in cloaks were leaning closely together. Finally aboard the ship, now we don't have to worry about being discovered, one said, tightly embracing the waist beside him, whispering. After a shake of the shoulders, a woman's voice replied softly, sneaking around doesn't suit a man at all. Who says? If you agree, after disembarking, I'll go and challenge your husband to a duel and take you away. He could split you in half, she retorted. We agreed, today we'd just be happy. Be good. Don't get mad, eh? Later I'll take you to the casino to have a look. With you with me today, my luck has to be good. Stop it, don't touch me like that, there are so many people around, she complained. Who's going to know who it is? What's there to worry about? He reassured her. Listening to the couple's gossip helped pass the time as Wu Heng waited in line. These two had come to the auction with money but seemed to be using the cloaks as a way to have a secret tryst here. He also noticed that the cloaks were unable to change the sound of one's voice. As they boarded the deck, they could see a huge, luxurious liner with Sanya written on it. Apart from the few escort ships surrounding it, there were other passenger ships bringing guests closer to the liner as well. Soon, the ferry approached the cruise ship. The gangway was set up, and numerous passengers boarded the cruise ship. The Sanya was a large cruise ship, with a sleek deck. The early arrivals, holding glasses of wine, leaned on the railing and watched the others board. Wu Heng boarded the ship and looked around on deck. About 60% of the guests had their faces completely covered by cloaks, and many others were also wearing cloaks but had not pulled them over their heads. This made Wu Heng suspect that the reason for wearing cloaks was to differentiate between guests and staff. The auction was to begin at midnight, and since Wu Heng had no particular goals, he followed the crowd toward the cabin. He visited the casino and the concert hall in succession. After glancing at the women of various races performing dances without clothes in the performance hall, he left. He stopped a staff member and asked, "Where is the trading event?" "In hall number 5 inside the cabin." Wu Heng nodded and headed straight to hall number 5. The trading event was, in fact, not much different from black markets in various places. The Snake Badge Consortium provided the venue, while others could set up booths to sell items or make exchanges on site if they needed something specific. Among those who boarded the ship, quite a few had come specifically for the trading event. Before the auction began, there was ample time to trade. Moreover, the Snake Badge Consortium was very skilled at organizing such venues. Every time, a good number of people would participate. He entered hall number 5. The trading event inside was bustling. But it was a bit different from the trading events he had imagined. The entire venue was arranged in a circle, with cloaked figures sitting in concentric rings, and a wooden platform in the center. Someone stood on the platform, presenting the item in their possession. Wu Heng walked in. A somewhat plump man stood on the platform, holding a wooden box containing a root that resembled ginseng in color. Treasure root ginseng, its effects are surely clear to everyone. If you have relatives or friends suffering from certain unmentionable issues, take this home, and it's guaranteed to work. 120 silver coins, the figure on the platform declared loudly. Wu Heng had a piece of treasure root ginseng himself. It was given to him by the beastman owner of the armory during his time in London City. Its purpose was to enhance a man's abilities in bed. Back in London City, it certainly did not have such a high value. He hadn't expected it to fetch a price of 150 silver coins here. It was a pity that the one he had was always left in his study. "I'll take it for 155 silver coins," someone spoke up. 160 silver coins, another bidder called out. In the end, the price reached 182 before someone made a direct purchase. Next, another person quickly ascended the platform, taking out a long-handled warhammer from a space ring, and said, "The Thunderstrike warhammer, inscribed with lightning effects, 2 gold coins, or an equivalent item for trade." Weapons and armor-class magical artifacts were relatively rare on the market. But the requirements for strength with a long-handled warhammer were quite high. Even with decent lightning effects, it was a niche weapon among arms. Wu Heng's gaze fell on the long-handled warhammer. It was well crafted, and he could see the inscribed runes on it. The warhammer that Skullcrusher had was not magical. It might be worth considering for his use. "If we're talking about a magical item, what do you need?" Someone spoke up first. The man on the platform said, 2 pieces of defensive equipment, or a special item would do. The number of people who use long-handled warhammers is already small, and you also expect to exchange it for a special item. You must be ridiculously poor. someone remarked. Not needed, you don't have to buy it, the man on the platform retorted. Seeing the two parties at a standoff, Wu Heng spoke up, 2 gold coins, I'll take it. Seeing that no one else was raising the price, the man on the platform said, alright, it's yours. As he stepped down, he took a bold look at the person who had been haggling and unabashedly called him ignorant. Wu Heng promptly took out a purse, and the other party passed the long-handled warhammer over to him. Thunderstrike warhammer. Description: a weapon inscribed with lightning runes. Attacks can produce lightning effects. The attributes appeared, and the effects were quite satisfactory. The other party also counted the silver coins, nodded to Wu Heng, then returned to his seat without further ado. Afterward, the next person took the stage. I also have an item. I have 20 long swords with a sharpness effect. I want to sell them all together for 5,000 silver coins, or an item of equivalent value. Chapter 370, Mansion Skill. The market for long swords seemed decidedly better. No sooner had I finished speaking, bidding began below. I'll take it for 5,000. 5,001. The price climbed all the way to 5,500, then silence fell. During the purchase, they were gauging the market price. Even with fluctuations, they wouldn't let the price become absurdly high. Wu Heng thought for a moment, then spoke up, I'll offer 5,600. No one else spoke. The seller came over, brought out the 20 long swords, and Wu Heng paid the corresponding price. Next, the trading event continued. One by one, individuals took to the stage. Some sold elixirs they had crafted, others offered real estate from various locales. It seemed anything could be sold, and there were also those who went on stage to buy. The trading event lasted for over an hour. As Wu Heng had an attendant bring him a cup of fruit tea, another figure took to the stage. I have a special item here that can restore one's senses. The side effect is an intense sensation of pain from being struck. I don't want money, I want to trade for ingredients that can improve oneself or for special tools. The voice was a woman's, low and serious. I have an antibody elixir here. With long-term use, it can strengthen the body's resistance to various negative effects, said someone. To put it simply, it meant the body had gotten used to various toxins through repeated medication. No good. The woman on the stage objected. I have blood crystal lotus roots, which can make your chi and blood more abundant. That's acceptable, but not of equal value to my special item, the woman said again. One after another, they spoke up, announcing their offers. Wu Heng glanced at the figure on stage and said directly, I have an elixir that can raise your level by 1, or possibly even more. The woman looked at him. What is this elixir called? Strength Enhancement Elixir, he replied. Never heard of it, the woman spoke again. The rest of the crowd also turned their heads to look his way. One voiced their doubt, is there such an elixir? Never heard of it. In the Alchemy Association's records of producible elixirs, there isn't one like that. Although this is a free trading event, one cannot just make false claims about products, someone else reminded. It seemed that no one there believed such an elixir existed. Of course, what Wu Heng said was also a bit of a stretch. The corpse core elixir could improve attributes, not directly raise one's level. Wu Heng then said directly, 2 bottles of the elixir in exchange for your special item, and Snake Badge Consortium can certify it. Whoosh! The room instantly buzzed with noise. The consortium certification? Is there really such an elixir? If this elixir existed, wouldn't it mean one could simply drink an elixir and become a hero? The woman remained on stage, looking down at the crowd, then said, 5 bottles. Wu Heng shook his head. The ingredients for the elixir are extremely precious and can't be produced more than once in several years, so 2 bottles is the most I can give. The woman hesitated, then spoke up, okay, bring out the elixir, and we'll go verify its effects over there. I don't have it on me, he confessed. Are you playing me? The woman's voice turned stern. Truly, I don't have it on me. We can complete the transaction at the Snake Badge Consortium when ready, Wu Heng insisted. She continued to stand there, brooding for a while, before eventually nodding in agreement. Fine. Where are you located? Yako, Netali City. Alright. I'll post a commission, you can deliver the elixir then. I hope you're not deceiving me. I'm quite busy as well. She looked at him once more, gathered her belongings, and stepped down from the wooden platform. This item, it seems, was left untraded. After a few more exchanges of goods, Wu Heng also took the stage. He proclaimed, I'm looking for defensive items, items with fog skill effect, and various special items. Friend, I have an item, a token that can release fog. I'll sell it to you for 800 silver, one person spoke up. Another person quickly followed, saying, the fog skill ring, 650 silver. The effect of the ring isn't as good as that of the token. That token of yours has to be thrown out, it's basically useless. Wu Heng, watching the two quarreling, spoke up directly, "The fog skill ring, I'll take it." The person holding the ring immediately showed a smile and said, "Your decision is the correct one." Handing over the ring, Wu Hang glanced at its attributes. Cloud mist ring, description, a ring etched with the fog skill, no problem. Wu Hang put the ring away and paid the corresponding amount of money directly. With the first deal completed, gradually, more people came up to him. "These won't do, they're worn boots." "This shield is good, how much?" "The armor is also decent, how many sets do you have?" The entire trade meet suddenly took on a different form. Wu Hang stood in the middle, while others brought their goods to him, selling their items. After some bargaining, Wu Hang also acquired quite a few things. He splurged just this once. Upon seeing that there wasn't much of what he needed left, he jumped down from the podium. He returned to his seat. Meanwhile, the others continued to step up in turn, showcasing their wares. Just now, he had purchased a total of 5 sets of defensive armor and 3 shields. After returning to his seat, he continued to watch others sell their items. Until late into the night. Some staff members informed everyone that the auction was about to begin. Only then did everyone end the trading session and head outside. Wu Hang didn't need to know the way, he followed the crowd to the auction hall. The entire hall was even more spacious. At the very front was an auction stage, and below were rows of chairs facing the stands. When Wu Hang entered the room, the front was already filled with people. He found a seat in the back with Garam and sat down directly. Eventually, the whole hall filled up. About half an hour after sitting down, a clear bell echoed in the hall, jolting everyone for a moment as they suddenly felt much more awake. The noisy scene instantly quieted down, and countless gazes focused on the stage in front. A slim man in a suit came out smiling and bowed slightly in the middle of the stage. "Thank you, esteemed guests, for coming. The auction is about to begin. The rules are as usual, the highest bidder wins," said the host succinctly, without even introducing himself. After speaking, he gestured slightly, and a young woman came out carrying a tray. On it was a document. The man went straight to the point, the 5-year mining rights to Nistad Iron Mine, starting at 500 gold coins, with each bid increment not to be less than 10 gold. As soon as his words fell, bidding began below at once. 510 gold. 520 gold. Wu Hang's eyes widened as he watched the people eagerly bidding. During the trading session earlier, he was wondering why it seemed like just a bunch of magical artifacts, hardly what one would expect from the top elites. It felt more like a local merchants' meeting. But now, it seemed the main event was here. The mining rights were eventually sold for 780 gold. Next up were fishing grounds, pastures, iron mines, and gold mines, with prices ranging from hundreds to tens of thousands of gold, all quite extravagant. The man cleared his throat. He continued, "Next, we have a top-tier skill book called Modern Kin Mansion Skill. You can create a different dimensional residence to serve as your own home, even use it to store items or soldiers." Wu Hang, who had been slightly dozy, suddenly opened his eyes wide. A different dimension space? Could be used to store items, or even soldiers. The man was still speaking. "While this spell is indeed powerful, the difficulty of learning it is just as great. Mages below level 18 might find it difficult to comprehend and learn the content. Everyone should bid cautiously." Chapter 371, Auction. As the auctioneer began his introduction, the woman behind him also started showing the skill book she held in her hands to everyone present. The book looked somewhat old. Its cover was mottled, with the edges curled and darkened, as if it had been dug out from some ruin. After letting the crowd take a few glances, he continued, "The exterior is somewhat aged, but the content inside is complete, with no signs of missing or smeared pages, which does not affect normal reading. The starting bid is 300 gold coins, with each bid increment being no less than 20 gold coins." After speaking, the auctioneer smiled and fell silent. Meanwhile, below the stands, the crowd instantly became noisy. Compared to the mining rights of various locations, which were priced in the hundreds or thousands of gold coins, a starting bid of 300 didn't sound like much. However, there is also a corresponding price range for skill books in the market. For example, a high-level skill book could be exchanged for 3 merits, and the corresponding price is around 500 silver coins. This marked-up price was much higher, often exceeding the value of a normal skill book. 320. 340. 360. Below the stage, a few people began bidding. But it was clear that there weren't many of them, and the prices were rising by the minimum, which didn't seem intense. Wu Hang listened to the bidding, feeling somewhat tempted, but the price was just too outrageous. "It's so much easier to rob, why bother with an auction?" Wu Hang complained inwardly, when he heard 2 people whispering to each other nearby. A woman's voice said, "This is so expensive, You could buy dozens of high-level skill books with that amount. Next to the woman, another man's voice softly explained, if it is selling for this high, it means that this kind of skill book isn't available anywhere outside. It might not be the only one, but it is definitely not recorded by the major organizations. Even so, it's still too expensive, the woman maintained. Think about it this way, books aren't consumable items. Once you snap this up, many people can study and learn from it. You could even place it in the Mage Association or the Magic Academy's library. Its value far exceeds these few hundred gold coins. The man paused, then added, mages, after all, have a strong passion for learning and knowledge, even if it's not from their own school, they'll want to buy it to study. You're right, the woman agreed. Damn, it's them. Wu Hang pondered for a while, and quickly recognized the two. It was the couple he had encountered boarding the ship. Now he ran into them again. But from their conversation, he could piece together some information. That is to say, such skill books were expensive because they were unseen on the market, even absent from the libraries of some major organizations. Some organizations would buy them not just for their own study but also to add to the library for others to learn from. After the couple finished discussing the skill book, they leaned on each other, exchanging sweet nothings. Wu Hang then refocused his attention on the ongoing bidding. The price had shot up to 550 gold coins. The auctioneer glanced down below and announced loudly, 550 gold for the first time. If anyone is interested, do not miss this opportunity. 550 gold for the second time. Wu Hang raised his bidding card, 570. The auctioneer paused mid-sentence, immediately saying, the gentleman has bid 570 gold coins, anyone else raising the bid? The previous bidders turned hesitantly to look back but did not continue to bid. After calling 3 times, the auctioneer declared, 570 gold coins, sold to client number 057, congratulations to the client. The book was taken away. Then, another skill book was presented by staff on a tray, Shadow of Moi, a sorcerer's book. Upon learning, your whole body becomes enshrouded in shadow, granting heavy concealment and adding corruptive damage when attacking. The starting bid is 250 gold coins, with increments of no less than 5 coins. Sorcerer skills. Sorcerers are also a rarer type of power. Professionally, they're similar to the Holy Quartz clergy, deriving strength from divine spirits. The difference is the method of exchanging power with the divine spirits. The effect of the skill is likely cloaking. Wu Hang wanted to hear what the couple thought, turned his head to glance at them, but their faces were close together. It seemed their mouths had no time for speaking. The bidding began again, the price gradually increasing. At that moment, a member of the staff bent over to approach and whispered, "Guest, this is the item you purchased. You need to pay 570 gold coins." With his face concealed by the cloak, Wu Hang nodded, took a purse out of his space ring and handed it over. The old book also appeared in his hands. Modern Ken Mansion skill, description, can construct a different dimension space and, within a casting range, summon a dwelling space at will. It was more or less as introduced, capable of creating a space in a different dimension. Called mansion skill, it seems the original intention of the spell's creator was to build a space for living. Mansions weren't quite what Wu Hang needed to establish. A barracks or a warehouse would be more suitable for him. The staff member verified the amount of money, bid farewell, and left. The auction continued. The book auction was relatively brief. In total, only 5 skill books were sold. 2 were for sorcerers, and 1 each for divine guard and wanderer professions. After the book auction concluded, the auctioneer smiled, bowed, and then turned and walked down. An elf woman in a sky blue dress walked back to the center of the auction stage, bowed, and announced in a clear voice, "Next up is the auction of magic tools and special items. May the distinguished guests find treasures to their liking." She clapped lightly, and the staff carrying trays, all elves now, came forward. Chapter 371, Auction. He walked slowly onto the auction stage, and when the silk cloth on the platter was removed, a brocaded pouch-like item was revealed. The auctioneer introduced, Space Satchel, a masterwork by a rune master that takes 3 years to complete, with an internal storage space of 100 cubic feet, priced at 2,500 gold coins, with each bid not less than 100, please. Next to him, 2 people moved apart, speaking in hushed tones as they watched the stage. Even space satchels are up for sale now, the consortium must be short on cash this year. Actually, the price isn't too bad, if used for trade you could earn it back in a few years. I like this one. The price is going to soar, I'll buy you a bigger space ring when we get back. Alright, just my luck to fall for you, broke as you are. Personal charm. They exchanged a few words and then leaned together, continuing to talk about other things. Wu Hang was also looking at the satchel on the stage. He had seen this item in London City before, where Liza from the Snake Badge Consortium had won. Being from the Snake Badge Consortium, Liza, as the local head, had permission to use it. At the time, he had even borrowed it from Liza for use and knew the storage space inside was massive, but he hadn't realized it was a whole 100 cubic feet. Cubic feet are not the same as square feet, and although saying it compares to a cargo ship might be an exaggeration, it could nonetheless carry a considerable amount of goods for transport, and running it for a few years would make it possible to earn back the investment. Soon the crowd began to place their bids. The price quickly soared from 2,500 to 7,500 gold coins. Increasingly preposterous. It even surprised Wu Heng, realizing that there were really many wealthy people around. The price hit 8,200, and the rate of bidding slowed down. Wu Heng started bidding, 8,300. 8,400. Someone in front called out a bid. 8,500, Wu Heng continued. 9,000. When Wu Heng called out 9,000, the whole room fell silent. The auctioneer maintained a smile, saying, 9,000 gold coins for the first time, 9,000 gold coins for the second time. Third time, congratulations to guest number 057 for winning the space satchel. The satchel was taken down. Subsequently, the next item was brought onto the stage. The auctioneer said, guarding spirit fist guards, a weapon used by fist masters, engraved with attack and defense runes to increase the user's speed and attack power, while also blocking psychic and mental disturbances, starting at 1,300 gold coins, with each bid not less than 50 gold coins. The price was somewhat lowered. Wu Heng watched, feeling it was quite suitable for many. When the price rose to 4,300, he began to bid. After the auctioneer called 3 times, the hammer fell directly. Congratulations to guest number 057 for obtaining the guarding spirit fist guards. The auction continued. But there was something off about the scene. Congratulations to guest number 057 for winning the martial phantom blades. Congratulations to guest number 057 for winning the wind tread garment. Congratulations to guest number 057 for winning the lion armor. Congratulations to guest number 057 for winning the holy war radiant armor. The room was silent. Everyone turned their heads in unison, looking towards the back where the bidding had occurred. Even though faces and expressions were hidden by cloaks, everyone's frozen posture on their seats revealed curiosity and astonishment. How much money did he bring? He won everything without missing a single item. Did he rob the consortium's treasury? Judging by the voice, he must be quite young, and by the looks of his height, probably of the human race or an elf. Must be from the Yoko Kingdom, right? I heard there's been some intense turmoil in their royal family lately. They wouldn't have moved all their money, would they? What's he buying all this stuff for? The usually quiet crowd, those nearby, began discussing among themselves. Winning several items worth a fortune in succession, how rich must one be to dare to buy things at an auction in such a manner? His profound wealth was frightening. All eyes turned his way. Wu Heng, however, didn't mind, since no one knew each other anyway. On the other hand, the couple acting cozy beside him became more reserved, wanting to lean on each other but feeling a bit self-conscious as everyone looked in their direction. A few staff members approached. They were holding items that had just been auctioned. Guest, these are the items you've won. The total cost will be 21,500 gold coins, a staff member said softly. Wu Heng nodded. I'd like to exchange some gold. Of course, guest, will it be an item trade or gold exchange? Gold exchange. Please wait a moment, I'll arrange for someone to come over, the staff member said. Meanwhile on the stage, the auctioneer loudly introduced the last special item. But now, everyone's eyes were fixed on Wu Heng's position, waiting to see if he could really afford to take home so much in one go. The auctioneer, in the middle of her presentation, noticed that no one was listening to her and could only offer an awkward smile. The auction was paused to allow Wu Heng to exchange his gold. Soon, 2 dwarves approached from a distance. They smiled and said, Guest, do you need to exchange for gold coins? Wu Heng took out 2 backpacks and handed them to the dwarves. As the backpacks were opened, they revealed an abundance of gold and silver jewelry inside. The dwarves nodded. Guest, please wait a moment. We need to weigh these. For finished jewelry in good condition, we will settle with a 10% premium. Wu Heng nodded, indicating that it was acceptable. The measurement of gold was being conducted there. The crowd was even more amazed. It's all gold, carrying so much money. Definitely must have been brought out of some royal treasury, otherwise, it couldn't be jewelry of such quality. Yes, there's a high chance. Who would bring out finished jewelry like this? Really rich, coming to clean out the auction at the consortium. The buzz of the crowd continued. The dwarves had also finished the authentication and weighing. They said, Guest, with the premium, The total comes to 26,150 gold coins. After deducting the gold coins for your purchases, you have 4,650 gold coins remaining. That's fine. Please, wait a moment. Shortly after, 4 money bags were brought over. The gold jewelry was also taken away by the other party. Wu Heng collected all the items he bought along with the remaining gold coins. The auction continued once again. The auctioneer resumed with a smile and said, "Next, we have the final item of this auction. For those who haven't found an object to their liking, this is your chance to seize the opportunity." Gesturing for everyone to look at an item on the side, she continued, "A special item, the evil sword Silent Blade. Any living beings moving around the user will be attacked by the weapon, including the user, with no special side effects." Upon hearing about the evil sword, the place immediately buzzed with activity again. The evil sword, they are actually selling that. A few days ago, Karam was on the island with the evil sword and was killed by a Milo. The one Karam had was called Nebula, not this one. What's happening recently, with this kind of evil sword circulating in the open? Maybe in a few days, Nebula will also be put up for sale. Emilo has the elf race's sacred sword, he wouldn't care about such a sinister weapon. That's true. The crowd murmured to each other in low voices. The auctioneer continued, "The starting bid is 5,000 gold coins, with each bid increment not to be less than 200. Ladies and gentlemen, you may begin now." Wow, the starting bid is so high. They must be banking on someone here to provide a reserve, so the consortium raised the price. Evil swords are expensive to begin with. 5,200. 5,400. Bidding started. Wu Heng directly called out, 5,600. The crowd paused in their bidding. And turned to look back his way again. Sure enough, it had started again. Most people stopped raising the bid after he made an offer. Only 1 or 2 people continued, but once the price reached 6,600 gold coins, no one else spoke up. Wu Heng won the item without contest. The auctioneer repeated the previous phrase, "Congratulations to guest number 057 for winning the evil sword Silent Blade." Wu Heng paid for the item and collected the special item. The auctioneer spoke again, "Thank you, guests, for your participation. The auction has now come to an end. You all may return to your own cities by the ships that brought you here, and I wish you all a pleasant life." The woman bowed and swiftly left the stage. The guests, too, got up in a rush and headed outside. As Wu Heng stood up, a staff member quickly approached him. "Guest," the staff member said softly, "the manager has requested to see you." Wu Heng was taken aback at first, he tensed, thinking another troublesome matter had arisen. But then he felt something was off. Buying items from the consortium, there was no way they'd come to him with trouble. Moreover, with so many witnesses around, unless they wanted to ruin their own reputation, they would never do such a foolish thing. "Lead the way." The staff member nodded and led him to a side chamber. Upon entering a room, a faint fragrance wafted out, and the auctioneer from earlier was seated inside the room. Seeing him enter, she stood up with a smile and said, "Guest, please have a seat." Sitting down, Wu Heng was also curious about why he had been summoned and directly asked, "Do you need me for something?" Chapter 372, able to create a minor world. The elf woman, donning a long red gown with her pointed ears and golden hair, had delicate and beautiful features. She sat on a chair with her long legs crossed, her skirt revealing her straight, fair calves. Wu Heng observed her, and she looked back at him with a face full of curiosity. Even cloaked, she scrutinized attentively. After Wu Heng sat down, an attendant brought over some tea and cakes. The elf said with a smile, "Guest, since you've reached a certain transaction amount at the auction, we can offer you a new emblem for better future cooperation." As she spoke, the elf woman handed over an emblem. Within the Snake Badge Consortium, the emblem played a significant role. Whether it was for commissioning tasks or engaging in some special transactions, the Snake Badge Consortium did not recognize individuals but only recognized emblems and notes. Notes were for those without emblems, while those with emblems would be recognized solely by the emblem. If you lost your emblem, it would be difficult to retrieve unless you had special connections. Although this might seem rather stringent and even unreasonable, many powerful individuals were indeed convinced by this very practice, willing to cooperate with the consortium. What criteria must be met to be granted this kind of emblem? Wu Heng continued to inquire. There are 2 criteria. 1. The highest bidder at the auction may be evaluated for potential and chosen for an emblem upgrade by the chief steward. The second is, after qualifying as the highest bidder, reaching a certain transaction amount directly qualifies you for a purple gold level emblem, the elf explained softly. In other words, the consortium's replacement of the emblem primarily considered financial capability. The first criterion implies reaching the top bid, but the transaction amount might not be very high. The chief steward would then consider whether or not to upgrade the emblem. If, however, one reached the top bid and the transaction amount also met a certain standard, then the criteria for an emblem replacement were wholly satisfied. He had surely met the second criterion. What privileges does this emblem come with? It signifies that you are one of our most valued customers. You'll enjoy substantial discounts when purchasing goods, and in any situation, you can ride consortium vehicles free of charge. Should there be unrest in the city you reside in, you can also move to a consortium building, where we will spare no effort to protect you and your family, the woman said with a smile, giving him a glance before continuing. Of course, these are just the basic privileges. The consortium's network is extensive, and it can provide you with many advantages. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised by these privileges. It seemed that possessing this emblem didn't just represent an identity when issuing commissions but also allowed borrowing some consortium resources. Resources, such as means of transport, security, and networks of influence, were also part of the deal. The emblem appeared to be quite precious indeed. Thank you, I will accept it. Wu Heng took it without hesitation. The elf woman smiled and nodded, lifting her teacup for a light sip. My name is Ritili, responsible for the Snake Badge Consortium in Lopez City. If you happen to visit, feel free to look for me. The man before her aroused her curiosity. She also suspected whether his extravagant purchases were meant to catch her attention. After all, before the exchange of auctioneers, he hadn't displayed such an exaggerated buying behavior. But as soon as she took over, every item was not just bought but bought in full amount. Even with his face hidden by the cloak, judging by his voice and the way he sat, he seemed to be quite young. A young and wealthy client was, to her, well worth getting to know better. Listening to his frank way of expressing himself. I might visit when I have the chance, Wu Heng replied, then stood and added, if there's nothing else, I should be leaving so as not to miss my departure by ship. Of course, guest, the woman rose to see him off. As he stepped out of the room, Wu Heng paused once more. Outside the door, more than a dozen figures cloaked in black robes had gathered. As he emerged with Garam, all eyes turned sharply towards him. Sir, I run a jewelry store in Lopez City. If you're interested, you are welcome to visit or I could introduce it to you directly for orders. A figure approached, speaking rapidly. A jewelry business? Wu Heng glanced at the others lined up, still waiting. Were all these people here to discuss business with him? I don't currently need any jewelry, he responded. Sir, you may want to remember our shop's name, Pearl Shell Jewelry. Feel free to visit whenever you like, the person said, quickly jotting down the shop's name and handing it over. Wu Heng accepted it. All right, I've got it. The next person came forward. Sir, our shop specializes in living-related magic tools and is called the White Whale Tool Shop. Another piece of paper with a name was delivered to him. Next, the third and fourth individuals stepped forward in turn. Sir, we specialize in magic weapon artifacts and can produce weapons of superior quality or higher, which also possess special effects. Another person began to speak. Magic weapon artifacts? This was something Wu Heng indeed had some demand for. Where is your shop located? What is it called? Wu Heng asked. Lopez City, White Scourge Tool Shop. All right, I'll remember that, and I'll take a look when I have the chance, Wu Heng stated. Thank you, sir, the individual replied. After continuing to receive the slips of paper handed over by the remaining few individuals, Wu Heng left the cabin under the escort of Karam and headed toward the deck. In the room behind him, after Wu Heng's departure, two figures emerged from behind the partition inside. One was a burly, silver-haired elderly human, while the other was the middle-aged male auctioneer from before. Both individuals stepped out, and the female auctioneer Ritili bowed to the elder, saying, My lord. The elder nodded, sat down to one side, and asked, Is he from the Skeleton Kingdom? Probably not, he doesn't seem very familiar with the consortium's rules, and it's likely his first time attending the auction, Ritili explained. Since when did such a big spender appear among the coastal cities? The elder wondered. I'm not sure, Ritili shook her head. The other middle-aged auctioneer pondered for a moment and then suggested, should we arrange for someone to follow him discreetly, to see what ship he takes to leave? That way, we could have an idea. The elder shook his head, we must adhere to the consortium's rules, don't do anything foolish. Yes, my lord, I've spoken out of turn, the auctioneer conceded. It's fine, this auction was quite successful. I will commend both of you to the higher-ups, the elder stated. The two auctioneers were delighted, thank you, my lord. Standing on the deck, Wu Heng waited for a while. The vessel assigned to pick him up then slowly approached the passenger ship. Previously, Wu Heng had considered whether to choose a ship heading somewhere else and then use the Phantom train to return to Gold and Silver Island after reaching the destination. But upon further thought, he dismissed this idea. The nearest port, apart from Gold and Silver Island, would take 2 days' time. too much of a waste of time. And the effect wouldn't be significant. Soon, the ship bound for Gold and Silver Island arrived. Wu Heng boarded along with the crowd and entered his assigned cabin to rest. The ship set off, heading towards Gold and Silver Island. In the room, Wu Heng took out the modern Ken Mansion scale he had purchased and began to casually flip through it. The material of the book appeared to be some sort of leather, distinctly different from paper to the touch. It seemed fortunate that it was made of this material because judging by the current state of the book's wear and tear, if it were made of paper, it probably would have deteriorated long ago. The type of skill belonged to the School of Incantations. The first part of the content was about the initial intent of creating the magic and some of the effects that could be achieved. The reason for developing this magic cube was to solve the issue of temporary campsites during team adventures. When the environment didn't allow, with harsh weather and fires that easily attracted enemies or wild beasts, the original author began to develop this skill. Mansion skill enabled the caster to open up a space in another dimension, constructing a residence. Unlike what was expected, the function of the boundary door was different. The construction within the other dimensional space didn't involve moving everything inside. Instead, it was crafted using your spiritual power to construct the entire house structure. It included interior decoration, furniture, or even servants to do your laundry and cooking. Can it create a small world? Wu Heng wondered aloud. Chapter 373, Whoever moves gets chopped. Being able to create items, life, and even a small world isn't much different. But things created in the different dimension space can only be used within that dimension, while items brought in from the outside can be taken out of the different dimension mansion. The servants aren't true life forms, nor can they leave the different dimension mansion. People who enter the mansion from the original world can normally go in and out of the dimension. This aspect seems reasonable. What is created is, after all, fake. But to be effective from one's own little world is already quite astounding. Looking at it now, spending these 570 gold coins on a skill book doesn't feel like a loss. Being able to transport items inside and store forces, everything I wanted can be done. When I bought the book, the idea was to be able to rapidly deploy forces. Although the book didn't mention storing troops, it did say people could come and go freely. It was also a spell that satisfied the needs of a small squad's field camp, which means that one could completely store forces inside. It basically met all my expectations. Dong dong dong. The sound of knocking came from the door, followed by the voice of a staff member. Guest, the ship will dock soon, you can take off your cloak now. That was quick. Oh, okay. I took off the black cloak and put on the illusion veil again. Opening the door, I returned the two capes to the staff member. Then I followed the others, lining up to go on deck. It was already daylight. At the port, ships were leaving the docks and workers were moving cargo around. It was a bustling scene. The consortium's ship had docked, and everyone started to disembark with the crowd. Unlike Wu Heng, many others who took off their cloaks were familiar with each other, greeting each other and even openly discussing the auction items they bought. It seemed there was nothing too secretive about the consortium's auction, and it could be openly discussed. Wu Heng hailed a carriage and went straight to the association. Entering the office study, Andre Willow was sitting at the desk, organizing documents. Seeing Wu Heng return, her face immediately lit up with a smile. Master, you're back. Yes. Why are you here so early? I woke up early, so I came over, Andre Willow replied and then continued to ask, Master, how was the auction last night? The two maids at home knew that he had gone to the auction last night. Moreover, I had instructed them to make up an excuse in case anyone asked. There was little chance of an issue arising, after all, it was just one night. Who would come looking for me at that late hour? It went smoothly. When does spending money ever not go smoothly? Wu Heng said. Andre Willow smiled and poured him a cup of tea, placing it in front of him. Have you had breakfast, Master? I'll eat when I get back. Alright, I'll have Minnie prepare some delicious food for you. After sitting in the association for a while, Wu Heng got up and left. Walking down the corridor to leave, he ran into Xiligui coming from outside. Xiligui, you've been slacking, getting here so late, Wu Heng spoke up first. Xiligui's expression stiffened, and she looked him up and down, confused. Did you cause trouble again? That's some accusation. Then why are you here so early? Wu Heng was somewhat speechless and didn't answer but instead asked, nothing much happening at the association recently, right? No major issues, although in the past few days, the fleets on the trade routes have frequently encountered pirates, causing some losses. Xiligui thought for a moment before speaking. Wu Heng's brow furrowed. According to what the pirate mistress Philippa had said, the blank envelope had provided her with intelligence on the shipping lanes. It seemed that intelligence on the trade routes had also been passed to other pirates. Does the steward not have any plans? There's none so far, but in a few days, the top should issue another quota. Then, we'll discuss together how to complete it. Alright, Wu Hang nodded. Zailigui looked at him, then asked, why are you heading out this early in the morning? Ah, I'm going to investigate a fugitive. Zailigui looked at him suspiciously but still nodded. Alright then, be careful. I'm off then. If there's any information, let's exchange notes. Sure. He left the association. Wu Hang didn't linger and took a carriage back to his residence. Pushing open the door, he entered the room. Minnie ran up to him and threw herself into his arms. She snuggled forcefully in his embrace and asked, was the auction fun? Wu Hang held her and sat down on the sofa, his hand gliding over the hem of her clothes, gently stroking Little Rabbit's smooth belly. It was okay. The auction itself wasn't very interesting, but there were some entertaining places on the ship. Minnie grew more curious. What kind of entertaining places? Casinos, taverns, balls. It was quite lively. A ball. Did you dance together? Everyone participating in the auction was masked and wearing a cloak. How could they dance? The performances were by dancers on the stage. Was it nice to watch? It was okay. They were dressed lightly, quite appealing, Wu Hang said. Oh, that sounds fun. Next time, I'll take you and Wire, he suggested. You're the best, Master, Minnie cooed. Wu Hang gently patted her back and said, go prepare the bathwater, I'm going to take a bath first. Yes, Master. It wasn't long before the bathwater was ready. After a comfortable bath, he went straight to the study. Sitting in front of the desk, he took out everything he had bought this time. His gaze fell on the two most valuable items. Space Satchel, Silent Blade Evil Sword, Special Item. Space Satchel, description, an item engraved with space magic, containing a storage space of 100 cubic meters within. From the description, it didn't seem much different from a space ring. The only difference was the size of the storage space. Wu Hang held it in his hand, connected to the item with his spiritual power, and immediately entered the space satchel. The space inside was vast and completely empty, without a thing in sight. The value of the space satchel, judging from the extravagant closing price of 9,000 gold coins, had already surpassed the category of a magical item. But the practical value was still immense. Just as that couple had said. Even if used for trading, the space inside was enough to carry some goods. Earning the money back within a few years might be an exaggeration, but it truly was an item that could greatly improve the efficiency of trade over time. Wu Hang bought it, and it would also better facilitate the exchange of goods between two worlds, rather than frequently opening the boundary door and having skeletons transport goods bit by bit. He set the space satchel aside and his gaze continued to the second evil sword. Silent Blade Evil Sword, Special Item, Category, Special Item, Effect, any living beings moving within 10 meters will be attacked. Side effect, unable to distinguish the user. Description, an evil sword that nobody wants to own due to its strange characteristics. Wu Hang looked at the weapon's description, his brow still furrowed. It attacks all moving units. And the side effect is, it can't distinguish the user. What does that mean? Holding this sword, neither the enemy nor I can move? Whoever moves gets cut? Chapter 374, Occupational Bias. Evil swords are not unique. Each one has its own unique effects and side effects. The effect of a Nebula Evil Sword in Karam's hand is that it allows the user to instantly appear behind the enemy within the fog, serving as a sudden attack. However, the evil sword in front of him attacks all living beings within a 10-meter radius. The side effect is that it cannot distinguish its user. This point is indeed quite special. By activity, does it mean walking, or does it mean that no part of the body can move? If no part can move, then how is the sword sheathed after it is drawn? Just stand there and be drained alive by a sword? This side effect seems too harsh. No wonder swords, such a popular weapon, did not see too fierce a competition at the auction. If it can't be used after purchase, and the price is too high, naturally no one will buy it. This is money down the drain. Wu Hang muttered to himself and temporarily stowed the evil sword away. Then, he turned his attention to the items laid out on the ground in order. First are the magical items purchased from the trade meet. Thunderstrike Warhammer Cloud Mist Ring Sharp Longsword Agile Plated Armor. Thunderstrike Warhammer. Description, a long-handled warhammer with an engraved lightning effect, capable of delivering a powerful electrical shock upon striking a target. Cloud Mist Ring. Description, a magical ring engraved with the fog skill, capable of releasing a cloud of fog within a 3-meter radius. Sharp Longsword. Description, a fine iron forged longsword, engraved with sharp runes to enhance its cutting effect. Agile Plated Armor. Description, this type of armor, with metal plates linked flexibly over chainmail and engraved with agility runes, reduces the overall weight of the protection. There are a total of 4 items. Among them, Thunderstrike Warhammer and Cloud Mist Ring are one of each, 20 sharp long swords, and 5 sets of agile plated armor. The longswords and armor are just samples to be tested for their usefulness. If they prove useful, more can be ordered from those stores later. After all, he had noted down the addresses and names of the shops. Skull Crusher, Karam, come here, Wu Hang said. The two skeletons stationed at the doorway walked over immediately. Skull Crusher, this weapon is for you, it comes with a lightning effect. Wu Hang handed the Thunderstrike warhammer to him and briefly introduced it. Skull Crusher took the warhammer and gripped it in his hand. The original warhammer was then stored away by Wu Hang back into the space ring. Continuing, he said to Karam, this Cloud Mist ring is for you, to be used in combination with the Nebula Evil Sword. Karam took off his gloves and placed the ring on his bony finger. Necromancer attendants are able to trigger magical effects of items, but cannot use space rings. The explanation in the Book of Necromancy is that necromancers do not have an independent soul and cannot really communicate with the objects in another space. However, they can directly trigger the effects of magic items. After distributing the items, he instructed the two skeletons to return to their original positions. He then continued to look at the remaining items. Guardian Gauntlets, Martial Phantom Blades, Windtread Garment, Lion Armor, Holy War Radiant Armor. These four were purchased at the auction. The price difference between them and the items above is like night and day. Each one has an asking price of several hundred gold coins. Guardian Gauntlets, description, gauntlets engraved with a variety of rune effects, increasing the wearer's reaction speed, physical attacks, greatly enhancing mental and spiritual resistance. Engraved skill, King Mountain's protection allows the user to enter the skill state voluntarily, forming petrified skin that increases defense and resistance to blows. Wu Hang examined the introduction to the gauntlets, frowning slightly. The description on the panel is more detailed than the introductions at the auction hall. There are two types of runes. One amplifies the wearer's abilities and increases resistance, while the other is an engraved skill called King Mountain's protection, which petrifies the skin when activated. The magic item seems to be quite impressive according to the introduction. He has 3 Fist Masters under him. Shark Teeth is level 13, Badong is level 12, and Mini is level 5. Handing the gauntlets to Shark Teeth would naturally maximize their effect. But it's uncertain whether skeletons, which lack flesh, can activate the skill on them. As for giving them to Mini, he had thought of her when he first purchased them. But her level is too low, and it would be hard for her to make use of them for a while. He continued looking down the list. The second item, Martial Phantom Blades. Martial Phantom Blades, description, blades from the Aratunga region, engraved with illusion runes, capable of creating multiple illusions to attack simultaneously, and possessing effects such as hard-to-heal wounds and armor breaking. It sounds like it can create clones. The item can coordinate with a user's real and false moves, making it a tactical weapon. Its additional effects of hard-to-heal wounds and armor breaking are also excellent. Moreover, as a magical item, it does not have any side effects, really making it a rare find. The use of twin blades is widespread among professions. Common users are thieves and warriors. However, professions like rangers and investigators also opt for such a weapon when facing close combat. He still has a pair of special item twin blades, the Bloodthirsty Twin Blades, previously Bloody Hand's weapon. After Bloody Hand was killed by Garam, the Bloodthirsty Twin Blades have been left in the bag. Now there's one more. Anyway, there are no side effects, and the effect is not bad either, so we'll see who to give it to when the time comes. Continued looking down. Windtread Garment, description, a martial arts uniform made from segments of real silk interlocked together. Punches and kicks can create air currents, releasing chi and enhancing the effects. A martial arts uniform made of very good materials. Moreover, judging from the name and size, it's a women's model. Just what Minnie could use. Lion Armor, description, a tough half-body armor. Many parts of the armor body are forged into lion heads, giving off a majestic presence. With strong and protective runes etched in, and when paired with the lion shield, the shield's lion head can bite enemies, while the armor's lion head produces a roar that can stun and instill fear in the enemy. A piece of heavy armor. It's all gold, with lion head imagery on the chest and shoulders. It looks rather dominant. Heavy armor requires a certain level of physical constitution and strength, or else the defense will be up, but if it slows down movement when worn, it will just become a sitting duck. From the description, it seems to be part of a set of armor. The armor itself is only etched with runes that increase defensive protection, but with another piece, the lion shield, a special effect is produced. The shield can bite enemies, while the armor releases a roar. Just need to pay special attention to the lion shield. The last piece, the Holy War Radiant Armor. Holy War Radiant Armor, description, the radiant armor of the Expeditionary Force's holy warriors, etched with religious patterns and sacred texts. Wearing the armor will bless the body, enhancing states such as strength and self-healing. If worn by necromancy or dark units, they will suffer from positive energy damage, Nice job. I've bought a piece of equipment that specifically targets necromancy. If it's worn by necromancy units, they will incur positive energy damage. This positive energy, it's rather peculiar, full of prejudice. Finished examining a few pieces of equipment. Although the effects of 2 items are not entirely satisfactory, overall it's still pretty good. Gold coins can be obtained in the modern world. What needs to be done is to figure out a way to transform this gold into my own strength. I have quite a few enemies here. If you hesitate to spend money, and the enemy comes knocking, the money will go unspent, and that would be a shame. Packed away the few items. Drank the last of the tea in my cup in one gulp, then went straight through the boundary door to the zombie world. On the other side, it was still the manager's office of the mall. Stepped out of the room. The 4-legged big-head skull and several skeletons holding iron swords were guarding outside the door. Went up to the glass wall on the side of the corridor to take a look. The whole mall beneath had checkpoints and fences set up. Vehicles from some shelters passed through the checkpoints and entered a side parking lot under directions. A few people got out of the cars, carrying backpacks, and walked towards the interior of the mall while talking. It seems that this mall has already been put to use. All the shelters are coming here to exchange goods. After glancing out the window, Wu Heng withdrew his gaze, took out the long-handled warhammer that had been retired from Skull Crusher, and handed it to the 4-legged one beside him. This will be your weapon, Wu Heng handed it to him. 4-legged was 4 meters tall, with a broad skeleton and 4 conspicuous legs. He took the warhammer and stood aside. Then he picked up the walkie-talkie and called for Chi Hankai. After a while, Chi Hankai came up from downstairs. Underneath was a stab-proof vest, and she was draped in a tired-looking coat. She had the air of a corporate female executive. Great King. Come inside and talk. Entering the office, the two sat down in chairs. Chi Hankai immediately said, the market has been moved over here, but we have only opened up the first and second floors. The other floors need to be replanned for different uses. The mall is divided into 5 floors. But speaking with the current population and demand for goods, even 2 floors are not needed, as the first floor alone can fully meet the needs of being open to the public. So, there's no need to open up the higher floors. Are there many people coming here? Wu Heng asked. The number of convoys coming to exchange goods is clearly more than at the old factory district. Some shelters, because of the long distance, have to stay overnight outside after exchanging food at the old factory district. Now, trading here, they can almost make it back before nightfall, explained Chi Hankai. It seems that moving the market here was indeed the right choice. However, there are still some problems. From the prison to the old factory district, there are too many dispersed bases. Given the current number of survivors, so many bases are simply a burden. Transportation is inconvenient, and in case of an emergency, it's difficult to support each other. The best option would be to keep 1 or 2 after a count is made. But there's no rush, we'll discuss it with everyone later. Good, that's good, Chi Hankai continued. The military came by yesterday and seemed to be dissatisfied with our pricing again. They talked to me about the price, wanting to increase the amount of food exchanged, said a lot about the bigger picture. If it wasn't for the fact I have no say, they might have agreed. Nice one. They've come to talk again. But Wu Heng immediately thought of something and asked, are they about to leave? The Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the Apocalypse 1 chapter 375, is it that awesome? I feel it's coming soon, otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a hurry, Chi Hankai said, and then continued, do we need to change the prices? Keep the prices roughly the same, we also need to eat. For those with special needs, we can reduce the price a bit, as a gesture of goodwill, Wu Heng thought for a moment and then said. He had originally intended not to adjust the prices at all. They were selling ammunition to themselves without offering any discounts, and now they were repeatedly discussing prices. It was somewhat displeasing. But after giving it some thought, he realized that they still needed hordes of zombies for leveling up. The zombies in the city center had been cleared out, and the next step was expansion outward. There might be contacts with the provincial rescue teams or intelligence exchange later on. It was best to keep up appearances. Understood, I will find an appropriate reason when the time comes. Wu Heng nodded with a smile. Then he continued, have the surrounding zombies been scouted? We've had someone scout the Trade City area, Chi Hankai said. There's a significant horde blocking a stretch of road, it's best to clear it out. Okay, get the convoy ready. We'll go clear them out in the next few days. Got it. Chi Hankai responded. After finishing their discussion, Chi Hankai thought for a moment and said, shall I take you down to the market? It would be good to show our faces to everyone. All right. The two got up, went out, and descended the stairs. Chi Hankai led him to the hall. While walking, they went over the layout and functional zones of the market. Aside from exchanging food, There were also some daily necessities. After a round of browsing, Wu Heng went back upstairs, opened the boundary door, and returned to Gold and Silver Island. He reappeared in his study. As he came downstairs, Minnie and Andre Willow were playing shuttlecock in the courtyard. With a distance of over 10 meters between them, the shuttlecock made sharp sounds with each kick. "Wire, Minnie, come in for a moment," Wu Heng called out. Minnie swiftly caught the shuttlecock and ran towards the house. Andre Willow followed her inside. "What is it, master?" Minnie asked, hugging his arm and speaking in a half-coquettish tone. Wu Heng said, "I bought some items at the auction this time, they're perfect for the two of you." "Yay, another gift." Minnie cheered. Andre Willow also smiled. Wu Heng took out items from the space ring and said, "Minnie, this windtread garment is for you, it's a martial arts attire that can enhance the power of chi." "Thank you, master," Minnie said, taking it with a happy face. Wu Heng continued, looking at Andre Willow, "Wire, I can only give you a 10-cubic space ring for now. I'll get you a suitable piece of equipment later." Andre Willow smiled, "Thank you, master." Wu Heng did not give the guardian gauntlets to Minnie, as she could not utilize them effectively yet. As for Wire, she had already been equipped with a variety of firearms, so she did not have a significant need for weapons. After distributing the items, Wu Heng continued, "Let's get ready for dinner." "Okay." Minnie went to instruct on preparing dinner. Wu Heng then went outside to equip several skeleton attendants in the courtyard with sharp long swords and agile-plated armor. The safety of their dwelling was very important. Soon, dinner was served at the table. After having dinner together, Minnie went to the courtyard to practice boxing in her windthread garment, while Andre Willow fed the little owl. Wu Heng went straight upstairs. Back in the study, he closed the windows and turned on the air conditioning. A cool breeze began to flow in. The timelines of the two worlds were synchronous, but their climates were not. The zombie world had entered deep autumn, with withered vegetation and fallen leaves everywhere. Conversely, it was still hot on Gold and Silver Island. Additionally, as an island, the temperature there was not low. According to the climate, the location of Gold and Silver Island likely belonged to a tropical monsoon climate. There was no such thing as winter. Moreover, with everyone being professionals with high constitution, they weren't particularly bothered by the heat. It was indeed a suitable place for living. Sitting down at his desk, Wu Heng took out the unfinished mansion skill book. Glancing at the teapot on the shelf by the door, he cast animate object and the teapot floated over, filling his teacup with tea. Wu Heng took a sip from his cup and started reading the book attentively. The first part of the book mainly dealt with the initial intent behind the development of the skill, as well as some of its uses and effects. In short, once you've learned this skill, you carry a house with you wherever you go. Moreover, you can alter the interior decors and furniture or add some servants to attend to you according to your wishes. It was uncertain whether it could achieve this effect, but the description was indeed enticing. He turned to the page he had left off on, and continued to read further. Behind, was the detailed explanation of the skill. The mansion skill, in terms of the type of magic, belonged to the curse system. The magic diagrams recorded above were the most numerous and complicated ever encountered in a skill book. Among them were spell patterns Wu Heng had seen before, including spatial expansion, material transformation, and curse condensation. The rest was comprised of several diagrams he had not seen before. This made him suspect the breadth of knowledge and level the creator of this magic had reached to be terrifyingly high. Possibly level 18 or even having achieved the heroic tier. Fortunately, he didn't need to truly delve into studying magic. Just reading it through normally was enough. He refocused and started to read carefully again. Time ticked by. The world outside the window had dimmed. He had only read about half of the thickness of the entire book. As the book had no page numbers, he didn't know exactly which page he was on. But by now, his head felt somewhat heavy and dull. Even with his intelligence over 40, he found such material somewhat challenging to read. He took out a bookmark and placed it on the page he was reading. Then he let Glenda and Zhao out. "What's going on?" Glenda asked. "Nothing, you two just do what you want around the house. If you want to go out, don't fly too far in case there's any danger," Wu Heng said directly. "Oh, okay." Glenda nodded, gesturing with her hand, as a book floated over. She began to read it as it hovered beside her. Zhao pulled out a tablet, manipulated the stylus, and called up cartoons to watch. Wu Heng turned off the lights and the air conditioning and headed downstairs. He had just reached the third floor when the doors of two adjacent rooms opened simultaneously. Andre Willow and Minnie poked their heads out to look. Almost at the same moment, both were startled. "Didn't you say you were tired and going to bed early?" Andre Willow asked Minnie. The latter retorted, "HMPH, so did you. You said you dressed in your room, but then you secretly listened for any sounds." Wu Heng looked at the two women and asked, Did I disturb you? No. We haven't gone to bed yet, said Minnie. Then she added, Master, are you going downstairs for a midnight snack? I can have the skeleton prepare something. No need, I plan to go downstairs and have the skeleton draw some water for a bath. Minnie looked left and right, then said, I'll prepare it. Master, you go back and wait for a bit. Alright, that works. Wu Hang chatted with Andre Willow on the ground floor. Minnie called from upstairs that the bath water was ready. Wu Hang soaked in the bathtub upstairs, and the two women also came in wearing bath towels. The next day, early morning, the two entered the guild. Wire, you go to the library first, I have something to discuss with Shiraz, Wu Hang said as they walked into the hall. Okay, Andre Willow nodded and headed towards the library. The next day, Wu Hang and Andre Willow went to the guild together. He wanted her to go to the office library. He himself went straight to the direction of Shiraz's study. He knocked on the door lightly and walked in after receiving a response. It seemed Shiraz had also just arrived at the guild. You're here early again today? Shiraz remarked as she looked at him. Wu Hang sat down in front of the couch and said directly, I have something to ask you. Shiraz raised an eyebrow, showing a bit of seriousness, and said, What's the matter, just say it. Do you know about the evil sword? You mean the one from Karim? Shiraz asked, casting a glance at the skeleton following by his side. Yes, that kind of evil sword. Are there more than one of these weapons? Wu Hang asked. He came to ask Shiraz because the other party was a professional magic swordsman and would definitely know something about sword-type weapons. Also, their relationship was fairly good, and casual conversation could reveal some information. Indeed, there's more than one, but exactly how many, I'm not sure. Shiraz looked him in the eye. Are you interested in these weapons? Yesterday, when we met, wasn't I out investigating a fugitive? Overheard two people talking in the tavern. They mentioned an evil sword called Silent Blade, sounded pretty formidable. I heard about it too. This year, the consortium sold that weapon at their annual end-of-year auction. Wu Hang gave her a look, also suspecting she might have attended the auction. Is that weapon powerful? It has a rather special effect. Rumor has it that as soon as the evil sword is unsheathed, it will kill all life within range, including the wielder of the weapon. Chapter 376, Cold Light Beheading, 1 update today. So this sword is pretty useless, it kills even its wielder, Wu Hang complained. Xiligui said, that's how an evil sword is, it inherently has very unique characteristics, and most of its side effects impact the user. The evil sword from Karim, now that I think about it, its side effects are on the minor side. Once you take it in hand, it only affects your thoughts, constantly making you want to challenge insurmountable targets. But this evil sword doesn't differentiate between friend and foe. Once drawn, it just kills indiscriminately. Then how did the previous owner of this weapon use it? Wu Hang continued to ask. The previous owner must have had some method, surely. Xiligui frowned in thought, then said, I'm not sure who the last user was, but such weapons are surely used very infrequently. For a swordsman, having a weapon that restricts themselves is a deadly mistake. This sword is really a curse for whoever buys it. Wu Hang sighed helplessly. Sold in the consortium's auction, the buyer must be wealthy. A fool and his money are soon parted, most likely bought as a collector's item, Xiligui said with a smile, and continued, but an evil sword, if used well, can have effects beyond expectations. Karim has such a big reputation largely because of having an evil sword. For this sword that kills living targets, hasn't any user researched some method to use it? Xiligui pondered again and said, as long as there's a way to sheath the sword again, it'll be fine. You're a mage, why are you so interested in an evil sword? Actually, I harbor a dream of becoming a swordsman. You'll never endure the hardships of sword training, just stick to being your mage, Xiligui retorted, and then said, I'll have someone check out who the previous user of this sword was and what method they used. It shouldn't be hard to get the information from the secret speaker. After finishing, she looked up at him. It wasn't you who bought the sword, was it? What are you saying? I've only just heard of the sword. That's right. The consortium wouldn't let you participate, there are certain requirements for the attendees. You're not mocking me for being a poor young man, are you? Xiligui laughed and gave him a look. The quotas for capturing pirates from above should be coming down soon. We can work together and complete it then. It's coming down so soon? It should be. The pirate groups are becoming more active, and without quotas, the trade groups can't even sail out. Indeed. Wu Hang nodded. Suddenly, he remembered Philippa. Last time, I got a blank envelope with news of a robbery targeting the Water Chestnut trade group, and suddenly there's no news for the past couple of days. Right, you're still wanted by the pirates. You need to be careful, he mentioned. It's a bit troublesome. No worries, it's still safe on the island. After chatting for a while, Wu Hang got up and left. He'd mainly come to talk about the evil sword. The other party said they'd help him look into it, and now he just had to wait for news. He returned to his study. Andre Willow was in the room, looking at the documents that had been sent over. Wu Hang sat for a while, then greeted her and directly left the association. He headed back to his residence. Pushing open the courtyard door, he saw Minnie training in the yard with Bodong. Each punch and kick whipped up gusts of wind. It seemed she had become even more diligent than before. Master. Minnie waved energetically from afar. Keep training, I'm not here for anything special, Wu Hang called out to her. Minnie smiled, okay. Then she continued training with Bodong. Their kicking and punching carried through the air with whistling sounds. Although she had little chance for real combat, with the effort she had put in during this time plus the corpse core potions Wu Hang had been giving her, she would be considered skilled back in London City. At the very least, she could be a key member of a gang, or even the leader of a small gang. She was no longer the little slave who hadn't even undergone class change. He went straight upstairs to the study. Pouring himself a cup of tea and downing it in one go, he opened the boundary door and directly went to the zombie world. On the other side, the office of the manager. He took out the walkie-talkie and pressed the talk button. Chi Hankai, can you hear me? Loud and clear. Came Chi Hankai's voice from the walkie-talkie. Is there anything happening right now? Arranging patrols, moving to the upper floor now, she responded. Wu Hang instructed, prepare the vehicles. We're going to the place we talked about last time to clear out the zombies. Roger that. Conversation over. Wu Hang made quick preparations and ascended the stairs with the skeleton. He walked to the other side of the supermarket toward the large gate. 2 trucks and an off-road vehicle equipped with a machine gun were parked at the entrance. Wu Hang ordered the skeleton army over and got into the passenger seat of one of the trucks. The convoy headed toward the trade city they had agreed upon last time. Trade City wasn't far from the roundabout. A 20-minute drive, and you could see a signboard in the distance. A glance revealed congested roads filled with vehicles and swarms of wandering zombies. Park the cars here, replace the ammo drums for the skeleton flying dragons, Wu Hang commanded. Got it. Chi Hankai nodded and relayed the orders over the walkie-talkie. Wu Hang also got out of the vehicle and pushed forward with the skeleton army for a bit. He released Glenda and Zhao to scout out the situation. Before long, 2 ghosts flew back. Zhao said, Uncle, there's a big mutated zombie inside. Glenda added, I took a look around, and there's only that one mutated zombie. Let me have a look. Wu Hang said. The 2 ghosts entered his body, and their visual images were shared in his mind. The road into Trade City was packed with zombies. Among them, he could see interspersed evolved zombies, not many in number, but their shriveled skin made them relatively easy to distinguish. Chapter 376, Cold Light Beheading, 1 update today. _2 This evolved zombie had become what it was from a normal zombie. Its abilities were not as formidable as those of the mutated zombies, but it had gained a certain level of intelligence. It could make various adaptive responses. Speaking of the mutated zombies, 2 ghosts reported their location on the first floor of the Trade City. They wandered aimlessly back and forth with no clear objective in sight. The remaining floors were also roamed by normal zombies. After observing the scene, Wu Hang released the 2 ghosts again and ordered, Glenda, scout the surroundings. Zhao, keep an eye on that mutated zombie. If there's any movement, come back and tell me. Okay. Zhao replied and flew off. Glenda nodded as well, immediately elevating her form above the team to survey the entire area. Both ghosts had left. Wu Hang picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, Are you ready? Wang Qinggang's voice came out from it, Ready when you are, Flying Dragon can take off at any time. Good. Wu Hang ended the conversation. He patted the 2 skeleton hounds beside him and pointed forward, Go and lure the zombies over. Whoosh whoosh. The 2 skeleton hounds charged out, sprinting and leaping over scrapped cars to get close to where the zombies were. As they approached within 100 meters, they were discovered by the zombies ahead. Looking at the strange bony figures with wagging tails, they let out piercing roars. The roar attracted the attention of nearby zombies whose rotten brains turned to join in the howling. Just like contagion, the roaring spread rapidly from one layer to the next. The skeleton hounds turned their heads and bolted. The horde of zombies started to follow, clawing their way forward in pursuit. In the blink of an eye, a dense crowd of zombies gathered from the Trade City entrance and the surrounding alleys and buildings towards the main road, forming a massive wave of undead chasing after the skeleton hounds. The 2 skeleton hounds ran wildly, occasionally looking back to check the distance between them. Wu Hang watched the approaching horde. It was much smaller in number compared with the roundabout incident. Seeing that they had gathered nearly enough, He directly ordered the big head skull beside him, release the skeleton flying dragons for attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of whooshing through the air rose as 5 massive skeleton flying dragons soared into the sky in an instant. Reaching above the horde, they began dropping iron bombs. The black iron rain covered the zombies below. The next second, boom boom boom. The ground trembled, and smoke billowed up. The road which had been filled with zombies was now suddenly empty. Only a few dozen surviving zombies stood atop a ground littered with scattered flesh and limbs. Uncle. That mutated zombie is charging out, Zhao appeared beside him, pointing ahead. Wu Hang followed the direction pointed to. He saw the big guy zombie, also covered in holes and wounds, breaking through from one side. Led by the remaining zombies, it charged towards them. Wu Hang nodded, about to order the skeleton to block them, but a thought struck him. He took out the Silent Blade Evil Sword, and handed it to a level 3 skeleton warrior. Go, move forward. Armed with the evil sword, the skeleton warrior walked directly out from the group, facing the oncoming zombies. After reaching a certain distance, Wu Hang ordered the big head skull, order it to draw its weapon, then stand by. Shua. The distant skeleton warrior suddenly drew its sword, its tip angled toward the ground, entering a standby mode. In the distance, the leading big guy zombie, with a roar of fury, stomped on the roof of a car and leaped high, hammering its fists at the solitary figure ahead. Pooh. Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed across the sky and vanished. The leaping big guy zombie's angry expression froze. Its body fell from the sky as its head rolled away to the distance. Then, flickering cold lights appeared one after another, like silver lines thrown across the sky, cutting through it non-stop. The charging zombies had their heads fall off one by one, until the last zombie dropped dead. Behind, Wu Hang's eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. Such a method of attack was somewhat surprising. It also reminded him of Emulo's attack style, which was also releasing sword chi from a distance to kill Karim. But the two methods were different. Emulo's sword chi came with a swing from his weapon. The cold gleam that had just severed the zombies' necks, however, seemed to appear out of thin air. There was a clear difference. But regardless, the power of this evil sword was surprising. It had instantly killed a level 10 mutated zombie as well as dozens to nearly 100 regular zombies. One standing guard on the road would make it exceedingly difficult for anyone to pass. Unless from a distance, the target would have to be killed. It was quite terrifying. As the scene quieted down, Wu Hang said, "Tell it to sheath its sword." The skeleton with the sword in the distance sheathed its sword in an instant. Just as the blade slid into the sheath, a streak of cold light flashed by, and the skeleton's head rolled to the side. Damn it! Wu Hang cursed. Sheathing the sword counts as an action? You clearly never intended to let the owner live. Upon the skeleton's death, bones scattered across the ground. Go, retrieve the sword. Wu Hang ordered. A skeleton quickly stepped forward. It bent down to pick up the sword and returned. It seems that sheathing the sword was fine. He took it and directly stored it in the space ring, then continued, advance, all troops, and kill all remaining zombies. The waiting army began to move forward. Zombies missing their lower halves and still crawling on the ground were killed directly. Once the battlefield fell quiet again, Wu Hang had the skeletons check inside the trading city again before ordering the battlefield to be cleaned up. The body of a mutated zombie and 5 evolved zombies were dragged over. Tossed to one side. Bone manipulation skill, released. A level 12 large skeleton and 5 level 5 skeleton soldiers rose from the ground. Wu Hang crouched down and began searching through the remains. He found a level 2 corpse core, and a level 1 corpse core. He bagged them in plastic bags and then stored them directly in the space ring. Clack clack clack. Chi Hankai, in leather boots, walked out from the trading city. Directly saying, "It's all beds, curtains, and some furniture inside, quite a number of them. Did you see any of the 3D printing materials Zhang Kai needs? Haven't seen them yet, but the entire 3rd floor sells computer accessories or monitoring equipment, so they should be in there. Let's go in and take a look." They walked into the trading city together. The 1st floor is full of textile shops, curtains, wedding quilts, and the like. Even opening the doors of 2 shops reveals warehouses directly behind them, stacked with a huge amount of textile supplies. Even if physical stores aren't as popular as before, it seems that this place is still doing relatively well. The 2nd floor hosts furniture stores with a focus on tea tables and wooden beds, as well as numerous grand schools. The 3rd floor features computer products like mice, monitors, and some surveillance equipment. Wu Hang and Chi Hankai browsed for a while with the others. They found a shop selling 3D printing related equipment. The shop interior was a bit messy, but from the inner room, they still found many similar devices and raw materials. This must be the shop Zhang Kai mentioned, Chi Hankai said. Good, when we do the looting later, we'll take these back with us. Great. I'll arrange some skeletons to guard here, and I'll come with the looting team tomorrow. Right. The two went back downstairs. Wu Heng began to release Battleground of Remains along the way, transforming all the dead bodies into skeleton warriors. After all was transformed and some skeletons were arranged for guard duty, they got back onto the truck and returned to the mall. Confirming there was nothing else of his concern, he opened the boundary door in the manager's office and returned to Gold and Silver Island. Descending from the study, when passing by the third floor, he directly entered the room where the radio was located. He picked up the skeleton investigator's record book and glanced at it. There were no new messages. He began to worry about Philippa's safety. Picking up the microphone, he directly said, "Philippa, are you there?" On the other side, Philippa responded while munching on something and grumbling, "I'm eating, what's up?" Hearing her relaxed tone, he also let down his guard. Even if they didn't interact much, as she worked under him, he didn't want her to actually run into trouble. Besides, Philippa was quite obedient. "How's that thing about raiding the trade group? Why did the news suddenly stop?" Wu Heng asked. "Don't get me started on that, the Water Chestnut trade group are a bunch of idiots. I even slowed down the ship, and theirs kept losing control and stopping multiple times, almost allowing us to catch up," Philippa said irritated. "It's good you're okay. Ah, you care about me so much, dear lord. I just don't want you to run into trouble," Wu Heng said. Philippa continued, "Since we didn't rob anything this time, the crew is a bit dissatisfied. When can you send me the ships and goods you promised? I'll arrange for the cargo ship to leave port tomorrow." "Really? Thank you, Daddy." Chapter 377, You're Not Fit to Be a Captain. One update today. Wu Heng ignored her nonsense. He continued to ask, "Once the ship leaves port, where should I take you?" Philippa replied, "Just come out along the Sanana route, we'll meet up then." "Is that route safe? Are there other pirates?" "No way, I'm the only one who roams that route. And it's just a little over a day's voyage from Gold and Silver Island, so it's unlikely to encounter other ships," Philippa said, not forgetting to remind him, "When we meet, don't forget to put on a show, don't let anyone see through us. We'll pretend to resist for a while, then make it look like we're overpowered and escape in a small boat. Okay, when the time comes I'll have my crew attack from a distance. You just act like you can't beat us, then kneel and beg for mercy." The ferocious Captain Philippa will order a fierce boarding. You leave on the small boat, abandoning the cargo ship filled with goods, and the pirates will occupy the ship, cheering for the great captain, Philippa explained with growing enthusiasm. Wu Heng was somewhat stunned. Listening to her, he could almost picture the excitement she described. Kneeling and begging for mercy is really not necessary, is it? Suit yourself, after all, I'm working for you. If I look good out there, you look good too, Philippa said. She talked as if she was doing it all for his sake. "Fine, I'll arrange everything tomorrow. When the ship departs, I'll notify you, and you keep your boat near the route and don't wander off," he responded. "Understood, waiting for you," she said. After ending the communication, Wu Heng put the handset back in its place. With Philippa's side secure, he could rest easy. He opened the door to let Minnie prepare dinner. He then went back upstairs. He pushed the door and entered the alchemy room. Inside, the alchemy skeletons were still busy with their work. Wu Heng handed over the newly acquired corpse cores to number 1 alchemy number. At the same time, his gaze fell on a shelf filled with elixirs. Strength-enhancing potion. There were 9 bottles in total, all made from refining first-level corpse cores, neatly arranged. Is the efficiency of level 1 potions so high already? These corpse cores were obtained while clearing the turntable zombies, totaling 9 first-level corpse cores. Now they had all been turned into potions. The efficiency was quite high indeed. He stored the corpse core potions. He opened the freezer to check. Including the corpse cores that had just been delivered, he had 2 first-level and 5 second-level corpse cores. Next, he opened the nearby organ jar. Inside, there were 3 third-level corpse cores in total. These had fallen from the third-level zombies he had killed before. Originally there had been 4, and one was apparently being used to develop a potion. There were still no finished products from the development of third-level potions. Even with the participation of a level 15 alchemy skeleton, progress seemed limited. Luckily, he had this magical artifact that could store organs. Otherwise, if he hadn't used the corpse cores, they might have already deteriorated. He sealed the organ jar again. Wu Heng then left the alchemy room. After dinner, Wu Heng returned to the study, leaned back in his chair, and pondered over the gains of the past 2 days and the plans that followed. The pirate wanted order, the use of the silent blade evil sword, and the need to level up to 15 as soon as possible. The bounty on him from the pirates had reached 500 gold coins. Forget the normal bounty, even hiring someone to kill a station steward wouldn't reach such a price. It was rather exaggerated. Wu Heng often pondered what he had done to draw such attention from the blank envelope, and why the price kept increasing. If it were a vendetta with the association, they should have placed a bounty on Emilio instead. Putting a bounty on himself, a vice executive, was utterly insane. Now, the blank envelope has also mistaken Philippa as a pirate. They take her as the only miss out there, so I mustn't cut off my support for Philippa. The support for Philippa had to continue. Even if she couldn't find out what special intelligence she had, she could inform him at the earliest opportunity. Next was the Silent Blade Evil Sword. This weapon, which he had purchased for 2,000 gold coins, had become a complete encumbrance. The effect was ruthless enough to kill any enemy that moved in its range, but it could also kill him. It was clear that killing a level 12 target was no problem, but it was still unclear whether it could kill a stronger enemy. He had reached the point where he didn't even want to study it anymore. If there's no way for me to avoid damaging myself, I could use the skeletons as expendable items. Holding the sword, we'd challenge the enemy to see who would move first, he thought. Last was his own level. Reaching level 15 would make him a 4th-tier strongman, a leader-level figure in major forces. In essence, there would be a significant increase. Aside from his promise with Shainala, the higher his strength, the stronger his ability to respond to dangers would be. In every respect, leveling up was the most reliable way to improve himself. Thinking this, he opened his character panel to check the experience points. Level 14, 161,781 165,000, he was just over 3,000 experience points short. It would take about one more zombie outbreak. After I've delivered the goods for Philippa, I should focus on leveling up. After analyzing the three matters, Wu Heng was about to get up when he paused again. And there's also the matter of developing the 3rd level potion. I need to find a way to buy higher level alchemist bodies, otherwise, the corpse cores will eventually grow moldy. Having thought through everything, he stood up and poured himself a cup of tea. Then he sat down again. He took out the Modern Ken Mansion skill book and continued to flip through it. As the sky gradually darkened, when Wu Heng reached the last page and waited quietly, he frowned slightly. The prompt to unlock the skill didn't appear. What's going on? He wondered. He opened the panel to check the skills. Chapter 377, You're Not Fit to be a Captain, 1 update today. _2 Indeed, there was no record of the Modern Ken Mansion skill. The skill book is fake? No, that can't be right, it's showing the name and description. It can't be fake. Where could the problem be? He pondered in his heart. He guessed 2 possibilities. One was that his intermittent way of reading the book was not working. The second possibility was that his attributes did not meet the requirements of the skill. When he looked at the book of Necromancy, it always mentioned the standards that must be met when learning and studying spells. Now that he hadn't unlocked the skill, he was starting to suspect this point. When I have time, I'll try to read it through in one go. As the sky turned completely dark, Wu Heng put the book away again. After a simple wash-up, he went downstairs and tapped lightly on Andre Willow's door. The door opened, and Andre Willow, in her nightgown, stood at the doorway. They locked eyes with each other. Andre Willow immediately threw herself at him. Wu Heng lifted her in his arms and walked toward the bed, kissing her all the while. The little vixen clung to him, her cheeks flushed red and her bushy tail swinging swiftly. The next day, Wu Heng, wearing the illusion veil, stepped off the carriage. He glanced at the bustling port and boarded a ship that had been prepared in advance. Walking down to the deck, he found it full of skeletons. Shark Teeth, head out to sea on the Sanana route. Shark Teeth, along with several skeletons clad in armor, walked up to the deck. The cargo ship slowly left the harbor, heading deep into the ocean. The vessel cut through the waves. Wu Heng walked around the ship, letting Shark Teeth continue to helm it, while he rearranged the cargo ship to make it look more like a vessel that had been at sea for years, rather than one that had sat unused for a long time. When the arrangement was nearly done, he went back on deck, took out a reclining chair, and started to reread the Modern Ken Mansion skill from the beginning. His goal was to finish it in one go today and verify his speculation. The Iron Barrel Pirate Ship. In a dim meeting room, an illuminating stone swayed above their heads. Around an old wooden table scarred with knife marks, people gathered on either side, some sitting, some standing. On the left side, a rough-skinned man wearing a red sailor hat spoke up directly. Philippa, considering that you led us to escape from Gold and Silver Island, give up the captain's position. We won't make it difficult for a woman like you. Philippa retracted her foot from the edge of the table, locked eyes with the man opposite her, and said, You remember that it was I who helped you escape? I thought you had forgotten it with the way you've been at loggerheads with me these past days. You're not fit to be a captain. You manage the pirate group as if it were a fishing boat, the man retorted with a cold laugh. His supporters also echoed behind him. It's been a long time since the pirate group has seized any cargo. We all go out to sea to eat our fill, but you're just not cutting it." Philippa narrowed her eyes and surveyed the expressions of the people opposite her, along with the weapons at their waists. The very day these people came to usurp her power. It would be so embarrassing for her if her vice executive had seen this. She quickly ran through the worst-case scenario in her mind and continued, "Have I starved you, or have I paid you less each month to make you support him?" The middle-aged man across from her smiled and said, "We're pirates, and we're still getting paid monthly. We'd rather be guards for the gang than take that money. Now, Philippa, you step down, or don't blame the brothers if they aren't gentle." Swish, swish, swish. As his words fell, many sailors behind him drew their swords. Philippa's supporters, too, drew their weapons in unison, cursing the others as traitors while preparing to fight for their lives. The meeting room was in chaos, with just one person needing to take action for both sides to erupt in killing mayhem. Philippa glanced at the tall figure beside her, the skeleton attendant left by Wu Heng for her protection. Her mind raced as she took out a blank envelope and slapped it on the table. Swearing loudly, she shouted, "Shut the hell up and listen. The next merchant fleet with cargo is coming soon, and only I know the location and route. Are you sure you want me out as captain and watch this batch of goods leave?" The opposition hesitated, looking at the envelope and then at her. "The last batch? How could there be another one so soon?" someone said. Philippa cursed them for being fools, then continued, "If I don't secure this cargo within 2 days, I'll step down myself. But if we do get the cargo, and everyone makes a profit, it will prove my command isn't a problem, and we'll put this matter to rest." Everyone started discussing softly, their previous momentum to fight gone. The man in the red hat spoke with a serious face, advising his people not to believe her, but clearly, more people were inclined to agree with her. After all, it was just 2 days, and it wouldn't have much impact. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, the man with the red sailor hat coughed lightly and said, "All right, Philippa, you said it yourself. We have 2 days, by the sea god as our witness." "Fine, by the sea god as our witness," Philippa replied without hesitation. The rest of the men also sheathed their weapons. Philippa continued, "Everyone back to your stations. If anyone delays this operation, I will cut him open and feed him to the fish." The men nodded and quickly left the room. Philippa returned to the captain's quarters and sat in the chair, wiping the sweat from her forehead. She looked at the radio and muttered, "You can't delay this." Until the sky turned dark, Wu Heng still looked at the skill book in his hands, without pause. When he finished the last page, he listened attentively for a moment. Still, all was quiet, without any notification. "Damn it, this skill is toxic." Glenda floated nearby, also engrossed in a book. She turned to look at him and asked, "What's the problem?" "You're flipping through that book and getting all worked up." Chapter 377, You're Not Fit to Be a Captain, one update today. _3 He sighed softly and put away the skill book. "It's okay, just a skill book, didn't learn it." Glenda drifted over, "It's not that simple, learn it slowly in the future, don't rush." Wu Heng couldn't explain, he could only nod, "You're right." A man and a ghost talked. Zhao also flew back from the sky and said, "Uncle, there's a pirate ship coming this way, they seem to have spotted us." Wu Heng stood up and looked into the distance. The sea was pitch black, the other ship must not have lit its lights. "Let me see." Zhao entered his body, sharing the vision. A pirate ship bearing the Iron Barrel Pirate Group's flag was approaching. After letting Zhao out again, he directly said, "Zhao, keep on guard, Glenda, head over to the pirates. The captain is a spy I arranged among the pirates, named Philippa. The last time I saw her she had braided lots of dreadlocks. Tell her we've arrived, proceed as planned." Philippa nodded, "Okay." After speaking, she flew towards the distant pirate ship. Wu Heng then continued to command the skeletons to start moving, pretending to be a passing cargo ship, and also hung the spare ships on the side of their ship, preparing everything in the cart. Iron Barrel Pirate Group. Clang clang. The sound of a copper bell clashing echoed from inside the cabin. A mass of pirates rushed out onto the deck, climbing up the ropes, looking into the distance. There really is a cargo ship, not many people on it. Don't recognize the flag, must be a newly formed merchant group. Where's the captain? Why hasn't she come out yet? I'll go get her. The pirate quickly dashed down the deck, knocking loudly on the door. "Captain, we've found a cargo ship, not many people, no defense weapons either." Philippa's voice came out, "Let the ship come closer, I'll be out immediately." "Okay." The pirate agreed and left at once. Inside the room, Philippa looked in horror at the ghost that had come through the wall. "You're Philippa, aren't you? Are you the vice executive's ghost?" Philippa immediately reacted and said directly. The ghost nodded and said, "Yes, The cargo ship is here, proceed as planned, don't make any mistakes. Okay, I got it. Philippa said. Seeing the ghost was about to leave, Philippa continued, tell him, kill someone who wants to take my position as captain. Wu Hang stood on the deck, watching the pirate ship appearing in his line of sight. And the pirates on board, shouting loudly with weapons in hand. They looked like a boatload of orangutans, exaggerated in appearance. Archers ready, fire. Wu Hang ordered straight away. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrow after arrow shot into the night sky, crashing into the sea, a few landing on the deck. The shouting pirates stuck to cover their heads. Immediately after, the pirates began to take cover. Wave after wave of arrows and spears were thrown at them, the ballista on the ship also whizzed toward them. Boom boom. The violent collision made the ship shake violently. The skeletons on deck were also swaying, struggling to keep steady. Wu Hang saw Philippa standing on a barrel giving commands. After ordering 2 volleys of fire, he said directly, launch the boats, we're retreating. 2 mid-sized wooden boats hung on the side of the cargo ship were thrown into the sea. Wu Hang, leading many skeletons, boarded the wooden boats and quickly fled into the distance. On the pirate ship. They've run away. Really a new merchant group, a bunch of cowards. We're rich, hurry and get closer. Long live the captain. For taking down a cargo ship without any damage, the pirates cheered. Without considering the value inside the ship, just the cargo ship itself was a remarkable catch. How could they not profit? The ships rapidly approached, the pirates eagerly awaiting to board. On deck, Philippa, watching the fleeing ship, had eyes wide open. Anxious in her heart, but unable to warn them, they hadn't helped her kill yet. By the railing. A man in a red sailor hat, with a few men, leaned on the railing, whispering among themselves. What do we do? We really captured a cargo ship. The man glanced at Philippa, his face turning fierce, said, after her, when the chance comes, kill her right away, then we'll say there was an ambush on the ship. Will anyone believe that? Another man asked. Then, I'll be the captain, and you all. Pop. As the man spoke, his voice suddenly stopped short, his head exploded like half a watermelon. Chapter 378, saw a ghost. The man's head exploded, spattering sticky fresh blood all around. The people beside him were stunned, noticing the blood on their hands and bodies, their complexions turned drastically. Just as they thought to act, crack. The enclosure burst open, and another chest exploded. The upper body flew upwards as organs poured out noisily on the ground. At that instant, everyone's faces showed fear. In disorder, they scattered in all directions. Philippa was startled too, but she quickly realized this was to help her. The few who wanted to steal her position were almost all dead. There wouldn't be much threat to her anymore. She immediately shouted, "Don't run around, take cover, everyone lie down on the deck." Hearing Philippa's shout, the others sought cover or went prone on the deck. The thunderous explosions did not resume, nor did anyone else get shattered. After a while, someone cautiously raised their head to look outside and asked, "Captain, seems like it's over." Philippa whistled at the sky and a parrot flew straight out. After a scout, she stood up and said, "It's clear now, put the gangway down, let's check the cargo ship." The rest of the pirates stood up as well. A gangway was placed between the 2 ships, and the pirates, wielding weapons, boarded the opposing cargo ship. Philippa followed, surrounded by several people who were flattering her in low voices. "Captain, your plan was perfect?" "Exactly, I always said following the captain was the best decision." "Captain, watch your step." They seemed to have completely forgotten about the crew members who just got shattered. Every pirate's face was filled with excitement and anticipation for the ship's cargo. Philippa enjoyed the adulation of her crew but remained calm on the surface. "Go check the hold, stop crowding me," she instructed. "Yes, Captain." With that, everyone rushed into the hold. Then, someone hurriedly ran out again, exclaiming, "Captain, they are top-quality fabrics, with embroidery and patterns, we'll surely make a good profit this trip." Philippa then entered the hold. She saw piles and piles of neatly arranged fabrics. The designs and patterns on them were clearly not the cheap kind ordinary people could afford but sophisticated and vibrant. Philippa's eyes gradually widened, surprised to have such high-quality goods delivered to her. This was more valuable than the likes of leather and grain. Watching the pirates caressing the fabric, Philippa went up and kicked, yelling, "Stop touching, cover them up, get them moved to the main ship." The pirates withdrew their hands and began moving the cargo. After all the fabrics were transferred to the main ship, Philippa stood on the deck and said, "Cam, you are now captain of the secondary ship, prepare to set sail, we're leaving this place." "All right, Captain," replied Cam, his skin dark and body muscular, responding loudly. The unexpected promotion to captain couldn't hide the joy on his face. He felt fortunate that he had chosen to side with Philippa in the earlier power struggle. Now he was a secondary ship captain, and many who had sought to remove Philippa from her position were dead. Philippa might deal with the rest later. Philippa continued to shout, "The rest of you, back to your posts, we're leaving here." "Yes." The pirates responded and returned to their stations. The two ships maintained distance as they sailed away into the distance. Elsewhere, shrouded by night at sea, Glenda passed through the darkness, returning to Wu Heng's side. She whispered, "No issues with the pirates there. That Miss Philippa seems quite capable, appointed a new secondary ship captain, and the pirates seem to respect her a lot. Those she ordered killed earlier, who were they?" According to her, it seemed like they were the pirates wanting to seize power. Wu Heng nodded, then pulled out a tablet to check the sea chart, and said, "Let's go, we are also leaving here, to land on an island first." Rustle. The ship sailed off toward the distance. Dawn. Wu Heng sat on the side of the ship, wringing out his garment forcefully into the sea. The wind and waves of the sea, along with the morning mist, left him and the skeletons drenched as if they'd been fished out of water. Yet all around was still a boundless ocean surface, with no sign of the target island in sight. Navigation at sea was nothing like the proximity suggested on the sea chart. Just then, Zhao returned once more from afar, shouting, "There's another pirate ship coming." Wu Heng's hands paused in their motion as he looked toward the distance. Visibility was better during the day. On the distant sea, a ship with a black pirate flag became visible. He took out his telescope and examined the pirate flag. The emblem was an épée vertically piercing through a skull. He quickly pulled out his tablet, matching the information with the pirate wanted order. The Stab Sword Pirate Group, Captain Level 12 Swordsman. Their level was comparable to Philippa's pirate group. "Uncle, we should move." Zhao continued. Looking up, he saw the pirate ship disregarding them, turning around and heading for the Sanana route. Glancing at the pirate ship, then at the wooden ship beneath his feet, Shark Teeth, "Karam, go over and seize that ship," Wu Heng ordered directly. Shark Teeth stood up and dived into the sea. Karam stepped onto Shark Teeth's back, squatted slightly, and swiftly headed in the direction of the pirate ship. Meanwhile, on the Stab Sword pirate ship, the pirates frowned together at the sight of the two distant wooden ships. Someone asked, "Captain, are those the two wooden ships?" "They look like fishing boats." The middle-aged man with the captain's hat glanced at the two wooden ships far off in his view.